A tale of twists and turns, an exhilarating adventure unfolds. From surviving on a deserted island to navigating the boundless ocean with enchanting encounters, each narrative igniting your senses. The ancient homecoming, does it signify the resting place of souls or the rebirth of life? Witness the protagonist gradually unravel the secrets of history, colliding with remarkable individuals in electrifying scenes. Chapter 1. Aunt Sue, what are you doing? Amidst the azure sea, a solitary island is adorned with swaying coconut trees, while the waves frolic along the beach. In a daze, Jiang Yi feels a soft pair of lips gently blowing air into his mouth, the fragrance of orchids enveloping him. Jiang Yi, wake up. As he slowly opens his eyes, he finds an exquisite beauty leaning over him. How fair, how ample. This thought unconsciously flits through his mind. The alluring red lips advance once more. Their eyes meet. The lips part. "And so what are you doing?" Jiang Yi, flustered, gazes at the beautiful woman before him. She is a friend of his father and the landlord with whom he has lived for 5 years. Her name, Su Ruoshi, is as enchanting as her appearance. With a blush, Su Ruoshi observes Jiang Yi's bewildered expression, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident on her face. "Are you trying to give me a heart attack? You woke up and didn't say a word. I thought you had drowned. It was an emergency, and I had to act to save your life. Don't overthink it, you ungrateful little rascal." As she speaks, Su Ruoshi rises, brushing the sand from her legs. Jiang Yi takes in the sight of Aunt Sue, clad in a sheer white blouse and a light pink ultra-short skirt, her snow-white legs adorned with delicate lace stockings. The buttons of her blouse are undone to reveal a smooth, flat abdomen, while the fabric clings to her form, rendered almost transparent by the seawater. The outline of her black lingerie is tantalizingly visible. Her skirt and stockings are stained with sand, adding an air of disarray. Despite being in her 30s, she bears no marks of age, instead exuding an alluring maturity. Such a woman is undeniably captivating to an inexperienced young man. Jiang Yi muses, what a pity that such a beautiful and gentle landlady remains unmarried. He wonders who will eventually win her heart. After a moment, he struggles to divert his gaze from the swaying scenery and surveys his surroundings. The vast ocean stretches endlessly, the waves lapping at his feet. Behind him lies a dense jungle, devoid of any signs of human activity. He is utterly bewildered. "Where are we, Aunt Sue?" "I don't know, I just woke up and saw you lying still, thinking something had happened to you. Though I'm unsure of our location, it's quite likely we've been stranded on a deserted island." Su Ruoshi responds, her face shadowed with worry as she surveys their surroundings. The ocean, the deserted island, a solitary man and woman. The thought sends a thrill of excitement through him. No, it fills him with despair, sending shivers down his spine. As Jiang Yi's mind races, fragmented memories of moments before his unconsciousness surface. Aunt Sue is a supervisor at a renowned media company in the country. In recent years, the burgeoning new media industry prompted their boss to treat all employees to a trip to Hainan. Each employee was permitted to bring 2 family members, albeit at their own expense. In a media company filled with stunning women and unique culture, no one would be so dull as to bring their family along for a romantic trip to Sanya, Hainan. Aunt Sue, who has been single for years, wished to avoid unwelcome attention. Moreover, leaving Jiang Yi alone at home made her uneasy, so she decided to bring her niece, Su Ying, along. To venture out and see whales, everyone boarded the lucky cruise ship, venturing deep into the South China Sea. Unfortunately, they encountered a super typhoon, and the lucky ship was uncontrollably swept into the open sea, ultimately devoured by a massive whirlpool. In the final moments, all were scrambling for items that could float. In a desperate bid, Jiang Yi and the 2 women clung tightly together, bracing for death. Fortunately, both he and Aunt Sue emerged unscathed, though Su Ying's whereabouts remain unknown. At this moment, the 2 of them, stripped of all belongings save the clothes on their backs, including their phones, were left in utter disarray, with no clue as to their location. "Aunt Sue, try not to worry too much. After such a significant maritime disaster, the government will surely dispatch rescue teams to search for survivors. As long as we survive, we will be rescued." Perhaps Jiang Yi's words provided Su Ruoshi with some reassurance, for her frown began to lift. "You're right, our most important task now is to stay alive. I just worry about Su Ying. If something happens to her, how will I explain it to her parents?" Jiang Yi reassures her, "We were all swept into the whirlpool together. We must have been separated by the enormous waves. However, both of us are fine, so I believe Su Ying will be okay. Perhaps she is just on a nearby beach." Su Ruoshi considers this and finds it reasonable, nodding in agreement. While it's still light, let's split up and search along the coastline to see if we can find Su-ing. We should also look for any useful supplies. Jiang Yi agrees. Aunt Su, you head east, and I'll go west towards the setting sun. Regardless of the outcome, we must return here before dark. Safety is our top priority. Su Ruashi nods and sets off eastward. Jiang Yi retrieves his gaze and begins his journey westward. Not far along, the beach gradually gives way to protruding rocks, becoming increasingly treacherous. At this moment, Jiang Yi is clad in a white t-shirt and floral shorts, paired with flip-flops. In pursuit of comfort and coolness during his travels, he finds himself suffering greatly. The jagged rocks cut painfully into his feet. He treads carefully, for a misstep could lead to injury or worse on this humid, isolated island. As he scans his surroundings, he prays for any discoveries, perhaps some discarded supplies or food. Ideally, he would find his backpack. It contains not only clothing and essentials, but also a blunt dagger purchased in Hainan. However, the further Jiang Yi searches, the colder his heart grows. There are no signs of the cruise ship's lost items, not even a discarded plastic water bottle or foam board in sight. He scrambles up a higher rock formation, only to find the coastline ahead has become a steep cliff, blocking his path. From this vantage point, he realizes the island is far larger than he had imagined, its entirety hidden from view. The island's vegetation is lush, with unidentifiable seabirds flitting about. The rocks beneath him rise, forming a small hill. What lies beyond the hill? More jungle or ocean? It remains a mystery. As he contemplates this, another thought crosses his mind. With such a vast island, the likelihood of encountering large, ferocious beasts is high. While resources may be plentiful, the danger escalates sharply. At this moment, Jiang Yi finally grasps the folly of parting ways with Aunt Su. She is a delicate woman from a bustling city, utterly unprepared to face danger. If anything were to happen to her, he would be consumed by regret. Damn it! Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Yi curses and hurriedly makes his way back. The encroaching darkness of the sea arrives abruptly and swiftly. Before long, the sun has completely disappeared beneath the waves. As darkness descends, Jiang Yi's anxiety intensifies. The moment he sets foot on the sand, he cannot help but break into a frantic run. Only upon finding Aunt Su safe will he find solace. Please, let her be all right. On the other side, Su Ruashi found herself alone, confronting two ill-intentioned men. She clasped her hands over her chest, attempting to shield her exposed fair skin. However, her futile gestures did little to conceal her form, instead distorting her ample curves, which only served to further captivate the gaze of the two men. Chapter 2. Aunt Su is in danger. With a swift motion, a significant portion of Su Ruashi's shirt was torn away. Her fair skin was suddenly exposed to the open air. Mr. Huang, what do you intend to do? She exclaimed, her face awash with terror as she looked at the man before her. After parting ways with Jiang Yi, she had failed to locate Su-ing and instead encountered Huang Tianshan, the general manager of the media company. Beside him stood a man and two women, all employees of the company, who chose to observe indifferently. With a hearty laugh, the rotund Huang Tianshan remarked, Su Ruashi, in this desolate wilderness, with hungry men and thirsty women around, what do you think I might want? In the office, Huang had exploited his power, coercing and enticing female employees of modest beauty. But the company's most stunning beauty, Su Ruashi, had repeatedly rebuffed his advances, bolstered by the owner's favor. This had infuriated him, yet he felt helpless. Now, stranded on a deserted island, was it not a fortuitous opportunity? Though Su Ruashi's face betrayed her disdain, she implored, Mr. Huang, I advise you not to tread the path of crime for fleeting pleasure. Rape is a grave offense that could ruin your reputation and land you in prison for years. It is hardly worth it. Instead of feeling fear, Huang erupted in laughter. Ah, beautiful lady, not only are you stunning, but also quite naive, he said. We may very well be on some deserted island in the Pacific, and at this moment, in such close quarters, the optimal window for DNA evidence is 72 hours. If you report me after being rescued, all will be lost. No witnesses, no evidence. What can you use to accuse me then? I might even counter with a defamation suit. He continued, moreover, we are surrounded by the vast, uninhabited ocean. If you cooperate, you may yet survive. Otherwise, once I grow weary of you, I could easily feed you to the fishes, leaving no trace behind. Su Ruashi's face turned pale. She understood the gravity of her situation. A rogue is not frightening. What terrifies is a rogue with knowledge of the law. She realized he was correct. This scoundrel was well-versed in legal matters, likely due to a history of such deeds. Overwhelmed with despair, She declared defiantly, I will never submit to you. I would rather die than allow you to succeed. Oh, Tsuruoshi, what are you pretending to be, a chaste woman? In the office, you can't even tolerate a man's gaze lingering on you, maintaining an image of pristine purity, Huang mocked. Little do they know, I am aware of your true nature. Beneath that facade of virtue, you indulge in far more than anyone else. I hear you've been secretly entertaining a young man at home, one who is quite handsome. I can only imagine how you treat him each night. The speaker was Chen Shui, Huang's secretary, a woman in her mid-20s with a round face that did not appear overweight. Her smile revealed a charming dimple and a hint of mischief in her spring-like eyes. Dressed in a blue strapless top that barely contained her ample bosom and a matching bikini, her attire accentuated her alluring demeanor, a veritable vixen. She had hoped that by climbing into the general manager's bed, her position would be secure, only to find herself thwarted by Tsuruoshi's arrival. Given that many of their colleagues had succumbed to Huang's advances, why should Tsuruoshi be any different? Thus, she harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her. Upon hearing Chen Shui's lewd remarks, Tsuruoshi retorted coldly, You are the vile one. Do not presume that all women are like you. That is my nephew. What nonsense are you spouting? Chen Shui scoffed. Your so-called nephew bears no blood relation to you. Can you truly resist temptation? This peculiar relationship is precisely what you crave, isn't it? Huang, intrigued by this revelation, grew even more excited. I never imagined you shared my proclivities. Allow me to indulge you today, he commanded eagerly. Tian Wuji, restrain her. Let's see where she thinks she can escape to. The young man beside Huang was his loyal lackey, who had accompanied him in many misdeeds. Don't worry, Manager Huang, she won't escape. After you grow tired of her, may I have a turn? Huang cast a reassuring glance at Tian Wuji. Tsuruoshi, clutching her chest, nervously began to inch towards the ocean. However, Tian Wuji swiftly blocked her path. She gasped in alarm as he tackled her onto the sandy beach, pinning her hands down. Desperately, Tsuruoshi struggled, but could not break free from his merciless grip, her legs kicking in a futile attempt to delay their advance. Help! Let me go! Her cries echoed against the shoreline. Chen Shui watched with glee as Tsuruoshi faced imminent violation, a smug smile spreading across her face. I look forward to seeing how you maintain your pure facade after this. I'm quite eager to witness your debauchery later. In her helplessness, Tsuruoshi turned her gaze towards the quiet young girl, Ding Ming, her eyes pleading, Ding Ming, please help me. Ding Ming, a beautiful girl in her early 20s whom Tsuruoshi had personally recruited into the company, had always received her care. Yet, the stunning young woman was not immune to Huang's predatory grasp. After a moment of internal struggle, perhaps out of fear of the two men or for other reasons, she remained silent, her expression shifting from alarm to a serene calm. Perhaps she was silently contemplating, enjoy it, Sister Ruashi, soon, we will be of the same ilk. Tsuruoshi felt an overwhelming sense of despair. The more she resisted, the more exhilarated the two brutes became. She regretted not having jumped into the sea to end it all sooner, but now it was too late. She lamented the feelings she had long suppressed, recalling the youthful, handsome figure that brought tears to her eyes. Mr. Huang, quickly, Tian Wuji urged. Huang Tianshan hastily unfastened his trousers, dropping to his knees, his greedy hands reaching for Tsuruoshi's thighs. The hem of her pink dress was lifted. With a tearing sound, her white stockings were shredded, and her final defenses were stripped away. At that moment, disaster loomed. Suddenly, a loud swoosh pierced the air. A thick wooden stick struck Huang Tianshan's back. Perhaps due to its decay, it broke upon impact. Zhang Yi had arrived just in time, seizing a piece of driftwood from the beach and decisively intervening, interrupting Huang's vile intentions. Huang was sent reeling, coughing, and disoriented. Before Tian Wuji could comprehend the situation, Zhang Yi's boot connected with his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Zhang Yi, disregarding everything else, turned to Tsuruoshi, who lay with torn clothing, her vulnerability on display, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. A surge of anger and guilt flooded him. Had he arrived just a minute later, it could have been irreparable. Anxiously, he asked, Aunt Sue, are you all right? Trembling, Tsuruoshi's chest heaved, tears brimming in her eyes, evoking a protective instinct in all who beheld her plight. I am fine. Just then, Huang Tianshan, still reeling from the blow, suddenly clutched Zhang Yi's legs, restricting his movement. Tian Wuji, quickly, kill this bastard. As Tian Wuji, having been kicked, simmered with rage, he beheld Zhang Yi, now ensnared, akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Seizing a gnarled branch, he aimed a mighty strike at Zhang Yi's head, hoping to resolve the conflict with a single blow, reminiscent of the legendary power Cleaves Mount Hua. Jiang Yi turned his gaze towards the intruder, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. To dare bully my Aunt Sue, you seek your demise without any visible movement. He expertly angled his feet, creating a modest space to maneuver. With a swift rear kick of his right foot, he connected squarely with Huang Tianxin's jaw. At that moment, Tian Wuji's weapon was poised to strike Jiang Yi's head. Unperturbed, Jiang Yi deftly pulled Su Ruashi aside, evading the blow. Tian Wuji, having missed his target, lost his balance, and Jiang Yi seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful elbow strike to Tian Wuji's back, sending him sprawling onto the sandy beach, howling in agony. As the adage goes, a novice can best an experienced master. In his early 20s, Jiang Yi was the champion of free fighting at EC University. Confronting two men rendered weak by their indulgences, he found the task exceedingly effortless. Huang Tianshan spat out blood and sand, his eyes filled with terror as he attempted to flee. However, having previously undid his pants for the task at hand, he stumbled and fell, landing unceremoniously. Jiang Yi swiftly caught up and planted a firm foot atop his head, rendering him immobile. On the beach, Tian Wuji drew a dagger from his waist, attempting a sneak attack, while Jiang Yi was distracted. Yet, before he could strike, Jiang Yi seized his wrist, wresting the dagger away in a blink of an eye. This transpired so swiftly that Chen Shui and Ding Ming, who stood watching, could hardly comprehend the events before them, witnessing both Huang and Tian being subdued. Su Ruashi was taken aback, astonished by Jiang Yi's fierce prowess in dispatching the two ruffians with such ease. She had feared for Jiang Yi, a mere boy, thinking he might be overpowered by the two men. Hastily, she adjusted her clothing, retrieving her small undergarment from the ground. "Little brother, it's all a misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. We are sorry, we were wrong," Huang Tianshan and Tian Wuji exclaimed, utterly taken aback by Jiang Yi's formidable strength. Sensing their precarious situation, they immediately capitulated, kneeling and pleading for mercy. "Misunderstanding my foot. You dare lay a hand on Aunt Sue, you wretched curs. If apologies held any weight, what use would fists be?" Jiang Yi pressed his foot down on Tian Wuji's head while brandishing the dagger, lightly tapping it against Huang Tianshan's corpulent face, devoid of any emotion. "Have you two pondered how you wish to meet your end? Shall it be by hanging from a tree to feed the crows, or cast into the sea to nourish the sharks? In such a setting, regardless of your choice, by dawn, your remains shall be lost to the waves." His words resonated like the decree of a grim reaper, instilling dread in the hearts of both men, who trembled in fright. Panic surged through them as they realized Jiang Yi's menacing resolve appeared genuine. "This reckless youth cannot truly intend to kill us, can he?" They placed their hopes on Su Ruashi. "Su Ruashi, you must make your nephew cease this madness. Taking a life is a crime, and he is still so young. Indeed, do not let him commit an act of foolishness." Though Su Ruashi harbored a desire to rid the world of these scoundrels, she pondered the ramifications should Jiang Yi take a life. What would become of him upon returning home? Would he then be compelled to eliminate Chen Shui and Ding Meng as well? Such thoughts were impractical. For the sake of Jiang Yi's future, she felt compelled to intervene. "Jiang Yi, a reprimand will suffice, do not truly bring about a loss of life." Jiang Yi looked at Su Ruashi, calmly replying, "Aunt Sue, when you beseeched them earlier, did they cease their actions?" Left speechless, Su Ruashi hesitated before reluctantly uttering, "Listen to me, let them go." Jiang Yi understood that her intentions were rooted in care for him. Casting a steely gaze upon the two miscreants, he hardened his resolve. A pair of anguished cries erupted as Tian Wuji and Huang Tianshan clutched their groins, writhing in pain, sweat streaming from their foreheads. Jiang Yi hoisted the two screaming men and cast them into the frigid sea. He turned to the visibly terrified Chen Shui and Ding Meng, uttering not a word, before slowly departing the beach with Su Ruashi. As for Huang Tianshan and Tian Wuji's fate, it was left to chance. In Jiang Yi's heart, however, they had already been marked for death. Having forged a deadly grudge, he knew he must find an opportunity to eliminate them. For now, he refrained from action solely to spare Su Ruashi from worry. Chapter 3. Life and Death. A desperate counterattack, Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi sought refuge in a secluded spot, hidden behind a massive rock adorned with a grand tree. A natural sanctuary. After ensuring the area was free from snakes, insects, and vermin, they commenced their simple preparations. Utilizing the dagger recently seized from Tian Wuji, they fashioned numerous thorny branches to obscure their surroundings, effectively deterring nocturnal wildlife from launching surprise attacks. They also gathered some dry grass to lay on the ground. While it could hardly be deemed comfortable, it at least provided some respite from the damp earth. Having completed these tasks, Jiang Yi plucked a few coconuts from the beach, deftly puncturing one with his dagger and offering it to Su Ruashi. "Aunt Su, have a sip of coconut water. Let's consider it our dinner for the night." Su Ruashi, now composed, accepted the coconut with a playful remark about the simplicity of their meal, teasing if he intended for her to lose weight. Jiang Yi straightened his expression, earnestly explaining that Su Ruashi's figure was a marvel of nature, perfectly balanced, and that such a celestial being had no need for dieting. She stifled a laugh, playfully admonishing him to cease his banter and to drink as well. After enjoying the coconut water and some coconut flesh, they secured the grass barrier and prepared to rest. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar surroundings or the presence of another, but Jiang Yi found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In the pitch darkness, Su Ruashi's voice, delicate as a whisper, reached him. "Are you asleep? Accompany me outside for a moment." "Not asleep, Aunt Su. What do you need?" "Oh dear. Having consumed so much coconut water, I need to relieve myself." In the shadows, Su Ruashi's face flushed deeply. "Oh, let's go. I need to use the restroom as well." They ventured away from the campsite, and Jiang Yi quickly took care of his business. After a while, however, Su Ruashi had not yet finished. Jiang Yi's astonishment grew. "Aunt Su, are you all right?" Su Ruashi, upon hearing him, felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Why must you ask so many questions? How does one respond to such an awkward inquiry?" Having never used the outdoors as a restroom before, she had refrained from admitting her need during the day and had held it until nightfall. Thus the urgency was greater than anticipated. "I'll be done soon," she replied, attempting to sound nonchalant. Jiang Yi patiently waited. Suddenly, Su Ruashi gasped, shattering the tranquility. Jiang Yi instinctively rushed to her side, ready to protect her from any danger. To his dismay, he caught a fleeting glimpse of her lifting her very short skirt. Disappointment flickered through his mind. "Where's the danger?" he inquired, scanning the surroundings, but saw no sign of another presence. Just as Su Ruashi began to think her nerves had played tricks on her, calamity struck. Whoosh! Out of the darkness, an ominous sound akin to a stick slicing through the air echoed. "Danger!" Jiang Yi felt a chill race down his spine. A glint of cold light flashed in the dim moonlight for a brief moment, like a deathly summons targeting his heart, perhaps propelled by the instinctual threat to his life. Jiang Yi instinctively moved his body approximately 20 centimeters to the left in a split second. He narrowly evaded the fatal strike. With a swift thrust, a spear pierced through Jiang Yi's right arm, creating a gaping wound from which blood gushed forth. The force of the spear was immense, causing Jiang Yi to lose his balance and collapse to the ground. He stifled a cry of agony, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his lips quivering as he gasped for breath. Before he could regain his footing, a shadowy figure suddenly leapt from the darkness, vaulting onto his back and restraining his movements. The iron-like elbow pressed firmly against Jiang Yi's chest, rendering him immobile, while the assailant seized his still-active left hand with a vice-like grip. Panic surged within Jiang Yi. He considered himself somewhat strong, yet under the control of this shadow, he felt as though a 1,000-pound weight had been placed upon him, immobilizing him completely. The figure moved with astonishing agility and decisiveness, exuding an overwhelming strength that marked him as a top-tier hunter, far beyond the capabilities of a mere weakling like Tian Wuji. Without granting Jiang Yi a moment's reprieve, the figure swiftly drew a large blade from his waist, poised to slice across Jiang Yi's throat for a fatal strike. Those who dare to engage in life-and-death battles often possess the ability to deliver a lethal blow in the blink of an eye. Perhaps Jiang Yi was one such person. It was a race against time, a gamble for survival. A sharp dagger shot forth from Jiang Yi's severely injured right hand, plunging directly into the heart of his assailant. With a sickening sound, it struck true, and in that instant, Jiang Yi felt a warm spray of blood splatter against his chest, sticky and warm. The lethal blade intended for him clattered to the ground beside his head, emanating a chilling aura. Jiang Yi seized the advantage, acting a split second faster, snatching back his life from the brink. From the moment the spear was launched until the two engaged in their life-or-death struggle, barely a minute had passed. Su Ruoxi, still in disbelief, had yet to comprehend the situation when Jiang Yi was brought down. Blood flowed in torrents between the two, filling the air with a horrifying metallic scent. Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi cried out in anguish, her heart racing in a whirlwind of confusion. Ignoring the danger, she rushed forward, desperately attempting to lift the weight off Jiang Yi. The assailant fell to the ground with a thud, lifeless. Jiang Yi lay motionless on the ground, drenched in blood. With trembling hands, Tsuruoshi gently patted his face. Jiang Yi, you must not be harmed. Please, Jiang Yi. Her heart was a chaotic storm, pain rendering her breathless. Cough. Aunt Sue, I am fine, he managed to croak, his familiar voice like a lifeline to her. Thank heavens you are alive. Quickly, tell me where you are hurt. I will staunch the bleeding. Hold on, you will be fine, you are still so young. Aunt Sue, I truly am all right, just a minor injury to my arm. Jiang Yi replied weakly, the remnants of intense adrenaline still coursing through him, particularly overwhelming for someone experiencing such trauma for the first time. Tsuruoshi remained skeptical, searching for further wounds before finally breathing a sigh of relief upon finding none. She then tore a strip from his tattered shirt to bandage his injury. Regaining some strength, Jiang Yi picked up the large knife that had fallen to the ground. He discovered it to be a broad, half-meter-long blade, 15 centimeters wide. Subsequently, he wrenched a spear from the earth before crouching down to examine the body of the mysterious assailant. The individual bore the features of an Asian, with hair cascading past his shoulders, skin darkened by the sun, and a tall, lean yet muscular physique, clad in garments fashioned from animal hides and barefoot. This attire clearly indicated that he was not a passenger of the ill-fated luxury cruise ship. He was likely a native of this island. After a thorough search, Jiang Yi found nothing of significance apart from a colorful gemstone the size of an egg and some jerky in the deceased man's waist pouch. Despite his hunger, Jiang Yi felt no inclination to consume the jerky. What if it was made from human flesh? If this man belonged to a cannibalistic tribe, it was evident that he had stumbled into a perilously dangerous locale. What if the man's companions came looking for him? Thus, after conferring with Tsuruoshi, they decided to abandon the shelter they had painstakingly constructed and ventured a considerable distance to establish a new refuge for rest. Chapter 4. Wilderness Eating Broadcast. Rescue team appears. Early the next morning, Jiang Yi was awakened by hunger, only to find his hand in an inappropriate place. Auntie Sue, I didn't mean to. I was simply too famished. Tsuruoshi shot him a glare, feigning anger as she chided. You little thief, the sun is already high. And you still don't know to get up? If you're hungry, go find something to eat. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Still savoring the softness of his earlier actions, Jiang Yi heard Aunt Sue's urging voice. Oh, I'm coming, he exclaimed, hastily emerging from the thicket to follow her. As he walked behind her graceful figure, a pang of guilt washed over him for his earlier behavior, fearing that Aunt Sue might shun him. Yet, recalling the events of the previous night, his thoughts began to wander again. After dealing with the indigenous inhabitant, Jiang Yi and Tsuruoshi had found a secluded grove to sleep. Initially, they maintained a respectable distance from one another. However, despite his overwhelming fatigue, sleep eluded him. The allure of Tsuruoshi, with her back turned towards him, was irresistibly potent. Countless times he yearned to pull her into his embrace, yet he restrained himself. The torment of such longing was unbearable. In truth, Jiang Yi's feelings for Tsuruoshi, with whom he had spent 5 years, transcended mere reliance. Perhaps there were nascent sentiments involved, though he was unsure. He feared that if he reached out, it might provoke her ire, equating him with those lecherous scoundrels, Huang Tianshan and his ilk. If that were to happen, an insurmountable chasm would surely emerge between them, distancing them further. However, fate was unkind. Nay, fate was capricious. The maritime climate was utterly unpredictable. By day, temperatures soared to 30 degrees, scorching enough to wilt a dog, while by night, the mercury plummeted to just a few degrees. The two, clad in scant clothing, trembled from chill. Despite Jiang Yi's efforts to gather ample dry grass for warmth, it proved insufficient. At that moment, should they succumb to hypothermia, their lives could be at stake. In a moment of desperation, Tsuruoshi instinctively leaned into Jiang Yi's embrace. At that moment, all feelings of shyness and embarrassment paled in comparison to the urgency of survival. Jiang Yi, too, found his mind clear of any disarrayed thoughts. The two leaned against each other, braving the cold as they endured their first night stranded on the deserted island. Meanwhile, Tsuruoshi, walking ahead, was not faring much better. Her seemingly angry strides were merely a fade to mask the turmoil within her. After a night of battling the chilly dawn, she had only managed to fall into a fitful sleep. The boy had grown, now a sturdy shoulder upon which one could lean. How swiftly time passes. She could not help but ponder when they might be rescued. If they were to sleep entwined every night, who would be the one to maintain restraint? Was it him or herself? They say that by 30, one is as fierce as a wolf, by 40, as formidable as a tiger, and by 50, one can sit and gather dust. As a woman nearing 30, would he find her age unappealing should they reach that point? The thought of Jiang Yi effortlessly besting two large men in a display of bravery the night before ignited a heat within her. Young and fiery, what if one day he could no longer resist the allure of a weapon? Should she resist or submit? If they were to remain here indefinitely, living together with him could indeed be a source of happiness. He was young and handsome, yet she remained uncertain of whether Jiang Yi preferred boys or girls. If his affections were tender and cautious, then Su Ruashi's emotions burned with fervor, intoxicating in their intensity. As they traversed the jungle and returned to the beach, they cautiously emerged from the thicket after waiting a considerable time without sight of any other souls. Su Ruashi expressed her concern, stating that they must replenish their protein supply. If this continued, while they would not starve immediately, the lack of protein would render them weak and feeble. At that point, not only would hunting in the mountains or fishing in the sea be unfeasible, but even the mere sighting of a mountain chicken would leave them powerless. Jiang Yi felt that Su Ruashi underestimated him. After all, wasn't it just a mountain chicken? Even in hunger, he could handle it. The vast ocean before them was teeming with food resources. It was merely their inexperience with fishing that held them back. They could only venture to the chaotic rocky areas and try their luck in hopes of finding something substantial. Before long, Su Ruashi's voice rang out in delight. Jiang Yi, look, have you ever seen an oyster the size of a palm? Jiang Yi glanced up to find her holding a large oyster, her face alight with pride. Suani, you truly are impressive. That is indeed quite large. After 2 hours of searching, they had gathered a bountiful haul, although there were no lobsters or abalones. They had collected a great number of oysters, shells, and sea snails. Jiang Yi had even speared a grouper and a sizable green fish weighing 3 to 4 pounds with a spear. Had his right hand not been injured, he might have caught even more. They settled on a flat rock to prepare for a sumptuous feast of seafood sashimi. Suddenly, Jiang Yi picked up a peculiar stone from the pile of rubble. It was dark and shiny, reflecting light. Could it be a gem? He examined the black stone closely, intrigued by its luster. Su Ruashi also leaned closer to take a look. If it were indeed a precious gem, bringing it back home would surely yield great fortune, rendering any job unnecessary. However, her excitement quickly waned. The dark object seemed far from a gem, resembling flint instead. Jiang Yi, puzzled, remarked that there were indeed fragments everywhere, resembling broken stones. Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on Jiang Yi's head. He felt no pain, yet he caught a glimpse of Su Ruashi's arm raised in the aftermath. Her shirt had been torn by those two rascals, Tian Wuji and Huang Tianshan, leaving it barely covering her, forcing her to shield herself with her hands. Yet, having spent the entire day together, it was impossible to cover up constantly. Thus, Su Ruashi unabashedly offered him quite the visual feast without fully disrobing. What was there to fear? With a hint of annoyance, Su Ruashi clarified, the flint I mentioned is what we commonly refer to as a striker. Given its incomplete state, it seems to have been previously used, indicating that this area may have once been inhabited by primitive tribes. With flint in hand, we need not resort to eating raw meat anymore. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi was filled with excitement. He quickly drew his dagger from his waist and struck the flints back against it. Sparks flew in abundance. The two rejoiced and swiftly gathered dry twigs and tinder, effortlessly igniting a fire. Su Ruashi expressed her concern. Do you think our presence here might attract the attention of the natives? Bianc, you love it dismissively. We're using only small twigs, producing minimal smoke and open flames. It's of little consequence. Furthermore, the terrain here is open, allowing us to spot any dangers from afar. Observing the fire, Su Ruashi realized Jiang Yi was correct, and her worry subsided. Soon, the aroma of grilled fish, oysters, and conch wafted from the charcoal fire. High-quality ingredients often require only the simplest of cooking methods. Although lacking seasoning, the freshness of the fish made for a delightful meal that both enjoyed immensely. Regrettably, without phones or the internet, they could not broadcast their wilderness feast. Suddenly, as she savored the grilled fish, Su Ruashi pointed nervously at the sea, exclaiming, Jiang, your eyesight is sharp. Quickly look, is that a rescue ship? Chapter 5. A desperate escape, a glimmer of hope. Adrift in an unknown maritime expanse. The sight of a vessel brought an indescribable joy. Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi waved and shouted towards the ship on the horizon. They gathered more firewood to stoke the flames, hoping the occupants would spot them. However, Jiang Yi soon noticed something amiss. The vessel was not a modern steel cruise ship, but rather a three-masted wooden sailing ship reminiscent of centuries past. Such antiquated wooden ships had long been rendered obsolete, even by fishermen. Why was it here? Pirates? Nonsense. Contemporary pirates are affluent and could easily acquire military vessels, hardly resorting to such dilapidated craft. At that moment, the lookout on the ship spotted the two on the beach and excitedly called for the captain. Shortly thereafter, a throng of individuals poured forth from the ship's cabin, led by two middle-aged men with Eastern features. Among the two individuals, one possessed a robust physique, with disheveled hair that appeared as though it had not been attended to for quite some time, long, unkempt, and grimy. His face was obscured by a thick beard that enveloped his neck. His clothing had lost all semblance of its original hue, now exhibiting a darkened, glossy patina. In stark contrast, the other man was lean and tidy, his bright, spirited eyes shining with clarity. Though clad in a gray cloth garment, he appeared remarkably clean, standing out amidst the other disheveled individuals. They were not pirates, but rather members of a merchant caravan operating in these waters, known as the Far-Reaching Commerce Guild. The burly man was the captain of the vessel, named Zheng Biao, while the other was Mr. Yi, the trade manager. Together, they represented a segment of the Far-Reaching Commerce Guild's fleet, engaging in legitimate commerce with large islands and tribes, while also partaking in less scrupulous dealings with weaker communities. As Zheng Biao peered through his telescope at the shore, he chuckled, exclaiming how fortuitous their day was to encounter two outsiders, such rare finds. He urged the crew to hasten their advance, ensuring the strangers did not escape. Immediately, a crew member dashed towards the cabin, relaying the captain's order to accelerate. Zheng Biao then graciously handed the telescope to Mr. Yi, requesting his assessment of the two potential acquisitions on the shore. Mr. Yi remained silent as he took the telescope, scrutinizing the scene. The woman, in terms of beauty, appearance, and figure, was of exquisite quality, worth at least 30,000 gold coins. As for the young lad, his delicate skin and youthful form warranted a minimum valuation of 10,000 gold coins, with the potential to fetch 20,000 if the right buyer was found. Upon hearing Mr. Yi's evaluation, Zheng Biao beamed with delight, turning to the surrounding crew and exclaiming, "Did you all hear Mr. Yi's words? That is merchandise worth 50,000 gold coins. Whoever secures them will receive a reward of 1,000 gold coins." 1,000 gold coins was indeed a considerable fortune, sufficient for years of indulgence. Long live the captain! The crew erupted in exuberant cheers, their excitement palpable. Shortly thereafter, the ship came to a gradual halt in the deep waters not far from the shore. The crew members readied their equipment and leaped into the sea, swimming towards the shore. Jiang Yi observed in horror as dozens of crew members from the sizable ship dove into the water, clearly heading in their direction. The thrill he had felt upon sighting the vessel dissipated instantly. "This is bad. They are indeed sea bandits." "Sui, run." Jiang Yi grasped Su Ruashi's hand and fled, disregarding the half-eaten roasted fish. Despite his confidence in his own abilities, he knew he stood no chance against the fierce sea marauders, and his only option was to escape. The crew of the Far-Reaching Commerce Guild were seasoned and robust individuals, having spent their lives adrift on the vast ocean, accustomed to the tumultuous waves and honing remarkable skills. Their swimming prowess was particularly astonishing. In the blink of an eye, these adept seafarers, as agile as fish in water, swiftly reached the sandy beach. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi exerted every ounce of their strength to flee, yet they were merely ordinary individuals, managing to cover only a few dozen meters in a brief span of time. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted. The crew members, shouting boisterously, leisurely pursued the two ahead, as if toying with their prey. "Hey there, don't run. Just stand still. We're here to rescue you. You needn't be afraid," one of the crew members bellowed. Indeed, our ship is filled with an abundance of delicacies. If you come back with us, we guarantee you'll have your fill," another crew member chimed in. However, Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi remained utterly unmoved by their honeyed words. They were acutely aware that should they fall into the hands of these men, The consequences would be dire. Thus, they dare not even glance back, focused solely on their frantic escape forward. As they neared the jungle, it seemed they might soon evade their pursuers. Yet at that moment, disaster struck with a thunderous crash. A colossal fishing net descended from the heavens, ensnaring Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi within its grasp. No matter how they struggled, the sturdy net held them firmly in place. Jiang Yi, what do we do now? Su Ruashi cried out in a state of panic, her voice laced with fear and helplessness. In the face of such an urgent predicament, Jiang Yi, however, remained astonishingly composed. He exhibited no sign of panic. Instead, he swiftly reached for the dagger at his waist and, with gritted teeth, summoned all his strength to slash at the net. At last, he succeeded in carving out a small opening. Seizing the opportunity, the two swiftly wriggled through the gap and stood up without hesitation, continuing their flight deeper into the jungle. Yet, after all this commotion, their pursuers were now merely a few meters behind them. Upon entering the thicket, Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi dashed forward in a frenzy. They had no time to consider the terrain beneath their feet, only knowing they must escape at all costs. The journey was fraught with hardship. Dense thorns mercilessly grazed their skin, leaving a trail of blood. The intertwining branches lashed against their faces like whips, inflicting stinging pain. However, in that moment, such wounds felt trivial compared to the imperative of survival. Yet, despair loomed as the crew members, blinded by the allure of gold, appeared to possess an intimate familiarity with the jungle. They navigated the thickets with ease, their speed surpassing that of Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi. Following the faint traces left by the two, they relentlessly pursued. Regardless of how fervently Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi ran, they could not shake off their relentless hunters. Had it not been for the unpredictable terrain of the jungle, characterized by its complex and varied landscape, along with the dense foliage that created numerous obstacles, Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi might have already fallen into their adversaries' clutches. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. He was acutely aware that continuing to flee blindly was far from a prudent strategy. It was only a matter of time before the enemy caught up with them. At that moment, a spark of inspiration ignited in Jiang's mind. He decisively grasped the breathless Su Ruashi by the arm, signaling her to halt. Subsequently, instead of continuing their frantic flight, the duo quickly sought refuge in a concealed spot, striving to regulate their breathing to avoid drawing the enemy's attention. Then, they began to advance cautiously, each step taken with utmost care, fearful of making any noise that might betray their presence. Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. The once ferocious pursuers suddenly lost their target, compelled to slow their pace and commence a thorough search. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang and Su gritted their teeth and stealthily continued onward, momentarily escaping danger. However, the crew, merchants and rogues alike, were seasoned in the art of pursuit and swiftly adapted their strategy. They dispersed rapidly, enlarging their search area as they scoured the surroundings. Upon hearing a disturbance ahead, Jiang and Su immediately altered their course. Yet, they soon realized they seemed to be encircled by their adversaries. If they did not escape before the encirclement tightened, all would be lost. Hiding behind a large tree, they dare not make a sound. "Come out, I see you. You're hiding behind that tree, aren't you?" Su Ruashi's face turned pale as Jiang firmly held her in place, preventing any movement, a classic tactic of the sea bandits designed to flush out their quarry. As the bandits drew nearer, anxiety surged within them. If they continued to hide, discovery was inevitable. Conversely, should they attempt to flee now, the noise would surely alert their pursuers. Despair enveloped them. Suddenly, a cold raindrop splashed onto Jiang's face. Looking up, he noticed the sky had transformed, thick clouds gathering ominously, heralding an impending storm. A wave of relief washed over him. The rain began to pour, the downpour drumming against the leaves and masking any sounds within the forest. The heavens were not forsaking him. "Aunt Su, we must go," Jiang urged, pulling Su Ruashi along, utilizing the cover of the rain to make their swift escape. As they fled, Su Ruashi slipped and fell to the ground. Jiang felt a sudden emptiness in his grasp and quickly turned to see Su Ruashi sliding down the slope a few meters away. The ground was slick and treacherous under the torrential rain, with no trees nearby for shelter. Below, the cliffs loomed perilously close to the coast. A fall would surely spell certain doom. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang leaped forward, using his momentum to seize Su Ruashi's hand. However, their combined weight only increased their descent. Tsuruoshi was taken aback by Jiang's reckless determination to save her. In a moment of elation, there was also profound guilt. It was all due to my own inadequacy, always hindering our escape at the crucial moment. As we approached the precipice, the descent accelerated alarmingly. What to do? Jiang, let go. Tsuruoshi cried out anxiously, struggling to free herself from Jiang Yi's grasp. If Jiang Yi were alone, with the strength of his hands, he might grasp something and perhaps find a glimmer of hope. But with two of them, even if they clung to something, a single hand could not withstand the gravitational pull of their combined weight. One life lost was preferable to the demise of two. However, Jiang Yi's grip was like a vice. No matter how hard Tsuruoshi pulled, it was futile. In a state of panic, Jiang Yi drew a broad-bladed knife from its wooden sheath at his waist and plunged it into the earth. Fortunately, the soil was saturated with rainwater, allowing the blade to penetrate the ground with ease. In an instant, a searing pain shot through Jiang Yi's arm. With the knife acting as a makeshift anchor, their descent slowed significantly. Ultimately, they came to a halt just before the edge of the cliff, with Tsuruoshi's delicate calves dangling perilously over the precipice. The sea breeze swept in, lifting her skirt and sending a chill through the air. Once again, they had narrowly escaped death. Jiang Yi surveyed their surroundings and noticed numerous hanging vines growing near the cliff's edge. "Ant, quickly grab those vines and climb up. I can barely hold on any longer." At that moment, Tsuruoshi realized that Jiang Yi's arm was trembling uncontrollably, clearly exhausted and on the verge of giving way. She set aside her fear, reached out to grasp a vine, and gave it a firm tug. It felt secure. With newfound confidence, she began to scale the cliff. By now, the torrential rain had passed, leaving behind a gentle drizzle that danced in the sea breeze. The two lay in the mud, gasping for breath, reveling in the joy of having survived. As fatigue and tension eased, they became acutely aware of the sharp pain coursing through their bodies. "Jiang Yi, why were you so reckless? In that situation, a moment's carelessness could have sent us both tumbling into the abyss," Tsuruoshi chastised him. Jiang Yi sat up and looked at her. Her once pristine thighs were marred with bloodstains from the abrasions caused by the mud and gravel, a harrowing sight. Her pink skirt and blouse were riddled with tears, drenched in murky water. Her face was ashen, and her hair disheveled, a stark contrast to her usual poised and enchanting demeanor. A pang of pain surged within Jiang Yi. "Aunt, but we survived, didn't we?" Tsuruoshi bit her lip, falling silent. At this juncture, they needed to find a safe place to rest. Otherwise, even if the sea bandits did not pursue them, danger still lurked. A bout of illness from being soaked in the rain could prove fatal. As Jiang Yi surveyed their surroundings, he discovered that below the cliff was not the ocean, but a vast canyon. Estimating their distance from sea level, the canyon was at least 30 to 40 meters deep. The cliffs surrounded the canyon, and in the aftermath of the storm, a thick mist enveloped the area, accompanied by the thunderous roar of rushing water. At this moment, two choices lay before them. Firstly, descending into the depths of the canyon offers a means to evade the pursuit of the sea bandits, providing a lasting solution. Secondly, returning to the jungle may offer temporary safety, yet it risks the possibility of being hunted down by the bandits once more. As for whether the sea bandits would venture into the canyon below, Jiang Yi believed the likelihood was slim. After all, the bandits were not without sense, and would not recklessly endanger their lives for the sake of capturing two individuals. After sharing his thoughts with Tsuruoshi, he inquired, "Annie, which path do you think we should take?" Tsuruoshi deliberated for a considerable time before responding. "Even if it cost me my life, I refuse to fall into the clutches of those sea bandits." In that instant, Jiang Yi comprehended Tsuruoshi's choice. Among a ship full of men, which woman would not feel apprehensive? Once he had regained his strength, Jiang Yi approached the edge of the cliff and observed that the vines growing there were mostly as thick as an adult's arm, providing ample assurance of their strength. He first cut several vines to use as ropes, crafting a safety line for himself, securing one end to other vines and fastening the other around his waist. Thus, even if he slipped, he would have a safeguard. He also fashioned a vine loop, threading the vine through the loop to control its tightness, allowing for a gradual descent. Fortunately, the cliffside was dotted with numerous protruding rocks to serve as footholds. After 3 to 4 hours and several pauses along the way, they safely reached the canyon floor, albeit with some trepidation. In stark contrast to the view from above, The canyon below was clear and devoid of mist, which seemed to linger only above. At the base of the canyon, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a deep pool, producing a thunderous roar. The overflow from the pool formed countless streams that rushed toward the sea. Along the banks of the pool, numerous peach trees flourished, their blossoms in full bloom, petals dancing in the air like confetti. Both were awestruck by this breathtaking paradise. Jiang Yi recalled that the shipwreck had occurred in January, with over a month remaining before the new year. Why then, were the peach blossoms already in full bloom here? Andy, it appears that this place is quite safe for now. We can take a moment to rest and devise our next plan. Indeed, Suruashi replied, her condition quite dire. The journey through the torrential rain had left her exhausted, famished, and frightened, enough to wear down even the strongest spirit. Without further ado, they needed to ignite a fire to dry their soaked clothing. Otherwise, enduring the cold, damp night in the canyon would be a formidable challenge. At that moment, they had lost the spears confiscated from the natives, leaving only a broad-bladed machete and a dagger. Fortunately, the flint collected by the seaside remained in his pocket. Due to the excessively humid surroundings, Jiang Yi exerted considerable effort to kindle the fire. Annie, there is ample fresh water here. Why not wash our clothes and dry them by the fire? It would be far more comfortable, he suggested, glancing at his own soiled attire. The blood from the native he had slain the previous night had stained his white t-shirt a deep crimson, now further muddied and drenched by rainwater. Seated by the warmth of the fire, Suruashi began to regain some vitality, her complexion becoming noticeably more vibrant upon hearing Jiang Yi's proposal. After being marooned on a desolate island, the absence of fresh water for bathing became a dire reality. The discomfort of being unclean was compounded by the damp clothing clinging to her skin. Once accustomed to a life of luxury, where she could change into several outfits each day and felt uncomfortable if she went without a shower, she now found herself in a most unfortunate predicament. With no clean garments at her disposal, the thought of shedding her clothes was utterly unthinkable. Despite being nearly 30, Suruashi had never been entirely unclothed in front of a male, and in such a remote wilderness, it was even more daunting. If it were her boyfriend, it might be one thing, but Jiang Yi was merely her junior. What was she to do? Chapter 7. The pink snake and a timid confession. The crackling of the firewood resonated in the air, casting a warm glow on Suruashi's flushed face. Jiang Yi approached the waterhole, shedding his clothes and testing the water with his foot, finding it somewhat chilly. Curiosity piqued. Suruashi turned to see Jiang Yi standing by the water, his muscular back clearly defined. Her cheeks burned with embarrassment as she muttered under her breath, unable to contain her reaction. Suanti, no peeking, Jiang Yi called out, his back still turned. Startled, Suruashi turned away, her heart racing at being caught in the act. Who want to look at you? Such narcissism, she retorted weakly, yet Jiang Yi offered no response. With a splash, Jiang Yi leaped into the water, sending droplets flying. The refreshing coldness washed away the grime from his body, invigorating him. Moments later, he returned to the fire, crafting a makeshift rack from sticks to dry his t-shirt and floral shorts. As Suruashi observed Jiang Yi's powerful physique, droplets of water cascaded over his defined abs. However, her gaze was drawn to the various bruises adorning his body, remnants from their recent escapades. Her eyes began to well with tears. Suani, you should wash up too. It feels wonderful. Oh, Suruashi rose to leave, but as she prepared to cleanse herself, she noticed Jiang Yi's unwavering gaze upon her, igniting a mix of embarrassment and anger. How am I supposed to bathe with you staring? Jiang Yi, realizing his indiscretion, turned his back to her. Suruashi felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw him obediently facing away, yet a twinge of disappointment crept in. Just because I told you not to look, you actually listened? In this remote wilderness, there's no one else around. Such a child, utterly clueless, she thought irritably. Before deciding to strip down, she settled onto a stone by the waterhole, dipping her legs into the refreshing water. The splashes created ripples as she scooped water with her delicate hands, letting it cascade over her shoulders. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi sat by the fire, wrestling with his own thoughts. He cradled a colorful gemstone he had retrieved from the body of a native, yet his mind was elsewhere. He longed to glance back and behold the beauty bathing nearby. But his reason admonished him that such behavior was unbecoming of a gentleman. Behold, is one not akin to a beast? Aunt Sue has diligently cared for me for 5 long years. To turn a blind I would be to descend to the level of a brute. Does Aunt Sue lack even the capacity to permit one to err? In this dilemma, Jiang Yi resolved to steal a glance, just a fleeting moment. Driven by an overwhelming curiosity, Jiang Yi slowly turned to gaze at Suruwashi. At first glance, a figure as radiant as jade sat by the water's edge, playfully splashing droplets. The breeze stirred the blooming peach blossoms, sending them swirling in disarray, some landing upon the ground, others upon the water surface, and still more upon her person. The beauty of the woman's face intertwined with the blossoms, creating a stunning tableau. Yet upon the second glance, terror seized Jiang Yi's very soul. Not far from Suruwashi, a grotesque pink serpent, as thick as a man's arm, slithered menacingly toward her. The creature, approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, bore a fleshy growth atop, its head resembling a fan. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi seized the wide-bladed machete from beside the fire and stealthily approached Suruwashi. As she bathed, Suruwashi heard the soft crunch of footsteps, and her body tensed with alarm. It was over. Jiang Yi had indeed succumbed to his impulse. What should she do? Resist or acquiesce? Just as her mind raced in confusion, Jiang Yi's deep voice cut through the air. Aunt Sue, do not move. Do not move? At such a critical moment, his command felt excessive. Jiang Yi reiterated, do not move. There's a large snake behind you. A large snake? Such a preposterous excuse seemed utterly trivial. Hiss! The unmistakable sound of the serpent's tongue flicking reached Suruwashi's ears, sending shivers down her spine. There truly was a snake. She could sense its proximity, rendering her limbs weak and incapable of motion. It felt as though countless tiny creatures crawled across her back, yet she dared not stir, fearing a bite from the serpent. At that moment, the pink monstrosity raised its head, preparing to strike. Jiang Yi was merely 3 meters away from Suruwashi. He lifted the machete, intending to create a commotion to divert the creature's attention. Clang! The blade struck a stone, producing a sharp sound and igniting a few sparks. The pink serpent turned its neck, drawn by the noise, fixing its gaze upon Jiang Yi. Was it merely an illusion, or did he perceive a glimmer of greed and hunger in the snake's eyes? Suddenly, the creature lunged at Jiang Yi with the force of a release spring. Its crimson maw gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs, and its speed left no time for escape. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Yi swung his blade upward. With a sickening thud, the sharp edge cleaved through flesh, severing the serpent in two. The head fell to the ground. Jiang Yi exhaled in relief, inwardly marveling at his skill. However, to his utter astonishment, the severed head did not succumb to death. In a shocking turn, it sprang from the ground and lunged at Jiang Yi. Caught off guard, the snake's head found its mark, biting directly into his groin. Ah! Jiang Yi screamed in terror, only to be followed by a wave of numbness washing over him, rendering his legs powerless. Falling onto the ground, he dropped the machete in his hand, which clattered as it hit the earth. Jiang Yi, what happened to you? Suruwashi shouted in panic, realizing that Jiang Yi might have been bitten by a snake. Without a moment's hesitation to dress, she rushed over. There lay Jiang Yi, the snake's head firmly clamped onto him. In that instant, fear eluded her. She picked up a stone and struck the serpent's head relentlessly until it was pulverized. With trembling hands, she tore away Jiang Yi's clothing, discovering that the bite had swollen, resembling a purplish-red liver. It was a venomous snake. In nature, the brighter the colors of a snake, the more potent its venom. Clearly, this peculiar pink serpent belonged to that category. What to do? Suruwashi's mind was in turmoil. Once again, Jiang Yi risked his life to save himself. Right? Wasn't there a scene in a TV drama where one sucked out the snake venom? Whether true or not, desperate times call for desperate measures. Yet the wound was so perfectly placed, and the swelling was alarming. Regardless, Jiang Yi's life hung in the balance. Hesitation was not an option. Jiang Yi watched a fair figure bustling beside him. It must be Aunt Sue. He seemed to sense her impending actions and quickly intervened. Aunt Sue, those dramas are misleading. Doing this will not only fail to save me, but may also endanger you. Jiang Yi spoke in fragmented words. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Suruwashi's face. Even if there's a 1 in a million chance, I must try. Jiang Yi weakly shook his head. Aunt Sue, I fear this time I cannot endure. I have one last thing to say to you. Suruwashi shook her head while crying. Don't speak. There must be a way. You will be fine. No, I fear if I do not speak now, I may lose my chance. Su Ruashi watched as Jiang Yi's body swelled, his lips turning purple. Realizing the poison was spreading throughout him, she could only nod with great difficulty. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt detached from his limbs, his eyelids growing heavier. Gazing at the celestial beauty weeping beside him, he smiled. All of this was worth it. "Aunt Su, I love you. In the next life, I must marry you." Upon hearing this, Su Ruashi's heart surged like a flood, unable to contain her emotions, and she cried even louder, "Jiang Yi, I love you too. Please get up. I don't want the next life. I want you to marry me in this one." Jiang Yi slowly closed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. The calls at his ears gradually faded. Su Ruashi cradled Jiang Yi's head, weeping inconsolably, murmuring, "There must be a way, there must be a way." Suddenly, she recalled that it was said there would always be an antidote within 5 steps of poisoning. She gently set Jiang Yi down and hurriedly scanned her surroundings. Chapter 8. Folk Remedies for Snake Venom. In what felt like an eternity, Jiang Yi felt as though he had been cast into the depths of hell, enduring mountains of blades, seas of fire, and ice caverns. Then, he traversed through the cycle of life and death, returning once more to the mortal realm. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The glow from the fire illuminated the darkness, allowing him to see his surroundings clearly. Surrounded by a circle of blooming peach blossoms, several garments were hung on a wooden frame constructed from branches. At a glance, Jiang Yi recognized them as belonging to Aunt Su. Had she survived? Could it be that Aunt Su had bravely extracted the snake venom? As his eyes roamed, the ethereal figure of Aunt Su appeared before him. The delicate pink of the peach blossoms and the fiery orange of the flames could not compete with the porcelain-like whiteness of her form. Su Ruaxi sat by the fire, her knees drawn to her chest, her face etched with worry and fatigue. "Aunt Su, thank you for saving me," Jiang Yi rasped. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Su Ruaxi's heart soared with joy, and she was elated to see Jiang Yi gazing intently at her. "You little thief, do not look," she exclaimed, flustered as she rose to retrieve the garments drying on the frame. In that moment, she felt exposed. Her heart raced, akin to the sensation of being caught swimming in the wild by an acquaintance. How could Jiang Yi, stricken by snake venom, awaken so swiftly? "My clothes aren't even dry yet," she thought, grabbing a pair of floral shorts from the frame and tossing them atop Jiang Yi's head. "Haven't you had enough? You should have perished from the venom." Her playful yet scolding voice reached his ears. Jiang Yi attempted to remove the floral shorts from his head, but found himself utterly drained of strength. Moments later, once Su Ruaxi had donned her clothes, she approached to assess Jiang Yi's condition. She discovered that the signs of his poisoning had long since vanished. After blushingly inspecting the snakebite wound and confirming that it was not severe, she finally felt at ease. "Jiang Yi, rest well. The venom has been completely neutralized," she assured him. "Vian yi similite faintly." "Aunt Su, it seems the dramas were indeed correct. Sucking out the snake venom is effective." Realizing his implication, Su Ruaxi responded lightly. "You're talking nonsense. I sought out an antidote for you, not what you're suggesting." "Aunt Su, in such a desolate wilderness, where would one find an antidote? Do you perhaps possess knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine?" Jiang Yi replied skeptically. Noticing his disbelief, Su Ruaxi explained, "At that moment, seeing you on the brink of death, I recalled an old saying. After being poisoned, within 5 paces there might be an antidote. Thus, I gathered every possible remedy around us for you to consume, unsure of which would work, yet somehow it alleviated the snake venom." Listening to her recounting, Jiang Yi realized that Aunt Su had not given up on him even in the direst of circumstances. She had extracted juices from various berries and unknown green fruits by the waterside, administering them to him to counteract the poison. Thus, through an unorthodox method, she had managed to save him. It was this unwavering hope for survival and tenacity that had allowed them to escape death time and again on the perilous island, whether facing ambushes from natives, evading sea bandits, or narrowly avoiding a cliff's edge, and now, even in the throes of snake venom. Neither could articulate the debt of gratitude they owed to one another. Seeing that Jiang Yi was unharmed, Su Ruaxi brought in the dried clothes to wear. After a brief rest, Jiang Yi regained his strength and sat up, only to discover several tantalizing pieces of snake meat sizzling over the fire. He was quite astonished. Aunt Su, who had previously been terrified to the point of death at the sight of a cockroach, now possessed the audacity to handle that peculiar pink snake and roast it over the fire. Su Ruoxi, with great thoughtfulness, took a piece of the golden-brown snake meat and handed it to Jiang Yi, urging him to eat. You look so weak. You need to nourish yourself. Antsu, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. I can only repay you with my devotion. Jiang Yi responded. Su Ruoxi shot her a playful glare. It seems that you've just awakened and are already getting cheeky, trying to take advantage of me. Biang, you mishi was the market. Antsu. I distinctly recall you saying before I lost consciousness that as long as I was fine, you would agree to my confession. So Ruoxia feigne the ignorance. Did I ever say such a thing? I don't remember at all. Perhaps the snake venom has muddled your brain, causing you to hallucinate, she teased. Jiang Yi scratched the back of his head, uncertain if there was any truth to her words. He was sure he remembered it clearly. Could it truly have been an illusion? A sense of regret crept into his heart. After satisfying their hunger, fatigue washed over them once more, and they gradually succumbed to sleep. As Su Ruoxi gazed at the peacefully sleeping Jiang Yi, a smile of contentment graced her face, and she too drifted off into a serene slumber. The next morning, aboard the grand ship of the Far Yang Trading Company, Captain Zheng Biao wore a stern expression. The previous day, he had dispatched dozens of skilled men, yet they had failed to capture the 2 prize targets, which ignited his fury. He surveyed the crew on deck, his face cold as he declared, You have one more day. If you cannot bring them back by then, do not expect to return. Tomorrow, we must set sail from this region. Everyone will have to endure a month of subsisting on dried fish. One of the leaders, a man nicknamed Shrimphead, thumped his chest in assurance. Boss, those 2 outsiders have neither food nor drink. They cannot run far in the jungle. We will certainly bring them back today. With that, he led a group of skilled men to continue their pursuit. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, having enjoyed a restful night, had fully regained his strength. However, he was reluctant to leave the warm embrace of Aunt Sue, preferring to keep his eyes closed and relish this rare comfort. If only he could be bitten by snakes every day, then he would receive Aunt Sue's tender care daily. In the distance, a waterfall cascaded into a deep pool, sending a mist that enveloped the surrounding flora. The water formed a babbling brook, winding its way into the distance. A gentle sea breeze stirred, causing the peach blossoms on the trees to flutter down like confetti. Jiang Yi listened to these sounds, each one painting vivid images in his mind. Suddenly, a disturbance in the air from a nearby peach tree caught Jiang Yi's attention. Moments later, a white-bellied pheasant flitted by. Jiang Yi quietly drew his dagger, relying on instinct, and casually threw it. With a satisfying thud, the dagger struck true, hitting the creature, which fell to the ground. Jiang Yi opened his eyes in disbelief, glancing at his hand before looking at the fallen pheasant. It was astonishing. He had merely intended to scare away this unexpected visitor to avoid disturbing his delightful dreams. Yet he had achieved an unexpected bounty. The noise had also roused Su Ruoxi from her slumber. Spotting the fallen game still impaled by the dagger, she looked at Jiang Yi with delight, exclaiming, You are truly remarkable. You've secured our breakfast so early in the morning. Wait here, I will go prepare it. With that, she picked up the game and made her way to the water's edge to attend to it. Jiang rose to his feet, stretching languidly, invigorated by an unprecedented surge of vitality coursing through his entire being. Unbeknownst to the pair, the sea bandits who had pursued them yesterday remained undeterred, gradually making their way in search of their quarry. Chapter 9. Aunt Sue, could you offer a word of encouragement? Nestled in a picturesque location by the mountains and water, a cluster of wooden huts formed a sizable tribe. At the crack of dawn, wisps of smoke began to rise from the various dwellings as the women busily prepared breakfast. Due to the constraints of their environment, the men of this community were obligated to venture out early and return late, hunting to sustain their families. At the heart of the tribe stood a uniquely styled wooden house with a triangular sloped roof, significantly larger than the others, 3 times their size. Inside, the elders of the tribe filled the space, while above them sat the chieftain, Li Yan. A robust man was reporting to the chieftain. Chieftain, we have discovered the whereabouts of Tu Mu, but he has been slain, and the sacred artifact is missing. Moreover, I found numerous footprints of outsiders at the site of Tu Mu's death, along with the fleet of the Yuan Yang Trading Company. I hesitated to act recklessly and returned to seek your counsel. Chieftain Li Yan, who had surpassed 60 years of age, his hair and beard graying, was considered quite elderly within the tribe. His expression was grave as he spoke. It appears the sacred artifact has likely fallen into the hands of the Yuan-Yang Trading Company. Haisheng, your actions were prudent. Although the Yuan-Yang Trading Company is formidable, if we cannot recover our sacred artifact, the absence of its protection will spell disaster for our tribe. Assemble half of our able-bodied men to retrieve the artifact. Haisheng respectfully acknowledged, yes, chieftain. The chieftain continued, Tu Mu's theft of the sacred artifact, which led to its loss, is a grave offense. Though he is deceased, we cannot grant him clemency. Expel his family from the tribe and allow them to fend for themselves. The other elders in the room nodded in agreement, voicing their concurrence. Meanwhile, in Teoyuan, Jiang was laboriously wielding a broad-bladed machete to fell trees, his torso bare. The valley was abundant in fresh water and timber, offering excellent concealment. The waters teemed with fish, and surrounding wildlife was plentiful. As long as one possessed the skill to capture it, there was no immediate concern for sustenance. It would not be an exaggeration to call this a paradise. Thus, before the rescue team arrived, Jiang and his companion resolved to settle here and wait. During the construction of their dwelling, Jiang felt an inexhaustible supply of strength. Trees as thick as a thigh fell under his strikes, and stones weighing 50 to 60 kilograms were effortlessly moved. Jiang estimated that his current strength was approximately double that of an average adult. Could it be that the snake bite had caused a mutation? Yet, he observed no changes in his appearance. His eyes had not transformed into those of serpent, nor had scales emerged on his skin. After spending the entire morning with the seamless cooperation of Su Ruaxi, they completed a wooden house measuring approximately 7 meters in length and 5 meters in width. They had gathered numerous slabs from the riverbed to serve as roofing and flooring, creating a rustic mansion in the wilderness. When the stone-built fireplace blazed to life, the dwelling finally began to embody the warmth of home. Observing the subtle hint of concern in Su Ruaxi's smile, Jiang understood that she was worried about her niece, Su Ying's safety. Thus he spoke, Aunt Su, when these pirates spotted us, they immediately began their pursuit without uttering a word. They must harbor some unspeakable secret. It is highly likely that Su Ying has fallen into their clutches. I intend to gather some information. Upon hearing this, Su Ruaxi's hope was rekindled. Yet she quickly expressed her apprehension. Perhaps we should remain hidden here. Those pirates are ruthless. It would be too perilous for you to go alone. Jiang, with a confident pat on his robust chest, replied with a smile, Aunt Su, have you forgotten my skills? While confronting them head-on is certainly unwise. Dealing with 1 or 2 stragglers is well within my capabilities. Once we ascertain Su Ying's whereabouts, we can devise a plan for her rescue. Su Ruaxi then nodded, acknowledging the importance of caution, prioritizing safety above all else. As they parted, Su Ruaxi gazed longingly at the handsome boy before her. Jiang's gaze was fixed ardently on the captivating woman beneath the peach blossom tree. Aunt Su, this journey is fraught with danger. Will you not offer some encouragement? Under the intensity of Jiang's penetrating gaze, Su Ruaxi's heart raced. What kind of encouragement do you desire? She stammered. You previously promised to marry me. Now that we have a house, why not consummate our union? Su Ruaxi's delicate, alabaster finger playfully poked Jiang's forehead as she retorted, No way. You think you can win me over with just this shabby house? Don't you find that a bit simplistic? How about a kiss, then? Would that be acceptable? I might consider it, she teased. Suddenly, Jiang pressed his lips against hers. The inexperienced boy, under Su Ruaxi's guidance, gradually took the initiative. After what felt like an eternity, Su Ruaxi pushed Jiang away, her cheeks flushed and breathless. When you return, I shall reward you well. Reluctantly, the boy departed, his heart brimming with anticipation. In the jungle, 2 pirates cautiously advanced. I heard a team struck gold, capturing several individuals, including 2 exquisite beauties. I am truly envious. One exclaimed. The other sighed, indeed. If we were as fortunate, 1,000 gold coins would be ours. I could settle down with 3 wives at once to alleviate my weariness. Do you possess the capability for that? Managing one would be a challenge enough. Please, do not compare my prowess to yours. Although they yearned for the bounty, both understood the likelihood of success was slim. The torrential rain from the previous day had washed away most traces, complicating their pursuit. They had spent the better part of the day searching without a single sign of passage. Suddenly, a figure darted out ahead, startling the 2 pirates. The figure was a fair-skinned youth, precisely their target, now only 3 to 5 meters away. The boy appeared taken aback by the sudden turn of events, freezing momentarily before bolting. In his panic, he stumbled repeatedly, rolling and scrambling to escape. The two exchanged glances, elated by their fortune. Chase him. We cannot let the gold slip away. They pursued the boy's retreating form. In no time, he was almost within their grasp. The youth's steps grew weak, clearly exhausted, and he stumbled over a rock, struggling to crawl forward. The pirates felt increasingly confident of their impending victory. Suddenly, a vine sprang up beside the boy. A stone, the size of a millstone, swung from the vines, crashing towards the backs of the two men like a pendulum. Bang! They were struck with immense force. Collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. Jiang Yi approached, his gaze icy as he regarded the two pirates, devoid of any semblance of panic. Who are you, and why are you pursuing us? Earlier, by the beach, Jiang Yi had overheard them speaking in Chinese, revealing they were not natives. Young brother, it's a misunderstanding. We are not chasing you. Our ship has lost its way at sea. We merely sought your guidance. The pirate on the left earnestly explained. The pirate on the right nodded vigorously, affirming, indeed, it's purely a misunderstanding. Jiang Yi scoffed. Such clumsy lies were laughable. They had chased others across the mountains for 2 days, and it was merely to inquire for directions? Who would believe that? Slap! Slap! The resounding sounds of 2 sharp slaps echoed. Jiang Yi's strength was already formidable, and after being bitten by a snake, it had intensified. The two men felt a stinging pain in their cheeks, unsure how many teeth had been lost. It seemed they had yet to grasp their predicament. It would be wise for them to answer my questions honestly, or their existence would serve no purpose. Chapter 10. The Hunt for Pirates and the Fate of Su Ying. The two pirates were taken aback by Jiang Yi's ruthlessness. He had resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. His iron grip was merciless, leaving their heads ringing. I shall inquire once more. Who are you, and why did you capture us? The pirate on the left, clutching his battered face, mumbled with a lisp. We are from the Far Trading Guild. You lack backbone, betraying the captain. Do you know what fate awaits you? The right pirate glared menacingly at his companion. Jiang Yi raised his broad-bladed knife and with a swift stroke severed the right pirate's head, blood splattering. He would never comprehend why this delicate-looking youth was so merciless. Surpassing even their cruelty, Jiang Yi remarked coolly, I cannot predict the fate of betraying the captain, but defying my will means death. He then turned to the left pirate, offering an innocent smile. Do not fear. No one threatens you now. The surviving pirate, witnessing his companion's demise, was stunned and dared not meet Jiang Yi's gaze. Trembling on the ground. Who are you? I shall not ask a third time. The pirate stammered. We are from the Far Trading Guild. We intended to capture you to sell to the wealthy in the city who have a penchant for outsiders like you. The women are fair and delicate, even more so than the noble women in the city. Far Trading Guild, outsiders, city dwellers, noble women. Jiang Yi seized upon these keywords. Clearly, not far from this maritime region lay land, complete with nations and cities. These members of the Far Trading Guild intended to capture them for the amusement of city dwellers. Could this be some Southeast Asian archipelago? Jiang Yi inquired further. Which nation does the city belong to? Since you speak Chinese, you must be from Huaxia, right? The pirate replied, bewildered. Nation? There is no nation here, only islands. Countless cities exist on these islands, all under the authority of the island lord. We are Han people, the Huaxiao individuals among the foreign populace. Apart from the Han, there are also individuals of African and European descent. Through a series of inquiries, Jiang Yi learned that this maritime expanse is immensely vast, dotted with numerous islands, and the imposing island before him is merely a remote outpost. In this realm, no nation claims sovereignty. Each island is governed by its own lord. The pursuers in question belong to the distant Yang Merchant Association, which traverses the myriad islands. Those they capture are commodified and sold in the grand cities, becoming playthings for the affluent. Furthermore, under Jiang Yi's relentless questioning, the sea bandit confessed that there were several other captured outsiders aboard, one of whom was likely Su Yi's niece, Su Ying. However, if the sea bandit's claims hold any truth, then according to his description, these islands are so numerous that they rival the size of continents. Does such a place truly exist on Earth? Why has there been no prior report? The authenticity of such claims can only be ascertained through first-hand experience. At present, it is time to demonstrate to these sea bandits the capabilities of outsiders. If they intend to sell both himself and Su Yi as mere playthings, It is necessary to see whether they possess the means to do so. Jiang Yi gazed at the sea bandit and continued his inquiry about their numbers. The bandit boasted of his merchant association, exclaiming that they had at least several tens of thousands, with 200 to 300 aboard their ship. The captain, Zheng Biao, was a formidable warrior, unmatched in strength. Impressive, several tens of thousands. Jiang Yi retorted, delivering a sharp slap. Zheng Biao, is it? Quite the boast. Another slap followed. What I asked was how many came after us. Not your idle chatter. The sea bandit, stunned, stammered. Wasn't it a question? I speak only the truth, without reservation. Brother, please, no more. The bandit pleaded. You say stop, so I shall stop? Now, tell me how many of you came and who leads you. The bandit, hands shielding his face, looked pitiful. Do not bully me so. One may kill, but one must not humiliate. He then responded, we have over 50 in total. The leader of our first team is named Crabhead. He found several outsiders this morning and returned to the ship. The leader of our second team, Shrimphead, has more than 20, all nearby. Brother, I have spoken all I know. Please spare my life. I swear, we will never provoke you again. Jiang Yi countered, release you. Only for you to inform Shrimphead and return to capture me for the bounty. Is that it? The bandit stammered, brother, you wouldn't dare? I swear on my life, I will not reveal your whereabouts. I have an elderly parent and young children. I beseech you, have mercy. A slap interrupted him. Get lost. The sea bandit cast a resentful glance at Jiang Yi, as if to say, let me go or keep me, but why strike me? What are you staring at? Get out. Another slap followed. What kind of person is this? The sea bandit fled in a frantic scramble, fearful that a moment's delay would result in another slap. However, as soon as he exited the safe zone, he retrieved a conch shell and began to blow into it. The sound of the conch echoed through the jungle. Shortly thereafter, the rustling of trees could be heard approaching from a distance. Two sea bandits rushed over in a state of urgency. The conch sound served as their signal. Upon any discovery, it was to be blown. The newly arrived duo was exhilarated, for the conch indicated that a trace had been found. The sea bandit, who had just been released by Jiang Yi, was overjoyed to see them arrive. Quick, I've spotted them. Chase them down. The approaching figures inquired curiously. What happened to your face? The surviving sea bandit replied, I fell accidentally. Oh no, don't let them escape. Hurry. The two newcomers immediately followed the direction indicated by the surviving bandit, who hurried to keep pace with them. Yet, it wasn't long before he noticed the two in front were drifting back towards him. Before he could comprehend the situation, the two sea bandits were pierced by a long gun and fell lifelessly before him. Jiang Yi emerged from the dense foliage, wearing an innocent smile. Hello there. It seems we meet again. The surviving sea bandit forced an awkward smile. Indeed, what a coincidence. Jiang Yi had never believed in any of his oaths. It was all merely a facade. The harvest had been quite fruitful, and he had gained a clear understanding of his own strength. Call for help, Jiang Yi urged. The sea bandit repeatedly bowed his head, pleading, I was wrong. Please let me go. Smack. Do you not understand? I told you to call for help. One comes, one dies. Two come, two die. Now blow the conch and summon them. Chapter 11. Who is the prey? What's your name? Jiang Yi inquired. The surviving sea bandit cautiously replied, in response to your esteemed presence, my name is Xiangzi. Xiangzi, is it? Choose. Either you live, or the others do. Jiang Yi's intentions were unmistakably clear. He wanted Xiangzi to blow the signal conch, attracting others to their demise one by one. Was this a difficult decision? Better a dead companion than a dead self. Moreover, those within the trade association were inherently selfish, devoid of feelings or ethics. Thus, without hesitation, Xiangzi once again blew the signal conch. As he watched his comrades fall into pools of blood, his fear of Jiang Yi grew ever stronger. For each of Jiang Yi's methods of attack was beyond his expectations. Ambushes, traps, direct assaults. Jiang Yi's martial arts, honed from childhood through university, had transformed into a terrifying killing technique, empowered by immense strength. Confronting these bandits, who masqueraded under the banner of trade while engaging in sordid dealings, Jiang Yi felt no moral burden. After slaying 18 sea bandits, the head of the shrimp gang finally arrived with the remaining 5 to join Xiangzi. Observing Xiangzi's pale complexion, the head inquired sharply, where are the others? Trembling, Xiangzi stammered, they killed 2 of our brothers. The others pursued them in that direction. At this, the head of the shrimp gang became immediately alert, drawing a dagger from his waist. His subordinates behind him also drew their weapons. The leader, known as Shrimphead, shoved Qiangzi aside, cursing, "Look at you, such a coward, truly an insult to the name Qiangzi. How could I have such a worthless thing under my command?" The others cast scornful glances in agreement. At that moment, Jiang Yi's figure slowly emerged, clad in a white tunic and floral shorts, a pure smile gracing his face. Although his skin was not as fair as Su Ruashi's, it was significantly lighter compared to the weathered men who had spent years adrift at sea. Clearly, he was the target they sought. Jiang Yi brandished a broad-bladed machete, striding purposefully toward Shrimphead and his crew. This time, he opted against ambush or traps. Having discerned that these sea bandits relied solely on their numbers and possessed merely rudimentary fighting skills, unworthy of serious consideration, Shrimphead narrowed his eyes at Jiang Yi, refusing to underestimate him due to his youth. Otherwise, he would not have risen to the position of a minor leader among the crew of the merchant ships. "Have you killed all my brothers?" Jiang Yi replied coolly. "Indeed, a hunter must be prepared to be hunted." Shrimphead realized he was facing a formidable opponent. Yet the presence of his many brothers gave him a semblance of confidence. "Brothers, attack together. I won't take a single coin of the bounty. It's all for you." The little brothers could hardly contain their excitement at his words. They had long known that previously, Shrimphead took the lion's share, leaving them with only scraps. With a fervent battle cry, 5 subordinates surged forward, blades raised against Jiang Yi, while Qiangzi hesitated, seemingly paralyzed by fear. As the attackers advanced, Jiang Yi assessed their movements, predicting their next actions with uncanny precision. He struck first. Grabbing the wrist of the foremost assailant, he twisted forcefully. A sickening crack echoed as bone shattered. "Ah!" The man screamed in agony as Jiang Yi sent him sprawling to the ground. At that moment, the remaining weapons lunged toward him from either side. Jiang Yi evaded with grace, like a swimming dragon. As his left-hand machete sliced through one man's throat, his right-hand dagger plunged accurately into another's back. Both fell lifelessly. Before the remaining 2 could react, the machete was already upon them, a swift strike to seal their fates. In less than a minute, just one encounter had left 4 of Shrimphead's 5 subordinates dead and 1 injured. Jiang Yi's movements were deceptively simple, yet executed with astonishing speed, making it nearly impossible for his foes to track him. Shrimphead, witnessing the carnage of his fallen brothers lying in pools of blood, looked on in disbelief. His instinct was not to fight to the death, but to turn and flee. Jiang Yi hoisted his machete and pursued fiercely. In mere moments, he caught up to Shrimphead. In a panic, Shrimphead's soul nearly left his body. Jiang Yi leaped from a rock, raising his machete high above his head, and delivered a decisive blow. Shrimphead was cleaved in 2, the living shrimp rendered lifeless. Jiang Yi rummaged through Shrimphead's belongings, discovering a pouch of coins and a finely crafted dagger. Upon opening the pouch, a collection of gold coins, resembling the newly minted 1 yuan coins, was revealed, numbering approximately 40 to 50. A gleam of joy illuminated Zhang's face, for he had learned from Chang that these coins served as the circulating currency in this maritime region. The value of a single gold coin could suffice for a lavish feast of fish and meat at a tavern in the city. Upon returning to the spot where he had just dispatched a few of the shrimp gang's lackeys, Jiang was surprised to find that Chang had not seized the opportunity to flee. He slowly rose to his feet, the dagger in his hand still dripping with blood. The man Jiang had injured lay lifeless, utterly beyond salvation. "Brother, we are now in the same boat. Spare me this time, and I shall surely look up to you in the future," Chang implored, awaiting Jiang's decision. This fellow displayed a remarkable wit, making it difficult for one to take action against him. "Very well, Chang. From now on, you shall stick with me. Let us see what valuables they possess and strip them of their worth," Jiang commanded. "Yes, brother." Chang exhaled in relief, promptly complying. The crew members of the distant merchant fleet were generally impoverished, with little more than 2 or 3 gold coins and their daggers to their names, leaving them with no other valuables. After a thorough search, Jiang concealed all the daggers beneath a stone. Upon counting the gold coins, he found more than 90 in total. He distributed 30 coins to Chang, who gazed at the gold in his hands, momentarily at a loss. "Take it," Jiang smiled. "As long as you stay with me. You shall not go hungry." Embarrassed, Chang chuckled, feeling the weight of the coins, and stammered, "This is far too much. Just a few will suffice." Previously, while under the shrimp gang's command, his monthly wage amounted to 3 gold coins, and during odd jobs, he would receive at most 1 or 2 coins. Having lived for over 20 years, he had never encountered such a fortune. Jiang, disinterested in further conversation, changed into a relatively clean set of clothing from the other corpses. He then instructed Chang to lead the way back to the beach. Chang was puzzled as to why they were not escaping at this moment. But he dared not question his leader, fearing a slap. Upon reaching the shoreline, as Chang had indicated, a small boat awaited to assist them, ready to return to the ship should they capture any prey. "Have you two found any quarry?" inquired the individual guarding the vessel. Chang, with a forced smile, replied, "We were fortunate enough to uncover their trail. Boss Shrimp is currently pursuing them. As night draws near, Boss Shrimp has instructed us to report back to the captain, indicating we shall remain ashore for hunting tonight and return at dawn. He requests that the captain set sail a little later tomorrow." Hearing of the progress in their hunting endeavor, the guard's face brightened with delight. Subsequently, once Jiang and Chang boarded the ship, they set off towards the larger vessel in their small boat. Chapter 12. The banquet aboard the ship with the cover provided by Chang and the small boat. Jiang easily infiltrated the grand ship of the distant merchant fleet. Upon stepping aboard, Chang instructed Jiang to wait nearby while he went alone to report to Boss Zheng. To avoid revealing his identity, Jiang refrained from following him. As dusk enveloped the sky, he stood quietly on the deck, awaiting the inevitable, mentally preparing himself to leap into the sea should Xiangzi betray him. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon receiving Xiangzi's report, Captain Zheng Biao beamed with delight. For a mere few thousand gold coins, waiting an additional morning was of little consequence. Observing Xiangzi, covered in mud and looking utterly disheveled, Zheng Biao displayed remarkable generosity, permitting him to rest first. The two returned to the cabin belonging to the Shrimp Head Squad, where the crew had laid out makeshift sleeping arrangements, their bedding a glossy dark hue. The air within the cabin was thick with the pungent odors of sweat and foot odor. Xiangzi awkwardly explained that their prolonged time at sea rendered fresh water a precious commodity, making it impossible to wash clothes. Washing garments and bedding with seawater would lead to rapid deterioration. They could only bathe or launder during rainfall or when ashore. Jiang Yi expressed his understanding. Yet the stench was unbearable, making it difficult to remain. Furthermore, Jiang Yi's purpose for boarding the vessel was to seek out Su Ying's whereabouts, and he could not confine himself to the cabin indefinitely. Should Su Ying not be rescued by dawn, the captain would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to search for her, significantly increasing the risk of exposure. Thus, Jiang Yi proposed a stroll around the ship, although Xiangzi considered it perilous, fearing that Jiang Yi's identity might be discovered, leading to dire consequences for both. He dared not voice his objections in the face of Jiang Yi's authority. The vessel of the Far Ocean Trading Company measured over 30 meters in length, featuring 2 levels. Such a ship could accommodate roughly 100 individuals, even with the lower deck crowded with crew members. Additionally, a significant portion of the merchant ship space was allocated for cargo storage. Hence, Xiangzi's earlier assertion that there were 200 to 300 people aboard was pure exaggeration. Passages leading to the deck were present at both ends of the cabin, manned by crew members on duty. Each critical hatch was also guarded by 2 personnel. If Su Ying was indeed imprisoned aboard, rescuing her would necessitate navigating through layers of guards, a task bordering on the impossible. At present, the priority was to ascertain Su Ying's location. If she was not on the ship, they would have to flee without hesitation, with Xiangzi, the unwitting accomplice, guiding him. Jiang Yi swiftly arrived at the door where prisoners were held. "What are you two up to, sneaking around?" bellowed the guard stationed at the entrance. Xiangzi forced a smile, replying, "Brother, we are under the command of Shrimp Head. We heard there have been quite a few intriguing women captured lately. Having been at sea for so long, we thought we might come and feast our eyes." However, the guard was unyielding. "Not a chance. If everyone on the ship runs off to see women, what becomes of our duties?" Another guard chimed in, "Right, what is so great about Shrimp Head's men? They've been at it for 2 days without success. A bunch of useless drifters." Xiangzi stood there, awkward and conflicted, merely a newcomer to the trading company with little clout. At this moment, Jiang Yi stepped forward and addressed the 2 older gentlemen, stating, "We, the young and spirited ones, are greatly tempted by that treasure. Please take these 2 gold coins with you when you reach the island and enjoy yourselves. My brother and I will take our leave after a brief glance." Upon seeing the gold coins, the guard's demeanor shifted dramatically. They clapped Jiang Yi on the shoulder and said, "Ah, young man, we understand. Go on." The holding cells were located at the very end of the corridor, with windows situated within the passageway, passable only with the guard's permission. Jiang Yi received a nod to proceed and eagerly approached the window. Xiangzi attempted to follow, but was halted by a hand. The guard tilted his head, signaling him to comply. With no other choice, Xiangzi produced 2 gold coins as a token of respect, reluctant to part with them lest it raise suspicion. The guards, having received their bribe, were grinning from ear to ear. Sigh, these 2 fellows with just 2 gold coins could easily find themselves a beautiful companion on the shore. Spending their money for a mere glimpse will only amplify their discomfort. Youthful impatience. I assent it. Jiang Yi paid no heed to the guard's murmurs and stood at the window, peering inside. The room was modest in size, around 20 square meters, yet it held over 30 individuals. Among them were predominantly attractive women of various ages, alongside a few decent-looking men. As Jiang Yi scanned the crowd, he recognized several familiar faces: Manager Huang, Tian Wuji, Chen Shui, and Ding Ming. To his astonishment, Xiangzi remarked that another group, led by Crabhead, had captured a few individuals, revealing that it was indeed them. They had it coming. Finally, in a corner, he spotted a familiar figure, Su Ying. Indeed, she was here. At that moment, Xiangzi leaned in to admire the beauties, while Jiang Yi seized the opportunity to assess the surroundings, searching for means to rescue Su Ying. Just then, a few burly men strolled down the corridor. Upon opening the door, they announced, "Tonight, we are hosting a celebration banquet. The captain has requested that we select 10 beautiful women to entertain." Upon hearing that it was the captain's orders, and recognizing the newcomers as the captain's trusted aide, Zheng Wei, the guards immediately opened the door with utmost respect, refraining from asking further questions. In no time, Zheng Wei had chosen 10 women of exceptional beauty and physique, with Chen Shui, Ding Ming, and Su Ying among them. Without a glance at the 2 young men in the corner, Zheng Wei led the women away. Jiang Yi and Xiangzi's expressions darkened. The guards could barely contain their amusement, wearing expressions full of playful mockery. Just moments ago, they had spent gold to admire women, only to have the captain send for them to entertain the rest. Their previous actions had rendered them thoroughly disgraced. Jiang Yi, taking care of Xiangzi, declared, "Let us go and observe." As they passed the guards, Jiang Yi, seeing their mocking expressions, scoffed. "What you 2 laughing at? There's no beauty for you to behold, so mind your posts." "Hey, you little brat, don't come looking for me in the future," one guard retorted. However, Jiang Yi and Xiangzi had already dashed away. Inside the banquet hall, dozens of people had gathered. All those who were not on duty had arrived, as such opportunities were rare. The candlelight flickered, tables laden with sumptuous food and soothing music filled the air. Yet the hearts of the men remained restless. In the center of the banquet hall stood a dozen enchanting beauties, captivating the gaze of the hungry seamen, who found their appetites further intensified. Jiang Yi and Xiangzi secured a vacant seat, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Any attempt to rescue the women seemed nearly impossible. Ignoring everything else, they resolved to fill their stomachs first. Without strength, one could accomplish nothing. The banquet primarily featured seafood, abalone, lobster, and various fish and shellfish, with boiled potatoes as the only side. Vegetables were a rarity, virtually non-existent. The others had long grown weary of the offerings, with few daring to partake, their eyes fixated on the women in the center. As Jiang Yi indulged in his feast, the ship's captain, Zhang Biao, accompanied by Mr. Yi, entered the banquet hall. "Brothers, let us welcome Captain Zheng and Mr. Yi." The crowd erupted in cheers as Zheng Biao strode into the hall, followed closely by Mr. Yi, the shrewd manager overseeing their business affairs. Together, they were the true arbiters of this merchant ship. Zheng Biao raised his hand, and the tumultuous crowd fell silent. "Brothers, I know your toil in following me to sea for business has been arduous. In recent days, we have captured many alluring women, stirring a sense of excitement among you." With just a few words, the captain elevated the spirits of the gathered crew, igniting anticipation. He continued, "However, our primary duty remains that of merchants. Those women are our commodities, capable of yielding substantial profits. If we indulge too much, my customers may not be satisfied when it comes time to inspect the goods. While I cannot allow you to experience them firsthand, I can certainly provide you with a visual feast. Captain, let the festivities commence." "I am ready," the crew shouted, whistling in enthusiasm. They began to sway and dance provocatively, enticing the women, who resembled frightened lambs encircled by a pack of wolves, trembling and at a loss. The old record player from the previous century blared out a frenzied rock melody, stirring the crowd's hormones. Yet the women, gripped by terror, were in no state to dance for the crew's entertainment. Observing the scene, Captain Zheng Biao turned to his trusted aide, Zheng Wei, and instructed him to ignite the festivities. Zheng Wei understood the implication and, accompanied by two subordinates, descended to the stage. Among the women, the mature and alluring figure of Qian Shui stood out. Clad in scant attire, a mere blue strap barely concealing her modesty. Her soft, fair skin was unlike anything the crew had ever seen, naturally drawing Zheng Wei's attention. Approaching Qian Shui, he scrutinized the beautiful woman before him, and without warning, he reached out. With a rip, Qian Shui's garment was torn asunder. The crew's fervor ignited, cheers and whistles erupting in a cacophony of excitement, alongside a barrage of crude remarks. At that moment, Jiang Yi finally grasped the true meaning behind Captain Zheng Biao's words about igniting the evening's revelries. Subsequently, as the women were jostled by you, I pulled them closer, causing garments to cascade to the floor. Instantly, the banquet hall was illuminated with dazzling lights, creating an atmosphere of limitless splendor. The crew members were nearly driven to madness, their fervor ignited to a fever pitch. Yet, none dared to transgress the boundaries set before them. Nevertheless, this restraint provided a peculiar sense of relief to the crew. In a corner, Jiang Yi clenched his fists tightly, his gaze brimming with fury. This so-called merchant convoy was no better than pirates, treating these women as mere commodities, wantonly trampling upon their dignity and human rights. Jiang Yi could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue in the banquet hall if not for the intent to sell these women in the city, lest their condition affect their market value. Despite his discomfort, Jiang Yi still possessed a modicum of humanity, a stark contrast to the crew and their captain, who exhibited no semblance of compassion. However, he felt powerless to instigate any change. With so many crew members present, no matter how strong he was, he could not contend with them. Moreover, the captain, Zheng Biao, along with his confidant Zheng Wei and several core crew members, instilled in Jiang Yi a sense of impending danger, suggesting their formidable skills were not to be underestimated. He also noticed that at least a dozen individuals were armed with pistols. Xiangzi, fearing Jiang Yi might act impulsively, whispered, "Brother, the captain and his men not only possess exceptional skills, but are also armed. Do not act rashly." Jiang Yi inquired about the captain's abilities, to which Xiangzi replied quietly, "I have not seen him in action, but it is said that no one can approach him, even when 10 attempts are made by those of the lowest rank." Jiang Yi felt the situation grow increasingly precarious. Once the banquet concluded and Su Ying and the others were returned to the cabin, the opportunity for rescue would vanish entirely. "Xiangzi, are there any formidable weapons aboard this ship?" Xiangzi pondered briefly before nodding. "Yes, did you not notice the cannons mounted on the ship? The armory is stocked with ammunition, but the crew guards it closely." Before Xiangzi could finish, Jiang Yi stood abruptly and walked away, prompting Xiangzi to reluctantly follow. The two soon arrived at the armory's entrance. Jiang Yi cursed Zheng Wei under his breath. What a scoundrel. What is he so proud of? Merely relying on his cousin being the captain? Xiangzi, with a furrowed brow, cautioned, "Brother, let us refrain from speaking ill. We cannot afford to provoke them." Approaching the guards, Xiangzi, with a grim expression, stated, "Brothers, Wei said our men are incompetent, unable to capture even 2 individuals. He insists we lack the right to witness the beauty performance and have been sent to oversee the warehouse, allowing you two to relax." The guards chuckled, understanding the source of Xiangzi's complaints. It appeared that Wei Gu had not forgotten the two of them, providing some amusement amidst their plight. However, it was rumored that those foreign women were exquisite. The two had no doubt that Xiangzi would feign authority, and they ambled off together. Xiangzi and Jiang Yi took on the role of guards, but the armory remained securely locked, with no one in sight. Jiang Yi unsheathed the broad-bladed machete at his waist, and, with all his might, struck the lock with the back of the blade. The sharp metallic clang resonated through the corridor, sending a jolt of fear through Xiangzi. What if someone comes? He wondered anxiously. He found Jiang Yi's actions particularly unreliable. Fortunately, Jiang Yi possessed considerable strength and swiftly smashed the iron lock. Xiangzi stood guard while Jiang Yi deftly slipped into the weapon storage. Utilizing the faint light filtering through the window, he discerned the items within the armory. Most were merely knives, clubs, and bows, with not a single firearm in sight. Additionally, several wooden crates were set apart. Jiang Yi pried open one of the crates with his knife and discovered old-fashioned spherical shells with fuses, which had seen extensive use during the Ming Dynasty. Compared to modern ammunition, their power was somewhat limited. Nonetheless, at this moment, they were undoubtedly formidable weapons. Jiang Yi severed the fuses from the other shells and attached them to one, leading it out to the entrance of the storeroom. After igniting the fuse, the two hastily departed the premises. Qiangzi, observing Jiang Yi clutching two shells wrapped simply in his clothing, felt a surge of anxiety, cold sweat trickling down his back. In his 20-plus years of life, he had never encountered such excitement as in the past 2 days with Jiang Yi. Chapter 14. Just escaped the den of thieves. Now entering the wolf's lair. Within the banquet hall, the air was filled with anguished wails. Jiang Yi and Qiangzi chose a table against the wall, placing the bundled shells beneath it. Subsequently, Jiang Yi stood and pushed towards the center as everyone was captivated by the group of women dancing. Chun Shui, with her background as an entertainment host, was adept at charming the top dog. At that moment, she was swaying to the music, showcasing her dance skills and winning over many admirers. Although the other women were not as uninhibited as Chun Shui, they felt compelled to display their talents as well. Don't crowd. Who's pushing me? Jiang Yi's actions drew the ire of others. The individuals in front turned, their faces etched with displeasure. Is it you? Why aren't you guarding the armory? What are you doing here? Jiang Yi was taken aback. He had intended to push forward to rescue Su Ying at the first opportunity after the impending explosion. Little did he know, he had encountered 2 of the guards from the armory. Damn, what bad luck. Jiang Yi chuckled foolishly. We're just here for a bit of fun before heading back. It's no big deal. The guard's eyes widened. What nonsense. The armory must not be left unguarded. Understand? If Wei Ge finds out, we'll all be in deep trouble. Get back now. Jiang Yi felt a surge of urgency. Returning now would mean losing the chance to rescue Su Ying. Moreover, the armory was on the verge of exploding. There was no time for retreat. Seeing the 2 guards still unmoving, one of them prepared to take action. What to do? Why hasn't it exploded yet? Jiang Yi's mind screamed. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, akin to thunder cracking aboard the ship, shaking the entire banquet hall violently. What the hell is happening? Someone shouted in alarm. The 2 guards' faces turned ashen, and they abandoned all thoughts of Jiang Yi and Qiangzi, bolting out of the banquet hall in a mad rush. The sound had originated from the very armory they were supposed to guard. Boom! 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 Several more explosive blasts followed. At this point, no one could remain seated, especially the ship's captain, Zheng Biao. This vessel is the property of the Merchant Association and serves as his grand entourage during his travels across the land. Should any calamity befall it, everything would be lost. His trusted subordinate, Zheng Wei, disregarded any thought of leisure and approached him, stating, "Boss, the commotion seems to be emanating from the weapons depot." Zheng Biao bellowed in anger. Then why the hell aren't you investigating the matter? Zheng Wei, looking dejected, hastily took his leave. Shortly thereafter, a crew member rushed in with alarming news. "Boss, it's bad. The weapons depot has exploded, creating a gaping hole in the ship, and seawater is flooding in. Boss, we must abandon ship. It's going to sink soon," cried the crew members around him in urgent distress. Zheng Biao vehemently retorted, "Nonsense. Without the ship, how will we escape this place? How will we survive?" He quickly commanded, "Hurry, instruct the bridge to start the vessel and head towards shallower waters. As long as it doesn't sink completely, there's still a chance for repairs. Go now." "Understood. I'll do it right away," the crew member replied, dashing off in haste. At that moment, Chang stealthily departed from his seat, cautiously edging closer to Jiang Yi, offering him a reassuring glance. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated throughout the banquet hall. The shockwave hurled nearby tables and chairs into disarray, leaving chaos in its wake. Many individuals were injured by flying debris, crying out in pain. Smoke enveloped the area, and the crowd was thrown into disarray. The deafening blast instilled panic, causing everyone to instinctively drop to the ground, paralyzed with fear. Jiang Yi glanced towards the source of the explosion, noticing a deep crater, approximately 3 to 4 meters wide, formed in the floor, with a significant breach in the ship's hull. His heart surged with hope. The opportunity to flee was fleeting. If not now, then when? If he waited for the captain to discover that the two of them had switched the guards at the weapons depot, they would surely be cast into the sea to feed the sharks. Jiang Yi swiftly grabbed the terrified Su Yi, who exclaimed, "Let go of me." "Quiet. It's me," he whispered urgently. Upon recognizing his familiar voice, Su Ying looked closely, her face lighting up with joy. "Brother Jiang Yi, how did you end up here?" "There is no time to explain. We must go." Jiang Yi pulled her towards the shattered opening. Since Chun Shuyi and Ding Ming were acquainted with Su Ying, they instinctively gravitated towards familiar faces in crisis. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's name, they trembled and quickly looked up to see the fleeing duo. They hastily grabbed Ding Ming's hand to follow suit. Among the remaining women, only two perceptive ones recognized the chance for escape, while the others cowered in fear, clutching their heads and remaining still. With no hesitation, Jiang Yi and Su Ying plunged into the frigid ocean. As the echoes of the explosion began to fade, Zheng Biao spotted the fleeing figures. Realizing that someone was deliberately exploiting the chaos to facilitate an escape, he shouted, "Quick, stop them. Don't let them get away." His command rang out, but the nearby crew members were injured from the explosion, and those farther away were already too late to intercept. Having just leaped into the sea, Jiang Yi grasped Su Ying's hand, quickly orienting himself before swimming vigorously towards the shore. The others who had jumped into the water followed suit. A resounding blast from the ship's horn echoed through the night as the merchant vessel's power system roared to life, gradually steering towards the shore. In that moment, concerns about running aground were cast aside. As long as they did not plunge into the abyss of the deep sea, it would be a fortunate outcome. At that instant, the torches aboard the ship flickered to life like a constellation of stars, illuminating patches of the ocean's surface, accompanied by shouts that shattered the tranquility of the night. Some individuals leaped into the water without hesitation, swimming fervently towards the direction where a few had fled, splashing waves in their wake. Fortunately, these escapees were adept swimmers, capable of navigating the waters with ease. Otherwise, had they needed to rescue others, it would not have been long before they were overtaken by the relentless pursuers behind them. After a strenuous struggle, and as their strength waned, they finally felt solid ground beneath their feet, successfully reaching the shore. Upon emerging from the water, the group exhaled in relief, gasping for breath, yet there was no time to rest. They dared not show any signs of complacency, forcing themselves onward despite their exhaustion, fleeing deeper into the island. Thankfully, when the first explosion erupted, the women reacted swiftly, hurriedly donning their clothes amidst the chaos. Had they not acted so quickly, they would have been forced to flee in utter disarray. Now, in the dead of night, darkness enveloped them, with only the faint moonlight casting a silver glow. Jiang Yi had no choice but to navigate the terrain using the hazy recollections of his memory. However, shortly after entering the thicket, the sound of rustling foliage suddenly echoed around them, as if something was swiftly approaching. Instantly, numerous torches flared to life, snaking towards them like fire dragons, encircling the fleeing group. Bathed in the bright flames, Jiang Yi finally discerned their surroundings. The encircling figures were clad in vests made of animal hides, brandishing sharp spears, their faces contorted with ferocity, glaring at Jiang Yi and his companions as if poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 15. The Sacred Relic of the Li Tribe, what had initially seemed like a miraculous escape. A return to receive Aunt Sue's reward and indulge in a leisurely existence at Peach Blossom Spring had turned into a trap as they found themselves ensnared by the indigenous people upon reaching the shore. Since being marooned on the desolate island, danger had lurked at every corner, leaving them without a moment's peace. Although Jiang Yi believed he could take on 6 or 7 opponents single-handedly, the sheer number of indigenous people surrounding them rendered him cautious and hesitant. A few robust men emerged from the crowd of natives, unceremoniously patting down the group. The captives dared not resist. At least for now, their lives were not in immediate jeopardy. Among the 5 women, aside from their clothing, nothing of value was discovered. Any precious items they may have possessed were undoubtedly seized by the merchants of the Far Yang Trading Company. As for Qiangzi and Jiang Yi, their daggers and machetes lay discarded on the ground, and even their coin pouches had not escaped scrutiny. One of the searching natives approached Shangge, shaking his head and declaring, "There's nothing here." Hearing the natives speak in Mandarin sparked a glimmer of hope in Xiangzi's mind. "What are you gentlemen searching for?" Jiang Yi also noticed that these individuals showed no interest in gold coins, seemingly in pursuit of something else. Haishang's expression was grave as he coldly declared, "The sacred artifact of my Li tribe has been lost and is likely in the hands of you outsiders. If you are wise, you will return it." Changzi looked bewildered. "What is this sacred artifact of the Li tribe?" "A piece of jade," Haisheng replied. "Jade?" Changzi silently shook his head, indicating his ignorance. However, Jiang Yi felt a stirring in his heart. Observing the attire of these indigenous people, clad in animal skin vests and armed with long spears and bows. He noted their healthy, wheat-colored skin, long legs, and muscular physiques, reminiscent of individuals from primitive tribes in Africa, albeit with lighter skin. They bore a striking resemblance to the indigenous people he had encountered upon his arrival on the island. Could they belong to the same tribe? Is it a jade stone the size of an egg, adorned with 7 colors? Jiang Yi ventured to inquire. Upon hearing this, Haisheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. He grasped Jiang Yi's hand tightly and interrogated. "Have you seen my Li tribe's sacred artifact? Tell me, where is it?" Indeed, it was that broken stone. However, after being bitten by a pink serpent that day, the multicolored jade had fallen by the water's edge. After regaining consciousness, he had searched the area but had long since lost track of it. What should he do? If these indigenous people discovered that he had lost their sacred artifact, would they not tear him apart and dry his flesh in the sun? "I have seen it, in the hands of the captain of the Yuan-Yang Trading Company." Zheng Biao. Changzi exchanged a meaningful glance with Jiang Yi and quickly added, Yes, I saw it too, in Zheng Biao's possession. A jade stone the size of an egg. But I cannot say for certain if it is your sacred artifact." Hearing both descriptions of the sacred object from the two, Haisheng was already convinced. His eyes narrowed as he gazed towards the sea. "Yuan-Yang Trading Company, you have trespassed, daring to covet my Li tribe's sacred artifact, unaware of the peril you invite." At that moment, the crew of the Yuan-Yang Trading Company, having followed Jiang Yi's trail, was advancing through the jungle. Leading them was another minor leader known as Crabhead, who was eager to claim the bounty he had been promised. In the jungle, Haisheng waved his hand, his gaze fierce, preparing for confrontation. All the men of the Li tribe swiftly unslung their bows and arrows, readying themselves. These bows were crafted from the most resilient wood of the jungle, their strings exhibiting remarkable flexibility and elasticity. The Li people primarily hunted with these traditional hard bows, and they were equally adept at taking lives. Although Crabhead noticed the flickering flames in the jungle, he remained oblivious to the impending danger, relentlessly pursuing his quarry. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless arrows shot forth from shadows. Thud! "Ah, it's an ambush. I've been hit. Help me, ah! Retreat! Retreat at once." The archery skills of the Li people, honed through years of hunting, were exceptional. In a short time, over half of Crabhead's men had fallen or been injured. Most individuals failed to strike at the vital points, experiencing excruciating pain that compelled them to flee in desperation. This scene mirrored the harrowing moments depicted in foreign hunting videos, where an arrow-struck wild boar often escapes far before succumbing to its wounds, a process that sends chills down one's spine. Crabhead, accompanied by the few remaining 7 or 8 men, retreated to the shallow waters. At that moment, the ships of the Far Yang Merchant Association, having navigated urgently, finally escaped the depths of the sea, grounding themselves on the shore before completely sinking. The massive merchant vessel had sustained 2 significant breaches from cannon fire, allowing seawater to flood into the hold. Zheng Wei, the trusted subordinate of the ship's captain, was urgently organizing the crew to transfer the cargo aboard, as items like salt, tea, and grain could not be soaked. At this juncture, Crabhead returned to the ship with his men. "Captain, there are ambushes on the island. A dozen of my brothers have fallen," he reported. Zheng Biao, upon hearing this, erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What use are you to me if you cannot even capture a few people?" He could not fathom how the promising situation had so suddenly deteriorated. Initially, upon completing this venture and selling off the several foreign women, his standing within the Merchant Association would undoubtedly have advanced. Little did he know that their merchant ship was in ruins, casting doubt on their ability to leave this place. At that moment, the audacity of those who dared to ambush his men ignited a furious rage within him. "Brothers, arm yourselves and let us teach them a lesson," he bellowed. "Let us slaughter them without a trace." The crew, in a fervor, clamored to charge into the jungle to avenge their fallen comrades. The mournful cries they had heard from afar still pierced their hearts. At this time, Mr. E, who usually managed the business affairs, intervened with a suggestion to ascertain the cause of the explosion aboard the ship and identify those responsible onshore before making further plans. I have a strong suspicion that these series of events are being orchestrated from the shadows. Why have the shrimp heads and their lackeys not returned? Upon hearing Yi's words, Zheng Biao gradually regained his composure. Go, fetch those two imbeciles guarding the armory and see if they have perished in the explosion. Soon, the two guards were brought forth, kneeling on the ground. Upon seeing them unscathed, Zheng Biao's fury surged. He kicked each of them hard, the force of his blows sending them tumbling. One guard, disregarding his pain, lamented, "Boss, it was all that scoundrel Qiangzi's doing. He lured us away from the armory and ignited the explosives." He recounted everything about Qiangzi and his accomplices. Then, Mr. Yi advised Zheng Biao to meticulously investigate all of Qiangzi's movements upon his return. Ultimately, they deduced a chilling conclusion. The shrimp head's men were likely all dead, leaving only Qiangzi. It was evident that Qiangzi had betrayed them. Jiang Yi entered Zheng Biao's consciousness as well, for none recognized him, and it was clear that he was the mastermind behind these treacherous acts. His objective, naturally, was to rescue the captured women. Crew members also confirmed that Qiangzi had jumped into the sea along with the fleeing women. Zheng Biao's countenance was dark, and he articulated slowly, "How many years has it been? No one has betrayed me, Zheng Biao, yet I continue to live freely." Chapter 16. Captivity upon the ship of the Yuanyang Trading Company lay a grim scene, with a dozen corpses recently slain by arrows from the Li clan. Zheng Biao remained silent, his thoughts heavy, including the 20 or so men under the shrimp head's command and the 10 or so injured by the explosion. The crew had suffered grievous losses. Such humiliation, an immense disgrace. Since Zheng Biao took command of the trading caravan, he had never endured such a significant setback. It was hard to fathom that the catalyst for this disaster was the youthful boy who had previously cooked fish on the beach. Mr. He retrieved a large maritime map and located the name of the island, Fulong Island. On Fulong Island, several sizable tribes thrived, the nearest being the Li tribe. This tribe, with a population of several thousand, boasted a long-standing heritage. The crew that had just perished were most likely victims of the Li tribe's archers. Mr. Yi furrowed his brow. He had previously engaged in trade with the inhabitants of Fulong Island and had encountered members of the Li tribe. It was inconceivable that they would attack the trading company's crew without provocation. The company's vessels had anchored here for 2 days. They could not have been unaware of this. He turned to Zheng Biao. There must be some misunderstanding. The Li tribe would not ambush us under the cover of night without reason. They are familiar with the rules. Zheng Biao replied resolutely, regardless of any misunderstanding. The fact remains that they have slain our men. It is they who have disregarded the rules first. Brothers, assemble. We shall retaliate. We will not allow the name of the Yuanyang Trading Company to be tarnished. The crew raised torches, wielding shields. Those armed with firearms readied their weapons, while others seized bows and blades, descending from the ship in an orderly fashion. Zheng Biao, clutching 2 silver revolvers, turned to Mr. Yi. "Mr. Yi, I entrust you with the cargo ship." Mr. Yi, recognizing the futility of persuasion, uttered, "Captain, return safely." Zheng Biao led his men ashore. They dispersed into groups of 3, one bearing a shield in front, another wielding a firearm in the center, and the last armed with a blade or bow. It must be noted that the crew under Zheng Biao possessed considerable combat experience. Their earlier negligence was evident. Had they been fully armed, the destruction of the Li tribe would have been within reach. Whoosh! Arrows once again rained down from the darkness of the jungle. Thud! The arrows were intercepted by the shield bearer at the front, with some embedding themselves in the sand, causing no harm. Bang! Zheng Wei, a capable aide to Zheng Biao, was not one to shy away. He led a contingent of armed crew members in retaliation. Bullets pierced through the jungle, striking many Li tribesmen who were hiding, resulting in their immediate demise. Hai Sheng, witnessing his brethren fall to gunfire, felt rage boiling within him. "Prepare the spears, throw." Countless spears were hurled forth, their power surpassing that of arrows. Though the crew of the Yuanyang Trading Company had shields for protection, some were still pierced by the spears. Casualties began to emerge. Meanwhile, Mr. E on the ship observed the battle on the island through his telescope. Calmly, he issued commands, "Fire the cannons." Boom! Boom! 2 artillery shells were launched. The projectiles loaded within the cannon, having escaped destruction at the hands of Jiang Yi. The merchant vessel Far Yang boasted a total of 4 cannons, implying that 2 shells remained. Boom! Boom! The shells detonated amidst the thickets where the Li tribe lay concealed, obliterating the surrounding flora in an instant, sending dust soaring into the air. Those Li tribesmen near the epicenter of the explosion were either torn to shreds or struck down by shrapnel, collapsing into pools of blood. In summary, the casualties were catastrophic. No matter how formidable a warrior, they were rendered insignificant in the face of modern weaponry. Destined to report to the realm of the dead, Jiang Yi shouted to Hai Sheng, urging him to flee as he warned of the enemy's cannons. Hai Sheng, bewildered, stared at his fallen brethren, their faces twisted in agony. Run! Jiang Yi grasped Su Ying's hand and dashed away, with the others hastily following suit. Struggling, Ai Xing commanded a retreat. Boom! Boom! 2 more shells rained down, claiming the lives of slowerly tribesmen, their bodies consumed by the relentless fire, leaving them unrecognizable. Mr. E, a seasoned commander, expertly directed the final 2 shells, which were fired further than the previous shots, having accurately anticipated the escape route of the Li tribesmen. As dawn broke, the Li tribe sat despondently upon a patch of grass, rendered speechless. Hai Sheng gazed at the rising sun over the sea, murmuring that the ancestral teachings had come to fruition. The tribe's sacred relic had been lost, severing their divine protection, heralding a calamity for their people. In a single night, the Li tribe suffered immense losses. Jiang Yi felt a pang of guilt, realizing that all of this stemmed from his actions. Yet, he had no choice. It was a matter of survival, of ensuring the safety of those he cherished. In a world rife with peril, one must navigate the narrowest of margins to endure. Jiang Yi approached and inquired, if the Li tribe's sacred relic is so vital, how could it be lost? Hai Sheng fell silent for a moment before explaining. I had a dear brother named Mu. His fiancée Yi was seized by the chieftain's son. Upon learning of this, the chieftain commanded them to duel. Mu lost, and the sacred relic was stolen. Jiang Yi understood. Upon arriving on the island, he had been ambushed by a native who was likely Mu of the Li tribe. The members of the Far Yang Merchant Society wielded firearms, and a direct confrontation would be futile if they sought to reclaim the relic. Cunning would be their only recourse. Hai Sheng, intrigued, turned to Jiang Yi and asked, what strategy do you propose? In their minds, direct confrontation was the only option. Since we know the relic is in the captain's possession, eliminating all members of the Far Yang Merchant Society will surely allow us to retrieve it, Jiang Yi replied. If you release us, I can certainly devise a means to recover the relic. I previously infiltrated their ship alone, detonated their armory, and rescued my comrades. Had the shells in their armory not been completely destroyed, you all would have perished beneath the barrage last night. Hai Sheng contemplated this, then drew a blade identical to Jiang Yi's, pressing it against Su Ying's throat. If the relic is not retrieved within a day, she will perish. Jiang Yi fell silent. Regretting his earlier suggestion, these natives were not as naive as he had presumed. My friend, such actions are unbecoming. There is an adage, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We ought to unite our efforts. Yet, Hai Sheng recognized the treachery of his actions, though he saw no alternative. I harbor no desire to harm your friends. I merely wish to reclaim the sacred artifact. At this juncture, Qiangzi stepped forward, declaring, let them go. I shall become your hostage. Jiang Yi gazed at him in bewilderment, astonished that Qiangzi would voluntarily offer himself as a hostage at such a moment. They were not related, and previously they had been adversaries. Once they departed from this place, he could easily disregard Qiangzi's fate and flee with Su Ying and the others. In truth, throughout their journey, Qiangzi had countless opportunities to escape alone, yet he had refrained. However, Hai Sheng shook his head, asserting, none of you may leave. I shall wait here for you in exchange for the sacred artifact. Chapter 17. The acquisition of the multicolored gemstone within the peach blossom abyss. Blossoms continued to flourish in resplendent hues. Jiang Yi anticipated Su Yi's return, envisioning her beaming smile as she stood beneath the peach tree, awaiting his arrival. However, upon pushing open the door to the wooden cabin, he found it eerily empty, devoid of any sign of Su Ying. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Had Su Yi encountered peril? Su Yi. His voice echoed throughout the valley. At that moment, a graceful figure peeked out from behind the cabin. With a thud, the wooden stick in Su Ruashi's hand fell to the ground as she swiftly leapt into Jiang Yi's embrace. Woo! Why did you take so long to return? As Jiang Yi felt the softness of her body and the intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, he immediately stood upright. All right, I have returned safely, haven't I? He gently reassured her, realizing that Su Ai must have felt incredibly lonely and anxious in his absence. Su Ruashi gazed at the boy before her with deep affection, her worries dissipating swiftly in the warmth of his sturdy embrace. In the depths of their emotions, a kiss was inevitable. At that moment, the blooming peach blossoms seemed to blush in their presence until they inadvertently crossed a boundary. Jiang Yi eagerly inquired about the promised reward. What of the reward we discussed? You wish for a reward despite failing in every endeavor? Jiang Yi felt as though he had plunged into a deep pool beneath a waterfall, awakening to reality. The two sat upon the stone slabs in front of the wooden cabin, with Su Ruashi's head gently resting on Jiang Yi's shoulder. He recounted all the experiences he had endured, the crises and twists that left Su Ruashi astounded. So, does this mean we must locate that sacred artifact to rescue Suing? Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively. Then let us hasten to retrieve it. Do not be so idle. As she spoke, Su Ruashi playfully twisted Jiang Yi's waist. Ouch! Su Ai, stop. I shall go find it right away. Jiang Yi exclaimed as he fled in haste. Su Ruashi giggled and followed, feeling a sense of relief. Jiang Yi's fervor moments earlier had nearly overwhelmed her. Thus, with wide eyes, the two meticulously searched the site where they had previously been bitten by the serpent. After scouring the area thoroughly without success, they considered the possibility that the gemstone had rolled into the deep pool or been swept away by the stream. Consequently, they spent another 2 hours searching along the creek. Yet their efforts yielded no results. Su Ai, what do you see here? Upon hearing his words, Su Ruashi turned to him with excitement, only for her expression to shift to disappointment upon realizing that Jiang Yi held 2 plump trout in his grasp, rather than the sacred artifact of the Liji tribe. Jiang Yi emerged from the stream, clutching the trout as he made his way to the shore. Aunt Su, I understand your concerns regarding Su Ying's safety, yet one must also consider one's own well-being. Surely, after my departure, you have had little to eat? Su Ruashi's gaze softened, surprised by the meticulousness of this young boy. Indeed, with no experience in wilderness survival, she could only remain in the wooden cabin, constantly adding firewood, enduring each passing moment while vigilantly listening for any disturbances that might herald danger. When would she have the opportunity to eat? As the fire blazed, a succulent trout was roasted to a golden crisp. The two finally indulged in a hearty meal. After finishing, Su Ruashi licked her fingers, still savoring the taste. Jiang Yi, watching her, felt a stir of longing. Their last hope rested with the deep pool. What if the colorful jadeite could not be found in the depths? Moreover, even if the jadeite had indeed sunk into the abyss, searching for an egg-sized stone in such a vast expanse of water would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Jiang Yi shed his clothing, leaving only his trousers for modesty. He tied a vine, hewn from the cliffside, around his waist, should he encounter danger or exhaustion. A tug on the vine would alert Su Ruashi, enabling her to pull him to safety without delay. This significantly enhanced Jiang Yi's security. With a splash, he plunged into the deep pool, gradually descending while clutching the stones along the bank. Su Ruashi held firmly to the vine, refusing to relax for even a moment. Initially, she could still see Jiang Yi's figure, but gradually it was engulfed by the water. Time ticked away. For an ordinary person, the ability to hold one's breath typically lasts a mere minute or two. Without a clock, Su Ruashi could only mentally count, each second stretching into eternity. Her grip on the vine tightened, her delicate fingers starkly visible. At last, the vine stirred. Su Ruashi quickly reeled it in. Before long, Jiang Yi resurfaced, clutching a lump of glistening gold. With limited light underwater, he had not found the jadeite, but instead, a nugget of gold that, if brought back home, could make one a millionaire. Yet, at that moment, it was of little use. After a brief respite, Jiang Yi dove again. Approximately 2 minutes passed before he reached the bottom. In the dim depths, various sizes of gold were conspicuously scattered across the floor. Jiang Yi meticulously searched inch by inch. Ever since the snake bite, he had noticeably enhanced his physical capabilities. For instance, he could now hold his breath for 7 to 8 minutes underwater, a remarkable feat indeed. In contrast, previously, he could barely manage 1 or 2 minutes without succumbing to the pressure of the depths, let alone search for the elusive jadeite. Time trickled away. Just as Jiang Yi was about to abandon his quest, he noticed a faint glow emanating from a crevice ahead. The light was situated nearer to the ocean's direction, somewhat distant from where he had entered. As he swam closer, he beheld the colorful jadeite he had been desperately seeking, cradling the jadeite in his hands. He was astonished to find it exuding a warmth amidst the cold depths. Furthermore, for reasons unknown to him, he felt an instinctual yearning for this vibrant gem. Like a famished individual clutching a piece of cake, unable to restrain the urge to devour it, a feverish sensation enveloped him. How peculiar! Could it be that the sacred relic of the Li tribe possesses extraordinary powers, transcending mere symbolism? With little time for contemplation, he realized he had submerged for an extended period, reaching the limits of his physical endurance. Thus, without hesitation, he tugged at the vine encircling his waist, and in an instant, a surge of strength coursed through the vine, propelling him upward. With a splashing sound, Jiang Yi emerged from the depths of the pool, collapsing onto the grass, gasping for breath. "How'd it go?" Su Ruashi inquired. Jiang Yi opened his palm, revealing a jade stone the size of an egg, resting quietly in his hand. Su Ruashi's face lit up with delight as she hurriedly tucked the jade away with utmost care. Jiang Yi had been striving to suppress the heat radiating from the multicolored jade stone, but upon seeing Su Ruashi beside him, her alluring figure ignited a blush in his eyes. "Aunt Su, isn't it time to fulfill your promise and reward me?" The fervent breath escaping Jiang Yi's lips brushed against her face, igniting a warmth within her. What reward? Chapter 18. When the peaches ripen, time flies swiftly. 5 hours slipped away like a fleeting shadow. Su Ruashi lay nestled in Jiang Yi's embrace, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Her fair knee, marred by stones, bore the marks of their adventure. If only they could linger here, sharing a home, 2 souls, and meals through the seasons. Yet, the threat to Su Ying's life remained unresolved. They donned their clothes, clutching the multicolored jade stone, preparing to depart from the peach blossom abyss to seek the Li tribe and retrieve Su Ying. However, as they began to move, Su Ruashi felt her legs weaken, nearly toppling over, but thankfully, Jiang Yi was there to steady her. On the other side, as the sun began to set, Haishin grew increasingly anxious at Jiang Yi's prolonged absence. Chang remained close to Su Ying, acutely aware that the one Jiang Yi cherished most must not come to harm. Chen Shui and Ding Meng approached Su Ying, settling beside her. "Do you think Jiang Yi will return?" Chen Shui asked, her disbelief evident. For if not for Su Ying's presence, she would never have believed in Jiang Yi's return. Had it been her, she would not have sought a sacred relic, especially one still in Zheng Biao's possession. The fates of others mattered little to her. Yet in this moment, she yearned for Jiang Yi to be a man of loyalty and honor. Su Ying's youthful visage had yet to fade, already revealing an extraordinary beauty. With unwavering resolve, she declared, "Jiang Yi will undoubtedly return, and he will come back with the Li tribe's sacred relic." That day, aboard the ship of the Far Yang Commerce, marked the darkest hour of her life. In her moment of utter helplessness, Jiang Yi emerged as a heroic savior from within the enemy ranks, successfully rescuing her. He would never abandon her. Chen Shui and Ding Meng exchanged a silent glance, their expressions contemplative. Meanwhile, the two who had fled the ship alongside them sat nearby, lost and helpless, having thought they had escaped the inferno, only to find themselves ensnared once more in a perilous crisis. The hope lingered that the boy would return to rescue them. In truth, only Chang understood the reality. The sacred artifact of the Li tribe was not in Zheng Biao's possession, but merely a fabrication spun by Jiang Yi. He was ever prepared, waiting for Jiang Yi to make an appearance, perhaps to sow chaos or for some other reason. At that moment, he would swiftly take Su Ying and flee. As the last rays of sunlight danced upon the mountaintop, despair seeped into the hearts of all, including Haishan. Suddenly, 2 figures emerged. Su Ying gasped, "Jiang Yi, is it really you?" Hearing the commotion, everyone turned to gaze at the figures. Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi approached slowly. Haishan fixed his hopeful gaze upon Jiang Yi. The latter extended his hand, gradually revealing a gemstone the size of an egg, shimmering in a multitude of colors. "I have not failed my mission," Jiang Yi remarked with a faint smile. "Wow, Jiang Yi, I knew you could do it," Su Ying exclaimed. Haishan wiped his hands and solemnly accepted the sacred object, prompting an eruption of cheers from the surrounding Li tribe members. Suing dove into Jiang Yi's embrace. The girl boldly placed a kiss on the boy's cheek. Jiang Yi was taken aback by her audacity and quickly glanced at Su Ruoxi. At that moment, Su Ying realized something and shyly withdrew from the warmth of his embrace. Timidly calling out, "Auntie," Su Ruoxi, with a cold yet beautiful gaze, interrupted, "I am not your aunt. Do you even acknowledge me as such?" "Oh dear, Auntie. I was just overwhelmed in the moment. Please don't be angry," Su Ying replied. Chen Shui and Ding Meng approached to express their gratitude. "Jiang Yi, thank you for saving our lives," Chen Shui stated. Ding Meng added, "Indeed, it was thanks to you. We were wrong that day." Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Let's not dwell on the past. Take care of yourselves." He harbored a strong dislike for these two women, despite their striking appearances. Their hearts were as venomous as a serpent's. Su Ruoxi did not offer them a warm reception either, leaving the two feeling somewhat awkward. But who could blame them for their previous actions? At that moment, two beautiful women approached, the very ones who had escaped from the ship alongside them. "Little brother, thank you for saving us. I am Tian Mingling, and this is my dear friend, Wang Jiasin. She is quite the celebrity," the woman introduced herself. Jiang Yi glanced at Tian Mingling, who appeared to be in her early 20s. She stood around 175 meters tall, with a chic bob haircut. Her yellow sports tank top snugly fitting her athletic frame, complemented by light blue form-fitting shorts. This attire showcased her fit physique and, paired with her striking features and vivacious personality, exuded a spirited charm. The other beauty, Wang Jiasin, was even more stunning than Tian Mingling. Although she stood only about 168 meters tall, her ethereal quality was undeniable, which likely contributed to her celebrity status. She wore light blue jeans paired with a white t-shirt, her long hair flowing gracefully. Despite the fact that both women had been reduced to a state of disarray while escaping, their beauty remained unblemished. They were undoubtedly on par with Su Ruoxi, belonging to the highest echelon of allure. Chen Shui, on the other hand, was categorized as second tier, while Su Ying and Ding Meng belonged to the third tier. Jiang Yi extended his hand and smiled, introducing himself. "Hello, I am Jiang Yi." At that moment, Su Ying, in a fit of anger, pulled Jiang Yi aside. "Hey, look at you, drooling like a fool. What is so captivating about them?" Jiang Yi felt displeased, as his opportunity for close interaction with the beautiful women was abruptly interrupted by Su Ying. "Of course they are captivating. Unlike you, just a budding flower," he retorted. Su Ying puffed out her chest. "What do you mean, budding? I'm still growing, you know." Su Ruoxi felt a headache coming on. Two immature children could hardly get along for more than 3 minutes. Jiang Yi, uninterested, had lost all appeal for the unripe jujube after tasting the sweetness of the peach. He approached Haisheng and said, "You may call me Jiang Yi. Since the sacred object of the Li tribe has been retrieved, we shall take our leave." Haisheng urgently replied, "You cannot leave." The moment he spoke, everyone's expression shifted to one of tension, instinctively hiding behind Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi's hand rested on the knife at his waist. Seeing the anxious expressions of the crowd, Haisheng realized they had misunderstood. He hastily explained, "Please do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. You have helped me recover the sacred object of my tribe, and I am immensely grateful. I would like to invite you all to our Li tribe as guests, to properly express my gratitude." Upon hearing this, the group's tense nerves finally relaxed. They feared that these natives might act irrationally and take them back as wives. Jiang Yi sensed the sincerity in Haisheng and felt no malice. Considering that they had no place to stay at the moment and were in need of food and shelter, he nodded in agreement. Soon, torches were lit, and the group set off towards the Li tribe. Chapter 19. Guests of the Li tribe, the land of return. By the time they arrived at the Li tribe, it was already late into the night. Haisheng had vacated his home to accommodate the group temporarily. The conditions were modest and without concern for gender separation. They laid down straw on the ground and fell asleep immediately. When Jiang Yi awoke, it was already the following afternoon. It was the most restful sleep he had experienced since being stranded on the deserted island. In a main room, 6 women were chattering incessantly. Chen Shui, being an adept socialite, had somehow managed to ease Su Ruoxi's initial reservations against her. Even Tian Mingling and Wang Jiasin had warmed up to her. "Ladies, what are you discussing?" Jiang Yi approached them to greet. Chen Shui, flaunting her captivating assets, coyly replied, "We were deliberating on who shall attend to your needs tonight." Jiang Yi's face flushed crimson. He was taken aback by such brazen provocation and momentarily at a loss for words. His gaze shifted and landed on Xiangzi, who stood by like an invisible entity. "What are you doing here? Come with me for a stroll." He promptly took Xiangzi and fled the scene. Chun Shui possessed an extraordinary allure, capable of ensnaring men with simple tactics. Considering Su Yi was still present, he refrained from engaging in any risk of banter as retaliation. Stepping outside, he discovered the tribe bustling with activity, the air filled with lively chatter and vibrant commotion. At that moment, a robust figure approached, exuding an air of authority. It was Haisheng. He was the foremost warrior of the Li clan, entrusted with the responsibilities of leading his kin in hunting and defending against incursions from rival tribes. His esteemed position within the clan ranked only below that of the elders and the chieftain. Thus, it was only fitting that the burden of retrieving the clan's sacred artifact fell upon him. "Brother Haisheng, is there a special occasion today? Why is there such a bustle?" On his way back, Jiang, he had already learned the name of the Li tribesman before him. Haisheng smiled warmly. Recovering the sacred artifact is a significant affair. The chieftain has decreed that a bonfire celebration will be held tonight. First, to commemorate the artifact's return, which blesses our tribe with peace, and secondly, to express our gratitude to you for your considerable assistance. Understanding this, Jiang, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, as he had taken the artifact from Temu. He had employed Haisheng's men to thwart the pursuit of the crabhead, resulting in numerous casualties. However, in the face of life and death, choices are often stark. This secret, he vowed never to divulge to the Li tribe, believing it to be for the best for all involved. How could I accept such generosity? It is too extravagant. Xiang, yi repeat siye. Haisheng's demeanor turned serious. To outsiders, the artifact may seem trivial, but for our tribe, it is a matter of survival and existence. Just consider this incident. The artifact was absent from our midst for merely a few days, yet we faced dire consequences. With many brothers perishing, Jiang, he was left speechless. Such coincidences might not occur for decades, being merely chance. Nonetheless, he recognized that he could not engage in a rational discourse with these wild folk. As night fell, the central area of the tribe was ablaze with firelight. Rows of wooden tables surrounded the bonfire, and a steady stream of food was brought forth. The Li tribe, with its rich heritage, had long since departed from the days of meager sustenance. They had slaughtered their domesticated pigs and sheep solely to honor esteemed guests and celebrate the return of the sacred artifact. A whole roasted lamb was glazed with honey and a unique blend of herbs, offering a distinctive flavor. Additionally, there were steaming bowls of lamb, offal soup, simmering bones, and wild fruits and spring onions foraged by the women, accompanied by the slightly bitter tree tea. After days of hunger, Jiang Yi and his companions finally savored flavorful food and warm broth. The previous rations had merely served to stave off hunger and sustain life. This was a true feast, a genuine wilderness banquet. Several women, who might have been vocal about their vegetarianism and desires to lose weight while in the city, now indulged heartily in meat after days of hunger. Where was the modesty of beauty in such moments? It was evident that when faced with hunger, one concern prevails. Once satiated, a multitude of worries arise. Around the bonfire, Li men and women sang and danced exuberantly, their movements unrestrained and their voices ringing clear and bright. At this moment, one could truly feel the vibrancy of a minority culture, genuine and passionate. Haisheng approached and quietly said, "Brother Jiang Yi, the chieftain requests your presence." Confused, Jiang Yi exchanged a glance with Su Ruashi beside him before following Haisheng toward the chieftain's abode. The chieftain's wooden dwelling was spacious and meticulously crafted. Perhaps it was no longer merely a wooden house, but rather a grand structure entirely of timber. Upon entering the grand hall, one is greeted by rows of mahogany tables and chairs, with a tiger-skin seat positioned at the head of the room, where the clan leader, Li Yin, sits regally. After acknowledging the clan leader, Jiang bows respectfully. "You are a benefactor to our clan. There is no need for such formality. Please take a seat." "Thank you, clan leader." Jiang replies. Long Yin then speaks again. "Young friend, I am grateful for your bravery in risking your life to retrieve our clan's sacred artifact. What is it that you desire? I shall do my utmost to fulfill your request." Jiang's mind races with possibilities. What should he ask for? Food? Shelter? He responds earnestly. "I would appreciate it if you could inform me of a way to leave this place." The clan leader's gaze deepens, imbued with significance, as he inquires, "Oh, young friend, when you speak of leaving, do you mean departing from this island or escaping this maritime realm?" Jiang replies with conviction, "Surely, I mean to leave this ocean, to return to my homeland, to go home." The clan leader shakes his head. "I cannot oblige. No one is able to leave this place." Confused, Jiang retorts, "No one can leave? Surely, the distant merchant guild must possess ships capable of crossing the sea. Just tell me how to locate those seafaring merchants." However, the clan leader continues to shake his head and sighs. "Since our ancestors arrived here, it has been hundreds of years, and I have yet to hear of anyone successfully departing." Jiang feels as if struck by lightning, exclaiming, "How is that possible? What kind of place is this?" A vast ocean, an immense island, with merchant guilds and tribes speaking his language. The clan leader's expression grows grave as he utters two words, Guixu. Guixu? Is this not the enigmatic realm chronicled in the classic of mountains and seas? Jiang muses. In modern times, some claim that the Mariana Trench is the Guixu. Others assert that Guixu is the eye of the South China Sea, a conduit to the underworld, the resting place for souls after death. Ultimately, this is a place steeped in controversy, presumed to be non-existent. Now, the venerable clan leader declares it to be the Guixu. Could it be that they, having perished in a maritime disaster, have arrived in this realm of shadows? This notion is absurd. What are the sunlight and beaches outside, and those remarkably real women? Young friend, perhaps you should consider another request. The clan leader's words jolt Jiang back to reality. After a moment of contemplation, he asks, "Might I request a detailed map of the vicinity?" The clan leader, Lian, nods in agreement and instructs someone to fetch a map made of animal hide, which meticulously details the island and the surrounding waters. Before Jiang can examine it closely, he is interrupted. Su Ying rushes into the hall, urgency etched upon her features. "Jiang, you must come quickly. Chang is being attacked." Chapter 20. Confrontation, the Challenge. Jiang had not anticipated that trouble would arise so soon after he left. He swiftly rises and heads toward the exit, with Haisheng standing nearby, equally bewildered and hastening to follow. What was once a cheerful bonfire gathering has descended into chaos. Su Ruoxi and several other women are being firmly restrained by members of the Li clan, while Chang is being brutally beaten into the ground by a tall, burly youth. Poor Chang is bloodied and has long lost the strength to fight back. Nearby, a group of Li clan youths jeer loudly, their demeanor outrageously arrogant. "How dare they bully my people?" Zhang's fury ignites with a sudden blaze. Without uttering a word, he stepped forward and delivered a powerful kick towards the individual assaulting Xiangzi. The young man, sensing the impending attack, swiftly turned around, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Thud! The impact of the forceful kick sent him staggering back 3 steps before he managed to regain his balance. A flicker of surprise and dismay crossed his face. He had unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage. Jiang Yi was equally astonished. He had transformed remarkably, possessing a terrifying level of physical prowess. That kick had been merciless, delivering no less than 400 pounds of force. The young man's ability to stabilize himself after only a few steps was hard to believe. Jiang Yi's hand gradually moved to rest upon the hilt of the knife at his waist. If the Li clan intended to overwhelm through numbers, he would have no choice but to carve out a bloody path with his blade. "Cease! What is happening?" At that critical moment, Haisheng arrived and called for an end to the conflict. Jiang Yi fixed his gaze upon Haisheng, his voice laced with anger as he questioned, "Is this how you Li people treat your friends?" Haisheng turned his attention to the instigating young man and sternly inquired, "Li Tian, are you aware that they have retrieved a sacred artifact from our clan? They are our esteemed guests." Li Tian, licking his lips, nonchalantly replied, "It's not a big deal. I was merely having some fun with him." Haisheng was left speechless. Li Tian was the grandson of the clan leader, and his father, Li Shan, was the one who had stolen the heart of Tu Muxin. Thus, he held no authority to intervene. At this juncture, the Li clan members ceased to obstruct Su Ruoxi and the others, with several women positioning themselves behind Jiang Yi. Meanwhile, Tian Mingling hurriedly crouched down to assess Xiangzi's injuries, as he had just been beaten in her defense. Su Ruoxi recounted the events that had transpired since Jiang Yi's departure. Apparently, after he left, the atmosphere had grown even more exuberant, with the Li clan members singing and dancing merrily. It was during this lively celebration that Li Tian became captivated by several foreign women, particularly the spirited Tian Mingling, who enchanted him greatly. He thus invited her to dance. Hai Sheng's companion informed the women that this was a customary approach among the Li clan to pursue their beloved. Naturally, Tian Mingling could not acquiesce. However, Li Tian persisted, refusing to relent, and ultimately resorted to dragging her by force. As the only man among the group, Qiangzi could not stand by idly and intervened. Li Tian declared that he would allow for a contest for her favor, a one-on-one duel, which quickly devolved into a one-sided beating. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi finally grasped the situation. Damn it! After going to great lengths to rescue the woman, you wish to take advantage of her and assault my younger brother? Is this something I can tolerate? He glared at Li Tian, slowly drawing forth his broad-bladed knife, his fighting spirit ignited. Li Tian, undeterred, provocatively retorted, "You possess commendable strength. You are worthy to be my opponent. Do you dare to duel? If you win, the woman is yours. If you lose, you shall leave." Jiang Yi scoffed, asserting, "A true man does not shy away from battle. However, we do not have the right to decide her fate. She is a human, not an animal. If we are to fight, let us do so. If not, then step aside." Hai Sheng observed the escalating tension between the two, caught in a dilemma. One was the headstrong grandson of the clan leader. On one side stood his benefactor, a distinguished guest of the clan, youthful and impetuous. At that moment, the clan leader, Li Yin, made his way through the crowd, accompanied by numerous elder members of the clan. "Tianer, do you not recognize our esteemed guests?" He scolded. "Your father has caused trouble, nearly leading our clan to ruin. Now, you act with such insolence towards our honored guests. Is it that neither of you can control yourselves?" With that, he raised his staff and struck it down upon Li Tian's head. Li Tian neither dodged nor flinched, absorbing the blow with stoic resolve. A thud echoed as his forehead split open, blood streaming down like a crimson ribbon. Remarkably, he did not utter a sound. Jiang Yi could not help but admire him. Despite his reckless demeanor, Li Tian was undeniably a man of grit. Turning to Jiang Yi, the clan leader offered an apologetic look. "I regret that you have been caught in this predicament. However, since the situation has unfolded, there must be a resolution. Li Tian has challenged you to a duel, and our clan has a tradition of resolving disputes in this manner. Should you accept and defeat him, I have a granddaughter I would gladly betroth to you. If you lose, she will be promised to Li Tian. Should you decline, you may leave at your discretion tomorrow." Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, internally lamenting that the clan leader was not as virtuous as he appeared. His grandson had erred, and although a punishment was superficially administered, no apology was forthcoming. Regardless of whether he accepted the challenge, the Li clan stood to benefit. It seemed the leader was not keen on having Jiang Yi and his companions linger here, indulging in the clan's hospitality. The earlier gesture of gratitude was likely an attempt to urge them to depart. The underlying reasons might be tied to the interests of the Far Yang Trading Company. However, Jiang Yi was not inclined to retreat in disgrace. Such behavior was unbecoming of youth. He believed in standing his ground. His desire was not rooted in coveting the clan leader's granddaughter, for he perceived that the members of the Li clan were rather unremarkable in appearance. Rather, he felt unqualified to decide the fate of Tian Mingling. She, too, gazed up at him, understanding his hesitation. With unwavering determination, she urged, "Agree to their terms. If you should lose, I will not hold it against you. But we cannot allow ourselves to be bullied into silence." Jiang Yi met her gaze with reassurance, silently affirming, "I shall not falter." He then turned to the clan leader, stating firmly, "I accept Li Tian's challenge." Li Yin laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Truly, you are a valiant youth. Among the outsiders, I have yet to encounter someone as courageous as you. The duel shall commence tomorrow." With that, he departed, followed by his entourage. Jiang Yi and his companions, no longer inclined to linger, returned to Hai Sheng's home. With a furrowed brow, Hai Sheng lamented, "Brother Jiang Yi, you are too impulsive. Though Li Tian may act without regard for consequence, his strength is formidable, unmatched within the clan." Curiously, Jiang Yi inquired, "What do you mean? Tell me more." The others, too, displayed concern, particularly Su Ruoxi, who wished to shield her beloved from danger, yet understood Jiang Yi's nature and knew she could not dissuade him. Hai Xing elucidated that in our Li tribe, the status of a warrior is determined by one's feats in combat against beasts. A man must be able to independently hunt and kill a wild wolf to be deemed a warrior. Beyond that, there exist even more ferocious creatures, with the tiger being the most formidable among them. To ascend to the position of chieftain within the Li tribe, one must achieve the remarkable feat of slaying an adult tiger alone. You must have seen the tiger skin upon the chieftain's chair. It is the very trophy of his solitary hunt that earned him his title. To this day, no one in the tribe has accomplished this feat to succeed the chieftain. Li Tian, at merely 20 years of age, encountered tiger during a hunt 2 months ago. After several rounds of fierce struggle, he managed to escape with his life. This already marks him as an extraordinary individual among his peers, a feat unattainable by most. Chapter 21. Tian Mingling. Just took a tumble. Ordinary individuals would likely quail in fear at the roar of an adult tiger in the wild, their legs weakening and their spirits shaken. Yet, Li Tian was able to grapple with the tiger for several rounds and emerge unscathed, a testament to his prowess. Moreover, a tiger's bite force can reach 500 kilograms, capable of shattering human bones with ease. Its paw strike can deliver a force of 1 ton. While this may be a theoretical maximum not achieved by many tigers, it remains a terrifying prospect. A palpable tension filled the air, an invisible pressure pervading the atmosphere. Chen Shui curiously inquired, "And what about you? Do you think you could defeat Li Tian?" Haixing fell silent, understanding the implication of her question. Of course I could best him, he thought, but duels must be fought alone. To have someone fight in your stead invites scorn. It is better to forego the challenge altogether. A look of guilt crossed his face. Jiang Yi, with a complex expression, reassured him, "It's all right. This is not your fault. Ultimately, this world is ruled by the strong. Without strength, we would find ourselves at a standstill on this island." At that moment, Xiangzi awoke from his stupor, murmuring an apology for the trouble he had caused. Jiang Yi regarded him with a mixture of emotions, reflecting on the man who had nearly fallen victim to his blade. Xiangzi's actions had truly earned Jiang Yi's respect. "Do not speak like that. You acted to protect everyone's safety. You are a true man," Tian Mingling consoled him. Xiangzi soon drifted back into a deep slumber. Jiang Yi urged everyone to rest, assuring them that even if they could not prevail, they could still escape unscathed. In the dead of night, Jiang Yi felt a gentle tapping on his face. Upon opening his eyes, he discerned the form of Tian Mingling. She placed a finger to her lips, signaling for silence, and then stealthily led Jiang Yi outside. Jiang Yi, perplexed, wondered if she intended to elope with him. How thrilling! But surely that could not be the case. In a deserted grove, Tian Mingling fixed her gaze upon him and asked, "Do you truly have the confidence to defeat Li Tian?" As Jiang Yi prepared to respond, she pressed on, "Speak the truth." Silence enveloped them both. Suddenly, she embraced the handsome boy before her and kissed him fervently. Jiang Yi, taken aback, pushed her away, exclaiming, "Sister, what on earth are you doing?" Although Jiang Yi was not a paragon of virtue, he could not engage in such ambiguous encounters, especially in a passive manner. Moreover, Tian Mingling's cheeks flushed crimson, her nervousness palpable, as she fidgeted restlessly. At such a moment, what was there to question? I will never marry those uncivilized natives. I would rather perish than submit. Before that, I wish to truly experience being a woman. With that, her head lowered, concealing the confident demeanor she had displayed earlier in the day. Jiang Yi was astonished by this woman's thoughts. They were indeed unconventional. Tian Mingling, with her exquisite figure and stunning beauty, was a true marvel. In all honesty, under such circumstances, any man would find it impossible to refuse her advances, unless he were utterly foolish. Had it not been for their isolation on this deserted island, Jiang Yi might have never had the chance to encounter such a woman. Believing the boy was simply shy as he stared blankly, Tian Mingling decided to take the initiative. Rising onto her toes, the night slipped away unnoticed. It was not until the sun began to rise over the sea that she said, "Sister, let us return. It is too hot outside, and I'm already sweating." Tian Mingling angrily called him sister, insisting he refer to her as little Tian. Jiang Yi assisted Tian Mingling back, leaving behind the barren little trees and the leaves blown away by the wind, which gently covered the disordered shallow pits on the ground. As they returned to the dwelling, they found others had already risen early. Observing the pair's return, their expressions were filled with curiosity. Wang Jiasen looked at her dear friend, noticing her awkward gait. "Mingling, what happened to your knee?" Tian Mingling's face burned with embarrassment as she feigned composure. I just had Jiang Yi accompany me to the restroom, and I tripped. Nearby, Chen Shui displayed a knowing expression. She had weathered many storms in life and could not be easily deceived. Only Su Ruashi, with her keen insight, recognized the truth. Having experienced a similar situation herself, she shot a glance at Jiang Yi but chose not to expose him. Jiang Yi, feeling guilty, lowered his gaze to check on Xiangzi, who had awakened and seemed to be unharmed. Call me when the duel begins. I'm going to take a nap, Jiang Yi declared before collapsing onto his bed. Exhausted from a night of diligent activity, how could he not be weary? Su Ying muttered, "You thick-headed fool. How can you sleep at a time like this?" The girls exchanged glances, each harboring a different sentiment. Yet, the inevitable was upon them. With the sun high in the sky, it was the most vibrant time of day. The duel with the Li tribe was about to commence. Jiang Yi was roused from his slumber, as Haixing's wife had already prepared a meal. A large bowl of stewed meat, accompanied by creamy mashed potatoes, awaited him. Pouring the meat broth over the potatoes, the aroma was irresistible. In the center of the tribe, a crowd of Li people had gathered, eagerly anticipating the duel, for such contests were of great significance within the community. Perhaps this is one of the few sources of entertainment, at least for those who are not directly involved. At this moment, Jiang Yi is brimming with confidence. He has discovered that his strength has undergone a remarkable enhancement. This is not an illusion. He can genuinely feel the terrifying power coursing through his limbs, nearly doubling since yesterday. The reason for this surge remains a mystery. Since being stranded on the deserted island, this marks the third significant increase in his strength. The first occurred after being bitten by a snake, when his arm's power skyrocketed from 50 kilograms to 100 kilograms. The second came as a reward from Aunt Sue, elevating his strength from 100 kilograms to nearly 200 kilograms. This time, the force behind his punch is conservatively estimated to be around 400 kilograms. Could it be the influence of that peculiar pink snake? Yesterday, Jiang Yi sensed that Li Tian's strength surpassed his own. Now, he must let the arrogant Li Tian understand the essence of a shameful iron fist, striking with such force that he would feel embarrassed to face others. The clan leader, Li Yan, along with several elders, has taken their seats outside the arena. Haisheng, serving as the host for this duel, makes his grand entrance. Let the contenders step forward. His resonant voice echoes throughout the area. Li Tian, bare-chested, strides into the arena, instantly drawing a wave of cheers from the crowd. The Li tribe undoubtedly rallies behind their brave warrior. Standing over 1.90 meters, with sun-kissed skin and explosive muscles reminiscent of a professional athlete, Li Tian glistens with a sheen of sweat, clearly having warmed up in advance. It seems that Jiang Yi's kick from yesterday has compelled him to take this duel seriously. Jiang Yi, are you certain you don't want to warm up? Su Ying inquires anxiously. Jiang Yi waves his hand dismissively, indicating that it is unnecessary. Nonsense. I warmed up all night. Hey kid, don't dawdle. You're not scared to step into the ring, are you? Li Tian taunts boastfully. Be careful, Su Ruashi warns. Don't overexert yourself. Jiang Yi, even if you lose, I will not blame you. Dressed in flip-flops and floral shorts, Jiang Yi leisurely approaches the arena. Li Tian, I hope your bones are as tough as your tongue. Chapter 22. Absolute domination. Even before the duel commences, the Li tribe members are already in a frenzy. On one side stands the clan leader's grandson, one of the tribe's top warriors. Opposite him is the warrior who retrieved the sacred artifact from the clutches of an enemy. Although he appears somewhat delicate and lacking in combat prowess, his courage to step onto the duel stage and face Li Tian is enough to earn the respect of the Li tribe. For a tribe like the Li, which survives by hunting and adheres to the jungle's laws, the distinction between right and wrong is not so clearly defined. They believe in the supremacy of strength, where the powerful reign supreme. Thus, they do not view Li Tian's actions as utterly reprehensible. Instead, they believe that valuable resources rightfully belong to the strong. Should Jiang Yi triumph over Li Tian, he would have the opportunity to marry the clan leader's beloved granddaughter, elevating his status and securing a beautiful companion, a tremendous fortune indeed. However, from Jiang Yi's perspective, the Li tribe appears to be a band of ungrateful savages. At this moment, the Li clan members were engulfed in excitement. While Xiangzi and several women clenched their fists tightly, their gazes fixed on Li Tian in the arena, devoid of any trace of a smile. Noticing Jiang Yi's hesitation to strike, Li Tian assumed he was intimidated. With a cruel smile, he initiated the attack. He sprinted forward a few steps, launching a powerful punch. The immense force and speed generated a thunderous sound as his fist tore through the air. Jiang Yi, with the grace of a dragon gliding through clouds, effortlessly deflected Li Tian's formidable blow with his left hand. Simultaneously, he delivered a straight punch aimed at Li Tian's chest. Li Tian, known for his ferocity that could rival a fierce tiger, reacted swiftly. He extended his left hand in a claw-like motion, attempting to seize Jiang Yi's right hand. This maneuver was perilously bold. Unless one possessed absolute confidence in their strength, attempting to grasp a punch was ill-advised. Upon contact, Li Tian was struck with shock. Jiang Yi's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond his capacity to withstand. Caught off guard, he failed to evade. Crack! Jiang Yi's blow shattered Li Tian's palm, and the sheer force caused his wrist to bend backward. Overcome with pain, Li Tian's face contorted as if it had been crushed. His jaw clenched, and beads of sweat dripped down like frost. At that moment, Jiang Yi realized that his strength far exceeded Li Tian's. He had only exerted 70% of his power. In this initial round of probing, Li Tian had already suffered a significant setback. This revelation relieved the women, who finally allowed smiles to grace their faces. "Brother Jiang Yi, strike him. Don't let him bully anyone," Suing exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she longed to join the fray. The others, though less exuberant, were equally eager to witness Jiang Yi deliver a decisive blow to Li Tian. After enduring the initial excruciating pain, Li Tian reevaluated his opponent. "Kid, you have successfully ignited my fury." He sensed a profound threat. Subsequently, he summoned all his strength. His body slightly crouched, preparing for a full-force attack. He moved with determination, this time unleashing his right foot, his most confident strike, having once felled a cheetah with a single kick. Jiang Yi, with the power of an eagle taking flight, propelled himself forward, lightly touching Li Tian's foot before delivering a fierce kick to his chin. Blood sprayed from Li Tian's mouth as the force sent him reeling backward. Jiang Yi, seizing the opportunity, advanced rapidly, leaping to unleash a flurry of kicks to Li Tian's chest. Though Li Tian hastily raised his arms to shield himself, the overwhelming power was insufferable. They both landed, yet one lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, utterly defeated, while the other stood firm, his flip-flops firmly planted, stirring up a cloud of dust. Incredible! What was anticipated as a one-sided domination by the Li clan had unfolded, only to see their so-called strongman on the receiving end of the blows. The rapidity of these events left many in disbelief. The women, who initially feared Jiang Yi would engage in a desperate fight, witnessed him effortlessly overpowering his opponent with style and strength. "Swoon, Brother Jiang Yi is so handsome." Su Ying cheered, her fist raised in celebration. Su Ruashi's heart settled in her belly, yet tranquility eluded her as she displayed a smile of gratification, akin to witnessing the emergence of a promising offspring. Chen Shuyi and Ding Mingmu gazed in fascination at the youthful and robust figure before them, utterly captivated. Tian Mingling and Wang Jiasun embraced, weeping tears of joy. Their victory signified liberation from the prospect of marrying a barbarian and suffering degradation. However, a sense of unease gnawed at Tian Mingling. How could Jiang Yiming, so formidable, have been so hesitant and evasive last night, unwilling to speak the truth? In a moment of desperation, she had sacrificed her innocence. Did high-caliber hunters often appear in the guise of their prey? "What do you mean, little rascal?" Wang Jiasun inquired. Perplexed, Tian Mingling, feeling guilty, replied, "It's nothing." Reflecting on the madness of the previous night, coupled with Jiang Yi's valiant display at this moment, she found it somewhat acceptable. The bruised and battered Qiangzi gazed up in admiration. After all, a brother is always a brother, exhibiting unparalleled strength. He knew all too well that when his brother turned ruthless, he could kill without a flicker of an eye. The clan leader, Lian, initially seethed with anger upon witnessing the outcome, only to be followed by a smile. For this young man was soon to become a member of their family. Heroes emerge in youth, he remarked with a grin to the elders beside him. "Congratulations, clan leader, on acquiring such an admirable grandson-in-law." They chimed in unison. Indeed, the leader's foresight was commendable. This young man might one day ascend to the role of a valiant warrior and even clan leader. The elders all smiled, extolling the clan leader. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Li Tian lowered his proud head, acknowledging his defeat. His flip-flops clapped against the ground as he retreated. Jiang Yi, looking down at Li Tian, remarked, "You beat my brother, and you think a mere defeat suffices?" Flustered, Li Tian stumbled backward. "What do you intend to do?" Had he known that a duel could be a matter of life and death, though few took it to such extremes, he would have acted differently. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yi delivered a resounding slap to Li Tian's head. He expertly gauged his strength, aiming merely to inflict pain, not to take a life. This display left everyone astounded, as it was the clan leader's own grandson being treated so disrespectfully. Was it appropriate to strike a future brother-in-law like this? Only a few women found satisfaction in the scene. Xiangzi, however, was lost in painful memories, suddenly feeling sympathy for Li Tian, recognizing their shared plight. Hai Sheng, witnessing Jiang Yi's relentless assault, hurriedly interjected, "Brother, that's enough. You might kill him at this rate." With one final slap, Jiang Yi declared, "Enough. I'll spare you this time." Hai Sheng loudly proclaimed the outcome of the duel. Jiang Yi was the victor. Cheers erupted from the crowd, chanting his name in recognition of his strength. Clan leader Lian beckoned Hai Sheng over, who promptly bowed before the leader and elders. Lian then instructed, "Prepare for a wedding feast with lambs and cattle. Tonight, we shall celebrate." Hai Sheng, overjoyed, exclaimed, "Absolutely, clan leader." He turned to depart, but was halted by Lian's voice. "Wait," he commanded softly. "Ensure they are closely monitored. We must not let anyone escape." Hai Sheng nodded in understanding and left. Chapter 23. The Elopement and Departure to Nama Lake. In the Li tribe, the atmosphere was vibrant, filled with the hustle and bustle of the festivities. The men were occupied with slaughtering sheep and cattle, while the women busily prepared various delicacies. Today marked the grand wedding of the tribal leader's beloved granddaughter and the valiant warrior Jiang Yi, necessitating a jubilant celebration. However, as Jiang Yi was an outsider without a home, he was compelled to remain in the Li tribe as a son-in-law. Naturally, Hai Sheng's abode became Jiang Yi's temporary family residence. Yet, Jiang Yi found little joy in the festivities. He had initially planned to leave after defeating Li Tian. To his dismay, the tribal leader was adamant about the marriage, leaving him with no choice but to comply. What ist? The alluring Su Ruashi, the spirited Tian Mengling, the dazzling star Wang Jiasin, the enchanting Chen Shui, the naive Ding Meng, and the charming Su Ying, all were far more captivating than the tribal leader's granddaughter. The Li people were not only uncouth but also rather unappealing. While the men boasted healthy bronze skin, the women were less than desirable. He had no intention of remaining as a son-in-law. Jiang Yi pulled out the map he had acquired from the tribal leader and pointed to a location. "After dinner, while everyone is distracted, you must sneak away and wait for me here." Chen Shui, with a flirtatious smile, teased, "What? Do you intend to leave after consummating the marriage?" Jiang Yi, his expression stern, retorted, "Am I such a person? If it were to consummate, would I need to leave?" Su Ruashi chimed in sarcastically, "Who knows? You seem to fall for every pretty face, unable to resist temptation." Her words bore a veiled implication, leaving Jiang Yi at a loss for a counterargument. He decided to change the subject and stated, "Those who wish to stay, I will not force. For those who wish to leave, follow my instructions. Do you believe you will have the chance to escape if I do not remain?" With that, he gestured toward the outside. Hai Sheng had dispatched a few individuals to assist Jiang Yi with the wedding preparations, but in reality, they were there to keep watch, apprehensive that a group might flee. Once the night passed, the marriage would be an accomplished fact, and everything would be settled. The wedding ceremony was relatively simple and concluded swiftly. The newlyweds paid their respects to the tribal leader, the elders, and the bride's parents before the bride was led into the nuptial chamber. Li Tian, nursing a swollen face from Jiang Yi's blow, stormed off in a huff after the ceremony. The highlight of the event was the wedding feast, a rare banquet featuring an abundance of meats, wild fruits, vegetables, and seafood. Jiang Yi finally partook in his own celebratory meal. Hai Sheng shared his prized fruit wine, which was rich and fragrant, and not too strong, much to the delight of several women. Jiang Yi encouraged them to indulge, asserting they would need their strength to flee. The raucous wedding banquet continued until midnight. Jiang Yi, inebriated, staggered as he was assisted by Hai Sheng into the bridal chamber. Observing Jiang Yi in such a state, Hai Sheng felt assured enough to leave. Inebriated to that extent, he required support to walk. Inside the bridal chamber, adorned with wildflowers, the flickering candlelight cast a warm glow, and the fragrant scent of blossoms filled the air. Seated on the bed was a graceful woman, shrouded in a red veil. Jiang Yi approached her step by step, his heart racing. The woman clutched a handkerchief tightly, her feet poised, yet she remained motionless, awaiting her husband's unveiling of the veil. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yi extended his hand, clearly feeling a sense of nervousness. After all, this was his first experience of entering the bridal chamber. The veil, however, must not be lifted. What if the clan leader's granddaughter resembles the legendary warrior Zhang Fei? After all, his brother is quite the brutish figure. Should she be beautiful, it would be even more troublesome. What if they become reluctant to part? With a resolute heart, Jiang Yi clenched his teeth and took action. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Jiang Yi knocked the bride unconscious. Such a brute. If only one could be fined for such misconduct. In the darkness, a figure stealthily departed from the Li clan village, its destination unknown. 3 miles away, beneath a cliff, Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi reunited with their companions, who had long been waiting with mounting impatience. As soon as they met, Su Ying eagerly inquired about the wedding night, asking Jiang Yi how enjoyable it had been. Given his tardiness, in the shadows, Jiang Yi's expression darkened further. What inappropriate chatter for a young girl. Was it any of her business? Chen Shui chuckled nearby. We do not believe you unless you remove your trousers for an inspection. Jiang Yi inwardly cursed the brazen girl, vowing to have his revenge one day. Fortunately, the darkness concealed the flush on his cheeks. Su Ruashi, witnessing her little man's embarrassment, chimed in, "Let us move quickly. If the Li clansmen catch up with us at dawn, they will drag you back for marriage." The group dared not linger, hastening their journey under the cover of night. Thankfully, they had the map gifted by the clan leader, which marked the territories inhabited by large beasts. Otherwise, traversing the island at such an hour would have been akin to delivering a midnight snack to a tiger. As dawn broke, Jiang Yi pulled out the map to examine it. After identifying their location, he realized they had distanced themselves from the Li clan village and their initial landing site on the island. For the moment, they were safe from pursuit. The group settled on the ground to rest, contemplating their next move. In truth, the most suitable sanctuary for them would be the Peach Blossom Abyss. It offered seclusion, breathtaking scenery, and abundant freshwater resources. However, there were notable drawbacks. Firstly, while the seclusion was advantageous, it also limited mobility. Except for Jiang Yi, none possessed the capability to enter or exit the Peach Blossom Abyss alone. Secondly, food was scarce. Once the fish from the stream were consumed, where would they find sustenance? Moreover, they could not live on fish alone indefinitely. Thirdly, the vicinity was not far from the merchants of the Far Yang Trading Company, who frequently roamed the area, making encounters inevitable. Ultimately, Jiang Yi's gaze settled upon a location, Lake Namu. It was a freshwater lake nestled within a forest surrounded by open terrain, devoid of large predators and not far from the coastline. This would greatly facilitate the construction of shelters and the procurement of fresh water. Even if they could not find food on the island, they could venture to the nearby sea to fish and catch shrimp. Essential elements for survival, shelter, freshwater, safety, and food were all present. Clearly, this was an excellent destination. Jiang Yi shared his thoughts with the group, and no one voiced dissent. The only challenge was the distance. They would need to trek nearly 30 kilometers to reach it. If one were to consider the southernmost point of the island as the beach where Jiang Yi awoke after being marooned, a north-south axis could be established. The beach. The Lijiang tribe, Taoyuan, and Nama Lake are merely a small fraction of the southeastern region. This island is indeed vast, and according to Qiangzi, the sizable Fulong Island is merely an ordinary marginal island within this maritime expanse. Among numerous islands, it can only be classified as a destitute area. The vessels of their distant trade association visit here merely once a year. The productivity here is languid. The tribe primarily engages in hunting, leaving little profit to be gleaned. Having set their sights on the destination, the group, after resting, set forth towards Nama Lake. Chapter 24. A foot massage for the beauties. The distance from the rendezvous point to Nama Lake is approximately 30 kilometers on the map. However, the actual journey far exceeds this distance. The intricate and ever-changing mountains and valleys prove to be a considerable challenge for the group. The adage, seeing the mountain but not the horse, epitomized their plight at this moment. Additionally, food, water sources, and stamina were significant constraints on their progress. Among the 8 members, Only Jiang Yi and Xiangzi possessed decent stamina and experience in traversing mountainous terrain. The other delicate women had scarcely ever set foot on rough land, much less undertaken an expedition through the wilderness without any crucial supplies. Throughout the journey, they encountered no bountiful sources of water or rich flora and fauna. Otherwise, they would have long abandoned their decision to head to Nama Lake. Thus, after a series of stops and starts, it took them a full 7 days to reach the vicinity of Nama Lake. As night fell, by the forest's edge not far from Nama Lake, a campfire blazed brightly. Above the fire, a cast-iron pot bubbled with steam. This was a valuable item Qiangzi had obtained from Haixing's home before leaving the Lijiang tribe, proving indispensable at this moment. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, adopting a fearless expression as he gazed at the row of beauties. "I am ready. Who will be first?" Suing huffed. "What kind of expression is that? We are beauties. Others would covet this opportunity." Jiang Yi dismissed her with indifference. "Aunt Su, you go first." With that, he reached down to remove Su Ruoshi's shoes. At that moment, Su Ruoshi lay on the ground, too weary to even lift a finger. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." "Jiang Yi, be gentler." Her feeble voice sounded peculiar. "Aunt Su, don't move. The blisters on your feet have burst and stuck to your socks." Jiang Yi unfastened the straps of Su Ruoshi's white lace garter belt, slowly sliding it off. Instantly, her delicate, pristine feet were revealed before him. Yet they were marred with numerous painful blisters that tugged at his heartstrings. Moreover, the intensely sour odor was nearly unbearable. Who claims that a fairy's excrement is always fragrant? The feet of a beauty after a day of walking could overpower even a bull. Any doubting brothers are welcome to test this. Jiang Yi gently placed Su Ruoshi's feet into a rudimentary wooden basin, filled with warm water to clean them. Su Ruoshi first let out a groan of discomfort, followed by a long, contented sigh. After several arduous days of travel, the women found themselves in excruciating pain, their feet sore and bloodied. If left untreated, their ability to walk in the coming days would be severely compromised, leaving all the labor to be shouldered by Jiang Yi and Xiangzi, with the added risk of festering infections. Exhausted, the women collapsed onto the ground, devoid of strength, having gritted their teeth to reach this point. They could only submit to Jiang Yi's arrangements as he tended to their weary bodies with foot baths and massages. Once everything was seen to, Xiangzi had constructed a rudimentary shelter for their cucumbers. The women lay in rows within, quickly succumbing to slumber, their safety assured under Jiang Yi's watchful gaze. Xiangzi, recalling the time aboard the Far Yang merchant ship, reflected on how he could have exposed Jiang Yi and gained the favor of the captain, Zheng Biao. Moreover, he had numerous opportunities to escape later on. Why, then, did he choose to remain with Jiang Yi? With a bashful smile, Xiangzi replied, "I do not know why. It's simply a feeling that following you will surely lead to a bright future." Had he reported Jiang Yi to Zheng Biao, he would have indeed garnered the captain's favor, perhaps even becoming his trusted aide. Yet that would have merely made him a higher-ranking dog. For Zheng Biao cared little for the lives of those beneath him. Aside from Mr. Yi and his cousin Zheng Wei, all others were expendable. Many on those large islands yearned desperately to join the Far Yang merchant. After speaking, he promptly rose to gather dry twigs to add to the fire. Jiang Yi offered no words of encouragement or grand promises. He merely exhaled softly, "You should rest. I will keep watch tonight." Xiangzi immediately objected. "How can I allow you to keep watch? I will do it. You go to sleep." Jiang Yi patted his shoulder, insisting gently, "Do not be stubborn. Go to sleep." Xiangzi ceased his protests, leaning against the door of the shelter, quickly drifting off to sleep. By the fire, only Jiang Yi remained, staring blankly at the flickering flames. This distance, for his physical constitution, was akin to a leisurely stroll. Had it not been for the burden of these companions, he could have reached Nama Lake in a single day. The mysterious realm of the return to ruins seemed to exist apart from reality, a place forgotten by the divine. For centuries, countless vessels traversing the seas have been consumed by the terrifying whirlpool, stranded here, with no one ever escaping. Moving forward, Jiang Yi identified several objectives. Firstly, to establish a secure camp on this island, ensuring an ample supply of food for a worry-free existence. Secondly, to construct a vessel capable of long voyages to reach the core island described by Xiangzi, in search of a means to escape the return to ruins. Thirdly, to form a strong and reliable guard team, which would serve as the foundation for all other goals. Based on current knowledge, this was a lawless territory, Without formidable resources, one could scarcely guarantee freedom or life, let alone uncover the secrets of the return to ruins and find a way out. At night, numerous wild animals approached Namo Lake for water. Fortunately, they were merely curious, glancing at the shelter before opting to depart. Lost in thought, Jiang Yi spent his first night at Namo Lake. As dawn broke, Changzi awakened, ready to take his turn. As Jiang Yi stepped into the melon shelter, he unceremoniously lay down beside Aunt Sue and fell into a deep slumber. When he awoke once more, it was already the afternoon. On the fire pit in front of the shelter, a cast-iron pot was perched, closely watched by 6 women. Jiang Yi caught a whiff of the fragrant fish and meat from the air, mingled with the scent of wild vegetables. Not bad. It appeared these women were not entirely useless, managing to procure food in the wilderness. Approaching the pot, Jiang Yi took a glance inside, and his expression darkened immediately. Within the pot simmered a vibrant green concoction of wild vegetables, some of which were toxic and would cause severe digestive distress. Floating in the vegetable broth were a few finger-sized fish fry. Were these fish not juveniles? Jiang Yi lifted the pot and unceremoniously dumped the contents onto the ground. Hey, Jiang Yi, what are you doing? That was the result of our hard work throughout the day. Su Ying exclaimed, her frustration palpable. Chen Shui also expressed her discontent. You have such little regard for the fruits of our labor. Even if you won't eat it, we still need to. Noticing the other women staring intently at him, Jiang Yi felt a wave of anger rise. Clearly, they were desperate with hunger. You all cooked a pot of poisonous wild vegetables. Who do you intend to poison? Poisonous? Surely not. We gathered only edible wild vegetables. I saw someone eat them on Douyin Live. Su Ruashi questioned, bewildered. Tian Mingling chimed in, exactly. Look, this is wild celery. This is carrot, and there's bitter herb as well. All of them are edible. You must explain yourself, or you'll find yourself in trouble. Chapter 25. Constructing the camp. Women are quite demanding. Jiang Yi was relieved to have awakened in time to discard the toxic fish soup the women had prepared. Had one of them succumbed to temptation and tasted it first, the consequences would have been dire. He pointed to the discarded remnants and said, You see, this wild celery you mentioned is actually poisonous celery. Its leaves resemble those of celery, but emit a distinct odor. True wild celery has broader leaves and a lighter hue. This poison contains cyclotoxin, which can cause muscle spasms and respiratory paralysis upon ingestion. Moreover, this so-called carrot, scientifically known as culinary silver, is referred to as snakebed in my hometown. While it may resemble a carrot, it is entirely different. Both the leaves and roots are highly toxic. Consumption could lead to poisoning and even death. And this is not bitter herb, but rather curved herb. However, among these, there are indeed a few edible options, such as shepherdess purse and dandelion. After Jiang Yi's explanation, the women's faces turned pale with fear. It dawned on them that wild vegetables could have so many imposters. How vexatious. Well then, if they wanted to eat, it seemed that this young master would have to take matters into his own hands. Not to mention the toxicity. The flavor of what they had concocted would hardly be palatable. At that moment, Xiangzi was busy chopping wood to prepare materials for building a shelter. Jiang Yi had no intention of lending a hand. Sharpening the knife does not hinder the woodcutter's work. One must be well fed to work efficiently, lest the women label him a coward. Namo Lake, quite expansive, received a continuous influx of water from several streams, flowing onward to the sea. Jiang Yi shed his clothing, donning only his undergarments, and, armed with a dagger, leaped into the refreshing waters of Namo Lake. Moments later, he emerged from the lake, a dagger clenched in his mouth and a hefty carp weighing 4 to 5 pounds in hand, striding toward the camp. Su Ying was nearly ecstatic, exclaiming, Wow, Jiang, what a colossal fish! You truly are remarkable. The other women rolled their eyes, recognizing the youthfulness of the girl, who could only marvel at the fish. Their interests, however, lay elsewhere. A third fish, even larger, had caught their attention, while Suruashi and Tian Mingling, lost in thought, turned crimson down to their necks. Jiang Yi tossed the fish to the ground with a flourish, declaring, Did you see that? Now, this is what I call a fish. One for soup and another for roasting. With that, he grabbed his clothes and headed toward the melon shed. His wet undergarments clung uncomfortably to his skin. After changing, Jiang Yi donned a pair of baggy shorts and ambled toward Xiangzi. Let me take over for a moment, he said, accepting the broad-bladed knife and aiming it at a tree trunk as thick as a thigh. With a resounding crash, the tree fell at his strike. Xiangzi watched in astonishment. Such a robust tree would take him 8 or 10 strikes to fell. One after another, Jiang Yi brought down trees with a single stroke. His efficiency several times that of Qiangzi. Not wanting to be idle, Qiangzi began trimming the branches of the trees Jiang Yi had felled, leaving the trunks for construction. The pruned branches could be dried and used for firewood, achieving a dual purpose. Once sufficient lumber was prepared, they began selecting a site for the wooden cabin. It was essential not to build in a low-lying area, where heavy rains could lead to flooding if drainage was inadequate. Fortunately, Jiang Yi had a penchant for watching wilderness survival shows, particularly those focused on constructing wooden cabins, and had absorbed much knowledge from them. He resolved to emulate the cabin-building techniques showcased in the programs, which required minimal tools. First, he arranged several massive logs into a rectangular shape to serve as the cabin's foundation, carving notches at the intersections to interlock them securely. Next, he layered wooden beams upon this rectangular base. Without nails, he connected the joints by either cutting notches or employing mortise and tenon joints, enhancing the stability of the cabin's structure. Ultimately, he crafted a traditional Chinese double-sloped roof, balancing aesthetics, stability, and drainage functionality. For the finishing touches, he laid small logs on the floor, creating an authentic wooden floor. He also preemptively reserved spaces for windows, doors, and a fireplace. In just over an hour, the two completed a cabin spanning 20 square meters, thanks largely to Jiang Yi's immense strength, which expedited tasks such as moving and notching the wood. Jiang Yi, dinner is ready. Su Ying's voice rang out from afar. The two returned to the fire pit, preparing to enjoy their evening meal. This time, the pot was devoid of the haphazard wild vegetables, appearing far more appetizing. The wild fish soup, devoid of technological enhancement, was as white as milk. Jiang Yi fashioned a rudimentary funnel-shaped bowl from the bark of the wood used to construct the cabin. It may have looked unsightly, but it proved quite practical. As they dined, conversation flowed. Su Ruoshi inquired of Jiang Yi, "How is the construction of your house coming along?" Jiang Yimin casually replied that the construction was complete, and they could move in tonight. Before Su Ruoshi could speak, Su Ying excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, Brother Jiang Yi, you are so quick. I want a room to myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression darkened immediately. How dare she think she could have a room to herself, acting like a pampered young lady. Chen Shui, with her alluring eyes, looked at Jiang Yi's younger brother and said, "Sister also wants a room to herself." Tian, mingling with fervent eyes, added, "I also wish to have my own room." The other women, though silent, gazed at Jiang Yi with expectation. It was evident they all desired private quarters. It was no wonder they entertained such extravagant thoughts. Sharing a space with everyone was indeed inconvenient and devoid of privacy. Previously, they had no choice due to limited conditions. Now, hearing that Jiang Yi had constructed the wooden cabin in just over an hour, having a room each seemed quite feasible, didn't it? However, Jiang Yi had different thoughts. He preferred everyone to share a single room, all cozily nestled together. As for Qiangzi, he was of course on guard. Jiang Yi scoffed, saying that if they wanted individual rooms, they could build their own. They could create a grand wilderness mansion of any size without needing approval or area restrictions, ideally. Each would have 1,000 square meters to match the status of such beautiful ladies. With 6 women vying for attention, the noise was overwhelming, giving Jiang Yi a headache. Ultimately, both sides compromised, 2 women per room. The women reluctantly accepted, as they were all good friends in pairs. Yet, Jiang Yi did not foresee that he would deeply regret today's decision. Being industrious was not a bad thing. He would later come to appreciate the benefits of having separate rooms. After dinner, the women joined in the construction of the houses, although they could not contribute much. A mix of genders made the labor feel less arduous. For hours later, 3 wilderness mansions were completed, one for Qiangzi and Jiang Yi, one for Su Ruoshi and Su Ying, one for Chen Shui and Ding Ming, and naturally, Tian Mingling shared a room with her good friend Wang Jessen. To be sharing a room with a man among 6 women displeased Jiang Yi. If given a choice, he would prefer to share a room with Aunt Su for warmth and a sense of security. At that moment, Su Ying was particularly bothersome in Jiang Yi's eyes. Without her, he could be with Aunt Su. Due to time constraints, they would have to settle for a bare house tonight, and any renovations would have to wait until tomorrow. However, Jiang Yi did not anticipate that the matters concerning the women were far from over. Chapter 26. Hurry up and take it off. I can't see that night. Jiang Yi, as usual, kept watch by the fire. Although the wooden house had been built and offered a degree of safety, the absence of doors and windows posed considerable security risks. After more than an hour, Su Ruoshi and her niece, Su Ying, stealthily emerged from the house. "Brother Jiang-yi, is Qiangzi asleep?" Su Ying whispered, hearing Qiangzi's snoring from inside. "Viang, yi nodet in confusion." "Wait, why are you two up at this hour? Need to use the restroom?" Su Ying shook her head and replied, "No, we haven't bathed in many days." The air was thick with an unpleasant odor, prompting a desire to refresh themselves with a swim in the lake. So that was the case, yet he overlooked this concern. Fortunately, the campsite was not far from Nam Lake, allowing him to keep an eye on both sides without worry. Thus, Jiang-yi nodded in agreement. Upon arriving at the lakeshore, Su Ying eagerly began to disrobe. Su Ruoshi quickly interjected, reminding her that at her age, she ought to possess a modicum of modesty, especially with Jiang-yi still present. However, the 17 or 18-year-old girl spoke with surprising openness, declaring, "Annie, if he wants to look, let him. He has already seen everything while I was on the boat. Sooner or later, he will be mine. And I can't be bothered to resist." Su Ruoshi was taken aback, perplexed by how her brother's daughter had been raised to possess such liberated thoughts. Moreover, it was evident that her niece had developed feelings for Jiang-yi. Yet, she had already engaged with Jiang-yi herself. This could not be allowed to come to fruition. While she was lost in thought, Su Ying had already ventured toward the lake. Since being bitten by the pink serpent, Jiang-yi had not only experienced a surge in strength, but also a remarkable enhancement of his bodily functions. For instance, his eyesight had improved significantly. Previously, he had standard vision of 20/20. Now, while his night vision was slightly weaker than during the day, the difference was negligible. Perhaps due to the absence of shower products, the two women finished their bathing in just over 20 minutes. After drying off with their clothes and washing them in the lake, they returned. Naturally, the damp garments could not be worn, so they clutched them to their chests for modesty. "Jiang-yi, you walk ahead." "All right," obediently replied Jiang-yi as he led the way back to the campsite. By the fire, Su Ying tossed her clothes to Jiang-yi. "Jiang, dry these clothes for me. I need them for tomorrow." Su Ruoshi, observing Jiang-yi's dazed expression, coldly asked, "Are they beautiful?" Jiang-yi scoffed. "What is so beautiful about it? They're just budding flowers." Su Ruoshi then handed her garments to Jiang-yi. "Which one is prettier?" "Annie Su, of course, you are the most beautiful." At that moment, Jiang-yi felt a warmth rise to his cheeks and quickly wiped at them. Satisfied, Su Ruoshi turned away. "Oh, Aunt Su, now that you've lit the fire, what am I to do?" With a cold laugh, Su Ruoshi thought it served him right for being so indiscreet. "Su Ying is still here. Handle it yourself. Remember to put my clothes in my room once they're dry." With no other choice, Jiang-yi placed the garments on a wooden rack by the fire to dry. Half an hour later, he retrieved the dry clothes and entered the cabin, only to find both women fast asleep. He gently draped the clothing over them and quietly exited the wooden house, using branches to cover the door and windows. Just as Jiang-yi had managed to calm himself, Tian Mingling and Wang Jiasin emerged. Without further ado, they expressed their desire to bathe as well. Jiang-yi could not show favoritism, so he reluctantly nodded in agreement. They made their way to the lakeshore. Wang Jiasin weakly implored Jiang-yi to turn away, stating that they were about to take a bath. To her surprise, Jiang-yi resolutely shook his head, asserting that he could not comply, as it posed a potential risk should they find themselves in peril. Wang Jiasin widened her eyes in disbelief, questioning what danger could possibly arise, and added that they would call for help if any danger did occur. Jiang-yi, however, continued to shake his head, explaining that wild animals often came to drink water at night, and by the time they called for assistance, it would likely be too late for rescue. "Do not worry," he reassured. "It is so dark that I cannot see anything. It is merely a mass of shadows. You should hasten to undress and wash." Wang Jiasin found it difficult to accept Jiang-yi's words, for she was a renowned star and could not possibly strip before a man. The thought of her reputation being tarnished if anyone were to find out was unbearable. At that moment, her dear friend Tian Mingling encouraged Jiasin to heed Jiang-yi's advice, remarking that in such darkness, it was indeed hard to see anything. Moreover, did she not expose herself in front of him while on the boat? That was under duress. Wang Jiasin protested. Yet, seeing her friend's persuasion and recognizing the enveloping darkness, she acknowledged that when she glanced at Jiang-yi, he truly appeared as nothing more than a shadow. "Please stand a bit farther away," she insisted, still feeling uneasy. Jiang-yi complied and retreated a few steps, fading into the darkness, a smirk playing on his lips as he reveled in the obscurity. When the two women finished bathing and had washed their clothes, Jiang Yi voluntarily turned to walk ahead. This action relieved Wang Jiasin and significantly elevated her regard for him. She chastised herself internally, reflecting that she had initially thought him to be a mere lecher. By the campfire, Jiang Yi sat with his back turned to the two women, showcasing his gentlemanly demeanor. Tian Mingling spoke up, requesting Jiang Yi to lend her his shirt, adding that she would return it after drying their clothes. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi took off his shirt and handed it to Tian Mingling. The two women then retreated step by step back to the wooden cabin, their precautions in place. Am I the type to indulge in voyeurism? Jiang Yi mused. Certainly not. I merely observe with complete transparency. Shortly thereafter, Tian Mingling emerged. Placing the garments on a rack to dry, Jiang Yi was only slightly taller than the statuesque Tian Mingling. His shirt had fit her perfectly, reaching her thighs. However, due to her splendid figure, the fabric was insufficient in certain areas, leaving the shirt to cover only her upper body. With Wang Jiasin's absence, Tian Mingling exhibited no modesty, boldly airing the clothes beside the fire. Jiang Yi silently admired her audacity, wondering if she was not concerned about the flames. Just as Tian Mingling prepared to finish drying her clothes and return, Jiang Yi could not let her go easily. Sister Tian, please do not leave me all alone, he pleaded. Chapter 27. The wilderness mansion has been completed. Tian Mingling retorted with frustration. The last time was out of desperation, which allowed you to take advantage of me. Do you think I'm the sort of woman who is easily swayed? Do as you please, but what do you take me for? Someone without status or identity. Moreover, Wang Jiasin is still inside. If she discovers our affair, what will she think of me? Have you even considered my feelings? A barrage of questions left Jiang Yi utterly flustered. Indeed, in a moment of reckless desire, he had failed to think of others. Furthermore, he had only known Tian Mingling for a few days. How could he be so brazenly intimate with her? The previous incident had merely been an accident. Seeing Jiang Yi frozen in place, Tian Mingling retorted, "You simply do not understand me." And in a huff, she turned and returned to the wooden cabin. However, the moment she turned away, her fury vanished, replaced by a triumphant smile. "Oh, can I not handle you, dear brother? Men, after all, tend to undervalue what comes too easily." Hence, Tian Mingling would not allow Jiang Yi to touch her so readily again. After a while, Chen Shuyi and Ding Ming also emerged from the cabin. Jiang Yi wondered if this group of women had conspired, taking turns to test his resolve. Damn, can't a man find peace on a late night? Chen Shuyi, like a charming fox spirit, captivated the hearts of men with her every word and action. "Little brother, what are you doing hiding here all alone? Can't bear to eat?" Her words instantly broke Jiang Yi's composure, his previously stoic face now betraying embarrassment. A fox spirit indeed, she knew just how to tease him. Predictably, the two women intended to bathe as well. Yet they were bolder, plunging directly into the water. As Ding Meng scrubbed herself, she remarked, "Sister Shuyi, isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Chen Shuyi dismissively replied, "What is wrong with it? Despite Jiang Yi's prowess in fights, he is merely a novice. If we dangle a little bait, he will certainly obey us." And isn't Su Ruashi particularly fond of her nephew, who shares no blood ties. If she discovers we've toyed with him, her fury will be quite the spectacle, providing us ample opportunity for revenge. Ding Meng nodded, "I understand." Chen Shuyi reiterated, "Remember, do not let this boy succeed too easily." After conspiring, they hastened their bathing. Little did they know, Jiang Yi's hearing was remarkably acute, capturing every word they uttered. With someone nearby, the two women felt awkward washing, yet driven by their secretive plans. They pressed on. Before long, they finished bathing, returned to the campsite, and handed their freshly washed clothes to Jiang Yi. He calmly said, "Go back to sleep. I will dry your clothes and bring them in." The two women returned to the wooden cabin, utterly bewildered. This wasn't how it was supposed to unfold. They were meant to maintain control and have the bashful youth at their mercy. After drying the women's clothes, Jiang Yi delivered them to the cabin and then took branches to obscure the doors and windows before returning to the campfire. This night was busier than the day itself, and Jiang Yi shook his head in resignation. At that moment, Xiangzi yawned and emerged from the wooden cabin. Jiang Yi, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "What are you planning to take a bath to?" Xiangzi, still bleary-eyed, replied with confusion, "A bath? What kind of madness is that at this hour?" Jiang Yi sighed in relief, grateful to encounter a semblance of normalcy. Xiangzi settled beside the fire and asked, "Brother, I was half asleep just now, but I felt as though someone was whispering outside. And I heard footsteps coming and going." Jiang Yi felt a pang of guilt, wondering if his attempts to keep a low profile had been noticed by this young man. He feigned disbelief and said, "Don't scare me. I didn't hear a thing tonight." "Perhaps you've been overly fatigued these past few days and are experiencing hallucinations," he suggested. Xiangzi, wide awake and alert, found the situation perplexing but could not pinpoint the reason. "Brother, you should get some rest. I'll keep watch for the latter half of the night." Jiang Yi, not wanting to impose, appreciated the offer, recognizing that it was not ideal for Xiangzi to shoulder the night watch alone every day, which would hinder their daytime endeavors. He patted Xiangzi on the shoulder, encouraging him, "Just wait. I will strive to find you more sisters-in-law." "All right, brother, sleep well," Xiangzi assured him. Content: Jiang Yi returned to the cabin for a restful slumber. The following day, everyone arose quite late, having had little sleep the previous night. The women, unable to undertake strenuous tasks, foraged for wild vegetables in the nearby woods. Jiang Yi and Xiangzi continued to refine the construction of their wilderness abode. Today's objective was to install doors and windows in the cabin and complete the fireplace. These tasks proved significantly simpler than erecting the cabin itself, and they were accomplished in no time. Subsequently, the two men felled numerous logs the size of their arms and constructed a perimeter fence around the cabin complex. Once the fence was completed, a standard courtyard was established. To facilitate entry and exit, Jiang Yi fashioned a grand entrance using sturdier timber, with a robust fence in place. They could cultivate flowers and vegetables in the courtyard while effectively deterring wild animals, thus eliminating the need for night watchmen. Next on their agenda was to secure a stable source of food, salt, and essential kitchenware, such as pots and utensils. Particularly, salt was crucial. Prolonged absence of it would render a person weak and feeble. In severe cases, it could even jeopardize one's health. After consuming a bowl of wild vegetable soup, breakfast was deemed satisfactory. They then commenced gathering plant fibers in the jungle suitable for rope making. Nettle, jute, and kudzu could yield substantial amounts of fibers. Once woven into ropes, these fibers could be utilized to craft fishing nets, garments, and straw shoes, proving to be immensely beneficial. However, the process of creating hemp ropes was not something that could be accomplished swiftly. Until the fishing nets were successfully woven, they needed to devise a means to procure additional food, as Jiang Yi's solitary efforts to catch fish in the lake were far too inefficient. He couldn't possibly wait until hunger struck each time. Thus, the group planned to use wooden stakes to enclose a shallow area of Namu Lake, leaving an opening through which they would place abundant baits that fish delight in, such as earthworms and vibrant fruits. Once the fish entered, escaping would become quite challenging. This fishing method, once set up, requires only an ample supply of bait to ensure a continuous influx of fish into the traps, all without occupying any manpower. After arranging the fishing traps, Jiang Yi instructed everyone to remain at the camp to gather fibers, while he prepared to procure some sea salt by the shore. Chen Shui, with a gleam in her eye, declared, "It's inconvenient for Jiang Yi to work alone. I shall assist him." Without waiting for a response from the others, she hurried after him. Chapter 28. The vast sea, abundant with water. Namu Lake lies less than 5 kilometers from the coastline, allowing one to hear the cries for help from companions in the camp should any emergencies arise. Thus, Jiang Yi harbored no significant worries regarding their safety. "Hey, wait for me. No need to rush so much," came a voice laced with playful reproach. Jiang Yi halted, turning to see Chen Shui jogging towards him. Chen Shui's figure could be described as voluptuous, the epitome of curvaceousness. As she ran, she exuded an undeniable charm. She wore a blue strapless top paired with light brown, snug-fitting shorts. Jiang Yi felt a sudden, instinctive itch in his palms. Surely, any man witnessing this moment would find it difficult to avert his gaze. At the same time, he envied that piece of fabric. When Chen Shui finally reached Jiang Yi, she was slightly breathless from the brief exertion, leaning on her knees and inhaling deeply to regain her composure. "Why'd you run so fast? You couldn't wait for me?" Jiang Yi appeared oblivious to her words, his gaze fixed ahead. Chen Shui, realizing where Jiang Yi was looking, quickly straightened up, adjusting her top in the process. "What are you staring at, little brother? Haven't you seen a woman before? How shameless." Jiang Yi's mind was as clear as day. It It was evident that she was being deliberately provocative while feigning modesty. "I was looking at anything," he replied, turning away to leave. Chen Shui felt a small surge of pride and hurried to catch up with him. Surrounded by the vast ocean, the island was abundant in salt. The most straightforward and reliable method of obtaining salt was to create salt pans on the beach, continually flooding them with seawater and then allowing the sun to dry it. Repeating this process would yield coarse salt. However, considering the small quantity of salt required by their group, Jiang Yi deemed such an endeavor unnecessary. Instead, he decided to search the rocky shore for any crystallized salt that might adhere to the stones. "Aunt Chun, let us gather the crystallized salt from these rocks. We can purify it once we return." Chen Shui smiled, her eyes sparkling like blossoms in a peach blossom garden, captivating in their beauty. "Little brother, this task is far too easy, much simpler than smashing tree bark with stones back at camp. My delicate hands are not suited for heavy labor." Acquiring plant fibers necessitated a clumsy method of smashing the bark to extract the fibers, making the collection of sea salt seem considerably easier by comparison. However, Chen Shui's true intention was to find an opportunity to spend time alone with Jiang Yi. When she and Ding Ming first arrived on the island, they had offended Su Ruoxi, relegating their status in the camp to the lowest tier. If one could gain control over Jiang Yi, then the affairs of the entire camp would surely be at his discretion. Promptly, he gathered some broad leaves and fashioned them into a funnel shape to serve as a container for collecting coarse salt, and began his endeavor along the shore. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly. However, the atmosphere soon shifted. For instance, at this moment, Chen Shui was crouched over a small rocky pit, collecting sea salt crystals while humming a cheerful tune. Jiang Yi, observing from a distance, couldn't help but marvel at Chen Shui, a renowned dance influencer, whose flexibility was truly remarkable. Each of her movements exuded allure, akin to a potent poison. He approached her. With a swift motion, he playfully swatted her. Chen Shui gasped softly. "Jiang Yi, why did you hit me?" "Oh, I noticed you crouched down, which isn't good for your back." "Just a friendly reminder," he replied. Chen Shui turned around, plopping down on the ground, her demeanor languid. After only a brief time collecting sea salt, she was already shaking her head in fatigue. The beads of sweat upon her forehead glistened like morning frost. Having never engaged in such laborious work, she was ill-prepared for the sun's relentless heat by the coast. To her surprise, this seemingly simple task was exhausting. Squatting for too long had left her legs sore, and she found lying down much more comfortable. Her voice was soft and slightly plaintive. "I see you've grown accustomed to lying down," Jiang Yi teased. Chen Shui's face flushed with embarrassment, and she feigned anger. "Oh, Jiang Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly sleep while lying down? I wonder how long you can keep up this act. Your entire demeanor radiates seduction, yet you fancy yourself innocent." With a playful twinkle in her eyes, Chen Shui cooed, "Jiang, could you fetch a coconut for me? I'm parched and crave the sweet coconut water. Please, I'm begging you." Jiang Yi, exasperated, thought to himself that he shouldn't have brought her along. They had accomplished little work, yet faced numerous distractions. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to climb a coconut tree, laboriously hacking down several clusters of coconuts. Selecting a yellowing one, he opened it and handed it to Chen Shui. She received the coconut, her voice dripping with sweetness. "Jiang Yi, you are truly remarkable, capable of anything. Thank you so much." Jiang Yi, uninterested in her flattery, opened one for himself and gulped down several mouthfuls. He then noticed Chen Shui had already finished hers, licking her lips with a look of lingering satisfaction. In such a scenario, what man could resist? It was maddening. Being alone with this enchanting vixen was fraught with peril. Sensing Jiang Yi's gaze shift in intensity, Chen Shui felt a flutter of anxiety. She hadn't anticipated his boldness. It wasn't merely a matter of maintaining decorum. The balance of power had shifted, and she found herself at a disadvantage. Yet there was no recourse. Jiang Yi was determined to seize this opportunity. Hours slipped by, and soon 5 had passed. "Jiang Yi, Sister Shui, where are you?" A distant voice called out, the anxious tone belonging to Su Ying. After a long day, the two were relishing the gentle breeze when this jarring interruption reached their ears. Startled, I quickly sprang to my feet. When Aunt Su arrived at the beach, she discovered Jiang Yi and Chen Shui gathering sea salt along the shore. "Su Ying, what brings you here?" Jiang Yi inquired with surprise as he lifted his head. "I was worried since you both hadn't returned for so long. Fearing you might be in danger, So Aunt Su sent me to check on you, Su Ying explained. Jiang Yi poured the coarse salt he had collected together, glanced at the sky, and noted that the sun was nearing the horizon. Let's call it day and head back, he suggested. The three of them walked together, making their way back to the Nam Lake campsite, leaving behind the azure sea, where waves lapped against the shore, erasing any peculiar marks left by humans and restoring the beach to its pristine state. Chapter 29. Purification of coarse salt and the crafting of ceramic bowls. Jiang Yi, startled by Su Ying, returned to the campsite with a disgruntled expression. Fortunately, the task had been completed. Had he been interrupted mid-spell by that girl, he would have been compelled to toss her into the sea. Jiang Yi mused that he might be the reincarnation of Chao Gong, as he found little interest in the budding Su Ying, but was rather captivated by the mature women like Aunt Su, Aunt Shun, and Tian Mingling. It wasn't he that Su Ying lacked beauty. Sharing the same genes as Su Ruoxi, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a campus beauty in university. However, her naivety was quite apparent, unaware that her charming older brother bore a grudge against her. Su Ying was simply delighted at the prospect of enjoying food seasoned with salt in the future. Jiang Yi tossed several bunches of coconuts onto the ground, his gifts for the group. Yet, Su Ruoxi paid no heed to the coconuts and instead cast a wary glance at Chen Shui. After all, having witnessed Tian Mingling's previous predicament, she held little trust in Jiang Yi. Moreover, Chen Shui, with her cunning ways, posed a significant challenge for the inexperienced young man, making him susceptible to her tricks. After observing Chen Shui for a moment, Su Ruoxi finally relaxed, noting that her walking posture appeared quite normal. She had first-hand experience of Jiang Yi's abilities, having confirmed them through Tian Mingling. It was impossible for anyone to remain unscathed when he exerted his full strength. Jiang Yi set aside the coarse salt he had gathered today, planning to purify it when time allowed the next day. This coarse salt, if left unrefined, not only possessed a bitter taste, but also contained mild toxins, which could have severe health implications if consumed over an extended period. Meanwhile, those remaining at the campsite were not idle. They had extracted a considerable amount of fiber from the plants they had gathered and prepared dinner. Tonight's meal consisted once again of fish, with the fishing trap set in the shallow waters of Nam Lake yielding a decent catch, as a few foolish fish had been lured into their demise. Both stewed and grilled fish were served at the table. Uniquely, tonight also featured coconut juice. Jiang Yi distributed a coconut to each person. These coconuts are treasures, not only replenishing hydration, but also providing vitamins and sugars. Right, Aunt Shun? He remarked with a sly smile directed at Chen Shui. Chen Shui, holding her wooden chopsticks, remained indifferent to the delightful feast before her, momentarily snapped back to reality upon hearing his words. Ah, yes, indeed. It's delicious. Everyone should drink more. Jiang Yi grinned inwardly, relishing the moment as he heartily indulged in the grilled fish. Ding Ming gazed at Chen Shui with concern. Why aren't you drinking the coconut juice? You seem to lack appetite, even for fish. Are you feeling unwell? Her words prompted the others to notice her unusual demeanor. They were aware that survival in the wilderness was no leisurely vacation. Each meal was of paramount importance and should not be neglected. At that moment, if someone were ill, it was far from a trivial matter, and all eyes turned towards her with concern, feeling the weight of their gazes. Even the social butterfly, Chen Shui, felt a hint of discomfort. I'm not unwell. Today I was collecting sea salt on the beach. It was too hot, and I drank so much coconut juice that I'm quite full. Look, Jiang Yi hasn't had any coconut juice either. Everyone need not worry about her. She was perfectly fine. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement, confirming that he had indeed consumed a considerable amount. However, what he did not mention was that the coconut juice he had tasted was quite different from what the others experienced. Some had a rich, creamy flavor, while others were salty, reminiscent of expired yogurt, leaving a peculiar aftertaste. Perhaps the coconuts had ripened too much, resulting in an unusual flavor. Having been stranded on the deserted island for half a month, they had not only escaped danger, but also constructed a rustic courtyard in the wilderness, alleviating their concerns about food. Although conditions were somewhat harsh, they were far better than the days of relentless flight. The bonfire, the wooden cabin, and the simple elements provided a touch of warmth akin to home. After dinner, everyone retired to their rooms for the night. The rustic courtyard's outer fence kept wild beasts at bay, and any noise would rouse Jiang Yi immediately, thereby eliminating the need for a night watch. The river stones collected had been crafted into a fireplace, and as it was lit, the entire cabin became cozy and warm. Moreover, The smoke from the burning wood was vented outside through the chimney, alleviating any worries of smoke inhalation during the night. However, the only downside was that instead of Aunt Sue, it was Qiangzi who was present. It seemed that once they had leisure time, constructing one's own wooden cabin would be a must. As Jiang Yi pondered this delightful prospect, he gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, everyone awoke early. Life on the deserted island left no room for electronic distractions. Additionally, the daylight hours were filled with continuous labor to enhance their quality of life and procure food. Thus, they had developed the commendable habit of rising with the sun. However, they still lacked basic hygiene supplies. For instance, at this moment, everyone could only use burnt charcoal to clean their teeth. Through their time together, they had begun to understand one another better. Tian Mingling, who appeared to be a fitness coach, was actually a PhD graduate from Tsinghua University's physics department and a researcher at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. At that moment, she was tasked with the extraction of salt, a job that required more than just brute force. It involved filtering impurities and evaporating for crystallization to obtain refined salt. The process was intricate but not overly complex. Meanwhile, the others followed Jiang Yi to play with mud. Yesterday, while collecting plant fibers by the stream above Lake Namco, they had discovered ample clay. Clay was the primary material for crafting ceramic items. If they succeeded in firing clay bowls, they could finally abandon the use of bark for their meals. Not only is the odor unpleasant, but it is also prone to leakage. In due time, various ceramic items, such as bowls, basins, clay pots, and wash basins can be gradually acquired, significantly enhancing the quality of life. After excavating a substantial amount of clay, the group prepared to fire their ceramic creations. In this regard, they sought the expertise of the exceptionally talented Tian Mingling. After some contemplation, Tian Mingling remarked that the process of firing ceramics requires not only clay, but also certain minerals as auxiliary materials, such as quartz sand and feldspar. However, she was uncertain about the precise material ratios, advising them to experiment repeatedly. With no one possessing prior experience, they could only navigate this endeavor through trial and error. The specific procedure entails preparing materials, shaping, drying, firing, and polishing. The group began to divide tasks, gathering firewood, crafting the clay bodies, and constructing the kiln. A group of adults, engaged in molding the clay, found the activity quite enjoyable, their laughter resonating alongside the nearby stream. This was a cherished memory for many rural children from their youth. Once all preparations were completed, Jiang Yi ignited the kiln. The roaring flames turned the kiln a vivid red, and once the temperature was deemed appropriate, they placed the dried clay bodies inside for firing. Following this, a lengthy wait ensued. The firing of ceramics requires no less than a day and night. During the night, someone had to keep watch to ensure the fire did not extinguish. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. By the following afternoon, once the time was deemed sufficient, they ceased adding fuel. The entire kiln glowed fiercely, with several pieces reduced to shards and others cracked into fragments. Clearly, the material ratios for those failed items were grossly incorrect. Once completely cooled, Jiang Yi retrieved 3 intact ceramic bowls. Subsequently, he submerged the first bowl in water, which quickly dissolved into a slurry. The second bowl, when placed in water, cracked almost immediately. Undoubtedly, both were failures. Only the last bowl remained. Should this one also fail, all their efforts over the past 2 days would be in vain. The group held their breath as they placed the final ceramic bowl into the water. After a considerable wait, only a few bubbles emerged with no further reaction. With a mixture of trepidation and hope, Jiang Yi extracted this sole successful piece, inspecting it closely, and found it unchanged from when it was placed in the water. Its texture and feel had completely transformed from that of the clay body. It was indeed a genuine ceramic bowl. We did it. We succeeded. Su Ying danced with joy, and the others displayed radiant smiles. The sense of achievement from creating something from nothing enveloping them warmly. Chapter 30, Aunt Sue, Let Us Go Hunting. With their newfound success, they were ready to produce ceramic furniture in abundance. Excitedly, the group returned to play with the clay, shaping new bodies according to their preferences and aesthetic sensibilities, a process both novel and delightful. The kiln's fire blazed once more, as a greater variety of clay bodies were placed inside for firing. Meanwhile, Tian Mingling's coarse salt project had also reached completion, yielding 2 to 3 pounds of refined salt, sufficient for the group's consumption for a considerable time. Dinner consisted once again of fish, but thankfully, today's fish soup finally had a hint of saltiness. However, even the most delectable food can become tiresome with daily consumption, and the catch from the fishing trap has diminished compared to yesterday. On the morning of the third day of setting the traps, only one fish was captured, indicating that the fish are not so foolish as to enter the traps every day. The scarcity of food has once again emerged as a pressing issue. Jiang Yi proposed. Today, I have decided to venture into the mountains for hunting. I have had my fill of fish. Su Ying exclaimed joyfully, Yea, brother Jiang Yi, I want to go too. Jiang Yi retorted disdainfully, What can you do? You would only hinder me. Stay at home like a good girl. Su Ying replied, feeling wronged. If I don't go, then I won't go. Why are you being so fierce? Jiang Yi was at a loss for words. Thinking to himself that this was her version of fierceness, she had never witnessed his true wrath, which even her aunt could hardly withstand. Upon thinking of Su Ruoxi, he felt a sudden surge of impatience. In this camp, with so many people around, he had no opportunity to indulge in his desires, especially with Su Ying, the ever-present disruptor, constantly by her aunt's side. Jiang Yi flatteringly suggested, Aunt Su, let's hunt together. I fear I might lose my way alone. Without much deliberation, Su Ruoxi, concerned for Jiang Yi's safety, nodded in agreement. Jiang Yi addressed the others. You all remain at the camp. Safety is the priority. Xiangzi chuckled. Rest assured, brother. As long as I am alive, none of you will come to harm. Despite appearing submissive before Jiang Yi, Xiangzi was once a formidable figure under the leadership of the notorious Shadow, having engaged in numerous fights and even killings in the past. With him around, most dangers could be managed. Thus, Jiang Yi and Su Ruoxi set forth on their hunting expedition. Perhaps their sudden arrival at Namu Lake startled the nearby wildlife, for they encountered little movement among the animals. After searching for quite some time, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of a hare, let alone a wild goat or young deer. Su Ruoxi's pink miniskirt danced freely in the mountain breeze, her snow-white legs adorned with delicate lace stockings, creating a striking sight amidst the desolate landscape. At just over 18 years of age, Jiang Yi was in the prime of his youth, fueled by a newfound vigor after several experiences. Since his first intimate encounter with Aunt Su, he had not had the chance for such closeness again. After being bitten by the peculiar pink snake, not only had his physical capabilities significantly improved, but his desires had also intensified. He found himself questioning whether that pink snake was indeed the legendary silver flood dragon. Otherwise, how could a once innocent young man like him transform into someone so bold? Just yesterday, he had succumbed to temptation and forced himself upon Chen Shui, an act he would never have dared to undertake before. Jiang Yi, why do you keep walking behind me? Are you able to spot the prey that way? Jiang Yi gazed at her exquisite silhouette, his eyes unblinking, and replied nonchalantly, Fear not, Aunt Su. My eyes are keen and my ears attentive. Any small creature that dares to appear nearby will not escape my grasp. Su Ruoxi let out a delicate huff, reminiscent of a petulant young woman, and reproached, Go ahead and boast. If you let the prey escape, we shall all go hungry. As she spoke, she turned to warn Jiang Yi, only to see him gazing intently behind her, drool practically dripping from his chin. Why does it feel so chilly behind me? She mused, placing her hands on her hips, indignantly scolding, You little thief, where are your eyes wandering? Suddenly, Jiang Yi's eyes gleamed with an intense focus as he lunged towards her. Panic surged within Su Ruoxi, yet she was acutely aware of their desolate surroundings. Her knees felt weak. Jiang Yi's deep voice resonated in her ear, Aunt Su, stay still and silent. The potent scent of masculinity overwhelmed her senses, rendering her incapable of mounting any resistance. Her eyes widened in disbelief. What nonsensical words were issuing from this little rogue's mouth? How could he command her to remain still and silent? Was that within her control? Without seeking her consent, he took action, leaving her unable to resist or even enjoy the moment. Resigned, she closed her eyes, vowing to make him pay later. However, after a few moments passed without any progress, she opened her eyes. Jiang Yi pointed into the distance, whispering, Aunt Su, look, there are so many antelopes. Please don't scare them away. A wave of disappointment washed over her as she pushed Jiang Yi's hand away and turned to look ahead, where indeed a group of antelopes grazed leisurely. Jiang Yi signaled her to be quiet and, gripping his dagger, stealthily approached a solitary antelope. He was now merely 5 meters away, gazing at the robust creature. His mind conjured images of roasted lamb legs. He thought to himself, at such a distance, with the formidable strength he possessed, a single leap would suffice to drive the dagger into the antelope's flesh. He tensed his body, poised to strike. A skilled hunter always moves silently. With a powerful push, he launched himself forward, while the oblivious antelope continued to graze. As they drew within 2 meters of each other, the antelope finally sensed Jiang Yi's presence. Just as he believed he was about to succeed, the antelope effortlessly bounded away, leaping 3 or 4 meters. Thud! Jiang Yi landed face first into the mud, his pride thoroughly bruised. The antelope cast a brief glance at the disheveled Jiang Yi before leisurely returning to its meal, utterly disregarding him. Damn it, Jiang Yi thought. Humiliated by being scorned by a mere animal, he realized that his overconfidence had led him astray. His once proud reflexes paled in comparison to the wild's natural instincts. If he intended to emulate the hunting techniques of fierce beasts like tigers and leopards, he would inevitably starve. Returning to Su Ruashi, caked in mud, he was met with her unsparing laughter. Did you not claim it would be easy? Why did you fall flat on your face? Jiang Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had boasted too much. How could he win Su Ruashi's heart and make her irresistibly enamored with him if he failed to deliver? Thus, he resolved to regroup and seek a smaller young antelope to make his next attempt, altering his hunting strategy accordingly. He procured a wooden stick, fastening a dagger to its end to fashion a spear, and once more sought a target among the flock of sheep, spotting a young antelope. Jiang Yi engaged his entire being, taking aim at the creature. Whoosh! The spear sliced through the air. The sound startled the herd, causing the young antelope to bolt in fear. With a swift motion, the spear grazed the antelope's body, drawing a trickle of blood, yet it was not fatal. The young creature, in pain, let out a cry as it fled. The herd, alarmed, scattered in all directions. Quick pursue. Chapter 31. Revelry beneath the rain on a meadow adorned with wildflowers. Jiang Yi and Su Ruashi sat in despondence. After tracking for the better part of the day, they had yet to locate the injured young antelope. It was no wonder that humans resorted to traps for hunting. The reflexes of animals far surpassed human expectations. With the antelope having escaped, Jiang Yi turned his attention to the enchanting Su Ruashi beside him. After all, one could not return empty-handed from such an outing. He plucked a handful of vibrant wildflowers, presenting them to Su Ruashi with heartfelt sincerity. She received the bouquet, inhaling its fragrance, a smile gracing her lips. This is your first time giving me flowers. Observing the cheerful expression on her face, Jiang Yi felt invigorated. With a playful grin, he ventured, Aunt Su, look at this delightful place, with birds singing and flowers blooming, and no one to disturb us. Why don't we? Su Ruashi turned to him, regarding the younger man, more than a decade her junior, with a serious gaze. Jiang, what exactly is our relationship now? Are we simply elder and junior, lovers, or merely instruments for each other's desires? Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback. In his mind, having crossed a certain threshold, Su Ruashi was inherently his. Aunt Su, you know I cherish you. I will take responsibility for you. I love you. Su Ruashi scoffed, oh really? And what about Tian mingling? Do you love her too? Your affections seem quite cheap. You cannot resist whenever someone is willing, can you? Jiang Yi was left speechless. After a moment as contemplation, he attempted to clarify. Aunt Su, I love you alone. Everything that transpired with Tian mingling was an accident. He recounted the events of that night verbatim. Without that incident, I could not have triumphed overly Tian. Believing that his candidness would touch Su Ruashi's heart, he was unprepared for her icy demeanor as she retorted, So, are you suggesting I should thank her? That is not what I meant. Suddenly, a thunderous clap reverberated through the air. Jiang Yi looked up to find the sky shrouded in ominous clouds, with lightning crackling, heralding an impending storm. Su Ruashi pointed to the heavens, exclaiming in frustration, See? Even the heavens cannot stand by. A scoundrel like you is destined to be struck by lightning. A cold raindrop fell upon Jiang Yi's brow, and the downpour arrived unannounced. Grasping Su Ruashi's hand, he sought refuge beneath a protruding rock on the cliffside. The tempest raged, the mountains in the distance veiled in a misty shroud. Aunt Su, believe me, I truly love you. Jiang Yi persisted, unwilling to relinquish his explanation. Su Ruashi gazed at the boy before her and once again posed a question. Love is inherently selfish. Tell me, can you maintain your distance from Tian mingling and never touch her again? Jiang Yi pondered this query. Although his relationship with Tian Mingling was purely accidental and devoid of emotional foundation, he could not simply disregard her existence. Witnessing his hesitation, Su Ruashi's face fell with disappointment. You wavered. You cannot let her go, can you? You profess to love me, yet your heart harbors another woman. Jiang Yi. I never anticipated you to be this kind of person. Jiang Yi was taken aback. Su Ani, Su Ruashi covered her ears and shook her head vehemently. I refuse to listen. Your words are nothing but lies. What significance do they hold? Frustration overwhelmed Jiang Yi, and he recalled the words of a life mentor. If a woman does not listen, you must exhaust all your means to please her until she falls silent. He resolved to put this into practice, hoping to touch Su Ruashi's heart. He embraced her fiercely and puckered his lips, preparing to kiss her. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as it struck Jiang Yi's face. Su Ruashi looked at him with disappointment. Do you think I am such a frivolous woman, that you can treat me as you please? Tell me, did you engage in anything with Chen Shui yesterday? Upon hearing Su Ruashi's inquiry, Jiang Yi felt as though a thunderbolt had struck him, leaving his mind in a daze. He longed to concoct a falsehood to deceive Su Ruashi, claiming nothing had transpired. But she had just declared her disdain for dishonest men. What should he do? As Su Ruashi observed Jiang Yi's silence, her complexion turned pale, as if struck by lightning. In that moment, she comprehended everything. What had begun as a casual question felt as if the sky had collapsed. Her once stable world was now rife with turmoil. Jiang Yi reached for Su Ruashi's hand. Su Ani, please let me explain. Su Ruashi, now enraged, retorted, do not touch me. Jiang Yi, how can you be so indiscriminate? Do you know how many men Chen Shui has been with? She is tainted, and so are you. At that moment, Su Ruashi felt as if her most cherished doll had been cast into a muddy pit. No matter how much she scrubbed, it would forever bear the stains of its past. With a quivering voice, she lamented, you know very well she is my sworn enemy in the company. Why would you engage with her? If you desired her, why not tell me? Would I refuse you? Jiang Yi was at a loss for words. Had it not been for that night when she toyed with him and then turned a blind eye, would he have succumbed to Chen Shui's temptations? However, such thoughts remained unspoken. Once a woman loses her reason, everything you say is wrong. Thus, he stepped into the torrential rain, allowing the relentless downpour to drench him to the bone. The misty curtain of rain enveloped him, in the face of nature's terrifying force. Humanity felt as insignificant as a leaf upon the vast ocean. Seeing Jiang Yi tormenting himself, Su Ruashi felt a pang of sympathy. She shouted, Jiang Yi, what are you doing? It's pouring rain, come back. Jiang Yi, however, paid her no heed and continued to scrub his body vigorously in the rain. Suanti, you called me dirty, didn't you? Today, I shall cleanse myself with the ethereal water from the heavens. Su Ruashi, resting her forehead against her palm, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. She was both amused and exasperated by Jiang Yi's foolish antics. Could one truly wash away such profound grievances with mere water? That endearing yet shameful man was grappling with inner turmoil. How could rain possibly wash it away? Come back quickly, you'll catch a cold out there. Su Ruashi urged anxiously. Su Ai, if you do not forgive me, I shall not return. Let me fall ill. Perhaps it would be better to perish for you. My dear Su Ai, no longer want me. What is the meaning of life, if I must endure? Please come back. Suddenly, a deafening crack echoed through the air as a silver lightning bolt struck near Jiang Yi. The terrifying force of nature sent shivers down their spines. Su Ruashi and Jiang Yi cried out in fear, dreading the impending calamity. Ignoring the relentless tempest, Su Ruashi plunged into the rain, racing towards the figure standing resolutely amidst the downpour. Her heart screamed, Jiang Yi, you must not come to harm. Had she known, she would have refrained from quarreling with him. In that moment, all her resentments were washed away by the torrential rain and all possessiveness shattered by the lightning. Even if you were to have countless wives, merely witnessing your smile from afar would suffice, as long as you remained unharmed. Yet that figure collapsed. Regret surged within her, engulfing Su Ruashi entirely. In Chapter 32, the first encounter with Toliai, Jiang Yi lay upon the grass, the rain pouring down in torrents, yet little of it struck him. For Su Ruashi knelt beside him, shielding him from the elements. Though he was unharmed, the fright was palpable. Just moments ago, that bolt of lightning had been a mere 2 or 3 meters away, and in that instant, every hair on his body had stood on end. having narrowly escaped death. He realized that his once prized physical strength was utterly insignificant. Had he been struck, he might have been obliterated in an instant. Seeing that Jiang Yi was unscathed, Suruwashi collapsed into the muddy water, weeping with joy. "You little rascal, why didn't the heavens strike you down? You've made me worry for nothing." Jiang Yi gazed at Su Ai, drenched by the rain, her white shirt clinging to her skin, and her pink miniskirt besmirched with mud. As raindrops cascaded down her hair, tracing her cheeks and neck, he gently embraced her, kissing her lips. This time, she did not resist. The sky darkened further, as if the storm were cheering for them, the raindrops dancing merrily upon them. It seemed that the downpour would not cease any time soon, with thunder rumbling and the rain lamenting. Exhausted from seeking refuge, Jiang Yi and Suruwashi decided to lie down, the cold, icy rain assaulting their faces. After the new rain, a white mist enveloped the mountains. The fleeting nature of such storms is characterized by fierce winds and heavy rains, unlike the gentle drizzle of early spring that lingers for days. Before long, the sky cleared, and the evening glow bathed the snow-white earth in a rosy hue. The sun is nearly setting. How long do you two intend to lie there?" Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out, like a lark in the forest, gently awakening the entranced souls. Exhausted and unwilling to move, the two individuals were startled into action by the sudden sound, springing up from the grass. A young girl, perhaps around 15 or 16 years of age, emerged from below the cliff not far away, her gaze fixed intently upon them. This unexpected visitor stood just over 1.60 meters, her long black hair styled into two cascading ponytails adorned with a floral crown. Beneath the crown rested a naturally exquisite face, pale and smooth like jade, still possessing a hint of youthful roundness. Most captivating were her clear eyes, ethereal as a cold moon, untouched by worldly distractions. She donned a simple linen garment and brown ankle boots, with a bamboo basket slung across her back. Her visage resembled that of a mountain sprite, while her attire bore the charm of a girl from the human realm, imbued with a touch of humanity. Following her was a half-grown antelope, its body bearing wounds, a testament to its recent escape from Jiang Yi's hunt. Though Jiang Yi and Suruwashi remained unaware of the girl's origins, they sensed she posed no threat. Their vulnerability, having been caught in such a state, rendered them acutely aware of their embarrassment, as if their 4 feet could excavate a 300-square-meter apartment. They had assumed this desolate wilderness, with the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed, would allow them to indulge in unrestrained freedom. Little did they know that a delightful young girl had been observing their every move. Summoning his courage, Jiang Yi addressed the girl, requesting her to look away as they donned their clothes. The girl blinked her innocent eyes and calmly replied, "You can call me Toliai. It means to support and flower bud. You need not concern yourselves with me. Having seen you without clothes, why should I care if you're dressed?" Jiang Yi was at a loss for words. Where had this impudent child come from, displaying a shamelessness that rivaled his own? It was one thing to watch from a distance, but quite another to approach and witness their dressing. Yet, one could not fault her for within her gaze. There was no hint of lewdness, no trace of shyness, nor any intention to tease. To her, Jiang Yi and Suruwashi appeared as mere elements of nature, akin to the distant mountains and trees, indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. Thus, there was no need for concealment. Since the girl displayed no concern, Jiang Yi, a grown man, found no reason for shame. Resolutely, he rose, gathering his clothing, wringing out the moisture, and dressing himself. He then assisted Suruwashi in donning her garments. As Suruwashi regained her composure, curiosity piqued within her regarding the ethereal girl amidst the treacherous jungle. "Little sister, where do you come from? And why are you alone in the forest?" Toliai answered cheerfully, "I live at the foot of the mountain, gathering herbs to treat my mother's illness." Jiang Yi teased, "At such a tender age, spying on others is hardly commendable." Toliai tilted her head. "What is so unusual about that? I often watch my brother and sister-in-law." Suddenly, her expression darkened, a flicker of sorrow crossing her features. "But he is no longer here." Suruwashi shot Jiang Yi a disapproving glance before inquiring, "Where are the others in your family? Why are you alone in the mountains gathering herbs? It is dangerous. Which tribe do you belong to?" Tuolei swiftly regained her vivacity and replied, "My brother made a mistake, and our family was expelled from the tribe. Now, it is just my mother and me." Suruwashi and Jiang Yi were taken aback, astonished to learn of Tuolei's tragic experiences. It was hard to fathom that at such a tender age, she was left to care for her ailing mother amidst the perils of the jungle. Yet, Tuolei beamed with a smile, saying, "I must return home. My mother is still waiting for me. By the way, these 2 herbs are a gift for you, sister. Boil them in water. They possess properties that can dispel bruising and reduce swelling. If you need anything, come find me. My home is just down the mountain." She retrieved 2 herbs from her bamboo basket and cheerfully descended the mountain. Suruashi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, for her knee was merely scraped. However, there was slight swelling in certain areas. Could these herbs truly be so beneficial? Jiang Yi gazed at the departing girl, murmuring to himself, Tuolei, is it merely coincidence? Even at such a young age, you have your own thoughts. Is it never enough? If you can't control your urges, be wary. I might just take care of it tonight. Suruashi pinched Jiang Yi's waist in anger, prompting him to grimace in pain as he pleaded, Su-ai. It's not what you think. Let me explain. Explain what? Let's go home. Not far from their path, they encountered a robust antelope lying on the ground. Weighing at least 100 pounds, Jiang Yi hurried over to inspect it, discovering that it seemed to have fallen from the cliff and had just expired, its flesh still tender. Could it be that the recent lightning had startled the antelope, causing it to slip and fall, thus providentially benefiting the 2? Jiang Yi burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck! Tonight, we shall feast on roasted whole lamb." Suruoxi, equally delighted, acknowledged that they had expended considerable energy and needed to replenish themselves. However, as Jiang Yi hoisted the antelope onto his shoulders, his legs wobbled weakly. The 2 of them returned to the camp, their steps uneven yet filled with the satisfaction of a fruitful day. Chapter 33. The mysterious visitor bathed in the afterglow of the sunset. Jiang Yi and his companions successfully made their way back to the camp. However, the keen-eyed Jiang Yi soon noticed a stranger among them. The young man appeared to be in his late 20s, tall and lean, with not a trace of excess flesh on his face or bare arms, yet his shoulders were remarkably broad. He smiled bashfully upon seeing Jiang Yi and promptly nodded in greeting. Tian Mingling explained, "Jiang, this is Zhang Feng, a university classmate of Jiasin and me, as well as a survivor from the Lucky Number cruise ship. His group of survivors has a camp located about 7 or 8 kilometers away in a nearby valley. He ventured out in search of food and fortuitously encountered us." Jiang Yi smiled in acknowledgement, considering it a cordial introduction. The others, upon witnessing the impressive antelope that had been hunted, were filled with excitement and gathered around to marvel at it. After enjoying a sumptuous meal in the Li tribe, they had endured a week of rough travel, arriving at Nama Lake, where they feasted on fish daily. At that moment, Jiang Yi and Suruashi were both drenched and, lacking spare clothes, could only sit by the fire to dry off. Jiang Yi kicked Su Ying lightly, instructing her to prepare the 2 herbs for her aunt's consumption. Su Ying, feeling the sting on her backside, turned back with a hint of displeasure, remarking, "Could you not be a bit gentler? I'm a girl after all." She then turned to Suruashi, inquiring, "What's the matter with my aunt? What are the effects of this medicine?" Jiang Yi shot her a stern glance. "Didn't you see Aunt Su fall? This is a remedy for bruising and swelling. Hurry up, stop wasting time." Su Ying found it peculiar that every time someone accompanied Jiang Yi, they seemed to end up injured, particularly their knees. Qianzi was a man of clarity regarding his own identity and possessed a keen awareness. While several women chattered animatedly about how to prepare the antelope meat, he had already begun to process the prey. Observing this, Zhang Feng also offered his assistance. The water in the iron pot had just begun to boil. Initially, Jiang Yi had intended to use it for cooking fish, but now it served a different purpose. Pouring the scalding water over the antelope made it easy to remove the fur with a knife. Tian Mingling, watching curiously, asked, "Isn't it better to skin it directly? It's quicker, and the hide can be used for clothing." Wang Jiasin nodded in agreement, adding, "Over where I come from, we always strip the entire hide, never consuming it." Qianzi explained, "While working in our region, animal hides are quite common and hold little value, and we don't have much need for them currently. However, the meat is quite delightful. When stewed until tender, it's even more delicious than the flesh." Jiang Yi nodded in concurrence. "In my hometown, lamb must always be cooked with the skin on. If anyone feels cold at night, they can come and sleep with me." At this, he noticed Suruashi casting him a murderous glare, prompting him to refrain from further jesting. Qiangzi and Zhang Feng handled the processing tasks with remarkable ease, particularly Qiangzi, who clearly had considerable experience. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, had only witnessed pig slaughtering while living with his grandparents back home and had never practiced it himself. Thus he could only assist. As they neared completion of the antelope preparation and began to cook dinner, Zhang Feng unexpectedly announced his departure. Tian Mingling, delighted to reunite with her old classmate on this desolate island, urged him to stay. Look at all this meat. We can't possibly finish it all. Why not join us for a meal? Zhang Feng, eyeing the lamb, swallowed hard but ultimately shook his head. I'd better not. My sister is still waiting back at the camp, and if I don't find food, she won't have dinner either. I must leave. Initially, Jiang Yi had refrained from commenting on Zhang Feng's arrival out of respect for Tian Mingling and thought little of him staying for a meal. However, given that he was diligent and chose not to stay, Jiang Yi felt a pang of regret. Thus, he spoke up, Mingling Jia, since Zhang Feng is in a hurry to return, let us send him back with a couple of the fish we caught, so he won't go hungry. Tian Mingling cast a grateful glance at Jiang Yi. After all, food was a shared resource essential for survival, and she felt awkward about giving it away freely. However, Jiang Yi's words changed the dynamic, as he was a figure of authority in the camp, with the right to allocate resources. Zhang Feng took 2 fish and left, expressing his heartfelt thanks. The atmosphere in the camp resumed its cheerful tone, as a leg of lamb and liver were cut into small pieces, skewered, and placed over the charcoal fire to roast. Other than the offal and a rack of lamb, they were placed in an iron pot to simmer, seasoned solely with salt and wild garlic foraged nearby. While waiting for the meat to cook, Jiang Yi constructed a smokehouse from stones, slicing the excess antelope meat into strips to cure within. Such smoked fare, deprived of moisture, would be easier to preserve. Skewered lamb, handheld lamb chops, and lamb offal soup, complemented by wild garlic, culminated in a sumptuous feast in the wilderness. Each person held a coconut as their beverage, diving straight into the meal. If only there were internet access at that moment, a live broadcast on Douyin would surely trend. Jiang Yi raised his coconut, proclaiming that through their collective efforts, they had fashioned a wilderness mansion and feasted like royalty. As long as they continued to strive and live well, the opportunity to return home would surely arise. Cheers! Everyone lifted their coconuts and clinked them together. Cheers! Cheers! The following morning, the pottery in the kiln had once again taken shape, and after cooling, a plethora of finished products emerged: bowls for dining, clay pots, earthen basins, water cups, and other essential utensils were now fully equipped. However, a torrential downpour the previous day had caused the water level of Lake Namu to rise dramatically, submerging the fishing traps previously set, rendering them ineffective. Yet, the newly influxed mountain floodwaters were murky, likely due to the lake's oxygen depletion, causing many fish to swim into shallow waters and the creek's mouth. This presented a rare opportunity to procure food, prompting everyone to wade into the water to catch fish. Although they had grown weary of fish lately, it was essential to stockpile provisions for unforeseen circumstances, as not every day would yield such a bounty. Are you all ready? The fishing competition is about to commence. If anyone fails to catch even a single fish, they must run naked around Lake Namu. Eager anticipation filled the air, for schools of fish could be seen swimming just off the shore. How could anyone possibly fail to catch them? Begin with Jiang Yi's command. Regardless of whether one were a renowned streamer, a distinguished academic, or a celebrity, all were compelled to expose their legs and wade into the water to catch fish. Jiang Yi reclined on the grass, observing a bevy of beautiful women fishing, their long, fair legs captivating his gaze. Particularly, women like Chen Shui, bending over, displayed an impressive silhouette, a vision of alabaster white, seemingly intent on ensnaring Jiang Yi's attention. This carefree wilderness life had led Jiang Yi to momentarily forget his desire to return home. What was home, anyway? This was his home. Just as he reveled in thoughts of a promising future, an untimely voice interrupted his reverie. Cease your frivolous actions. Who permitted you to fish here? Do you even know whose territory this is? Chapter 34. Fishing prohibited at Lake Namu. His once exuberant mood was abruptly shattered by this unwelcome interruption, causing irritation in anyone. Jiang Yi looked up to see 6 or 7 men approaching from a distance. Their demeanor and words revealed their unsavory intent. He felt a jolt of recognition, as one of them was none other than Zhang Feng, who had visited the campsite the night before. Had he betrayed them? The uninvited guests, primarily in their 30s and 40s, included a notably younger individual named Zhang Feng. Their attire starkly contrasted with that of the Liji tribe, adopting a modern style, yet appearing quite worn, as if washed excessively. The first to speak was a man in his early 40s, clad in a blue and white striped short-sleeved shirt paired with tattered winter trousers, his once black leather shoes now obscured by dirt. This man, known as Li Ping, had been stranded here for 2 years, establishing a survivor camp with a few brothers, managing to scrape by. In every age group, physical characteristics are easily discernible. Thus, Li Ping instinctively overlooked the youthful and somewhat naive Jiang Yi, instead perceiving the dark-skinned, robust Xiangzi, who was surrounded by women catching fish, as the leader. Upon reaching the shores of Nama Lake, they were astonished to see over 20 fish caught in a small pond. When had fishing in Namu Lake become so effortless? Third brother, look, nudged one of Li Ping's younger companions, casting furtive glances toward Namu Lake. Li Ping, filled with curiosity, turned to see his brothers fixated on a group of women, their drool nearly flowing into the lake. The women fishing by the lake possessed strikingly fair skin and legs that seemed to stretch beyond measure. There were both youthful and mature beauties, each embodying exquisite femininity. Particularly captivating was one woman, her voluptuous figure exuding allure, drawing attention so powerfully that one might feel their very soul being ensnared by her gaze. Observing his companions transfixed by the women, Li Ping mused to himself about the prospect of a festive evening, contemplating a hearty meal to celebrate with his brothers. With a surge of indignation, he demanded to know who permitted them to fish there, asserting that Nama Lake was the territory of his elder brother. The women, along with Xiangzi, paused in their activities, uncertain of the newcomer's intentions, yet recognizing Zhang Feng among them, presumably his companions. The group of men, with their lewd gazes, rendered the women uncomfortable, though they refrained from confrontation, aware of the numerical superiority of their adversaries. However, Su Ying, youthful and unreserved, boldly retorted, "We reside by the sea, and your interference is unwarranted. If you claim this lake belongs to your brother, why not enclose it and inscribe his name?" Li Ping and his subordinates were unfazed by Su Ying's outburst, instead responding with laughter and jest. "Oh, look at the fiery little pepper. I wonder if you possess the same fervor in the bedroom," one remarked. "Hey, third brother, this little bud isn't much. Let us stick with the mature women. They know how to please." Another added, "Exactly, third brother, you take the lead, and I'll follow." Infuriated, Su Ying's face flushed. "Mind your language." While the crude banter continued, Jiang Yi remained motionless, and Xiangzi, ever perceptive, stepped forward. "A few gentlemen, what brings you here?" Li Ping suppressed his smile and boldly proclaimed, "This stretch of coastline, every blade of grass and tree, belongs to my elder brother, Wang Hailong. You have set up camp here without my brother's consent and brazenly fished from our ponds. How do you intend to compensate? Indeed, you little brats. Is this where you ought to be? Recognize your place, bow your heads in apology, and vacate promptly. Exactly what a nuisance you are, utterly ignorant of the rules of the underworld. Fishing is prohibited at Nam Lake. Do you not comprehend the ecological damage you are causing?" The others chimed in, hurling insults to bolster their leader. Yet, Xiangzi remained unfazed by their bluster. Instead, he asked with a hint of amusement, "I wonder how this territory is delineated and what evidence you possess." With newfound confidence thanks to her ally, Su Ying joined in, "What proof do you have? In this desolate wilderness, we can reside and fish wherever we choose. Do you have any authority over us? Indeed, your arrogance is intolerable. By what right do you order us to leave? This is not your island." With Su Ying leading the charge, the other women echoed her sentiments. They could not afford to appear weak. Li Ping laughed heartily. "You are aware this island is a barren wasteland, yet a handful of women and 2 boys dare challenge us. Let me tell you, on this island, power reigns supreme. Those with numbers and strength wield the authority. Do not think that even you women are exempt from our leader's dominion." Such bandit logic was not foreign to Xiangzi. Having previously worked with Zheng Biao of the Yuanyang Merchant Association, who had partaken in numerous nefarious deeds, it was evident that the Yuanyang Merchant Association was the true ruler of these waters. Xiangzi was taken aback to find his own words usurped by a group of insignificant ruffians. Before Jiang, he was meek and cautious, driven by reverence and fear. However, he dismissed this ragtag bunch with disdain. Confronting them single-handedly, he arrogantly declared, "You little pests, if you refuse to back down, let us see whose fists are mightier. Damn it, whoever yields first is the coward." Li Ping narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Well said. You have guts. Du Fei, go teach this fellow a lesson. Once we handle him, we can enjoy a romantic escapade at Nam Lake and treat our brothers to some fun." Du Fei patted his chest, assuring, "Third brother, just watch me. When it comes time for business, let me take my place behind you." Du Fei was the same little brother who had earlier urged Li Ping to admire the beauties. This small act had earned him Li Ping's trust and the honor of being the first to step forward. As tensions escalated and a confrontation seemed imminent, Zhang Feng, who had been lurking in the background, could no longer remain hidden. These were his companions, should a fight ensue. How could he hold his head high before his old classmates, especially when both were his goddesses? With this thought, Zhang Feng rushed from the crowd and grabbed Du Fei, who was eager to brawl. Then, he humbly approached Li Ping, saying, "Third brother, what is going on here? Was it not agreed that we would only come to fish? I brought you all here for that purpose. The vast expanse of Nam Lake, teeming with fish, presents no challenge for us to catch together. As we will soon be neighbors, why stir discontent? For the sake of camaraderie, let us consider today's incident settled, shall we?" With a swift motion, Li Ping struck Zhang Feng across the face with a resounding slap, showing no mercy nor concern for face. "What do you even think you are? Do you deserve my consideration? Step aside and do not hinder my affairs." Stung by the public humiliation, Zhang Feng could only simmer in silence, his cheeks ablaze with a mixture of pain and shame. "Third master, I may be naught but a trivial being, yet they are my friends. If my guidance brings them harm, would I not become a traitor?" He pleaded earnestly, kneeling before Li Ping, clutching his arm in desperation. Li Ping, exasperated, shrugged off his grasp. Unbeknownst to Zhang Feng, Li Ping's desires extended far beyond mere fish. He coveted the alluring mermaids that graced the waters. Chapter 35. My fist or your bones. Zhang Feng's supplications bore no fruit. Instead, they incited Li Ping's ire. With a fierce kick, Li Ping sent Zhang Feng sprawling to the ground, his boot pressing menacingly against his face. "Speak another word, and I will ensure your sister joins you in suffering tonight." The mention of his sister silenced Zhang Feng, leaving him prostrate, as if his dignity had perished in the dirt. In the face of Zhang Feng's plight, neither Jiang nor anyone else showed a willingness to intervene. Regardless of their intentions, Li Ping and his group were brought forth by Zhang Feng himself. Had he kept his lips sealed upon returning, this debacle would have been averted. Fortunately, he did not appear to be ungrateful or malicious. Otherwise, Jiang would have ensured he did not see the dawn of the next day. In this desolate isle, unfamiliar foes are not to be feared. It is the treacherous friend that poses the gravest threat. As the two prepared to clash, they stood less than 5 meters apart. Du Fei, Clat and Tatat Gaments, was no better off than Xiangzi, yet he regarded him with disdain. His confidence stemmed from two sources. First, an unwavering belief in his own strength, for every man, before the first blow is struck, perceives themselves as invincible. Second, the solidarity of his brothers behind him. 6 or 7 men against a mere scrawny adversary and a brash youth. With a surge of bravado, he began to stretch, cracking his joints in preparation, his confidence soaring. "Prepare to meet your end." Du Fei launched a punch toward Xiangzi's face. Unfazed, Xiangzi caught Du Fei's fist, twisting it with force before executing a shoulder throw. Bang! Du Fei crashed to the ground, groaning in agony. Yet Xiangzi had no intention of relenting. He ensnared Du Fei's waist with his legs and locked his hands around his throat. No matter how Du Fei struggled, he could not escape the grip, his face gradually turning a shade reminiscent of liver as he gasped for breath. Regarding Xiangzi's performance, Jiang, he was quite pleased. If he couldn't handle these few small fries, it would be best for him to leave. It was clear that the Yuanyang Merchants Association was not a place for the inept. Xiangzi's ability to rise above the multitude of struggling individuals and be selected as a crew member demonstrated his prowess. In fact, not a single crew member of the Yuanyang Merchants Association was without merit. While claiming one could take on 10 might be an exaggeration, dispatching 3 or 4 ordinary individuals was certainly within the realm of possibility. However, when they initially encountered Jiang Yi, who was exceedingly formidable and employed various traps, it was no wonder that the 20 or so underlings under the shrimp's command met such a tragic fate. Li Ping did not expect Du Fei to be taken down in one encounter. Fortunately, he had brought a substantial number of men with him. He bellowed at his remaining subordinates, urging them to stop dawdling and join the fray. Come on, let's take him down. With 5 or 6 men charging at Xiangzi, Li Ping led the charge. Faced with formidable foes, Xiangzi remained unperturbed, not dodging or evading, and swung his fists with determination. His objective was clear. No matter how many hits he took, his fists must land on the face of the leader. Thus, Xiangzi unleashed a flurry of punches on Li Ping while fending off kicks and blows from the others. With sheer determination, he fought valiantly against 7 adversaries. Just as it seemed Xiangzi might face dire consequences, Jiang, he spat out the grass he had been chewing, picked up a stone from the ground, and hurled it with force. Whack! The stone struck one man squarely in the head, causing blood to erupt from the wound. Who dares to ambush me without adhering to the code of combat? Jiang Yi, clad in loose shorts and flip-flops, strolled casually to the scene of the brawl. 2 of Li Ping's underlings, seeing Jiang Yi approaching to assist, swung their fists at him. Crack! Crack! The sounds of breaking bones echoed as the 2 men screamed in agony, clutching their fractured right hands and kneeling in pain. Jiang Yi pressed on, delivering a swift kick to one of the assailants surrounding Xiangzi. Wham! Thud! The man was sent flying, landing with a splash in a lake Namu. Bang! 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 Jiang Yi continued to strike, and no matter how fiercely the remaining underlings tried to defend themselves, they could not withstand the might of his kicks. Collapsing to the ground in anguish, this was still a show of leniency from Jiang Yi. He wished to avoid a scene too bloody and brutal in front of the women. Moreover, the area around Lake Namu would serve as their long-term camp. How could they live if they left a trail of corpses behind? Otherwise, with a kick wielding hundreds of kilograms of force, he could easily end a life. Once the skirmishers were dealt with, the 2 remaining fighters were revealed. Xiangzi finally ceased his assault, his back emblazoned with footprints, his hair disheveled. Turning to see Jiang Yi, he managed a grin, though his mouth was stained with blood, clearly indicating he had not emerged unscathed. Beneath him, Li Ping fared even worse. His face a canvas of bruises, unable to open his eyes, with 2 front teeth knocked out and blood filling his mouth. Jiang Yi cursed, lamenting that they were nothing but a band of savages, always resorting to violence. Can't we just talk things out? Xiangzi, feeling ashamed of his inadequacies, thought to himself that he had embarrassed his elder brother. Half alive, Li Ping nodded in agreement with Jiang Yi's words, squinting his eyes in a gesture that was not one of disdain towards his adversary, but rather a result of having been struck so severely that he could scarcely open them. Jiang Yi looked down at Li Ping with a naive smile, reminiscent of an unsophisticated youth. He then raised his foot and brought it down with force, the sound of cracking underfoot resembling the crunch of dried wood in a forest. Li Ping let out a heart-wrenching scream, his right hand deformed from the impact. Jiang Yi, devoid of any emotion, asked, "Now tell me, is my fist harder? Or is your bone harder? In this realm of Namu Lake, who holds authority, your elder brother or I?" The fear reflected in the 1/3 of Li Ping's visible eyeball was palpable. Trembling, he pleaded, "Great brother, spare my life, I am but a dog." Having been marooned on a deserted island for a year or 2, he was acutely aware of the value of life in this place, less than that of an animal. An animal could be a meal for many, while a human was worth nothing, merely a splash in the sea, stirring up waves of a mere meter high, and nothing more. He had witnessed too many such scenes and did not wish to become one of them. However, this was not the answer Jiang Yi sought. Stepping on Li Ping's foot, he rubbed it back and forth with force before coldly demanding, "Answer me. Who has the final say here?" Li Ping cried out in agony, hastily responding, "Grandfather, your fist is hard. I am but soft-boned. I beg you, let me go. From now on, the entire Namu Lake area will be under your command. My elder brother is nothing, not even worthy to carry your shoes." Satisfied, Jiang Yi withdrew his foot and calmly surveyed the other subordinates. They trembled before him as if confronted by a plague, their fears stemming from the dread of meeting the same fate as their 3rd brother. Thud! The subordinates fell to the ground, clasping their hands in supplication. "Master, your fist is the hardest. We are all soft-boned. From now on, Namu Lake belongs to you. We wouldn't dare to relieve ourselves in your direction." Jiang Yi had no intention of killing them. With a cold snort, he commanded, "Scram." The group of subordinates, as if granted a reprieve, helped their 3rd brother and fled. Su Ruoshi, along with 5 other women, approached after the battle had concluded. their faces filled with admiration for Jiang Yi. Each time they witnessed his prowess in combat, he appeared so dashing. Zhang Feng, on the other hand, gazed at Jiang Yi with a mixture of awe and fear. He finally understood why Jiang Yi could single-handedly hunt an antelope and why, when he spoke, Tian Mingling dared to present him with fish. I didn't know they would act this way. I merely brought them to catch fish, Zhang Feng desperately explained. Jiang Yi interrupted. That no longer matters. Take care of yourself. Zhang Feng, apologizing, did not dare to look at his old classmates, Tian Mingling and Wang Jiasen, before turning to chase after Li Ping and the others. Chapter 36. The Root of Calamity after decisively defeating Li Ping and his subordinates. Jiang Yi did not share the exuberance that others might have felt. Instead, he furrowed his brow. He pulled out the map he had acquired from the leader of the Li clan and scrutinized the surroundings of Namu Lake. To the east of Namu Lake lay a vast, flat valley, shaped like a crescent moon, known as the Moonlit Courtyard. In the region of Moon Courtyard, the cartographer marked several black dots, which signify unknown human settlements. The direction in which Li Ping and his companions departed was indeed towards the Moon Courtyard. Jiang glanced at Xiangzi and inquired if everything was all right. Xiangzi, understanding the implication, assured him that he was fine, declaring it a minor issue that would not hinder their tasks. Jiang handed the map to Xiangzi, instructing him to memorize the surrounding terrain, and then urged him to catch up with the others. Xiangzi took the map and began to diligently commit the nearby landscape to memory. Within just a few minutes, he had etched the geography into his mind. Jiang reminded him once more to prioritize safety on this expedition, emphasizing the importance of uncovering their adversary's true nature without compromising their own security, and asked if he understood. With a confident smile, Xiangzi reassured him, "Rest easy, brother. I'm off." Once Xiangzi had departed, Suruwashi spoke up, "Jiang Yi, who are these people? They resemble neither the natives nor the survivors from our shipwreck." Jiang pondered for a moment before responding. "Based on my conjecture, the colossal whirlpool we encountered during the shipwreck connects to a mysterious realm. This realm is the very place we find ourselves in now, this desolate land. The whirlpool passageway, bridging the two worlds, has been consuming passing vessels over the years. That group we just encountered may very well be recent survivors stranded here." Upon hearing Jiang's explanation, a heavy silence fell over the group. If this hypothesis proved to be true, their hopes of returning home would become exceedingly dim. Sensing the collective pessimism, Jiang encouraged them, stating that the true nature of their situation remained unknown. This was merely his speculation. Even if this place is an isolated realm, the fact that they were able to enter implies that there must be a way to leave, one that simply remains undiscovered. Perhaps those who have found a way out have already departed, returning to the world of reality, unbeknownst to the inhabitants here. While his words held merit, everyone understood the underlying concern. If anyone had indeed escaped, why was there no record of the existence of this realm? At that moment, the carefree Suing interrupted their contemplation, asking Jiang, "Why did you send Xiangzi to trail them? I believe they have been sufficiently subdued and would not dare confront us over a trivial amount of food." Jiang sighed, explaining that, logically, even if food acquisition on this island was exceedingly difficult, they would not risk another attempt to steal a few fish from them, as the cost would outweigh the benefit. However, their circumstances were rather unique. They would not let the opportunity slip by. The group was bewildered and questioned why that was so. Jiang, casting a mischievous glance at the 6 beautiful women, replied, "It is simply because you are all extraordinarily enchanting." He urged them to consider the perspective of a group of men marooned on a desolate island, enduring prolonged solitude and emptiness, suddenly confronted by several ethereal beauties. What would they do? Moreover, this place lacked any moral or legal constraints. Upon hearing this, the women's faces paled as they realized that they themselves were the most alluring temptation, far beyond any fishing rights at Nam Lake. They held confidence in their beauty, each having been praised as a stunning beauty since childhood, and they understood the formidable allure they possessed over men. In this land, beauty was not merely an asset. It was the very source of calamity. Women, particularly those of striking beauty, are considered the most valuable assets in this realm. This has been true for the distant merchants, the Li clan, and these survivors alike. Chen Shui remarked with a grim expression that even if faced with a group of women, the absence of men for years would leave them unable to resist the allure of a handsome man upon his sudden appearance. The women present blushed at her words, but refrained from countering them. Their carnal desires are hardly inferior to those of men, though they express them with greater subtlety. Jiang Yizhan smiled, acknowledging their thoughts, yet he recognized they had yet to evolve into proficient hunters. His mind involuntarily wandered back to Tomo, the exceptional hunter he had encountered upon arriving at the island. Regardless of the strength of the prey, one must conceal themselves in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike decisively. The pursuit does not require superfluous movements, nor should one, like Li Ping and his companions, foolishly expose their whereabouts with idle chatter. If they were to lie in wait, even if Jiang were tenfold more formidable, he would stand no chance against their cunning traps, which would suffice to vanquish any formidable foe. Jiang's piercing gaze swept across the group of alluring women. If I were Li Ping, none of you would escape. A chill ran through several of the women, relieved that Jiang was not the type to resort to unscrupulous means to satiate his desires. Otherwise, with his remarkable strength and skill, had he chosen to force himself upon them, they might have faced a most unfortunate fate upon their first encounter. Yet, with Jiang's striking appearance, being claimed by him seemed far preferable to falling into the clutches of repugnant older men. Chang was evidently intimidated by Jiang's might, refraining from reckless behavior, even if they could not find their way back home and were to spend their lives on this island. The women desired to become Jiang's partners of their own volition, rather than through coercion. However, it was indeed a rare quality for Jiang to remain steadfast in his principles amidst the presence of such beauty, earning him even more admiration from the women. Unbeknownst to Jiang, this incident had elevated his stature in the eyes of the women. Ultimately, he addressed them, saying, I cannot be by your side at all times to safeguard you. Starting tomorrow, you must engage in rigorous training to acquire the fundamental skills for self-defense. All right. The 6 women responded in unison, albeit lacking harmony. The commotion caused by Li Ping and his group sent the fish scattering from the lake. Suruwashi, accompanied by a few women, returned to the camp to process and preserve the fish they had caught earlier. Meanwhile, Jiang ventured into the jungle, harvesting wild bamboo to experiment with crafting some bows and arrows. Let us refrain from mentioning the mundane details that followed. As night descended, free from Chang's presence, Jiang found himself alone in the empty room. Lying in bed, he fantasized about which woman might succumb to temptation and visit him for a midnight snack. Would it be the affectionate, mature Su Yi, the enchanting yet slightly plump Chen Shuyi, or the audacious goddess Tian Mingling, who was just beginning to explore her desires? Regardless of who it might be, he would welcome them all. Yet, as he waited, hours slipped by without a single soul appearing. Jiang Yi awoke abruptly from a nightmarish dream, realizing that waiting idly was futile. Thus, he resolved to take the initiative. Consequently, he dashed out of his room in a state of undress. Chapter 37. Midnight snack at the campsite by the shores of Namo Lake. Flames danced wildly in the wind. A shadow emerged from a wooden cabin, stealthily infiltrating the dwelling of Tian Mingling and Wang Jessen. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, as he stepped into Tian Mingling's room, Chen Shui had just arrived at his own quarters. After waiting impatiently for his return, she eventually stormed back to her room in a huff. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, relying solely on the faint light, surveyed the interior with clarity. The girl's room was indeed distinctive, adorned with numerous exquisite flowers that filled the air with a delightful fragrance. Given the island's scarcity of resources, acquiring essential garments was a challenge, compelling everyone to wear the same outfit daily. This posed considerable inconvenience, whether for washing or sleeping. It was unthinkable to remain clad in the same attire for days on end. Hence, nighttime presented the perfect opportunity to shed such constraints. With the warmth provided by a fireplace, one could comfortably forego clothing without feeling the chill. With the advent of a ceramic basin, the women would wash their clothes at night and hang them around the fireplace to dry, ready to wear again the following day. At this moment, most of their garments, including 2 audacious sets of lingerie, were draped around the hearth. As the 2 women slumbered, only a single undergarment covered them, serving as a makeshift blanket, leaving portions of their fair skin exposed to the air, akin to a snow-blanketed slope in winter, silken and radiant. Despite his self-proclaimed moral integrity, Jiang Yi refrained from any inappropriate advances towards Wang Jessen, as there was no intimacy between them. However, his inhibitions dissipated when it came to Tian Mingling, with whom he shared a close relationship, particularly after she had deliberately tempted him during their bath and change of clothes that night. Surely, she deserved a lesson, perhaps accompanied by a few midnight snacks. Thus, a hand gradually reached out, As Tian Mingling slept, she initially frowned in discomfort before a smile crept upon her lips, evidently dreaming of something delightful. Suddenly, her eyelids fluttered open, confusion clouding her gaze as she struggled to discern whether she was ensnared in a dream or confronting reality. After a few seconds, clarity returned, her eyes wide with panic. This was no dream, but reality. Her dear friend Wang Jiasin lay soundly asleep on the opposite bed. Whose hand was this intruding upon her? Was it the return of Qiangzi in the dead of night? Or one of those loathsome men from earlier in the day? Terror surged within her, prompting a desire to call out for Jiang Yi to rescue her. Yet, before she could utter a sound, a powerful hand clamped over her mouth. This is it. I'm going to be violated. If this becomes irreversible, I shall have no face to exist in this world. As her thoughts spiraled into chaos, a commanding voice echoed in her ear. Do not scream, or I will expose your little seduction to Wang Jiasin. It was Jiang Yi's voice. The mischief-making hand belonged to him. She turned to face the figure in the darkness, unable to see his face clearly, yet the silhouette bore an unmistakable resemblance to Jiang Yi. Furthermore, that familiar scent of masculine hormones could only belong to Jiang Yi. That rascal startled me. Tian Mingling sighed in relief as she gestured for Jiang Yi to remove his hand that was covering her mouth. The moment he released her, she shot up, startled. Subsequently, the clothing draped over her slipped away, causing Jiang Yi to stare in astonishment. In a flurry, Tian Mingling hastily grabbed her clothes to shield her chest. Yet, in her moment of panic, she overlooked the fact that she had only this one piece of modesty remaining. While lying flat, it could cover her vital areas. However, now that she was sitting up, her urgent grasp on the garment only concealed the upper part, neglecting everything else. Jiang Yi's gaze dropped, and he was struck with alarm. Tian Mingling, exasperated, attempted to pull the clothing back over her, only to realize it afforded no coverage at all. As the saying goes, focusing on one aspect leads to neglecting another. If one wishes to have it all, they may end up revealing an expanse of white before their eyes. Nearly in tears, Tian Mingling asked, "What on earth do you want? Are you planning to behave like those beasts and commit despicable acts?" Jiang Yi replied softly, "I missed you and wanted to wake you for a midnight snack." Tian Mingling was well aware of what he meant by midnight snack. She retorted lightly, "Who wants to have a midnight snack with you? I've already stated that our relationship is accidental. A forcefully twisted melon is not sweet." Jiang Yi scoffed, "I don't care whether a forcefully twisted melon is sweet, but it can quench thirst. You wouldn't want your friends to discover that episode, would you? So, be a good girl and cooperate with me." His domineering approach effortlessly ensnared the usually carefree Tian Mingling. In truth, she harbored a fondness for Jiang Yi. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative back in the Li tribe. However, after that incident, her heart was a whirlwind of regret and joy, a true contradiction. She realized that she had fallen for Jiang Yi, an unforgettable sentiment, particularly since that night was so extraordinary. Yet, she did not wish for Jiang Yi to perceive her as a loose woman. Thus, that evening at the camp, she deliberately teased him while denying him any opportunity. Her main objective was to coax Jiang Yi into confessing his feelings for her, thereby granting her a legitimate status that would allow them to be together openly. Little did she know, this fellow was as dense as a brick, utterly oblivious to her hints, which left her quite distressed. However, everything that transpired tonight altered her perspective. Jiang Yi's assertive demeanor, along with the thrill of secrecy, captivated her completely, and she succumbed without reservation. Tian Mingling decided to cease her resistance, suggesting, "Let us not linger here. Let us head to your room before Wang Jiasin wakes up." With no other choice, Jiang Yi escorted Tian Mingling back to his room. This exhilarating sensation left Tian Mingling both thrilled and eager to explore further. It was not until dawn that she quietly returned to her own room. Looking at her still sleeping friend, she finally felt at ease enough to lie down and rest. Chapter 38. Water Diversion and Transformation. In the camp, Jiang Yi stepped out of the wooden cabin, stretching comfortably. After indulging in a midnight snack, his spirits were lifted for the next day. As he contemplated whom to invite for another midnight feast that evening, other women began to emerge from their cabins. "Jiang Yi, we have run out of water. Hurry and fetch some. We need to wash up," Suing called out, her eyes half closed, appearing as though she had just awakened. "Am I your servant? Do I not have hands of my own?" Jiang Yi grumbled as he hoisted a wooden bucket and trudged towards Nam Lake to fetch water. Pouting in annoyance, Su Ying clutched Su Ruashi's arm and said, "Andy, look at him. He's always so fierce with me." Su Ruashi replied earnestly, "It is said that only women who know how to act coy will win a man's affection. Your temperament is even more boyish than his." A spark of realization flickered in Su Ying's eyes as she absorbed this wisdom. Upon returning with 2 large buckets of water, the women began to lift their small ceramic basins to wash up. Su Ying, feigning shyness, approached Jiang Yi and wrapped her arms around his. "Jiang Yi Gich, would you help me wash my face? My hands are sore," she cooed sweetly. Uft. Jiang Yi, who was rinsing his mouth with charcoal ash, was so startled that he sprayed the water all over Su Ying's face. "Are you out of your mind? You want me to wash your face? What about bathing you?" Jiang Yi retorted angrily, rising to grab his machete before storming out of the camp, leaving Su Ying perplexed and unsure of what had gone awry. Jigla, her disheveled appearance sparked laughter among the other women. When Jiang Yi returned from fetching water, he spotted the leftover bamboo from the previous day's archery work and was struck by a brilliant idea. Why not create a water diversion system to channel the stream water into the camp? However, the remaining bamboo was insufficient, and he would need to fell more. It must be said that the natural resources on this island are abundant. Yet the average person finds it quite challenging to survive here. For instance, the wild bamboo on the island grows as thick as a tree and is too heavy for an ordinary person to lift. With a series of resounding chops, Jiang Yi managed to cut down over 20 bamboo stalks, trimming them and binding them into 2 bundles. Just as he was about to head back, he noticed several protruding bumps in the bamboo grove, which had cracked the earth. Could be bamboo shoots? Jiang Yi pried open the soil, and indeed, fresh bamboo shoots were sprouting within. As he continued digging, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He uncovered a hole at the edge of a dirt mound, and, curious, he began to excavate further. A few moments later, several furry creatures resembling oversized rats scampered out. Quick as a flash, Jiang Yi captured them all. Wait, these are not rats. They're bamboo rats. In Jiang Yi's hometown, these were called bamboo girls and were considered a delicacy. He had only heard tales from the village elders, but had never encountered them before. Life on a deserted island has its perks, as long as one possesses the skill. The food is entirely organic. Carrying his bounty, along with several 100 pounds of bamboo on his shoulders, he returned to the camp. At the camp, Chen Shui and Ding Ming were busy weaving a fishnet from rope. These were the only simple tasks they could manage. Chen Shui discreetly adjusted her strapless top and curiously inquired, "Jiang Yi, why did you bring back so much bamboo?" With a sly glance, Jiang Yi replied, "Oh, I plan to use these bamboo stalks to create pipes to channel water into the camp, so we no longer have to trek to the lake every day to fetch water." Chen Shui burst into joy, exclaiming how wonderful it was that they finally had running water. Jiang Yi-sin, lost in thought and somewhat distracted, responded vaguely, "Yes, running water is great." Initially, Chen Shui was puzzled by his reply, taking a few moments to grasp its meaning before continuing to weave a fishing net with her head bowed. Ding Ming, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Sister Shui, what do you mean by running water?" The 2 women then began to exchange whispers. Jiang Yi glanced around, noticing the absence of others, and asked, "Where's Su Ruashi and the others?" Upon hearing Su Ruashi's name, Chen Shui quietly murmured that they had gone nearby to search for wild fruits. Having adapted to their surroundings over time, the group had become quite familiar with the campsite, frequently venturing out in search of edible provisions. Jiang Yi chose not to pursue the matter further and focused intently on his task. Their campsite was situated not far from Nama Lake, but was positioned above it, making it impossible to draw water directly from the lake. However, several streams flowed down from the higher mountains, converging into Nama Lake. Thus, the endeavor to divert water was not overly challenging. By splitting bamboo in half and clearing the inner nodes, they fashioned a semi-open pipe. They secured 2 wooden stakes in the ground to create a frame, affixing the bamboo atop it, thereby completing one segment of the water pipeline. This process was repeated until they connected to the stream, where they constructed a reservoir with stones at an appropriate spot, allowing the crystal-clear water to flow through the bamboo pipe back to the campsite. To prevent contamination from impurities, Jiang Yi sealed the other half of the bamboo and secured it with rope, resulting in a perfectly constructed water conduit. "Water is flowing in. It's really here." Jiang Yi and Ding Ming cheered excitedly. Jiang Yi turned to the 2 women with a smile. "Oh, is the water really flowing? Let me see." Observing his creation, he outlined his plans for the campsite, stating, "Here, I intend to dig a fish pond to keep the fish we catch. Then I will build a bathing area, making bathing much more convenient in the future." At that moment, Su Ying rushed back to the campsite, her face pale as she exclaimed, "Jiang Yi, quickly come and see. My aunt and the others have discovered a corpse." Jiang Yi's heart sank. Without hesitation, he urged Su Ying to lead the way. The location where Su Ruoxi and the others were situated was a wild banana grove on the eastern side of Nama Lake. Upon Jiang Yi's arrival, he found 3 women gathered around a bloodied figure. "What is happening?" he asked. Su Ruoxi explained, "We were picking bananas here when we heard a commotion, thinking it was a wild animal, only to discover it was a person." Jiang Yi crouched down to examine the individual, realizing that the person was not dead, but had merely lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. He decided to bring the individual back to the campsite for treatment. The person bore no life-threatening injuries, save for 2 horrific knife wounds on the back, the blood of which had already begun to coagulate. After a brief cleaning, they had no choice but to leave the individual to recover on their own, as there were no doctors or anyone knowledgeable in traditional medicine in the vicinity. Jiang Yi's expression turned grave as he recalled that Xiangzi had been tracking Li Ping and his group to the moonlit courtyard for information, and it had been a day and a night without any updates. Now, they had encountered another individual severely injured. Could this person possibly be connected to Xiangzi? Jiang Yi was determined to venture to the moon courtyard to uncover its mysteries. However, the camp was filled with women, devoid of any means of self-defense. If he were to leave and an ill-intentioned individual appeared, what could happen? Just as he was at a loss, Su Ying exclaimed in shock, "Oh my heavens! The corpse has moved." Chapter 39, Strongzy Returns, Journey to the Moon Courtyard. Su Ying's outcry snapped Jiang Yi back to reality, and he noticed that the injured individual had opened his eyes. Scanning the surroundings, the man's gaze settled on Jiang Yi as he weakly inquired, "Are you Jiang Yi?" Jiang Yi, puzzled as he did not recognize the man, merely nodded in response. The man, visibly agitated, implored, "I am a good friend of Zhang Feng. Please save him." Jiang Yi quickly reassured him, "Do not be so distressed. Speak slowly and tell me what has happened." The man's eyes widened in terror as he uttered, "He has killed people. Zhang Feng has killed many. You must save him." Jiang Yi promptly retrieved a map, urging him to indicate the location of the incident. However, as soon as the man placed his finger on the map, he fainted again. The spot he indicated was a black dot on the edge of the moon courtyard, signifying a gathering place for outsiders. Jiang Yi felt no concern for Zhang Feng's safety, nor did he harbor any desire to rescue him. He was no saint. It was clear that those locations marked on the map represented significant human settlements, and he was merely one individual among many. Tian Mingling and Wang Jiasen hesitated, torn between their worry for Zhang Feng's safety and their desire to prevent Jiang Yi from taking unnecessary risks. At that moment, a figure appeared in the camp, Strongzy, who had been absent for a day and a night. He looked quite unwell, his eyes bloodshot and his face contorted with rage. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, he abruptly knelt, pleading, "Brother, please save Zhang Jingdan." His voice was hoarse and deep, as if he was suppressing a tumult of emotions. Jiang Yi, perplexed, asked, "Who is Zhang Jingdan? What has transpired?" Strongzy gritted his teeth. Zhang Jingdan is Zhang Feng's sister. After Li Ping and his gang returned yesterday, they unleashed their fury upon Zhang Feng. His sister was violated by a dozen men. Strongzy's eyes were fiery as he continued. Zhang Feng was beaten nearly to death, tied to a stake, and forced to witness his sister's ordeal. Later, someone secretly released him, and then Zhang Feng went mad, killing anyone he encountered in the camp. Jiang Yi pulled Strongzy into a room, gesturing towards the unconscious figure on the bed. Was it him who released Zhang Feng? Strongzy recognized the man's face with shock, unable to comprehend why he was present there. He was indeed the one who had secretly freed Zhang Feng. They were good friends, and Zhang Feng had been recaptured while attempting to cover for his escape. Strongzy, desperate, pleaded, "Brother, I beg you, help me save Zhang Jingdan." He attempted to kneel again, but Jiang Yi halted him. "Why?" Strongzy lamented. "She had a chance to escape, but she happened to encounter me lurking nearby. To avoid exposing me, she changed her escape route and was captured. She's a kind-hearted girl." Jiang Yi fell silent for a moment before responding. "Why did you not intervene to save her at that moment?" Xiangzi gazed at Jiang Yi, articulating each word deliberately before departing. His elder brother had advised that regardless of the circumstances, One must refrain from taking action unless one's personal safety was at stake. It was not that Xiangzi was obstinate or devoid of courage. Rather, he recognized that intervening at that moment would likely endanger Jiang Yi. Should he falter and be apprehended, the adversaries could easily trace back to Namaho Lake. This was precisely the concern Jiang Yi had initially harbored, prompting him to restrain Xiangzi. Yet he never anticipated that such an event would truly unfold. Jiang Yi remained silent, casting his gaze towards Su Ruoshi. Su Ruoshi then spoke, encouraging them to act as they wished without concern for their safety, assuring them that they would safeguard themselves. Tian Mengling added, reassuring Jiang Yi, rest assured. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. I will protect everyone. Jiang Yi was taken aback upon first encountering Tian Mengling. He had assumed her to be merely a fitness instructor due to her athletic attire. Little did he know, this woman was not only a PhD in a technical field, but had also pursued Taekwondo, suggesting her remarkable physical agility, an aspect he would certainly like to explore further. After securing their camp, Jiang Yi and Xiangzi set forth towards the Moon Courtyard. Having previously visited, Xiangzi was well acquainted with the route, and the two arrived near the Moon Courtyard just before nightfall. The Moon Courtyard was an expansive valley, characterized by its open and level terrain, interspersed with numerous streams, an idyllic camping location. However, when departing from the Li tribe, Jiang Yi had considered that traveling with a group of women would attract undue attention and potential conflicts, prompting his choice of the more secluded Namaho Lake. Yet, it seemed they could not evade trouble altogether. Since joining Jiang Yi, Xiangzi had exhibited unwavering dedication and diligence, contributing his efforts without seeking recognition. The primary reason Jiang Yi had ultimately agreed to assist him stemmed from Xiangzi's earnestness and strict adherence to his words. Had Xiangzi acted recklessly at that critical moment, Jiang Yi would have certainly turned a blind eye, for a disobedient individual was not worthy of his considerable efforts. This was a desolate island, governed by the law of the jungle, with a strong prey upon the weak. To act solely on emotion would inevitably lead to a grave demise. As night descended, a pale crescent moon hung in the sky, its ghostly light illuminating the Moon Courtyard. At that moment, two moons gazed at each other, one in the heavens and one upon the earth. Jiang Yi and Xiangzi cautiously approached the camp where Zhang Feng and his sister, Zhang Jingdan, were located. From Xiangzi's inquiries, they learned that this camp housed over 100 people, most of whom had been stranded there for an extended period. Only a handful had joined Zhang Feng's group around the same time, likely survivors from the ill-fated Lucky Star cruise. Within the camp, flames soared into the night sky, creating a cacophony of noise. Illuminated by the firelight, Jiang Yi observed that the camp was constructed of timber, lacking any protective barriers, though patrolling guards were evident. Zhang Feng and his sister were bound to a central post within the camp. The prospect of a direct rescue seemed implausible, although Xiangzi had reported no sightings of firearms. Facing 100 individuals wielding machetes was not a challenge for just one or two. After a lengthy observation, Jiang Yi suddenly rose and strode boldly towards the camp. Xiangzi was taken aback, unable to fathom that after all the deliberation on the operational plan, Jiang Yi would brazenly charge in. However, with no time for further contemplation, he immediately followed suit. If his elder brother was unafraid of death, how could he falter? The guards at the camp, noticing someone approaching leisurely, did not exhibit heightened vigilance. After all, it was commonplace for numerous hunters to return empty-handed as the day waned. Enemies typically did not approach alone, swaggering in without a care. It was tantamount to courting death. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face, the guard promptly demanded the password. Jiang Yi calmly responded with mushroom. The guard relaxed, jesting. You must be new here, returning empty-handed again today? With a dejected tone, Jiang Yi lamented, damn it, not even a feather in sight. I shall face hunger once more tonight. With that, he strode into the camp alongside Xiangzi. Xiangzi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. His elder brother truly was bold and skilled, seamlessly infiltrating the camp. He recalled their first meeting when Jiang Yi had confidently boarded the ship of the Far Yang Trading Company with him. Yet, how did he know that peculiar password? Chapter 40. The camp ablaze. Upon entering the camp, Jiang Yi did not hasten to rescue anyone, but instead meandered leisurely. The camp comprised merely over 20 households, most constructed of thatch and timber, with only 3 earthen-walled courtyards, likely belonging to the camp's leaders. Besides the residences, Jiang Yi also discovered several livestock pens. Surrounding the camp were numerous cleared fields, but the darkness obscured the crops being cultivated. What a splendid place! Jiang Yi couldn't help but exclaim. It had been ages since he had savored vegetables, fruits, or other seasonings. If he could acquire oil, chili peppers, soybeans, and potatoes, it would significantly elevate the quality of life. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Jiang Yi turned back towards the center of the camp. At this moment, most of the camp's inhabitants had congregated there. Zhang Feng was tied to a post, surrounded by a heap of firewood, clearly destined to be burned alive. On the ground before the crowd lay 7 or 8 corpses, presumably the victims of Zhang Feng's wrath. Jiang Yi found it hard to reconcile the timid man he had previously encountered with the ruthless individual capable of slaughtering so many alone within the camp. Just yesterday by Namal Lake, he had been subdued under Li Ping's foot without any resistance. What had transpired overnight to transform him so? Xiangzi pointed discreetly ahead, whispering, "That is the camp leader, Wang Hailong." Jiang Yi glanced forward to see a burly man, around 40, seated in a beast-hide chair at the forefront of the crowd, his face flushed and eyes gleaming with malice. It appeared Wang Hailong was living quite comfortably. Flanking him were 2 others, one of whom was Li Ping, referred to as third brother by the others in the camp. Li Ping, with one hand secured by a wooden stick, bore a cold smile as he watched Zhang Feng, destined for immolation. As time drew near, Wang Hailong rose to his feet and proclaimed, "Recently, many new members have joined our camp. Yet they remain unaware of the rules that govern this place, nor do they comprehend the harsh realities of this island. Our new member, Zhang Feng, colluded with outsiders and plotted against his fellow brothers within the camp, resulting in Old 3 and several of his subordinates suffering grievous injuries, rendered incapacitated. This is a grave transgression, akin to biting the hand that feeds you. However, considering his recent arrival and ignorance of our customs, I have only imposed a light punishment. Little did I anticipate Zhang Feng would descend into madness and slay 8 of our brothers, transforming into a veritable demon of murder. The age-old adage rings true. Without rules, chaos reigns. It is a difficult position for me, but I ask you all, can we forgive such a dangerously unhinged individual? No, kill him." The majority of the camp's inhabitants raised their torches and shouted in unison, their voices echoing with fervor, as if Zhang Feng's demise were the only means to quell their collective wrath. Only a handful of newcomers, women among them clad in tattered garments, bore expressions of sorrow, each evidently having endured unspeakable hardships. Wang Hailong motioned for silence and continued, "Bring her forth." No sooner had his words left his lips than 2 men emerged from the throng, dragging a glistening young woman behind them. In her early 20s, she possessed a striking figure and visage, yet her pale skin was marred by numerous scars, scratches, and bruises. Her eyes, devoid of life, seemed to ignore the clamor surrounding her, her bare feet mechanically shuffling in response to the pull of the rope. Wang Hailong thundered, "Brothers, the crimes committed by Zhang Feng are beyond the worth of a mere canine life. Therefore, his sister shall bear the burden of his atonement. Those with grievances may now form a line, for Zhang Feng must endure both physical and psychological retribution to honor our fallen brothers. Burn him alive, to commemorate those we have lost. Blood for blood." Seeing this unfold, Xiangzi clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury as he muttered, "In this place, women possess not an ounce of human rights. By day, they toil in the fields, and by night, they are reduced to mere playthings for men." Viangyi, equally appalled by the actions of the crowd, gestured subtly to Xiangzi. Understanding the unspoken command, Xiangzi turned and slipped into the shadows. At that moment, Zhang Feng's sister, Zhang Jingdan, was forcibly restrained on a table, face up, as a line of men eagerly awaited their turn, their excitement palpable. Jiang Yi committed their faces to memory, each etched into his mind. With a sudden splash, cold water was thrown upon the bound Zhang Feng, rousing him from his stupor. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in his sister's plight and the queue of men eager for their turn. In an instant, he grasped the horror that awaited him, having experienced a similar nightmare the previous night. "Wang Hailong, you wretched beast, if you seek to kill or mutilate, come for me instead. Release my sister, you vile creature. May you rot in hell." Zhang Feng roared, thrashing about like a cornered beast, hurling curses in a frenzy. Yet his struggles proved futile. With a sudden crackle, the wood surrounding him was ignited, though the carefully arranged pyre would take time to reach him. It is evident that Wang Hailong intends for Zhang Feng to be gradually enveloped by the terror of death and to witness firsthand the plight of his sister. The first man standing before Zhang Jingdan is Sanyi Li Ping. He seeks to lead his brothers into battle, as well as to avenge the loss of his arm. Indeed, in his mind, he has attributed all the blame to Zhang Feng. Had it not been for the latter's guidance, his hand would not have been severed. Some individuals, in their fear of the strong, unjustly attribute all their misfortunes to the weak, never acknowledging their own faults. Li Ping, you wretched scoundrel, cease at once. I implore you. Stop. Zhang Feng's heart-wrenching cries, witnessing his sister's impending suffering, fall upon deaf ears. As Li Ping prepares to enact his cruel intentions, chaos erupts within the crowd. The house is on fire. Quickly extinguish the flames. My home is ablaze. Who is responsible for this? Rows of thatched huts ignite, flames soaring heavenward, illuminating the night sky. Zhang Feng, witnessing the spectacle, bursts into a frenzied laughter. Burn. Let them perish in the flames. Heaven shall claim you. Wang Hailong's countenance darkens, for his own courtyard is also engulfed in flames, being consumed by the inferno. Li Ping, hastily adjusting his trousers, exclaims, Brother, this must be the work of an arsonist attempting to rescue Zhang Feng. Could it be that wretched brat who severed my hand? Wang Hailong remains silent and motionless, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Around him, more than 20 loyal subordinates remain still. These men are the foundation of his control over the camp. Jiang Yi, blending into the panicked throng, slowly removes his machete and forcefully hurls it. With a resounding thud, the blade embeds itself into a wooden post, severing the ropes that bind Zhang Feng. Chapter 41. The fierce Zhang Feng meets Li Yu. The breaking of his bonds momentarily stuns Zhang Feng. But upon noticing the machete lodged in the post, a sinister smile spreads across his face. The flames have now spread throughout the entire camp. No amount of effort can quell the blaze. Suddenly, Du Fei, a sycophant behind Li Ping, shouts, Third brother, Zhang Feng has vanished. Upon hearing this, Li Ping is struck with terror, the gruesome events of the previous night replaying vividly in his mind. A scream pierces the air as a man is struck down, his arm severed, writhing on the ground in agony. Zhang Feng wields the machete, slaying anyone in his path, his visage and attire drenched in blood. Li Ping, you wretched scoundrel, prepare to meet your end. Zhang Feng charges towards Li Ping, vowing vengeance. Recognizing the imminent threat, Li Ping turns to flee. Stop him. Yet, faced with the relentless Zhang Feng, none dare to intervene. Zhang Feng pursues Li Ping, a throng of followers trailing behind him, intent on taking Zhang Feng down. Wang Hailong suddenly finds himself with a significant reduction in his numbers. With his right hand injured, how could Li Ping possibly outrun the frenzied Zhang Feng? Within mere steps, he is overtaken. Zhang Feng brings the machete down, the blade striking Li Ping's left shoulder, cleaving through flesh and bone, severing both shoulder and arm, causing him to collapse to the ground, blood gushing forth. As Li Ping teeters on the brink of demise, Wang Hailong calmly instructs his second-in-command, Go assist the third. The ever-attentive second-in-command swiftly charged towards Zhang Feng. Jiang Yi recognized that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived. His target was not the fleeing Zhang Feng, but rather his sister, Zhang Jingdan. He had promised Xiangzi that he would rescue Zhang Jingdan, and until she was saved, Zhang Feng would have to fend for himself, with fate dictating their lives. Regardless of how tumultuous the situation around him became, Wang Hailong remained seated upon a chair draped in animal hides, unperturbed. This exemplified the commanding presence of a camp leader, remaining composed in the face of danger. Without a modicum of skill, one could hardly survive on an island fraught with peril, let alone establish a sizable camp. It is worth noting that within the Moonlight Courtyard, there were numerous camps, and those with a soft heart either ended up as prey for beasts or became fertilizer. Suddenly, Wang Hailong's ears perked up as he discerned the sound of numerous projectiles slicing through the darkness, drawing nearer. Thud, thud, thud. A few of Wang Hailong's subordinates were struck in the head by sharp stones, blood pouring forth as they cried out in agony. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yi darted from the shadows, his dagger flashing deftly as he dispatched the two guards watching over Zhang Jingdan. Without uttering a word, he hoisted the dazed Zhang Jingdan onto his shoulder and fled. I have been waiting for you for a long time. A deep voice resounded in Jiang Yi's ear. A towering figure emerged, blocking his path, a mocking expression upon his face, none other than Wang Hailong, who had remained passive until now. Jiang Yi's complexion paled in disbelief as he swiftly hurled his dagger at Wang Hailong, who effortlessly evaded the attack. Wang Hailong retaliated with a flying kick aimed at Jiang Yi. In a state of panic, Jiang Yi attempted to counter, but was overwhelmed, forced to retreat repeatedly. He then turned and fled, disappearing into the darkness. Wang Hailong commanded his subordinates, "Pursue them. They won't get far." "Yes, elder brother." At this moment, Jiang Yi had already dashed out of the camp with Zhang Jingdan on his back, a throng of torch-wielding pursuers hot on their heels. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows were drawn and loosed towards Jiang Yi's fleeing form, compelling him to divert his attention to evade them. Consequently, his escape speed diminished significantly, and the pursuers closed in rapidly. After a few harrowing moments, the distance between them was reduced to a mere 10 meters, leaving Jiang Yi at a loss as to how to proceed. Abandoning Zhang Jingdan would facilitate his escape, yet should he be caught by these relentless pursuers, the ensuing chaos would surely spell his doom. Just then, from the darkness ahead, the unmistakable sound of arrows cutting through the air startled Jiang Yi. He had never anticipated an ambush ahead, and it was too late to evade. To his astonishment, the arrow's trajectory seemed not to target him, but whizzed past his ears, aimed instead at his pursuers. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Each arrow struck true, and in an instant, 6 or 7 of Wang Hailong's men fell, pierced by arrows. Jiang Yi was taken aback. Who possesses such remarkable archery skills? Not daring to linger, he continued his flight with Zhang Jingdan over his shoulder, though the sight of her fair, trembling form was undeniably distracting. What a sight! Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness ahead, a woman. It seemed she was the one who had just shot arrows to save him. However, to his astonishment, he had never encountered this unfamiliar woman before. Moments later, Jiang Yi reunited with Qiangzi. Jiang Yi gently lowered the woman from his shoulder, beads of sweat adorning his brow, a blend of exhaustion and trepidation evident upon his face. Had those arrows fired by the woman been aimed at him, he would surely be lifeless by now. Qiangzi swiftly removed his outer garment and draped it over Zhang Jingdan to shield her modesty. Although everyone had witnessed the scene, the fundamental rights and dignity of a person must be preserved. Even the deceased are afforded a cool mat for covering, let alone the living. At that moment, the hollow-eyed Zhang Jingdan felt a surge of emotions upon seeing her brother lying on the ground, bloodied and battered. "Brother, what has happened to you? Please don't frighten me." Jiang Yi inquired about his grievous injuries. Qiangzi shook his head. "No, he is not dead. I merely rendered him unconscious." Subsequently, he pressed his hand against the nape of Zhang Feng's neck, gradually rousing him from his slumber. Zhang Feng opened his eyes, gazing in disbelief at his sister. His eyes reddened with tears. The two embraced tightly, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, Qiangzi noticed the woman standing nearby, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Curiously, he turned to Jiang Yi and asked, "Who is this woman?" Jiang Yi shrugged. "I have no idea. It was she who saved me. Otherwise, I would have certainly been caught." Unexpectedly, the woman turned around and confidently declared, "I am your wife. Saving you is my duty. No need for thanks." Cough. Jiang Yi nearly choked on his own saliva. Her words were utterly astonishing. Had he truly become so irresistibly charming that a woman he had just met claimed to be his wife? He thought narcissistically. "Wait, who are you? I don't know you as my wife." Qiangzi was equally taken aback, his expression one of curious intrigue. Could it be that his elder brother had left a woman in trouble, and now she had come to confront him? The woman's voice was not overly gentle, yet it was melodious as she spoke again. "We have exchanged vows and consummated our marriage, so I am indeed your wife." Exchanged vows, married, and consummated? Jiang Yi wore a perplexed expression, pondering the improbability of such a coincidence. "So you are?" The woman replied, "I am Li Yu from the Li tribe." Chapter 42. The Return of the Reversal in the Darkness. The tall girl introduced herself as Li Yu from the Li tribe. Li Yu is the granddaughter of the chieftain, the same girl with whom Jiang Yi had exchanged vows. However, on their wedding night, Jiang Yi had unceremoniously knocked his bride unconscious and fled with a group of women. Could this be classified as being a scoundrel? Little did he expect to encounter her again under such circumstances, and furthermore, she had saved his life. Qiangzi, ever polite, cheerfully greeted her as sister-in-law. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi raised his hand and slapped him on the head, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Is it not chaotic enough already?" The struck Xiangzi remained cheerful, relishing the rare sight of his leader being flustered. Jiang Yi felt a headache coming on. He still had several women to sort out at home, and now a legitimate wife had emerged. What was he to do? After all, if he returned home with a wife, Aunt Sue would surely break all his legs. At this moment, the two siblings, Zhang Feng and his sister, finally managed to calm their emotions. Zhang Feng gazed at Jiang Yi and, with a thud, knelt on the ground, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for everyone's efforts in rescuing his sister. I, Zhang Feng, vow that I will repay this debt with my life in the future. Should any trouble arise, Jiang Yi promptly lifted him up, urging him not to dwell on it, asserting that being alive was far better than anything else. Xiangzi then interjected, "Brother, what shall we do next? Should we return to the Nama Lake campsite, or what?" Jiang Yi pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of fear about going back, as it seemed that Li Yu was now resolutely following him. Furthermore, having forged a deadly enmity with Wang Hailong tonight, the unresolved conflict posed a grave threat to the safety of their camp. Who could predict when he might strike back, or in what manner? Thus, he arrived at a bold decision. "You all stay here until dawn before returning to Nama Lake. I will sneak back to Wang Hailong's camp for a look around." Xiangzi exclaimed enthusiastically, "Let us hit him with a surprise attack. That scoundrel Wang Hailong would never expect us to have the audacity to return. Count me in." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng also expressed his eagerness, stating, "I cannot find peace in my life unless I personally eliminate Wang Hailong and his band of brutes." Jiang Yi, feeling exasperated, remarked, "It's very dangerous for you to go, especially since your sister has just escaped from her suffering and is emotionally unstable. If you both leave, who will take care of her?" The two exchanged glances, realizing this was indeed a dilemma. They were not afraid of death, but if they both departed, what would become of Zhang Jingdan? Suddenly, their eyes fell upon Li Yu, who stood to the side. Jiang Yi hesitantly addressed the unfamiliar young woman. "Miss Li, if I may be so bold, would you assist us in the matter?" Li Yu responded with an unwavering tone, "I refuse. Wherever you go, I shall follow, not leaving your side for even a moment." Jiang Yi was left speechless. "I'm going to kill someone, not abandoning you." He urged, "Please wait for us here. Once we have completed our task, we will return, all right?" Li Yu remained silent, standing resolutely, evidently no longer trusting the words of men after her previous experience of running away from marriage. Frustrated, Jiang Yi thought that reasoning with a woman was far less satisfying than charging into enemy territory with a knife in hand. Just then, Zhang Jingdan approached, her expression devoid of emotion as she stated, "We shall all go together. The person I was yesterday has long since perished. If I can slay Wang Hailong and his vile crew, then my demise would be a release." Her words cast a hush over the group. Jiang Yi sighed. "Very well then, let us young and impassioned souls rise against the wicked camp of moonlit courtyard, united in life and death." The hands of the five youths, though still unfamiliar with one another, clasped tightly together, Li Yu included, united in life and death. With that, the five young individuals who had yet to fully bond relied on and trusted one another as they once again set their sights on Wang Hailong's camp. This time, however, the roles had reversed. They were now the hunters. Before long, they returned to the vicinity of the camp, where the structures set ablaze by Xiangzi had been reduced to ashes, the glowing embers swirling in the mountain breeze. After placing Zhang Jingdan in a concealed thicket, the remaining four cautiously approached the camp. Due to the earlier chaos, all exits of the camp had been guarded. Jiang Yi drew out his dagger, poised to rise and eliminate the guard, only to be restrained by a hand. Li Yu retrieved 2 arrows, knocking them with precision, aimed at the 2 guards stationed at an exit. Whoosh! The arrows split midair, striking the 2 moving guards on either side. With a dull thud, both fell lifeless to the ground. This display left the 3 burly men utterly astonished, their minds racing in disbelief. Jiang Yi never anticipated that his unexpected wife would possess such remarkable prowess as an archer. The 4 of them surged into the camp without hindrance, resolutely executing Jiang Yi's strategy, targeting those who were isolated. Working in pairs, Jiang Yi led the way, with Li Yu steadfastly following close behind, unwilling to leave the man's side for even a moment. For enemies within close range, Jiang Yi dealt with them using his dagger for those farther away. Liu dispatched them with her arrows, their coordination surprisingly harmonious. The group traversed through the darkness, relentlessly reaping lives. After a considerable time, they converged at a corridor. Suddenly, torches ignited all around them, illuminating a throng of archers aiming their weapons at the four. Wang Hailong sauntered forth, flanked by his second-in-command and several trusted subordinates. A counterattack? This scenario was all too familiar to him, but alas, it was he who had orchestrated this play. Jiang Yi cursed under his breath, realizing his oversight. He had underestimated Wang Hailong's cunning. Clearly, the scattered soldiers outside were mere bait, designed to lower their guard and lead them step by step into a meticulously laid trap. Wang Hailong had anticipated their return, lying in wait. Indeed, one should never underestimate those who thrive in harsh environments. Wang Hailong eyed Jiang Yi, saying, "Your abilities are wasted among them. If you join me, I can make you my right-hand man in the camp, where you 1T have to toil, and you'll have wine, meat, and women at your leisure." Jiang Yi chuckled coldly. "Joining you is not out of the question, but I have always been a leader. I'm not accustomed to having others dictate to me. Why not relinquish the position of leader, and then I might consider your offer." Wang Hailong snorted disdainfully. "How dare you refuse my kindness? Fire!" At his command, the archers released their arrows in unison, a volley raining down upon them. Jiang Yi, quick-witted and agile, seized a large gate from the adjacent courtyard, bellowing as he brought it crashing down. The massive door was uprooted by his formidable strength, serving as a shield before his companions. Hood, hood, hood. The arrows were densely embedded into the door, but thankfully, the makeshift bows lacked the power to pierce it. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. Liu retrieved the last two arrows, aiming them at Wang Hailong. He deftly used two of his subordinates as shields, deflecting her lethal shot. Not only was he brave and astute, but he was also ruthlessly pragmatic, willing to sacrifice even those he had fought alongside. Seizing this opportunity, Jiang Yi flipped the door and snatched an arrow, handing it to Liu. With the arrow in hand, Liu became an unstoppable force, picking off the remaining threats with precision. In no time, the majority of the danger had been neutralized. "Jiang Yi, if you possess any skill, come forth and challenge me directly. Hiding behind a woman hardly constitutes manhood." Jiang Yi sneered. "Come on, who fears whom? You're the coward." Chapter 43. Capturing the new camp, Wang Hailong proposed a one-on-one duel with Jiang Yi, believing that among the group, it was this young man who possessed true strength. If he could eliminate him, the others would pose no threat. Jiang Yi, eager for the opportunity to confront Wang Hailong, responded, "If you wish to fight, have your men lower their bows so I may see your sincerity." Wang Hailong, displaying courage, gestured for his subordinates to comply. "Brother, no. What they shoot arrows." Strongzy exclaimed urgently. Jiang Yi shook his head and stepped out from behind the door. A couple of arrows posed no threat to him. Wang Hailong smiled slightly. "Young brother, at such a tender age, not only are you skilled in martial arts, but you also possess remarkable courage. Had it not been for our prior grievances, I believe we could have been friends." Jiang Yi raised a finger and shook his head. "I am human and shall never befriend beasts. Your actions are more despicable than those of any animal." Wang Hailong's smile faded, and his expression darkened. "You fail to understand. In a new environment, old habits and stubbornness will be gradually devoured." Jiang Yi, uninterested in further dialogue, launched his fist towards him. This time, he held nothing back. With a single punch, he unleashed 400 kilograms of force, causing the air to whistle. Wang Hailong, having clashed with Jiang Yi the previous night, was confident in his superior strength. However, the simplicity of Jiang Yi's punch filled him with foreboding. Thus, he did not underestimate his opponent, aligning his waist and legs to counter the blow. Bang! Their fists collided. Wang Hailong's entire right arm crumpled like straw under the violent impact, bones piercing through skin, exposed to the air. "Ah, it hurts." Jiang Yi did not afford him a moment's respite, leaping towards Wang Hailong and delivering a flurry of kicks before landing steadily. Wang Hailong, unable to retaliate, was sent flying several meters away, blood spewing from his mouth, his life force rapidly dwindling. Seeing this, Wang Hailong's sworn brother gasped, "Quick, protect the boss." A throng of individuals encircled Wang Hailong, brandishing blades to confront Jiang Yi. Yet, their hands trembled uncontrollably, their gazes unable to meet his. "Kill!" Zhang Feng seized the moment, swinging his machete towards the nearest foes, disregarding their numbers. Strongzi, inspired by his fervor, followed suit, plunging into the fray. Liu, armed with a bow, stood guard against any hidden arrows from above. Jiang Yi unsheathed the machete at his waist. Without a second thought, he charged towards those surrounding Wang Hailong, single-handedly battling a dozen opponents. In an instant, the sounds of clashing steel, shouts, and cries melded into chaos, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, with a few elderly individuals engaged in a verbal duel. Half an hour passed, and the number of those still standing dwindled. The muddy ground of the alley had turned a dark crimson, squelching underfoot. The pungent scent of blood assaulted the senses of the surviving individuals, unsettling their spirits. Wang Hailong's younger brother was already paralyzed with fear, incessantly shouting for them to halt, conceding defeat, and offering anything within the camp for their taking. Zhang Feng and Xiangzi swiftly joined Jiang Yi's side, their bodies adorned with numerous knife wounds, trembling hands tightly gripping their dulled steel knives. Yet their eyes betrayed no semblance of fear. In stark contrast, the onlooking women and children huddled together, their gazes filled with both terror and a barely contained delight. Jiang Yi bellowed for everyone to kneel and surrender. With a cacophony of clattering steel, the remaining assailants dropped their weapons and obediently knelt to the ground, awaiting their fate. Jiang Yi turned to the crowd in the distance, requesting assistance in procuring ropes to bind them. Although fear gripped them, none dared to disobey, nor would anyone attempt to flee, for leaving the camp's protection would surely spell doom, either as prey for wild beasts or as tools for other camps. Before long, a line of individuals was bound, kneeling on the ground. Jiang Yi gathered all within the camp, including newcomers who had arrived with Zhang Feng. Yet they lacked the courage to approach him. A few young men hid among the throng, their eyes darting nervously. Jiang Yi traversed the crowd, pinpointing the faces of those who had once prepared to assault Zhang Jingdan. "What are you doing? I have no quarrel with you. Let me go. Everyone, this scoundrel intends to eradicate us. We must resist together for a chance at survival." The crowd erupted into a frenzy of panic. With a swift motion, Jiang Yi struck a hand down, silencing the chaos. "Do not misunderstand. These brutes are utterly devoid of humanity, committing heinous acts against women, their crimes unforgivable. I am no murderer. I have committed no sins. You shall be free from oppression henceforth." Several, sensing the shifting tide, fled in desperation. Yet arrows swiftly flew, striking down those who attempted to escape, leaving the remaining crowd paralyzed with fear. Zhang Jingdan, unbeknownst to when she had entered the village, stood before Wang Hailong. He was the first to strike when she was assaulted. Jiang Yi extended a dagger, proposing that all grievances be settled this night, burying the past, and emerging anew on the morrow. Barefoot and clad only in a coat, Zhang Jingdan cast a grateful glance at Jiang Yi, accepting the dagger and advancing towards her foe. Wang Hailong, grievously wounded and teetering on the brink of death, could only watch helplessly as demise approached. "Ah, filthy wretch, grant me a swift end." Zhang Jingdan's dagger glided across his groin, stripping him of his manhood. Then, with relentless ferocity, she plunged the blade into Wang Hailong repeatedly. Zhang Feng, brandishing his cleaver, approached the others, with the first target being the camp's second-in-command. The man, face awash with terror and death looming, desperately sought a means of survival. "This has nothing to do with me. I did not harm your sister. We have surrendered and admitted our wrongs. Will you not spare us?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Feng drew his knife, and a severed head fell to the ground. Subsequently, all the men who had violated his sister met their demise at the edge of his blade. Jiang Yi arranged for the bodies at the scene to be cleared from the camp, ensuring that the bloodied earth was removed. The chaotic camp gradually settled down only as dawn broke. Valuable structures and supplies from Wang Hailong's residence were reduced to ashes by a fierce fire set by Xiangzi, leaving only the livestock within the enclosure and the crops in the surrounding fields of some worth. Once Xiangzi and Zhang Feng had tended to their wounds, Jiang Yi prepared to return to Namo Lake, mindful that Aunt Sue and the other women awaited him. Prolonged absence could lead to regrettable dangers. All the individuals in the camp gathered at the roadside, and an elderly man spoke up. "Young hero, you cannot leave." Jiang Yi, surprised by the elder blocking his path, inquired, "What do you mean by that? Do you expect me to compensate you for your losses?" The elder, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, had a scraggly beard that made him look older. He was a blacksmith named Guanshan, a rarity in this brutal environment where only the strong survived. Unless one possessed a particular skill, life was often short-lived. He quickly waved his hands, saying, "Young hero, you jest. All the resources here belong to Wang Hailong. Having defeated him, they naturally belong to you. There is no talk of compensation." Jiang Yi had not anticipated this. It dawned on him that Wang Hailong was indeed a villain, resembling a greedy landlord who monopolized the fruits of everyone's labor. "You need not call me young hero. Simply refer to me as Jiang Yi. From now on, this camp will be under your own governance. As for the resources, I will take a small portion, and the rest shall be divided among you." Guanshan grew anxious. "Young brother, I see you are a kind-hearted person. Please save us. In this moon courtyard, food is not the primary survival element. Strength is. With Wang Hailong and his minions dead, if you leave, without formidable power to intimidate, we will become easy prey for other camps. It may not be better than before." Jiang Yi understood. In this place, all resources were subject to contestation, and both food and people were equally at risk. Currently, there were approximately 5 or 6 men, 20 or so women, and newcomers who had arrived with Zhang Feng. Mostly young women. Although fraught with danger, the living conditions here were significantly superior to those at Nama Lake. The moon courtyard boasted ample water resources, fertile land, and, importantly, a gathering of people with a marketplace for exchanging goods. Unlike the Nama Lake camp, where one had to procure everything alone. Thus, Jiang Yi resolved to relocate from Namu Lake to this new life. He turned to Xiangzi. "You and Zhang Feng should remain here, leading the others to rebuild the camp. I will return to Namu Lake to move my household." Xiangzi nodded. "Rest assured, brother, by the time you return, the camp will be completely transformed." Jiang Yi held a profound appreciation for Chang's capabilities. However, he firmly instructed that all individuals within the camp were free to form new families. Yet the coercion of women was strictly forbidden. Furthermore, he advised that a few of the domesticated animals should be sacrificed to enhance their rations, and that they should refrain from foraging for food in the immediate future to avoid attracting unwanted attention from other camps. Everything would be addressed upon his return. Having concluded his directives for the camp, Jiang Yi prepared to make his way back to Nama Lake. However, as he moved, a figure promptly followed him, none other than the source of his considerable vexation, Liu. At that moment, with the brightness of day, Jiang Yi was finally able to discern the full appearance of this young woman. Liu, not yet 20 years of age, stood at an impressive height of approximately 1.8 meters, only slightly shorter than Jiang Yi, possessing a stature akin to that of a model. Her attire was simple yet audacious. She wore a burlap bandeau top that barely concealed her modesty, accentuating her astonishing curves while exposing substantial portions of her shoulders, neck, and midriff. Below, she donned a knee-length skirt fashioned from animal hide. Her long legs bared to the open air, and her thick, flowing hair was loosely secured with a vine. Her skin, unlike that of Su Ruoxi or Chen Shui, bore a healthy, wheat-like hue, reminiscent of women who intentionally sunbathe to achieve a deeper tan. Her facial features were exquisitely proportioned, making her a true beauty of the earthly realm. Most striking was the absence of any excess flesh on her physique. Her long legs showcased a clear definition of muscle as she moved, and the slight exposure of her abdomen revealed the faint outline of abdominal muscles. Equipped with a bow and arrow, and a hunting knife at her waist, she exuded an untamed beauty that evoked the essence of a Greek goddess of war. Jiang Yi mused to himself. This woman, in terms of form, beauty, and presence, was exceptional. It was merely her skin tone that lacked the alabaster quality of Aunt Sue's. Yet, if her complexion were fairer, it would seem to diminish her wild allure. On that fateful wedding night, when confronted with a bride of sturdy build, Jiang Yi had hesitated to lift the veil, fearing he might behold a visage too masculine. Had he known she was such a stunning beauty, he might have reconsidered remaining as a son-in-law. With a sigh, Jiang Yi addressed Liu. "You know, my agreement to duel your brother was solely to save my friend. Our relationship is akin to that of strangers, devoid of any emotional connection. Happiness cannot flourish between us. Return to the Li tribe and seek your true love." While Jiang Yi harbored a certain level of desire, he pondered, what man does not? Yet, one must not live solely by instinctual desires. Otherwise, how would they differ from the likes of Wang Hailong? Without a foundation of affection between a man and a woman, Pursuing fleeting pleasures always feels incomplete. It's reminiscent of a technician at a club. One may yearn to go, yet once there, regret soon follows and boredom inevitably sets in. In Jiang Yi's heart, Aunt Su represented true love, while Tian Mingling was an unexpected twist. As for Qin Shi, she was a siren, outside the realm of womanhood. Liu, however, paid no heed to Jiang Yi's words, offering no rebuttal and maintaining an ever-cool demeanor. With no other recourse, Jiang Yi sighed and strode toward the vegetable garden. In Wang Hailong's fields, the variety of vegetables was rather monotonous, consisting solely of cabbage, radishes, and chili peppers. Without a second thought, he harvested a substantial amount and, finding a bamboo basket at the camp, made his way back to Nama Lake. Along the journey, Liu's long legs were inseparably glued to Jiang Yi's side. Fearing he might escape, if he ran, she ran too, making it impossible for him to shake her off. Jiang Yi pondered whether he could shoulder the burden of those two long legs. Upon arriving at the Nama Lake camp, Jiang Yi's absence was palpable. The women appeared somewhat distracted, forming three distinct factions as they busied themselves. Suddenly, Suing exclaimed that Jiang Yi had returned. The other 5 women turned in excitement to the distant hillside, and indeed, the young and handsome figure could only belong to Jiang Yi. However, their smiles quickly froze, for behind Jiang Yi stood a stunning beauty, a woman of extraordinary allure. The moment everyone laid eyes on her, the first thought that crossed their minds was, "This is a formidable rival. I fear I cannot compete." Thus, when Jiang Yi entered the camp with Liu, he noticed that the group of women had collectively chosen to ignore him. What was happening? After a day and a night apart, was it customary for them to rush forward for a warm embrace, followed by sweet kisses and tender whispers? "Jiang Yi, you have finally returned. It must have been exhausting out there. Come to my room tonight, and I shall reward you well." Despite the clear blue sky above, Jiang Yi suddenly felt the temperature drop several degrees, the atmosphere growing somewhat chilly. The 6 women in the camp rarely stood together, scrutinizing the newcomer, Liu. Yet, Liu held her ground, unyielding against their scrutiny. Su Ruoxi coldly inquired of Jiang Yi, "Who is this girl?" Just as Jiang Yi contemplated how to explain to Aunt Su, Liu coolly interjected, "Hello, I am Jiang Yi's wife." Jiang Yi's wife? This declaration left everyone present in shock, their mouths agape in disbelief. Hadn't Jiang Yi gone out to rescue someone? He returned with a wife? Among the 6 women, half had been intimate with him, while the other half desired such an encounter. However, none dared to voice their feelings or confirm their relationships with Jiang Yi. It was utterly unexpected. Amidst the fierce competition among the women, an outsider had come and claimed him. Jiang Yi had intended to wait for Aunt Su to be in good spirits before gradually revealing the truth. But he never anticipated that Liu would lay everything bare so abruptly, leaving him utterly off guard. Su Ruoxi wore an expression akin to a parent catching their child in a romantic escapade, her tone frosty as she addressed Jiang. "You've been untrustworthy in my absence. Explain yourself." Jiang Yi, feeling awkward, said, "Aunt Su, it's not what you think. Allow me to introduce this young lady. Her name is Liu, the cherished granddaughter of the Li clan's chieftain." "The Li clan's Liu?" The women gasped in unison. Chun Shuyi, with a jealous expression, chimed in, "So, she really is your wife?" Jiang Yi shot her a glare, retorting, "What are you talking about? Our relationship is entirely innocent." As they learned of Liu's identity, their astonishment was palpable. Her complexion had noticeably improved, as everyone was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the situation, particularly Tian Mingling. Had it not been for the need to save her, Jiang Yi would not have found himself entangled in so many issues. Subsequently, Jiang Yi recounted the events that transpired upon his departure from the mouth, emphasizing that Liu's appearance was purely coincidental, and she had even saved his life. A profound silence enveloped the group, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. After all, they could not simply dismiss her without reason. Having narrowly escaped a calamity, Jiang Yi diverted the conversation, expressing his hunger and requesting some meat to be prepared, having gathered radishes, cabbage, and chili peppers. Once they finished eating, he suggested they tidy up and set off for the moon courtyard early the next morning. Su Ruoxi stood to leave, declaring her preference for staying at Nam Lake, rather than moving. The other women echoed her sentiments, resolutely refusing to relocate to the moon courtyard and opting to remain at the Nam Lake camp. Jiang Yi felt overwhelmed. The development at the Moon Courtyard was crucial for his future plans. However, facing a steadfast group of women unwilling to budge, he pondered how he could possibly split himself in two. Su Ruashi selected the dishes for the evening, instructing the others to dig a pit for the remaining vegetables to be planted in the yard. Amusingly, Jiang Yi found himself stifling laughter as the women, lacking any experience in gardening, dug a hole and haphazardly placed all the vegetables together before covering them up. Was this truly how one cultivated vegetables? It resembled a kitten attempting to plant fish. Yet, he refrained from commenting, believing that once these women encountered failure, they would willingly accompany him to the Moon Courtyard. Unexpectedly, Liu appeared, wielding her machete, and swiftly organized a patch of soil. She then carved a small trench in the ground, planting the seedlings of bok choy and chili peppers at measured intervals. With a bucket in hand, she watered each newly planted vegetable, turning to the group and explaining that this was the proper method for them to thrive. She noted that the radishes had already matured and could only be planted from seeds. Furthermore, she advised watering them every afternoon after sunset and, once established, to water them every 5 days thereafter. The women stood there, embarrassed and astonished at her expertise, realizing that this was the demeanor befitting a true matron. It felt as though they were witnessing a legitimate wife instructing a novice concubine on how to conduct things. Jiang Yi chose to disregard them. As dinner had been prepared, a medley of dishes featuring antelope meat, white radish, bok choy, and chili peppers simmered together, perhaps due to the inclusion of chili and vegetables. The meal was particularly delectable. Of course, provisions were also made for the injured youth who had previously assisted Zhang Feng in delivering a message. Jiang Yi learned that his name was Husong, a close friend of Zhang Feng, whose physical condition had stabilized, though the wound on his back would take time to heal. As night fell, a new predicament arose. Liu insisted on sharing a bed with Jiang Yi. He could hardly agree to such an arrangement. Sharing quarters with a stranger, particularly a young woman, was fraught with uncertainty, especially given the absence of legal obligations. Moreover, Su Ruashi had already issued numerous silent warnings with her gaze. Without much thought, Jiang Yi decided to let her share a room with Qin Shuyi and the others for the night. In the dead of night, he opened his eyes in the darkness, stealthily preparing to step out in search of Aunt Sue for a late-night snack and a discussion on physiology. However, he was startled upon opening the door to find Liu watching over his wooden cabin as she stood in the doorway, her long legs almost tripping him. "What are you doing here? Why aren't you in bed?" he asked. Liu, still somewhat dazed, replied, "To prevent other women from bothering you." Jiang Yi was at a loss for words. She was not naive and clearly recognized that other women were indeed vying for his attention. An awkward feeling washed over him, akin to being caught sneaking around by a spouse, and his previously buoyant mood vanished, compelling him to retreat back into his room to sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yi sent Husong to the Moonlight Courtyard to inform them that Changzi need not worry, as he would be moving there in a few days. After several unsuccessful attempts to persuade the women to relocate, Jiang Yi resigned himself to reality. On second thought, having the women remain at the Nama Lake campsite might be beneficial. Firstly, their presence at the Moonlight Courtyard was too conspicuous, making them susceptible to the unwanted attention of men from other camps, which could lead to trouble. Secondly, the Nama Lake campsite could serve as a fallback location. Should things not go well at the Moonlight Courtyard, they could retreat here. Lastly, the surrounding area was relatively uninhabited, offering a safer environment compared to the busier Moonlight Courtyard. Most importantly, Jiang Yi's current pace allowed him to traverse the 7 to 8 kilometers from Nama Lake to Moonlight Courtyard in approximately half an hour. Even while navigating through the wilderness, it would be even quicker on a smooth road. He realized he could manage both locations, sleeping at Nama Lake by night and visiting Moonlight Courtyard by day, akin to a 9-to-5 job. However, Liu's persistent presence posed a significant challenge, and he needed to devise a plan to ensure she wouldn't follow him incessantly. With this in mind, Jiang Yi resolved to upgrade the perimeter of the campsite. He planned to extend the existing fence and construct a new wall, while also setting up traps and defenses for the women within the camp. Additionally, he built a separate wooden cabin for Liu, sparing her the task of cleaning up after herself each night. During this time, the kiln for ceramic production was also busy, and Jiang Yi crafted a large water storage container for the construction of a bathing area. He positioned this ceramic water container high up and connected it to the bathing area with bamboo pipes. Boiling water would be stored in the container, and when combined with cold water from another pipe, it would create bathwater at the perfect temperature. To mimic the feel of modern bathing facilities, he fashioned a simple showerhead from section of bamboo, perforating it with numerous small holes. Thus, even in the wilderness, one could enjoy a fully automated hot shower. Jiang Yi pondered, whom should he share a bath with tonight? After all, conserving water is a traditional virtue. Chapter 46. The bathing incident. Once the bathing area was completed, the women eagerly anticipated the opportunity to try it out. However, the question of who gets to experience this privilege first is indeed a significant one. After all, it serves as a symbol of status, akin to the age-old custom of who begins to eat at a dining table. Naturally, such a prestigious opportunity would not fall to Jiang Yi. At this moment, he was bustling about with 2 full buckets of water, replenishing the reservoir with hot water. He then scampered over to Su Ruoxi, eager to please, stating, "Aunt Su, the automatic bathroom installation has been completed. Please enjoy the first experience and provide your feedback." With her arms crossed elegantly in front of her, Su Ruoxi replied imperiously, "Considering the effort you've put in, I shall reluctantly oblige and give it a try." Her head tilted slightly upward, she strode past the other women, barely able to contain the smile at the corners of her mouth. Internally, she reveled in her superiority. No matter how hard they vied for attention, could they ever surpass her? After all, she had witnessed him grow from a little boy to a young man, and it was she who had nurtured him through that transformation. It was clear who held sway in this camp. Inside the bathroom, Jiang Yi eagerly introduced the features to Su Ruoxi, pointing to the pipe marked with a steam symbol, which provided hot water, while the other offered cold water with temperature adjustable to her liking, much like at home. Su Ruoxi replied coolly, "I understand. You may leave now." "As I wish to take a bath." Jiang Yi did not budge. Instead, he pulled a creamy white bar of soap from his pocket, exclaiming, "Aunt Su, this is a fragrant soap I found at Wang Hailong's camp." Delighted, Su Ruoxi accepted the soap, realizing how inadequate her bathing experience had been with only plain water for so long. "Jiang Yi, why don't you stay and help me scrub my back?" he suggested eagerly. Su Ruoxi smiled slightly, replying, "With so many people watching, that's unnecessary." She then called out to Su Ying, "Come and wash with me. It will save water." "Coming." Su Ying exclaimed joyfully as she entered the bathroom. Jiang Yi, displeased, was effectively dismissed, and he silently noted this down against Su Ying for future reckoning. Sitting on a wooden stool by the bathroom door, Jiang Yi's gaze wandered, obstructed by the firmly shut door. Inside the bathroom, Su Ruoxi and Su Ying began to disrobe in preparation for their bath. Su Ying glanced at her aunt and then at herself, a wave of insecurity washing over her. She finally understood why Jiang Yi referred to her as a budding flower. Did men prefer those who were more developed? No wonder he had shown her little interest. A strong sense of crisis enveloped her. Among the 6 women in the camp, with the addition of Liu, which one of them was not a thunderous surprise. "Aunt, how did you grow to be so magnificent?" Su Ying inquired, her tone tinged with awe. Su Ruoxi stood tall, pride emanating from her. "Our family genes are exceptional. You need not worry. You are still young and will grow in due time. If you wish to influence your development, you might consider external factors. I've heard there are 2 effective methods. One is to consume more high-fat foods, and the other requires stimulation. You can explore those on your own." The sound of rushing water filled the bathroom as steam began to rise. Suddenly, Jiang Yi's view was obstructed by a pair of delicate, fair thighs. Tian, mingling, confronted him. "Are you spying on them while they bathe? You shameless scoundrel?" Jiang raised her head and discovered several women surrounding her, their gaze towering above her own. The feeling of pressure was palpable as she looked up at them. "Do not slander the virtuous. Am I the kind of person to engage in such lewd behavior?" Jiang fervently defended herself. Chen Shui bent down, her eyes fixed intently on Jiang. Unconsciously, Jiang lowered her gaze, irresistibly drawn in. Chen straightened up and proclaimed to the other women, "Look, he cannot withstand even the slightest test. He must be peeking at us while we bathe, and he will surely continue to do so." Jiang scoffed. "You dare to use this as a test for a man? What man could endure such scrutiny? If you do not believe me, feel free to sit down and observe. It is impossible to see into the bathroom from this distance." The group settled down to gaze toward the bathroom. Although there were indeed gaps between the wooden slats, from such a distance, it was utterly impossible to see anything, and they soon abandoned their inquiry. Next, The women engaged in a heated debate over who would bathe second. Their bickering had drawn Jiang's attention away from the scenery, prompting her to declare, "Whoever is fighting, I will enter shortly to help her scrub her back." The women, startled into silence, resorted to a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine the order. The presence of so many women proved to be a source of vexation for Jiang, who couldn't help but lament. Before long, Su Ruashi and Su Ying emerged from their bathing, their hair damp and the moisture on their skin unabsorbed due to the lack of towels. The two women, one tall and one petite, stepped out from the misty bathroom. Following them were Chen Shui and Ding Meng, engaged in a display of beauty, although Ding Meng could not quite measure up. Next came Tian Mingling and Wang Jiasin, both equally matched in allure. Wang Jiasin, in particular, lacked Chen Shui's charm, Su Ruashi's mature allure, and Tian Mingling's spirited grace. Yet her beauty was unparalleled. Within the ethereal mist of the bathroom, she resembled a celestial being from the Moon Palace, unattainable. Finally, it was Li Yu's turn. She had never experienced such a novel bathing method, having always washed in a basin or in secluded rivers or lakes. Jiang kindly explained to her how to use the bath towel, then with a mischievous smile suggested, "Given your height, you might struggle to reach your back. Shall I stay behind to assist you?" Just as Jiang thought she could take advantage of the situation and make Liu shy away from her, Liu confidently replied, "We are husband and wife, so it is only natural for us to bathe together. Moreover, in our tribe, it is customary for women to bathe the men." This bold proclamation left Jiang astounded. She had not anticipated such audacity from an 18-year-old maiden. Instead of gaining the upper hand, Jiang found herself outmaneuvered and fled the scene, realizing that if Aunt Sue learned about her bathing with Li Yu, she would likely never have the opportunity to develop a story with her. It was not until deep into the night that it was finally Jiang's turn to bathe. The bathroom still carried the faint fragrance left by the women before her. She could not discern how much was the scent of soap and how much was the essence of the women. Jiang turned on the faucet, wetting her body before applying soap. Perhaps due to her long absence from using such an item, the soap slipped from her fingers and fell to the ground. Then, as he bent down to pick something up, the bathroom door behind him was suddenly flung open. Chapter 47. The Gentle Chen Shui. A chill breeze swept in through the ajar door, sending a shiver down Jiang Yi's spine, momentarily freezing him in place. Creak. The door was then closed from within. A voice, intentionally altered, whispered, "Guess who I am?" It was a woman. Jiang Yi exhaled in relief, and excitement surged within him. It felt like the thrill of unboxing a surprise. This was exhilarating. He knew he couldn't falter now. If he misidentified the person, a fortunate encounter could swiftly turn sour, and he might offend someone. Jiang Yi relished this playful banter, reasoning that Aunt Sue, being mature and dignified, would never engage in such audacious antics. Thus, the possibilities narrowed down to Tian Mingling and Chen Shui, the two women with whom he had shared intimate moments. Chen Shui, like a cunning vixen who perceives the thoughts of men, was the most fitting candidate for such behavior. Tian Mingling, though appearing carefree and somewhat aloof, harbored a more reserved disposition within, rendering her a strong contender as well. Who could it be? He strained to discern. Is it Aunt Shui? Chen Shui gasped, "Oh my little brother, how did you guess it was me on the first try?" Jiang Yi turned around, gazing at Chen Shui with profound affection, and declared, "I missed you. I didn't expect you to appear." Chen Shui giggled, her laughter drowned out by the sound of running water in the bathroom, echoing within the confines of the room. "I'm here to help you with a back scrub." "All right." 2 hours elapsed, and a contented Jiang Yi emerged from the bathroom, making his way to Chen Shui's room. He thoughtfully draped her clothes by the fireplace to dry. They then returned to the warmth of the fire pit outside, engaging in conversation that seemed endless. This woman, once she started chatting, would not relent. The atmosphere was harmonious, lasting until dawn. As the first light of daybreak painted the sky, Jiang Yi finally leaned against the wall and returned to his room to rest. Here, he wished to pay homage to Mr. Jiro. The work of selling late-night snacks was exceedingly arduous, a task few could endure. Even a robust 18-year-old lad would find it taxing. Jiang Yi decided to stay at Namu Lake, abandoning his plan of jogging to work at the Moon Pavilion. On the very first day, he had skipped work, sleeping from morning until sunset. It appeared that a 9-to-5 job was ill-suited for the young. Those in poor health struggled to rise, while the healthy seemed even less inclined. Thus, Jiang Yi resolved to work one day and then rest the next, trusting that with Xiangzi at the Moon Pavilion, there would be no significant issues. During dinner, Su Ruoxi noticed Jiang Yi's pale complexion, her heart aching for him. Are you unwell? You've been sleeping all day, yet you still look so dreadful. Jiang Yi averted his gaze, muttering, I don't know. Perhaps it's just that things have been overwhelming lately. Last night, after my shower, I ran back without putting on any clothes and got caught by the cold wind. Observing the evasiveness in Jiang Yi's eyes, Su Ruoxi, having known him for 5 years, instantly recognized his deceit. In a fit of anger, she exclaimed, You're lying to me? Do you think I can't see through it? The tension at the dining table escalated. Did Su Ruoxi know everything? What should they do? Jiang Yi's complexion grew, even paler. Su Ruoxi reproached him, asserting that he must have sustained injuries during his conflict with Wang Hailong's camp, and, out of pride, he was too embarrassed to inform them. How could one person face so many adversaries without getting hurt? Jiang Yi nodded in silent agreement, contemplating that it was indeed impossible to remain unscathed when confronting 2 opponents. Then, in a commanding tone, Su Ruoxi declared, After dinner, I will examine your injuries in your room. At your age, you should know better. Jiang Yi's face turned pale once more, yet he dared not refuse and merely responded with a lackluster "oh." After dinner, Jiang Yi became unusually diligent, taking the initiative to clear the table and wash the dishes. The night was still young, and none of them felt sleepy, so they gathered around the campfire, engaging in light conversation. To lighten the mood and buy some time, Jiang Yi suggested, How about I sing a song for everyone? Great idea. Let's have a singing contest. The loser has to bark like a dog, proposed Su Ying, raising her hand. This suggestion received unanimous approval, for aside from Jiang Yi, the other lovely ladies were all exceptionally talented. It was evident that Jiang Yi would be the one to lose, and everyone was keen to witness his embarrassment. Even the usually composed Su Ruoxi cast a curious glance his way. After 5 years of close companionship, she had never heard him sing. How laughable the mortal world is. How tiresome is infatuation. To be aloof is fine, yet this life remains unfulfilled, and my heart is untroubled. I only wish for a carefree existence, to drink and sing, and to live joyfully until old age. With a rich and resonant voice, Jiang Yi concluded his song, leaving everyone astounded. That was incredible, Jiang Yi. Sing another one. Jiang Yi awkwardly waved his hand, indicating that he did not have many songs to share. Subsequently, each person showcased their unique talents. Notably, Su Ruoxi, Chen Shui, and Ding Meng, all renowned streamers, displayed their multifaceted skills. Su Ruoxi sang lead while the other 2 performed a dance, providing Jiang Yi with a visual feast. Finally, the stars of the evening, Wang Jiaxin and Tian Mengling, surprised everyone when Wang Jiaxin, despite her celebrity status, turned out to be unable to sing. However, being trained in dance and acting, she delivered a performance that far surpassed Chen Shui and Ding Meng. As for Chen Shui, lacking any notable talent, she willingly accepted her fate and mimicked a barking dog. Amidst the lively chaos, the group spent an unforgettable first campfire night in the wilderness. Chapter 48. Jiang Yi's injury and Su Ai's care as night fell. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest, leaving Jiang Yi, who had slept through the day, feeling invigorated. Inside the dimly lit wooden cabin, the 2 exchanged glances, and the atmosphere gradually turned a touch intimate. Su Ruoxi felt inexplicably flustered in the presence of this young man, experiencing a fluttering sensation reminiscent of youthful infatuation. Take off your clothes. Let me see where you're hurt, Su Ruoxi said, a hint of nervousness in her voice. Huh? Why does Su Ai look like that? Jiang Yi wondered, having reiterated several times that he was uninjured. Nevertheless, Su Ai insisted on conducting a personal examination. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. Aunt Su, you wouldn't be coveting my body, would you? Are you deliberately coaxing me to take off my clothes? Su Ruoxi placed her hands on her hips and glared at the little rascal. You're talking nonsense. Why have I ever desired your body? Besides, I've seen every inch of you, so hurry up and take it off. Jiang Yi obediently removed his shirt. See, I'm not injured. You would believe me otherwise. Due to the dim light, Su Ruoxi struggled to see clearly and leaned in closer to inspect the boy's strong back muscles. After a thorough examination, she confirmed that there were indeed no injuries. All right, put your clothes back on. Oh, Aunt Su, you only have this one outfit, and it's all dirty. Take it off and wash it. Tomorrow, I'll go to the moonlight market and help you find a new one. Jiang Yi said with genuine concern. Su Ruashi didn't want to discourage the diligent and sensible young man, so she complied. 3 hours passed. Viang Yi, are you catching a cold? Why do you look so unwell? Aunsu, iem me fine. The weather has been a bit dry lately, and I'm just a little thirsty. I'll be okay after drinking some water. Oh, then let me get you some water. Su Ruashi stood up and poured a cup of warm water for Jiang Yi. Drink up. Jiang Yi eagerly accepted the white cup with both hands and took several sips. In the room, Su Ying awoke in the middle of the night to find her bed empty. When she reached out, she felt the coldness of sheets. Strange. Why hasn't Tian Su returned after checking on Jiang Yi for so long? Could it be that brother Jiang Yi is injured too severely? No longer able to contain her concern, she decided to check on him. Su Ying quickly dressed and headed towards Jiang Yi's room. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden sound of knocking in the silent night startled Jiang Yi, almost causing him to choke on his water. Wiping his mouth, he called out, "Who is it at this late hour?" Su Ying, a bit anxious, replied, "Is my aunt here?" Yes, yes. I'm here, just bandaging Jiang Yi's wound." "Please wait a moment." Su Ruashi's flustered voice came from within. In the darkness, sounds of rustling could be heard. "Ah, that's mine," Jiang Yi said, feeling embarrassed. "Sorry. Aunt Su, I was just wondering why there's so little fabric." 3 minutes later, Su Ruashi opened the wooden door from inside. "Come in. You're always following me around, even as an adult." Su Ying was puzzled. Was it really just a short while? I distinctly remember falling into a deep sleep. With no phone or clock, she chose to trust her aunt. Right now, her only concern was for brother Jiang Yi's well-being. She approached him, sitting on the edge of the bed, and asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" Jiang Yi's expression darkened, and he barely acknowledged her, replying tersely, "It's just a small injury." Su Ying didn't believe him and turned to Su Ruashi. "Aunt, how is Jiang Yi's wound?" Su Ruashi hesitated. "It's nothing serious, just a minor cut. It wasn't treated promptly, and it got a bit inflamed, but I've taken care of it." Su Ying sighed in relief. "That's good. Where's the wound? Let me see." The bluntness of her words startled the other two. Su Ruashi quickly grasped Su Ying's hand. "The wound has just been treated. It shouldn't be exposed to air, or it could cause further injury. It will heal in a couple of days." In order to ensure Jiang Yi's safety, Su Ying reluctantly acquiesced. Just then, the adorable Su Ying sniffed the air curiously and remarked, "Jiang, why does your room have a peculiar odor?" Jiang Yi, taken aback, stammered, "Is there? Perhaps my room is too shaded and has become a bit damp. I'll open the windows tomorrow to let in some fresh air." Fearing that lingering any longer would expose them, Su Ruashi adopted a serious demeanor and declared, "All right, let us not disturb Jiang Yi's rest any further. Let us return to our quarters and rest." Reluctantly, Su Ying followed Su Ruashi as they departed. Watching the two women, one mature and the other youthful, Jiang Yi suddenly felt that Su Ying's presence beside her aunt exuded a different aura. He couldn't help but imagine the striking contrast they presented together, one embodying maturity while the other radiated innocence, which sparked a sense of anticipation within him. The next day, as Jiang Yi stepped out of his room, he noticed the sun was high in the sky, indicating it was already midday. With a sigh, he reclined on a wooden chair at the camp. Realizing it was yet another day, he couldn't venture to the moon courtyard. With Chang present, he presumed there would be no trouble. He rubbed his sore lower back, deeply resonating with the adage, "The spring night is fleeting, and the sun rises high. From henceforth, the emperor does not attend court early." It was understandable. Even he, a fine young man, found himself somewhat lost in indulgence. After lunch, Jiang Yi discovered that the antelope meat they had hunted was now nearly exhausted. He proposed, "How about we go fishing by the sea today? We can enjoy a seafood feast tonight." "Yay! Finally, a change in our meals," Su Ying exclaimed with delight. The other women readily agreed, and so, with 1 man and 7 women, they set off to the beach, carrying wooden buckets and a woven fishing net. As February quietly progressed, the temperature on the sandy shores soared. 7 women, dressed lightly, busied themselves with the fishing net while Jiang Yi, clad only in his shorts, dove into the azure sea. Only the coolness of the ocean could quell the sweltering heat of the day. Unbeknownst to him, his current existence resembled that of a small dwarf amidst 7 snow-white figures, or perhaps more akin to Wei Xiaobao and his 7 wives. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a pink object in the distance among the rocky area. It was a suitcase. He immediately dashed ashore. eliciting a chorus of gasps from those around him, for he was rather conspicuous at that moment. Wang Jiaxin, blushing, admonished, Jiang Yi, be mindful of your appearance. There are girls all around. However, the other women seemed unfazed, accepting the situation as a matter of course. Jiang Yi paid little heed to their remarks and urgently exclaimed, Su Yi, I believe I found your suitcase. Is your other phone inside? Chapter 49. Suruoshi's suitcase. Upon hearing that Suruoshi's suitcase contained a phone, the women lost interest in the fishing net. If they could use the phone to call for rescue or locate their current position, perhaps the path home would not be far. They hurried to the spot Jiang Yi indicated, only to find it surrounded by rocks. At such a moment, it was clear that only Jiang Yi could take action. After much effort, Jiang Yi finally managed to retrieve Suruoshi's suitcase from the sea. Unfortunately, despite his diligent search, he could not find his own backpack. The exterior of the suitcase was severely damaged. Fortunately, it was waterproof, or discovering the phone would have been futile. The onlookers eagerly watched as Suruoshi attempted to unlock the suitcase. With a click, it opened to reveal various items packed in small bags, seemingly clothing and cosmetics. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. From the compartment of the suitcase, Suruoshi found the phone she had been longing for. She hurriedly pressed the power button to check if it had any battery left. However, to her dismay, the screen flickered twice before going black. With a resigned sigh, she lamented that the phone was dead, questioning where on this island she might find electricity. Disappointment settled over everyone as they sat on the beach. Their hopes of returning home dashed. Jiang Yi, perplexed, asked, Aunt Sue, didn't you have a power bank in your bag? Suruoshi suddenly recalled, oh right, I do have a power bank. How could I have forgotten that? The power bank was in another bag, and fortunately, it was a robust domestic model with ample charge. After powering up the phone, it finally came to life. Several women crowded around to watch as Suruoshi fiddled with her device. Predictably, there was no network or signal. Even attempts to make emergency calls yielded no response. Their last hope rested on the satellite positioning feature, which did not require a network and could generally pinpoint accurate coordinates on Earth. Yet, chillingly, the phone failed to locate their current position. After several attempts, it consistently displayed a failure to locate. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, concluding, it seems we truly have drifted to the legendary land of Guixu. Otherwise, such a failure in locating would be impossible. Alas, their hopes of returning home were once again extinguished. It seemed they might be stranded on this deserted island for life. I miss my mother so much, Suruoshi lamented, as a wave of sadness washed over the group, extinguishing the earlier excitement. What's this? Jiang Yi curiously pulled out a pink seal bag from among the numerous small bags in the suitcase. Suruoshi gasped, don't open that. But it was too late. Jiang Yi had already opened the seal bag, revealing a pair of pink fishnet stockings. Aunt Sue, did you pack nothing but stockings and clothing in such a large suitcase? There's not a single snack. I could really go for some spicy strips, Jiang Yi exclaimed. Suruoshi snatched back her stockings, shoving them into the seal bag and locking the suitcase. She shot Jiang Yi an annoyed look. What are you staring at? Can a girl's suitcase be rummaged through so easily? Come on, Ruoshi, let us take a look. Are there any extra stockings? Share one with me, Chen Shui teased. The other women also expressed interest. After all, in this deserted island, aside from the items in the suitcase, modern society's belongings were nowhere to be found. However, Suruoshi resolutely refused to open the suitcase again. Many of the items inside would undoubtedly cause her immense embarrassment if revealed, and she would never allow that to happen. She was unwilling, and since no one else knew the password, they had no choice but to relent. At that moment, Liu, who had remained silent, spoke up. I heard from my grandfather that you all came from the outside world. He said that since ancient times, no one has ever managed to leave here. You might as well save your breath. Honestly, I think this place is quite wonderful. The women were at a loss for how to respond to this shelter girl, unaware of the splendor that lay beyond. Chun Shi sighed, little sister, you have no idea how vast the outside world is. Endless continents, towering buildings reaching hundreds of stories. Smartphones that can transmit sound across great distances and travel by car or airplane. Su Ying chimed in, and there are so many delicious foods, cakes, milk tea, hot pot, oh. The list is endless. It was evident that the women truly missed home. However, for Jiang Yi, this place felt like paradise on earth. Only Liu remained unperturbed. believing that as long as she was with her man, it did not matter where they were. Jiang Yi felt like an ordinary university student in the outside world, coming from a single-parent family, with his only relative, his father, having vanished 5 years ago. Perhaps after graduating, securing a job to support himself would be a challenge, let alone finding a girlfriend. Yet here, it was a different story. Surrounded by beautiful wives and concubines, feasting on exquisite delicacies and pure, natural foods. Residing in a luxurious wilderness mansion and able to venture anywhere on foot, he believed Liu had a point. This place was indeed quite splendid. If one day the secrets of the return to the ruins were truly unraveled and a way to leave was discovered, would he leave without hesitation? The answer was uncertain. The suitcase that everyone pinned their hopes on held no prospects for rescue, nor any food or tools. Just Su Ruashi's clothes and personal items. Jiang Yi felt disappointed. He would have preferred to find his own backpack, which at least contained plenty of snacks. However, one thing piqued his curiosity. Were there only stockings in the sealed bags within Su Ying's suitcase? What colors and styles were they? Jiang Yi's heart felt like it was being clawed by a cat. Restless, wearing the same outfit every day had led to a sense of aesthetic fatigue. Just last night, he had mentioned gifting Aunt Su a new outfit, and now, unexpectedly, the heavens had provided a whole box. After this brief interlude, which, despite dampening everyone's spirits, did not halt the march of life, dinner still awaited. Jiang Yi cast a fishing net into the sea and then pulled it back with all his might. When the net was dragged ashore, the previous gloom lifted, and everyone reveled in the joy of their bountiful catch. The net was filled with an array of colorful fish, but to their horror, it also contained several brightly colored sea snakes. Venomous. Fortunately, Jiang Yi was quick and adept, seizing the snakes by their tails and tossing them back into the ocean. The brightly colored sea snakes were typically highly venomous. A careless bite could lead to dire consequences. No wonder the survivors living here rarely ventured into the sea to fish. It seemed they had learned their lesson. The women were tasked with sorting the edible seafood, placing it into wooden barrels to take back to camp. Among the catch were the plentiful mantis shrimp, green fish, and grouper. After a busy afternoon, everyone returned to the camp, laden with their rich haul of fish. The iron pot simmered over the flames, filled to the brim with a sumptuous seafood feast, and the guests indulged in delight. After dinner, Jiang Yi retired early, yet sleep eluded him, his mind consumed by the peculiar array of garments belonging to Su Ruashi, akin to enchanted treasure chests awaiting his exploration. Chapter 50. Borrowing Grain? Under the cloak of night, Jiang Yi stealthily entered Su Ruashi's room while the others slumbered, eager to uncover the secrets within her suitcase. However, after several futile attempts to decipher the combination, frustration mounted as he scratched his head helplessly. The code is your birthday. He suddenly remembered, elated. My birthday is 0520. Mid-sentence, he realized his folly and swiftly turned, only to find Su Ruashi regarding him with a bemused smile. A foot, clad in sheer black stockings, pressed down upon the suitcase, pinning Jiang Yi's hand. It seems calling you a little thief was no mistake, Su Ruashi admonished fiercely. Not only do you steal from others, but now you wish to pilfer my belongings. Jiang Yi stammered, Aunt Su, I was merely curious. Su Ruashi lifted her foot slightly, contemplating, opening the suitcase is not out of the question, but it depends on your behavior tonight. If you perform well, I might consider it. A chill ran down Jiang Yi's spine. He realized he was completely at her mercy, and from that moment on, it seemed Aunt Su would reign supreme over the Namu Lake campsite. 3 hours passed, and Jiang Yi felt his facial muscles stiffen, his lips numb, and his tongue devoid of strength, reluctant to utter another word. After persuading Su Ruashi, she nodded in approval. Your verbal skills are commendable. Practice more. Jiang Yi, unwilling to speak, could only nod in response. The following noon, Jiang Yi, nursing a sore back, exited the wooden cabin. Tears streamed down the face of Qiangzi. You must have encountered danger. I shall come to your rescue. During lunch, everyone gathered around the table. Su Ruashi delicately placed a piece of fish in her bowl, savoring it, while the other women began to eat. Jiang Yi, lacking the energy to chew, merely picked at his food before setting down his chopsticks. You all take your time. I'm heading to the Moon Pavilion to check on Qiangzi and the others. I won't be back tonight. Su Ruashi cautioned slowly. Be careful on the road, and return early tomorrow. Understood, Jiang Yi replied, hastily departing from the Namu Lake campsite, which felt like a den of entrapment. Even the great Sun Wukong would be at a loss here. To his astonishment, Liu did not follow him. It seemed she too had been ensnared by Su Ruashi. This was a relief, as her presence ensured the safety of the women at Namo Lake. What should have been a half-hour journey took Jiang Yi over an hour, exhausted from his late-night report to Su Ruashi. Upon reaching the campsite, the remnants of the previously burned thatched roof houses had vanished. In their place stood new, charming wooden cabins. As Jiang Yi walked through the camp, the busy women paused their tasks, greeting him with nods and smiles. Soon, Qiangzi and Zhang Feng arrived, having received word of his presence. A rare smile graced Qiangzi's face as he exclaimed, "Brother, you have finally arrived." Jiang Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, reflected on how he had promised to return the following day, but had instead taken 3 or 4 days. "My apologies, I was delayed at the Nam Lake campsite. I see your construction has progressed splendidly. You all have worked hard." Qiangzi waved his hand dismissively. "It is our duty. Everyone in the campsite has essentially secured new accommodations. By the way, come quickly to see your new house, specially constructed for you." The 3 of them arrived at a charming courtyard, featuring a newly built wooden house with 3 rooms and a living area, surrounded by a small courtyard enclosed with wooden stakes and bamboo strips. As they pushed open the bamboo gate and stood in the courtyard, they gazed outward at the lush vegetable garden nearby and the distant meadows and rivers. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. "It's quite nice. In a few days, if I plant some wildflowers and perhaps some wild onions and garlic in the yard, it will truly feel like home." Qiangzi, puzzled, asked, "Brother, why didn't the sisters come along?" Jiang Yi sighed. "They believe that the Nam Lake area is preferable and refuse to relocate. However, with Leo around, I have no concerns for their safety." He turned around, scanning for Zhang Feng. "Where's your sister?" A hint of sadness crossed Zhang Feng's face as he replied, "Since that day, my sister has lost interest in everything, sitting every day on a large stone by the campsite, lost in thought." Jiang Yi sighed, lamenting the unfortunate fate of such a fine girl, ruined by the likes of Wang Hailong and his ilk. Such a profound emotional trauma may never fully heal. He saved her life, yet could not mend her heart. In an effort to avert the somber mood, he quickly changed the subject. "During my absence, there were no dangers at the campsite, were there?" Qiangzi hesitated. "There wasn't any real danger, but often, people from other camps came to borrow food." "Borrow food?" Jiang Yi questioned, perplexed. The food in the campsite was barely sufficient for themselves. How could there be any surplus to lend? Furthermore, they did not know anyone else in the area who would come to borrow food. He sensed something was amiss. Qiangzi, steeling himself, continued, "Yes, they are numerous and imposing. With you absent, I dare not act rashly and could only provide them with a bit of the domesticated wild boar and sheep." Jiang Yi chuckled. "What borrowing of food? It appears they are merely taking advantage of us." "Qiangzi, you did nothing wrong. As long as we safeguard the campsite, we will reclaim what is rightfully ours. I doubt they would relish our provisions." At that moment, a young man from the campsite rushed over. "Brother Qiangzi, it's bad. Those people are back to borrow food again." Zhang Feng furiously retorted, "See, I told you we shouldn't lend to them. We should have stood firm and confronted them directly. I've noticed that the more one appears timid, the more others deem them as easy prey." Qiangzi felt a bit awkward, though he was not afraid of death. He was not foolish enough to engage in losing battles. Moreover, Zhang Feng, once the most timid among them, had transformed since his sister's ordeal, frequently brandishing a weapon and showing little regard for the consequences. Jiang Yi's expression soured. "How many times have they come to borrow food now?" Qiangzi paused momentarily. Realizing this was the 4th time now, the camp had been stripped bare of provisions, leaving only a few cabbage seedlings in the field. Jiang Yi took the lead, stepping out of the small courtyard, determined to confront those audacious enough to encroach upon his territory. At the entrance of the camp stood 5 or 6 unfamiliar faces, brazenly blocking the way. They brandished steel blades and wooden clubs, with tufts of dogtail grass clamped between their teeth, their chins raised defiantly, exuding an air of recklessness. Meanwhile, the men of the camp, armed with spears and bows, stood in confrontation, yet hesitated to strike. The crowd parted, and Jiang Yi emerged, followed closely by Qiangzi and Zhang Feng. Among them was Hu Song, who had returned after a 2-day respite at Namo Lake. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, Brother Qiangzi, they ve come again. This is simply intolerable." Among the group seeking provisions, a young man, barely reaching one, 7 meters, stepped forward. His hair was long and straight, resembling a straw hat atop his head, his nose dotted with conspicuous blackheads, and his frog-like mouth filled with protruding teeth. "Hey kid, is the food I demanded ready?" Jiang Yi scoffed. "What kind of riffraff dares to come here and demand our supplies?" Zhang Feng was right. Persistent forbearance would only embolden them further. It was imperative to inflict pain from the outset, contingent upon possessing the necessary strength to do so. These little shrimp, in truth, were deliberately sent to test the waters of the camp's defenses. If they were beaten, it would provide a pretext for further trouble. If one continued to acquiesce, it would only invite more harassment. Jiang Yi spoke. "You must be under the command of that leader. Borrowing food requires an introduction, does it not? This way, we can settle accounts later." The young man, taken aback by Jiang Yi's words, momentarily appeared bewildered, tilting his head to clear his ears. He then blew on his fingers and asked his companion, "What did that brat just say?" His companion scratched his head and replied, "Brother Ben, it seems he wants you to identify yourself, so we can settle accounts in the future." Realization dawned on Ben, and he burst into laughter. "Kid, you've got guts." When Wang Hailong was in charge, he wouldn't have dared to come to our camp to collect debts. He proclaimed, "Listen closely. We are under the command of Boss Xiao. My name is Feng Bin, and our camp lies in the gorge beyond that hillside. We await your esteemed presence at any time." The other lackeys could not contain their laughter, dismissing Jiang Yi entirely. Jiang Yi sneered, "So, you're a madman under Boss Xiao. A pleasure to finally meet you." Feng Bin, realizing the insult, retorted, "What did you just call me?" "Say that again," he added. "Today's food supply must double. Otherwise, I'll set your camp ablaze." Xiangzi whispered, "Brother, what should we do?" Jiang Yi, irritated, replied, "Should we invite them in for dinner before they leave?" Xiangzi, feeling the gravity of the situation, wasted no more words, grabbed a wooden stick, and yelled, "Brothers, attack." In an instant, the men at the camp surged forward with a roar toward Feng Bin and his group. Feng Bin could hardly believe his eyes. The previously timid group was indeed prepared to fight back. Suddenly, he became exhilarated again. For the task assigned to him by the leader Xiao was to incite this group to take action. Remarkably, his meticulously devised plan had not yet been set in motion. Yet the objective had already been achieved. He brandished his machete, calling out to his comrades, unperturbed by the warmth of camaraderie. For there were merely a handful of feeble individuals among them. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a stone struck him on the head. "Who dares?" he exclaimed, only for another stone to hit him, blood trickling from his forehead down his cheek. Jiang Yi glanced over and identified the assailant. A young girl seated at the entrance of the camp, none other than Zhang Feng's sister, Zhang Jingdan, clad in a light blue dress. Her hair danced in the wind as she sat barefoot on a rock, her expression impassive as she observed the chaos unfolding before her, idly toying with 2 stones in her hands. Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze, only to find Feng Bin and his gang sprawled on the ground, wailing in despair. He approached and planted a foot on Feng Bin's face. "So you think you're tough, huh? Not so much now, are you?" Feng Bin, gasping for breath, retorted, "I am Feng Bin, not a fool." Bang, bang, bang. "Stop stepping on me." Jiang Yi continued to stomp 3 times before demanding, "Now tell me, what is your name?" Feng Bin's face contorted in pain. "You are the master. I am Feng Bin. Please, let me go." Jiang Yi lifted his foot, wiped it on the grass, and instructed Scram, "Tell your leader Xiao to prepare an apology. Otherwise, I shall set his camp ablaze." Feng Bin, limping with a few of his underlings, fled, not daring to look back. Zhang Feng approached Viangi, perplexed. "Boss, why did you let them go? They should be eliminated. Otherwise, they will surely seek revenge." Jiang Yi replied, "Young man, one should not always think of killing. We must strive for peace. Those who take lives shall not prevail." Xiangzi patted his shoulder, reassuring him. "Rest assured, Big Brother possesses the wisdom to discern. He will not easily let them off." He knew all too well that this seemingly harmless young leader was, in fact, a ruthless figure capable of merciless deeds. Should he ever show mercy to his foes, what awaited them would be far more terrifying than death itself. At that moment, Hu Song approached, inquiring, "Brother Jiang, there is no food left in the camp. What shall we do?" Jiang Yi surveyed the sky, noting the time was still early. "Let us venture into the mountains and seek our fortune. Perhaps we can hunt some game." Xiangzi chimed in, "I will organize a team to head into the mountains." Soon, the able-bodied men of the camp gathered together, totaling around 15 or 16, most of whom were newcomers lacking hunting experience. Under Jiang Yi's leadership, the group set out toward the distant thicket. As they entered the forest, the air was filled with the sounds of insects and birds. The group dispersed in search of traces of prey. However, after much searching, not a hint of game was found. The reality was that within Wang Hailong's camp, all those with any hunting prowess had been ruthlessly eliminated the previous night. The remaining men were either timid or inept, though well-meaning. They were ineffectual in hunting. They might even prove less useful than the newcomers like Zhang Feng. Such is the nature of humanity. Often, the more unscrupulous individuals possess greater capability, while those who are meek and compliant will never amount to much. At this moment, the guide, Guanshan, intervened, advising Jiang to refrain from venturing in that direction, as it was an area frequently traversed by the followers of the formidable Xiao, known for their hunting activities. Jiang, intrigued, inquired whether the various camps were delineated by such territories. Guanshan waved his hand dismissively, clarifying that there were no strict boundaries. However, the proximity to Zhao's camp necessitated caution, as crossing into their territory could lead to conflicts, a tacit understanding among hunters. Jiang understood and, with a grand gesture, declared that since it was not their domain, they should not feel entitled to encroach upon it. Chapter 52. Muniangzi, everyone, tread carefully. This place is riddled with traps, Jiang cautioned as he steadied the disoriented Zhang Feng, whispering to those nearby. Just moments prior, Zhang Feng had inadvertently stepped into a concealed pit, its depths lined with sharp stakes, an evident hunting trap. Had Jiang not acted swiftly to pull him back, Zhang Feng would have met with a grim fate. Guanshan took the opportunity to explain that Zhao's men were exceptionally skilled, particularly adept at setting various hunting traps. Consequently, their camp had expanded significantly, now boasting at least 200 members. This revelation heightened the group's tension, as they were encroaching upon another's territory. Nevertheless, the evidence of successful hunting was undeniable. Within the span of 2 hours, they had captured 5 or 6 wild rabbits and 7 or 8 grouse, enough to sustain the camp for a day, though the absence of larger game was regrettable. Indeed, in the wilderness, traps proved to be the most effective means of hunting. "Boss, I've discovered something substantial. Come quickly." The excited voice of Hu Song echoed from a distance. Jiang and the others hurried toward the source of the commotion, and even from several meters away, they could hear a grunting roar. Hu Song joyfully reported that a wild boar had triggered the snare trap, and it was quite a sizable specimen, estimated to weigh around 30 to 40 pounds. Before them, a young wild boar was ensnared by its hind leg, thrashing violently. Upon noticing the approaching figures, it lunged forward in a sudden attack. Though not large, it was quite fierce. Chang teased it with a stick, while Zhang Feng maneuvered behind the boar and, with a swift leap, managed to pin it to the ground. Quickly, its strength is overwhelming. Zhang Feng nearly found himself toppled by the frenzied boar, but fortunately, the others quickly intervened, managing to subdue it. Wild boars, in their daily quest for sustenance in the forest, possess tough hides and immense strength. Without the trap, hunting them would be an arduous task. Moreover, their reproductive capabilities are robust and natural predators few, resulting in a substantial population on the island. Should a herd of wild boars be encountered, even Jiang would promptly retreat, as these omnivorous creatures are highly aggressive, and those who cannot flee swiftly may become their prey. Once the boar was securely bound, 2 individuals hoisted it, and the group prepared to return to the camp, their haul deemed sufficient, with no need for further risk. However, they had scarcely ventured far when they detected rustling sounds emanating from the thicket ahead, suggesting the presence of some wild creature. The commotion was significant, and its speed was swift, heading directly toward the group. Suddenly, a yellow shadow dashed forth, and before anyone could react, it collapsed at Jiang Yi's feet, lifeless. Jiang Yi, seeing the fallen deer, couldn't help but smile. After all, it was a feast delivered right to him. However, the elder, Guanshan, cautioned that the deer still bore arrows, indicating it was a quarry pursued by someone else. "We should leave promptly," he advised. Yet Jiang Yi was indifferent to the identity of the pursuer. Such an opportunity, presented on a silver platter, was too precious to disregard. "Xiangzi, hoist the deer, we must retreat," he commanded. Xiangzi, elated, responded affirmatively and reached down to lift the small deer onto his shoulders. Suddenly, A piercing sound sliced through the air as an arrow shot towards Xiangzi's back. Quick as a flash, Jiang Yi brandished his staff, deflecting the arrow with remarkable precision, a feat unnoticed by the others due to their blurred vision. Xiangzi, shaken, turned to his leader, gratitude shining in his eyes. Had it not been for Jiang Yi's timely intervention, his fate might have mirrored that of the deer. Who dares lurk in the shadows, firing arrows from the dark? If you are a man, step forward. Jiang Yi's voice echoed. Almost immediately, 3 figures emerged from the thicket. The duo of men and a woman were clad in distinctive black warrior attire, with a tuft of hair atop their heads, knives at their waists, and wooden bows in hand. The woman, fair and youthful, though not tall, appeared to be the leader of the trio. Indeed, she responded in halting Chinese. Are all you Hans so impolite? Stealing another's prey is hardly manly. Ninja? Jiang Yi was taken aback. The others were equally bewildered, but Guan Shan interjected. You may not know, but there are many foreign camps in the Moon Courtyard, one established by the Japanese. It is said that among them is a merciless woman named Muraniko. Even Wang Hailong is no match for her. Understanding dawned on Jiang. He had initially thought they were underlings of Boss Xiao, only to discover they were Japanese. Muraniko? What a peculiar name. Does it mean without Moroni? He smirked at the Japanese woman across from him. Are you Muraniko? Let us show you what it means to be truly manly. In these mountains, the one who claims the prey first is the victor. Moreover, this is the territory of our boss Xiao. You have trespassed. Muraniko shot back coldly. Detestable Han. Mind your tongue and return my quarry, or none of you shall leave. In her gaze, Jiang Yi discerned a chilling indifference towards life, a quality that suggested she had taken many lives, cultivating such a unique aura. If her demands were not met, he sensed she would draw her blade without hesitation. Yet, while her words unnerved the others, they held no sway over Jiang Yi. He simply yanked the arrow from the deer and hurled it towards the group of Japanese. Here, as your possession. With a thud, the arrow embedded itself into the earth just before the feet of the Japanese. Clang! Baka! You seek death. One of the male warriors from the Yamato nation, in a fit of rage, drew his sword, only to be halted by Makeko, who cautioned Nakamura-kun, you are no match for him. Upon first encountering the young man before her, she witnessed him effortlessly deflecting her arrow with a mere stick, instantly sensing that Jiang Yi was not an ordinary foe. He exuded an aura of a kindred spirit, a master, a skilled assassin. Otherwise, given her temperament, anyone daring to seize her prey would have met their demise in the very first moment, without a hint of hesitation. Makeko advanced cautiously towards Jiang Yi, seeking the opportune moment to strike. As they drew closer, she continuously altered her movements, while Jiang Yi observed her in silence, the distance between them shrinking to a mere 3 meters. However, she found herself perplexed. The young man before her appeared far less formidable than she anticipated. It seemed as if he lacked any martial prowess, his entire being rife with vulnerabilities. At such a close range, she was utterly confident of delivering a fatal blow. Instead of drawing her weapon, Makeko launched a swift kick aimed at Jiang Yi's face. The speed of her attack startled Jiang Yi. It was alarmingly rapid, far too swift for an ordinary person to evade. As her foot approached Jiang Yi, he remained unmoving, a look of astonishment dawning upon his features, which bolstered her confidence. Everything indicated that this young man was oblivious to martial arts, and he would be unable to block her strike in time. However, her kick halted a mere 10 centimeters from Jiang Yi's face, unable to advance another inch. With effortless ease, he grasped her delicate ankle, rendering her immobile. The high difficulty of her upward kick caused her oversized samurai pants to slide down slightly, revealing her impeccably smooth and fair calf. So pristine. Chapter 53. Resistance against the invaders still reeling from shock, Makeko was taken aback by his exceedingly offensive remarks. The intimate position, coupled with Jiang Yi's unblemished words, incited a blend of embarrassment and fury within her. Let me go, you scoundrel. Yet, Jiang Yi not only refused to release her foot, but also extended his other hand to gently caress her exposed alabaster calf. The sensation was delightful, smooth, and delicate, akin to silk. You lecher, you seek death. Makeko was consumed by rage. She swiftly drew her katana from her waist and aimed a horizontal slash at the hand, gripping her ankle. The blade glinted menacingly, vowing to sever both Jiang Yi's arm and neck. Jiang Yi hastily released his grip, simultaneously crouching to evade the lethal strike. In a flash, he retaliated, deftly pressing a finger into Mukeko's side. Ah! She gasped, the pain dissipating her strength in an instant. Mukeko staggered back 2 steps, warily eyeing Jiang. Disbelief etched on her face. The speed of that previous strike was lightning quick. How had he not only evaded it, but also countered with such astonishing reflexes? Viank, you remark it. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the prowess of the island's maidens. Some traits are inscribed within their very genes. When enraged, not only does their physique resemble the delicate beauty of cherry blossoms, but even their cries resonate with an allure that captivates the soul. Mukeko, unwilling to engage in further banter, yearned only to swiftly eliminate the despicable man before her. Falling blossom slash, severing the blossoms. This is the renowned sword technique of Munai Z, with a swift slash. Even the scattered petals can be effortlessly cleaved in twain by the impenetrable glimmer of her blade. At this moment, as one gazes around, Munai Z's figure flits unpredictably, as swift as lightning, her knife movements rendering their traces nearly indiscernible. Anyone who dares to stand in her path will be mercilessly dismembered by her chaotic strikes. This was the first time Jiang Yi encountered such a martial arts master, leaving him momentarily bewildered on how to respond, though he possessed greater strength and speed. Allowing him to perceive the shadows of Munai Z's blade, he lacked the absolute confidence to evade all her attacks. In desperation, he could only retreat swiftly to avoid her lethal onslaught. Meanwhile, onlookers like Chang Zi were drenched in cold sweat, their anxiety palpable. Had any one of them been in Jiang Yi's place, they would likely have been swiftly reduced to a mere target for her blade. The terrifying speed at which Munai Zi moved afforded no opportunity for escape. In stark contrast, Nakamura and another warrior observing the fight wore expressions of arrogance, as though it were they who were dominating Jiang Yi. In a moment of crisis, Chang Zi, quick-witted, swung his blade at a tree trunk as thick as an arm. After a few strikes, the tree came crashing down, and with force, he hurled it towards Jiang Yi. "Boss, catch it!" Jiang Yi deftly evaded Munai Z's blade light and seized the wooden stick. The 4 to 5 meter long tree felt remarkably suited in his hands, wielded like a spear with ease. As Munai Z's attacks closed in, Jiang Yi brandished the wooden staff to meet her blade shimmer. Clang, clang, clang. The tree trunk, thick as an arm, was chopped into segments under Munai Z's floral severing technique, pieces falling to the ground. Yet, the wooden staff in Jiang Yi's hands grew shorter, quickly losing more than half its length. When only a meter remained, he hurled the remaining piece of wood into the relentless blade light. With a series of crackling sounds, the wood splintered further. At that moment, Jiang Yi extended his right hand, darting into the sword light with astonishing speed. This reckless act startled all present. Could a human arm truly be more resilient than living wood? Just as everyone anticipated Jiang Yi's arm to be severed, an astonishing scene unfolded. Munai Z's hand gripping the sword was captured in Jiang Yi's grasp. It turned out that although Munai Z's floral severing technique had effortlessly cleaved through the thick tree, her speed had diminished slightly after countless strikes. While others failed to discern the difference, Jiang Yi's keen perception caught the subtle shift. He then forcefully tossed the remaining piece of wood, seemingly a futile effort. Yet it effectively further delayed his opponent's blade speed. Indeed, the powerful projectile would further slowed Munai Z's strikes, granting Jiang Yi the opportunity he needed to disrupt her floral severing technique. Munai Z could hardly believe her eyes. Her prideful technique had been so easily shattered. Before she could recover from her shock, Jiang Yi swiftly clawed at the fabric of her chest, pulling her towards him. In that fleeting moment of softness, he couldn't resist glancing down through the open neckline. Ah, the delicate pink cherry blossom pattern. This cannot be right. Was it not said that there was no Nikiko? How could it be so grand, yet so fair? Mu Anzi's face flushed a vibrant crimson, rendering her even more enchanting. With her cherry-like lips, she uttered the words rogue, only to be met with a sudden kiss from Jiang Yi, swift as lightning, upon her dainty mouth. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the dangerous woman sprawling several meters away, rendering her incapacitated. This unexpected turn of events stirred the onlookers, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Xiangzi gazed at Jiang Yi with admiration, murmuring, "My brother is indeed impressive. Even in a brawl, he exudes such charm, subduing his opponent while seizing the moment. Zhang Feng and Hu Song nodded in agreement, and after this unforeseen incident, Jiang Yi's stature soared immeasurably in the eyes of the crowd, solidifying his unassailable position within the camp. After his victory, Jiang Yi did not seek to eliminate his adversary entirely. Instead, he mischievously regarded the severely injured Mu Anzi and stated, "This beautiful Nikiko from the island. My name is Jiang Yi, until we meet again." He then turned and made his way back to the camp with his prize in tow. Xiangzi and the others, carrying the wild boar and fawn, strutted away from the astonished Nakamura duo, exuding confidence. Within the camp, the men animatedly recounted the recent battle that had unfolded in the jungle, while the women listened intently, preparing the spoils of their hunt to cook a grand feast in honor of the returning warriors. As night fell, flames danced in the air, and the group gathered around to savor the hard-earned meal. In the past, when Wang Hailong was present, only he and his most trusted subordinates were permitted to indulge in meat, while the others had to stand aside. How different it was now, with everyone enjoying equality and sharing in the bounty. They beamed with long-awaited smiles, celebrating freedom, equality, and the promise of tomorrow. In the deep of night, as all succumbed to sweet slumber, a shadow stealthily crossed the camp's entrance, heading directly towards Jiang Yi's small courtyard. Chapter 54. The unknown intentions of the islanders in the dead of night. A cloaked figure infiltrated the camp, precisely locating Jiang Yi's humble abode. The figure opted not to use the unlocked gate, but instead leaped gracefully into the courtyard, landing silently as a cat, making not a sound. Subsequently, she stealthily approached the window of the main bedroom, confirming that someone lay asleep within. From her bosom, she produced a slender bamboo tube, roughly the diameter of a finger. She gently placed it to her lips, preparing to puff air into it, intending to release a cloud of sleeping gas into the room. However, as she exerted herself to blow, she was startled to discover that the other end of the tube seemed blocked, obstructed by some unknown object. Alarmed, she hastily withdrew the tube from her mouth, realizing that should the gas disperse, it would either enter or retreat. Yet it was too late. With a soft thud, the cloaked figure collapsed outside the window, and hearing the commotion, Jiang Yi slowly withdrew his hand from the window. At that moment, the slumbering Xiangzi awoke, exclaiming, "Boss, please don't make me pretend to be asleep again. It's exhausting." Jiang Yi retorted, "If you wish not to feign slumber, you may simply sleep for real." Xiangzi quickly shook his head and remarked that it was better to let it be. Who could tell when one might die in slumber? He decided to venture out and ascertain whether she was truly unconscious. With a creak, Xiangzi opened the door and stepped outside, only to find a figure clad in black lying motionless on the ground. Yet he hesitated to approach. After all, he had witnessed the woman's formidable prowess and feared she might be employing some deceit. At that moment, Zhang Feng and the old blacksmith Guanshan emerged from another room. Without uttering a word, Zhang Feng knelt to examine Jiang Ge, confirming her state of unconsciousness. Upon hearing this, the others dared to gather around. Jiang turned to Guanshan, expressing gratitude for his timely warning. Otherwise, he feared he would have been truly assassinated. Guanshan, with a jovial wave of his hand, humbly declined any credit, asserting that with the younger brother's skills, even without his advice, he would not have fallen into her trap. Jiang refrained from further conversation, reiterating his thanks and suggesting that Guanshan should return to rest. Understanding the unspoken sentiment, Guanshan gracefully exited the small courtyard. Having just returned from a day of hunting, Guanshan had sought out Jiang to inform him of the islander woman he encountered earlier, who was particularly adept at nocturnal assassinations. Her methods were silent and ghostly, making her difficult to anticipate. Considering the earlier encounter, Jiang deduced that the islander, Munai Zi, would likely attempt to assassinate him that very night, which led to their current scheme of waiting in ambush. Initially, Jiang instructed Xiangzi to feign sleep on the bed while he concealed himself by the window, prepared to subdue Munai Zi upon her entrance. However, he had not anticipated her use of a mesmerizing incense. In a moment of desperation, he blocked the bamboo tube with his hand, only to find himself ensnared by her own enchantment. "Bind her. I shall personally interrogate her," he commanded. Xiangzi and Zhang Feng procured a length of hemp rope and secured Munai Zi, tying her to a tree in the courtyard, ensuring she was restrained in a manner that would prevent her escape. "Now, you two stand guard at the courtyard entrance. I wish to question her about certain martial secrets in solitude." No one else is to approach. Yes, boss. Xiangzi and Zhang Feng, understanding the gravity of the situation, withdrew from the courtyard, taking up their positions as sentinels. Jiang pulled the black cloth from the face of the bound figure, revealing an exquisite visage. It was indeed the islander Mu Naizi. Just then, she slowly regained consciousness, realizing she was tied to a tree, with her intended target standing before her. Ah, Miss Mu Naizi, what a coincidence it is that we meet again, Jiang exclaimed. Let me go, you scoundrel. She retorted with disdain. Jiang calmly wiped away the drool from his face and countered. Do you not find your naivety rather amusing? You come to my home under the cover of night to assassinate me, and now you expect me to release you? Dream on. Mu Naizi scoffed. If you possess the courage, kill me. Otherwise, as long as I draw breath, I shall seek every opportunity to end your life. She had arrived with a resolute mindset. Either Jiang would perish, or she would. Wishing for death is not so simple. You are far too beautiful for me to consider taking your life. However, I'm most curious. How did you accurately locate my residence? Should you answer all my questions truthfully, I may contemplate your release. Mu Naizi, with a look of disdain, replied, There's a saying among your Han people. A man's words are the devil's lies. Jiang nonchalantly remarked, I suspect you must have employed some tracking device. You need not disclose it, for I shall search myself. Following this, he smirked mischievously, I do not believe you. I shall scour every inch of you and find no answer. Observing Jiang Yi's timid grin and recalling his lewd behavior from earlier, Mu Naizi felt a flutter of anxiety. She feared not death, yet she could not abide by another's humiliation. Thus, she hurriedly declared, I must inform you that during our altercation earlier, I sprinkled a fragrant powder upon you. It is this aroma that has enabled me to pinpoint your exact location. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in realization. So that is why I detect a faint fragrance on myself. I had thought it was merely your natural scent. Now, may I be released? He inquired with a naive smile. Answer me one final question, and I shall set you free. Mu Naizi retorted angrily, indeed. Men are utterly untrustworthy. Jiang Yi shrugged. You may choose to remain silent. However, I could summon my comrades from the camp to line up and greet you. You are shameless. Mu Naizi inhaled deeply, striving to compose herself. Ask your question. I shall tell you what I know. Jiang Yi, with a serious countenance, inquired, Why have so many individuals from your nation come to this place? Are you privy to some hidden secrets? He had previously questioned those from the islanders' camp, noting that although they were fewer in number than the Han people, each was akin to a warrior like Nakamura. They certainly did not appear to be accidental wanderers, but rather seemed to have arrived with intent. For a fleeting moment, Mu Naizi's eyes reflected shock, though she swiftly concealed it. Yet, Jiang Yi perceptively noticed. We are mere survivors who have fortuitously ended up here. We harbor no special agenda. Jiang Yi scoffed. Do you truly believe I would take your word for it? If you choose silence, I shall have no choice but to end your life. This time, Mu Naizi resolutely declined to utter another word, her silence indicating, I shall reveal nothing. Do as you wish. Jiang Yi slowly drew the katana hanging from Mu Naizi's waist, wielding it with a flourish, causing two gleaming arcs to dance in the darkness. He then positioned the blade above her head, as if calibrating his aim. Mu Naizi closed her eyes, bracing herself for death. Though the twitching of her facial muscles betrayed her fear of the inevitable, no one is entirely unafraid of death. Rather, some things hold greater significance than mere existence. With a swift motion, Jiang Yi brought the blade down towards Mu Naizi. Chapter 55. The cherry blossoms bloomed, ready to embrace her fate. Mu Naizi felt the chilling arc of the blade descend, a sensation that coursed from her head to her toes. Her severed body felt cold, yet she did not experience pain. It appeared that when pain reached its zenith, one could no longer feel it. Thus, this was the sensation of death. Hey, do not pretend to be dead. I have not struck you. Jiang Yi's voice pierced through the silence. It was that detestable Han man's voice. What could he possibly mean? Mu Naizi's eyelids trembled as she opened her eyes once more, met once again with Jiang Yi's insufferable visage. Was death truly this slow? With audacity, she dared to glimpse her own gaping chest. In that fleeting moment of bowing her head, she was met with a scene that ignited both shame and fury within her. Jiang Yi's blade had not so much as grazed her flesh. It had merely torn her garments, explaining the sudden chill that enveloped her front. If you intend to kill me, do it swiftly. Do not insult the warriors of our nation, Jiang Yi remarked, evaluating her composure with a hint of approval. Noting that she had not succumbed to fear. Since you refuse to unveil the secrets of your heart, I respect your choice. However, one must face the consequences of their misdeeds. As dawn broke the next day, while all were still in slumber, Jiang Yi liberated Moon Zi, who had endured a night of punishment. She emerged from the courtyard, limping and clutching her clothing, stripped of the imposing presence she once held. At the entrance, the vigilant Chang Zi remarked, "Brother, you truly are remarkable. Your resilience is commendable." Zhang Feng chimed in, "Indeed, their essay saying, a toad plays the frog, adorned in splendid attire, yet plays with frivolity." In the courtyard, Jiang Yi leaned against a tree, supporting his sore waist with one hand, and called out to the two outside. "What are you two whispering about? Come help me inside." Chang Zi and Zhang Feng hurriedly rushed into the courtyard, assisting their elder brother back to rest. "Brother, what happened to you? You must take care of yourself. Everyone at the camp relies on you for sustenance." Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "Enough of that. The cherry blossoms from this island are blooming beautifully. I lost track of time and stood outside all night." Chang Zi and Zhang Feng exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend what could be captivating about cherry blossoms at night. Jiang Yi slept until the sun was nearly setting, then arose invigorated, and stretched his limbs in the courtyard. Why do I feel a surge of strength? After a moment of contemplation, he sensed a significant increase in his power, estimating it to be at least 100 kilograms. Coupled with his experiences from the previous night, he formed a bold hypothesis. Could it be that his body was capable of absorbing some enigmatic force, transforming him entirely? There was no time for leisurely exploration, as Aunt Sue had specifically instructed him to return early for dinner. After briefing Chang Zi, he departed the camp, making his way to Namo Lake. Along the journey, he pushed himself to test his speed, running with all his might. Covering the 7 to 8 kilometers took him merely over 20 minutes. While many trained individuals might achieve this, he traversed rugged mountain paths, having never learned proper running techniques. Upon returning to the Namo Lake camp, he found everything in order, which eased his mind considerably. Pushing open the gate, he called out, "Aunt Sue, I'm back." The women, upon hearing his voice, emerged to greet him. Jiang Yi lifted the 2 wild rabbits and a bundle of cabbage seedlings in his hands, signaling, "I brought you gifts." "Wow, Jiang Yi, you're amazing. Tomorrow we can enjoy a different flavor," Su Ying exclaimed joyfully, taking the rabbits to process by the running water. Su Ruo, she stepped out from her room, dressed in a beige short skirt that accentuated her mature allure, her legs adorned with delicate gray stockings. Jiang Yi found himself captivated, his gaze lingering. As the other women observed, they cast envious glances, for on this desolate island, such exquisite garments were indeed a luxury. Su Ruashi declared that as long as they obediently followed her instructions, each would receive a pair of stockings as a reward. Naturally, the other women readily acquiesced, eager to seize any opportunity for work. Even Liu, a local, harbored a fondness for the beautiful attire and willingly complied with Su Ruashi's directives. Leisurely seated in her chair, Su Ruashi exuded the air of a matriarch, a presence that was both commanding and irrefutable. After being away for 2 days, she mused surely, "I have not been frivolous." Jiang Yi, standing beside her, suppressed his anxiety and declared, "Aunt Sue, how could I ever be that sort of person? My resolve is as steadfast as that of Lu Xiaohui. I could traverse a garden of blossoms without a single petal clinging to me." With that, he knelt down, attentively massaging Su Ruashi's legs and feet. The silken touch of his stockings felt exquisite. In Jiang, he found that this task was not as humiliating as he had initially thought. "In my absence from the moonlit courtyard, it appears that someone attempted to raid the camp, but I swiftly dealt with it. By the way, Aunt Sue, the cherry blossoms have bloomed at the camp. Their delicate pink hue is truly a sight to behold." As Jiang Yi continued to massage her legs, he recounted the events of the past 2 days. Though certain truths remained unspoken, and their significance was minimal, what mattered most was to bring joy to the women. By the fire, Tian Mingling, who had been busy preparing, called them to dinner, and the menu for the evening was seafood yam porridge. Jiang Yi, curious, inquired, "Where did you procure the yams?" "They are a vital source of carbohydrates," Tian Mingling replied. "We owe it all to Liu, who led us to the mountains to dig for wild yams. There are quite a few in the valley, but they are quite difficult to extract." Liu smiled shyly at the mention of her name. Thinking of Liu reminded Jiang Yi of the potatoes he had tasted in the Li tribe, and he pondered how they had acquired them. He resolved to find a reason for Liu to return to the tribe and procure some for planting, ensuring a future supply of food. After all, subsisting solely on meat and wild vegetables without carbohydrates would not suffice. When time permitted, he intended to visit the market at the moonlit courtyard to explore other food items available for trade. However, before that he needed to gather supplies. As currency was not used here, it was said that everything was exchanged through barter. Each person received a bowl of thick, sticky seafood yam porridge, and Jiang Yi relished it, feeling as though he were indulging in a grand banquet, although the seafood outnumbered the yams. After dinner, Jiang Yi set about constructing a spacious kitchen. Cooking was currently done over a wooden frame on an open fire, and dining took place outdoors. While this was manageable most of the time, inclement weather could render fire starting impossible, making mealtime a significant challenge. He gathered numerous stones from the shores of Lake Nam, using a mixture of clay to build several earthen stoves. Once the stoves were completed, he fashioned a wooden framework for the kitchen. With plans to fell more trees the following day, he was determined to complete the kitchen's construction. Afterward, Jiang Yi ventured into the vegetable garden and discovered that the chili peppers and cabbage seedlings he had planted a few days prior had taken root. The other women had utilized the time he spent building the kitchen to clear a patch of land, planting the cabbage seedlings they had just brought back. Namu Lake Camp is increasingly resembling a home. As night descends, Jiang Yi's thoughts awaken, pondering whether to find someone to experiment with the source of his newfound strength. Chapter 56. Farewell. Duo lay under the cover of night. Jiang Yi stealthily entered Su Ruoshi's room, returning to his own dwelling only at dawn. Sitting in solitude, his face marred by melancholy, he realized that despite a night spent researching with Aunt Su, there was no discernible increase in his strength. However, he acknowledged that the fluctuations in his power were indeed linked to certain actions. Suddenly, he recalled that only after engaging with Su Ruoshi, Tian Mingling, and Mu Nanzi did his abilities exhibit any changes. This implied that the pure and untouched Chen Shui and Ding Meng had no influence on his growth. Perhaps it was a mysterious force enabling his transformation, likely stemming from the pink serpent encountered in the peach blossom abyss. Yet, the truth remained elusive, necessitating further experimentation for confirmation. As dawn broke, Jiang Yi emerged from the wooden cabin, intent on completing the kitchen that had been left unfinished the previous day. The primary structure was already established. Only the roof needed to be erected and the walls sealed. Considering the fire safety of the kitchen, he opted for stone slabs instead of wood or thatch for the roofing. For the walls, he skillfully split bamboo into 3-finger-width strips for sealing. After a morning of labor, the approximately 30-square-meter kitchen was finally completed and a firewood storage area was added. Once these tasks were accomplished, Jiang Yi hastened to hunt. The camp's food supply, aside from seafood caught yesterday, had been depleted. It was imperative to ensure a regular replenishment of seafood, meat, vegetables, carbohydrates, and fruits to maintain the necessary intake of trace elements for his body. This time, Jiang Yi planned to take Liu along for the hunt, not out of any ulterior motives, but because she possessed an exceptional familiarity with the island's natural environment. Furthermore, her archery skills were formidable. Her presence could yield unexpected rewards. Before his departure, Su Ruoshi repeatedly urged him to return swiftly and avoid wasting time on trivial matters. Her unspoken message was clear. Jiang Yi should behave himself and refrain from causing any trouble for the young lady. After all, during their previous hunting trip, despite her firm refusals, she had not entirely escaped his clutches. Jiang Yi assured her, "Rest assured, Aunt Su, I will focus solely on hunting." With that, he armed himself with a bow, a machete, and some hemp rope, setting off into the forest alongside Liu. At the camp's entrance, Chen Shui approached Su Ruoshi, tentatively inquiring, "Sister Ruoshi, are you truly comfortable with them, a lone man and woman, venturing into the wild to hunt? After all, Liu is Jiang Yi's betrothed. I find it hard to believe that nothing will transpire between them." Upon hearing this, Su Ruoshi frowned slightly and cast a sidelong glance at the smirking Chen Shui. "Just mind your own belt," she remarked. "There's no need for you to concern yourself with anything else." Chen Shui's expression shifted at the retort, and feeling guilty, she approached, inwardly questioning whether Su Ruoshi had discovered her affair with Jiang Yi. Little did she know, the secret she believed to have kept hidden had long been revealed to Su Ruoshi. Meanwhile, upon entering the forest, Liu began instructing Jiang Yi on how to identify various traces left by wild animals, from footprints and droppings to gnaw marks and scratches. He learned to discern the species of wildlife. Certain signs hinted at the presence of animal dens. For instance, wild boars left depressions in the ground with disturbed soil nearby. Foxes and badgers exhibited round entrances to their burrows, approximately 20 to 30 centimeters in diameter, often accompanied by remnants of food. Birds of prey constructed large nests on tree branches, such as eagle nests perched high in the treetops. Ultimately, by observing the new and old traces around these nests, they could determine whether the animals had recently been active in the vicinity or had long since departed. Mastering these techniques allowed them to set various types of traps in areas frequented by different wildlife. Liu's method of trap setting proved to be even more discreet and intricate than what Jiang Yi had previously encountered in Xiao Laoda's territory. Having grown up on the island, Liu was well versed in these skills. Thus, as the two set traps, they simultaneously hunted with bows and arrows. With Liu, a skilled archer, by his side, they quickly secured several wild rabbits and a grouse. However, they had yet to encounter any larger game, such as antelopes. As they walked, parched and weary, Jiang Yi unexpectedly found that he was not far from the spot where he had previously met the young girl, Toliai. He wondered how she and her ailing mother were faring, a fragile woman tending to a gravely ill parent in such a perilous wilderness. Jiang Yi felt compelled to check on them, as he had taken the life of her brother, Tomu. Within his capacity, he resolved to offer assistance, hoping it would ease his conscience. Following the direction Toliai had pointed out, he slowly descended the hillside. After searching several times, he finally discovered a rudimentary dwelling by a small mountain stream. Had he not observed closely, he would not have realized it was a human habitation. Nestled beneath a cliff by the creek, there was a platform sheltered from the elements by a protruding rock face. Thick wooden beams, akin to the girth of an arm, supported the structure, which was covered with dry thatch and camouflaged with surrounding foliage. This simple, makeshift shelter constituted Toliai and her mother's home. To prevent any conflict arising from an encounter between Liu, the daughter of his adversary, and Toliai, Jiang Yi instructed Liu to wait at a distance. He then carried 2 wild rabbits and a grouse to meet Toliai. In the clearing before the shelter, smoke curled upwards as Toliai tended to a fire, a clay pot bubbling away over the flames, filling the air with a potent medicinal aroma. As the girl knelt to stoke the fire, she caught sight of Jiang Yi standing a short distance away. Suddenly, she broke into a radiant smile, so bright and innocent, akin to the white splashes of water dancing joyfully in the nearby creek. Yet it pierced Jiang Yi's heart deeply. She was meant to have a happy and fulfilling family. "Jiang Yi Gij, what brings you here?" The girl's voice was melodious, filled with unexpected delight. Jiang Yi also wore a faint smile as he stepped forward. "I was hunting nearby and thought I would come by to see you. By the way, how is your mother's health? I brought some game to help her recover." Tuale, without any pretense or formality, reached out to accept Jiang Yi's casual gift. "Thank you for your concern. My mother is feeling much better. I made some nourishing soup for her." As the two engaged in pleasant conversation, an unwelcome voice interrupted. "Tuale, is that really you?" The smile on Tuale's face gradually faded, her eyes fixated on something behind Jiang Yi. Feeling a chill run down his spine, Jiang Yi turned around to find the tall figure of Liu approaching. Moments later, the two girls stood face to face, mere inches apart. Jiang Yi quickly signaled Liu with his eyes to leave, wary of potential conflict. After all, when enemies meet, tensions run high. Liu's father had usurped Tuale's sister-in-law, resulting in her brother Tumu losing his beloved wife, which forced him to steal the sacred artifact of the Li clan. Furthermore, it was Liu's grandfather who had expelled Tuale and her mother from the Li clan. In Jiang Yi's shoes, one would undoubtedly seek to eliminate the daughter of their nemesis, ensuring they too experience the agony of loss. Conversely, from Liu's perspective, failing to eradicate the roots of the problem would only allow for future resurgence. To eliminate Tuale and her mother was the most prudent choice, as there were no laws in place to hinder such actions. To survive, one must be ruthless and unyielding. Then, a scene unfolded before Jiang Yi's astonished eyes. The two girls locked gazes for a full 3 minutes before Liu unexpectedly embraced Tuale. In turn, Tuale reciprocated, and these two who should have been adversaries held each other tightly. Tuale's mother, hearing the commotion, emerged from the shelter. Upon witnessing the two girls in an embrace, She did not scold them. This woman, who had weathered numerous storms, was only in her 50s. Though not tall, her hair was already graying, her face gaunt, and her skin bore a slight tan tinge with yellow. The spark in her eyes was scarce, replaced by tranquility and acceptance. Liu, my dear, I am so glad you could come. Everything that has transpired has nothing to do with you. As the two girls separated, Liu looked at Tuolei's mother, unsure of what to say. Tuolei's mother gestured for them to sit. Then, glancing at Jiang Yi, she revealed a warm smile. Young man, you must be Jiang Yi. My daughter has mentioned you. Please take a seat. The so-called seats consisted of 2 flat stones, and Jiang, seeing this, went to fetch 2 more stones from nearby, and the 4 of them settled down. Liu explained to Jiang Yi that she and her sister Tuolei had grown up together, sharing a close bond. Jiang Yi suddenly understood why Liu disregarded her prior commitments to come meet Tuolei. The group then sat together, engaging in quiet conversation. Tuolei curiously inquired, Jiang Yi Guixu, this place is so far from the tribe. How did Sister Liu come to be here and meet you? It must be said that fate is indeed a mysterious force. 3 individuals who were never meant to cross paths found themselves together in this secluded valley by a twist of circumstance. Jiang Yi recounted his adventures after being stranded on a deserted island, where he unexpectedly discovered colorful gemstones, only to be captured by Zheng Biao, the captain of the distant merchant fleet, before escaping and encountering Hai Sheng, who was in search of sacred artifacts. He narrated all the events that transpired later in the Li tribe, deliberately omitting any mention of the life-and-death struggle with Tomu, a chapter he vowed never to disclose. Upon hearing his tale, the 2 women finally grasped the underlying reasons, and it was the first time Liu learned the true motive behind her marriage to Jiang Yi. Tuolei, filled with curiosity, asked, Jiang Yi Guixu, you come from the outside world. Can you tell us what kind of world that is? Jiang Yi countered, do your tribe's ancestors know the period during which they became stranded here? Tuolei shook her head, but Liu spoke up. I once heard my grandfather mention that our ancestors were sailors from a Ming dynasty who accidentally ended up here, and they have since thrived. Ming dynasty? Jiang Yi was quite surprised, but found it understandable, as the maritime technology of that era was indeed among the most advanced in the world. Zheng He's 7 voyages to the west may have included an ancestor of the Li tribe among his fleet. He then pondered whether Zheng Biao from the merchant fleet might be a descendant of one of Zheng He's godsons, as it was known that Ming dynasty figures often adopted godsons, particularly powerful eunuchs. Subsequently, Jiang Yi began to recount significant historical events and the evolution of dynasties starting from the Ming dynasty. He described the current world, painting a picture of its magnificent splendor, with astonishing inventions and the living conditions of people today, leaving the listeners in awe. Liu had already glimpsed a fragment of the real world through Su Ruoxi's suitcase, marveling at the peculiar socks and beautiful clothes she had never seen before. She sighed, expressing her desire to explore the outside world, but lamented that her grandfather had told her that once one arrives here, leaving would be impossible. Jiang Yi, filled with confidence, replied, I believe that nothing in this world is absolute. Since it is possible to enter, there must be a way out, simply yet to be discovered. Perhaps it lies in an inconspicuous place, waiting for someone brave enough to try. He then suggested that Tuolei accompany her mother and him back to the Nam Lake camp for everyone's safety. Liu also urged Tuolei, let us leave together. However, Tuolei exchanged glances with her mother before politely declining. Upon arriving here, I discovered that the less I interacted with others, the more tranquil my life became. Tuolei glanced at Jiang Yi and Liu, remarking on the comfort of this place, where food and drink were plentiful, inviting them to visit whenever they had the chance. Seeing that her persuasion had no effect, Jiang Yi did not press the matter further, and instead took up his machete to gather a substantial amount of wood. Reconstructing their shelter anew, reluctantly leaving with Liu, Tuolei stood before the new house, waving farewell to the 2. After departing from Tuolei's abode, they noticed the sun had already begun its descent. The 2 followed the path where they had previously set traps, diligently checking for any signs of prey. Before long, they heard a disturbance ahead and hurried to the trap, discovering a wild rabbit weighing around 7 or 8 pounds ensnared within. After retrieving it from the trap and setting it aside, they prepared to arrange the traps before moving on to the next location. At that moment, however, their surroundings were suddenly cloaked in shadow. Jiang Yi, quick-witted and agile, lunged forward, tackling Liu to the ground and rolling several meters away. Meanwhile, Their freshly acquired prey was snatched away by a pair of sharp claws. They gazed at the sea eagle, as large as a cloud, which had effortlessly pilfered their hard-earned catch. The two watched with discontent as the eagle soared away, eventually landing on a cliff far in the distance. Damn it! That brazen creature dares to steal my food. Chapter 58. A bountiful harvest. The tiger-headed eagle had already flown far away with their prey. Yet Jiang Yi and Li Yu remained entwined in each other's embrace. They could hear one another's heartbeats and felt the warmth of each other's breath. Jiang Yi gazed upon Li Yu's exquisite features, and to claim he was unaffected would be a falsehood. Moreover, they had exchanged vows, having been wed. Thus, whatever he might desire at that moment would surely not be rejected by Li Yu. Furthermore, the mysterious power that was gradually growing. Could it be related to such matters? Li Yu was undoubtedly the best subject for exploration. However, he felt their relationship had yet to reach that stage and did not wish to bind two individuals devoid of affection through a mere farce of a marriage. Besides, before their departure, Tsuruoshi had repeatedly cautioned against reckless behavior, warning him that should anything transpire, she would not take kindly to it. At that moment, Li Yu closed her eyes in anticipation, awaiting Jiang Yi's next move. He lowered his head to bestow a fleeting kiss upon her crimson lips, then released her and stood, walking away into the distance. Stunned and rooted in place, Li Yu suddenly blossomed into a knowing smile, promptly hastening to match Jiang Yi's pace. Together, they journeyed back along the path they had traversed, inspecting the traps along the way. By the time they exited the forest, their bounty was abundant. The spoils were sufficient to sustain several individuals for days. Upon returning to the Namu Lake camp, the sun had already set. For Jiang Yi and Li Yu, their plentiful harvest was no surprise. After all, they had never returned empty-handed from their hunts. The moment they arrived, Tsuruoshi scrutinized Li Yu's demeanor, seeking any signs of the unusual. Fortunately, everything appeared just as it had been at their departure, and a satisfied smile spread across her face. It is not that Tsuruoshi is particularly protective of her private life, forbidding Jiang Yi from having other women. In the real world, after developing a relationship with Jiang Yi, she would never allow him to act recklessly, nor could she bear to share her beloved man with anyone else. However, on this deserted island, sometimes deeper connections are essential to maintain unity among everyone. She merely wishes to ascertain how much Jiang Yi truly cares for her and whether he takes her words to heart. If a man is dismissive of a woman's sentiments, he will inevitably abandon her in search of new affections. Then, with enthusiasm, Tsuruoshi greeted Li Yu, saying, "You've hunted all day. You must be exhausted. Sit down, have some water, and take a break. Dinner will be ready shortly." Tsuruoshi's sudden concern left Li Yu somewhat taken aback, while only Jiang Yi understood that Tsuruoshi had fully embraced Li Yu's presence. After dinner, everyone collaborated to process the day's harvest, placing the game into the smokehouse for preservation. That night, Tian Mingling visited Jiang Yi's room alone, having taken the time to refresh her appearance. Not only did she use Tsuruoshi's facial cleanser and spray on some perfume, but she also wore a pair of black lace knee-high socks, a gift from Tsuruoshi. As Jiang Yi gazed at the enchanting Tian Mingling, he reached out to close the door. The following day, before dawn, the industrious Tian Mingling was already awake. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, while the late sleeping bee also gathers nectar. After 2 days of carefree enjoyment, Jiang Yi finally recalled the presence of Qiangzi and his companions at the moonlit courtyard. With Qiangzi around, there shouldn't be any issues. He mused as he got up to wash up. Lately, the food had been somewhat varied, leaving a lingering fishy taste in his mouth. Fortunately, Tsuruoshi's suitcase contained toiletries, including 2 boxes of toothpaste. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi picked up Tsuruoshi's toothbrush to rinse his mouth, thinking that she likely wouldn't mind, as half of his breath could be attributed to her cooking. After finishing his morning routine, Jiang Yi reluctantly bid farewell to the lovely ladies and gingerly left the Namu Lake campsite. Unfortunately, he had only been sleeping 3 to 4 hours each night lately, as he needed to hunt during the day and attend to Jingjing at night. The journey from the moonlit courtyard to Namu Lake took just over 20 minutes, but returning after 2 days would require 2 hours. It was no wonder that ancient emperors met their demise at young age. At the moonlit courtyard campsite, early in the morning, people were leaving in small groups to search for food. Upon entering the campsite, Jiang Yi bumped into Qiangzi and Zhang Feng, who were preparing to head out. "Boss, you finally arrived," Qiangzi exclaimed, joyfully. Jiang Yi's eyelids twitched. He wondered if the troublemaker Xiao had come knocking or if those islanders were causing issues again. Xiangzi shook his head, saying not at all. The area around the campsite has been very safe lately. No strangers have appeared. He continued, without you here, everyone feels uneasy and doesn't know what to do. Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief. As long as no one was causing trouble, everything would be fine. Not knowing what to do. Find a way to gather supplies, he said as he patted Xiangzi's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Desiring a life of luxury. Indulging in rich delicacies daily is an unattainable dream if we rely solely on hunting each day. We must broaden our vision and not fixate on our immediate surroundings. Our short-term objective is to amass sufficient manpower to construct seafaring vessels. Our long-term ambition is to dominate the larger islands. The ultimate goal is to harness the collective strength of the entire region of Guixu to discover a means of escaping to the real world and reveling in its pleasures. So, you understand what needs to be done next, right? Xiangzi shook his head in confusion, simply feeling that his elder brother was impressive, a person of great ambition. Just as Jiang Yi was becoming frustrated, Zhang Feng spoke up. Does the boss mean we need to find a profitable channel? Allowing others to work for us while we merely set plans and goals? Jiang Yi looked at him with appreciation. Exactly. For instance, if you spend an entire day fishing and catch 3 fish but lack a pot to cook them while I am in the camp, can craft over a dozen clay pots in a day. With 1 pot, I could exchange it for 10 fish and with the remaining pots, acquire even more of what I need. Although we may both toil throughout the day, the value generated by our labor differs, leading to disparities in wealth. Our task is to ensure that our efforts yield greater value than others, accumulating wealth step by step to rise above. Xiangzi nodded, indicating his understanding, and then asked, so, boss, what should we do next? Jiang Yi replied curtly, recreate the kiln I built by Namo Lake here, but make it 3 to 5 times larger than before. When the first batch of pottery is ready, we will head to the market to trade for supplies. Chapter 59. Trading for food after organizing the upcoming plans. Jiang Yi instructed Xiangzi and Zhang Feng to rally the workforce. He returned to his own little courtyard, intending to catch up on some sleep. As he stepped into the yard, he noticed that a small patch of vibrant green grass had sprouted beneath the tree where he had previously tied the girl from the island. This was all thanks to her. She had watered it all night. Standing in the yard, memories of that night spent with the girl flooded back. It had been a few days, and he found himself missing her, wondering what she was doing now. The girl from the island possessed a unique charm that was hard to forget. After all, Jiang Yi had a fondness for the cherry blossoms that bloomed in her homeland, their pale pink hue alluring and vibrant. He decided he needed to find an opportunity to reconnect with her. 3 days later, while tending to his vegetable garden in the courtyard, which he had planted with vegetables and wildflowers, giving it a sense of home, the gates swung open. Xiangzi walked in, saying, brother, the first batch of pottery has been fired. We could go to the market now. Jiang Yi paused his work, brushed off the dirt from his clothes, and a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. All right, let us go see the results. Upon reaching the place where ceramic goods are crafted, Jiang Yi surveyed the array of utilitarian pottery, nodding in satisfaction. These vessels, though not exquisite, possessed unique designs and meticulous craftsmanship, undoubtedly capable of yielding substantial supplies needed within the camp at the market. Once prepared, Jiang Yi, accompanied by Xiangzi and others, transported the ceramics to the market. The marketplace, located in the heart of the Moon Courtyard region, lay a good 10 kilometers from the camp. It convened every 3 days, drawing together surrounding survivors who exchanged their surplus food for various items. After all, one cannot excel in every aspect. If one's hunting yields an abundance of meat, one still requires salt and the occasional fruit. Thus, over time, this bustling hub became a venue for trading essential goods. Due to the considerable number of ceramics they carried and the lengthy journey ahead, Jiang Yi and his companions arrived later than others. The market thrived with vibrancy and movement. As they arranged the pottery, they quickly attracted the attention of many passers-by who offered abundant praise for the wares. Following Jiang Yi's guidance, Xiangzi was prepared to exchange the ceramics for any items the camp lacked. After all, while crafting pottery demanded significant time and labor, the process itself was relatively straightforward. In the Moon Courtyard region, despite the gathering of numerous survivors, productivity remained low, with most household items fashioned from wood or bamboo. Thus, these ceramic goods were a rare and prized commodity, allowing Xiangzi to set high prices. For instance, a 30-centimeter diameter clay pot could be traded for 30 pounds of meat or 50 pounds of fruits. In this marketplace, the ability to produce items unavailable to others guaranteed one's desirability. For example, someone had crafted a luxurious soap from animal fat and wildflowers. A small piece, no larger than a palm, could fetch several pounds of meat. Just as business was thriving, Jiang Yi suddenly spotted a familiar figure amidst the crowd. Munaizi. Clad in an elegant kimono, she appeared refreshingly distinct. Following her were 4 or 5 men dressed in black warrior garb, laden with supplies, clearly there for trading as well. A surge of excitement coursed through Jiang Yi as he set aside his tasks and approached her briskly. Munaizi, my dear sister, it has been a few days. How have you fared? He greeted with a smile. Upon seeing Jiang Yi, Munaizi's expression morphed into a complex blend of deep emotions. She recalled the night she had attempted to assassinate him, her chest heaving with anger at the memories of that encounter. With a swift motion, she extended her knife, its blade emerging ominously from her grip, as if poised to strike at any moment. Meanwhile, Nakamura and the others behind her had likewise noticed Jiang Yi, positioning themselves defensively around her, weapons drawn and ready. Observing their readiness, Jiang Yi remained unfazed. To exaggerate, after spending that night with Munaizi, his strength had significantly increased. His speed and endurance were notably enhanced, allowing him to effortlessly counter her renowned technique, the falling blossom slash. In the face of the warriors from the island nation, he remained unperturbed. Ah, dear old friend, upon our reunion, without uttering a word, you draw your blade to kill. How uncivilized. Jiang Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Munaizi's eyes blazed with hatred, wishing nothing more than to swiftly end the life of the scoundrel before her. Clang! The sharp blade was unsheathed. As the sword descended, Jiang Yi neither flinched nor retaliated. Instead, he gazed at Munaizi with a gentle expression. Just when everyone around anticipated Jiang Yi to be cleaved in two, the blade halted just above his head. The onlookers expressed their disappointment, for this marketplace, a chaotic assembly, was accustomed to witnessing such events. Blackmail, coercion, and public killings had long ceased to astonish them. Why do you not evade? Munaizi inquired, perplexed. Jiang Yi replied, why do you not slay me? In doing so, you would avenge your grievances. The previous incident was entirely my fault. I should not have treated you in such a manner. Go ahead, kill me. I shall not resist. He stretched out his neck, adopting a demeanor that seemed to yearn for death. Munaizi was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Simultaneously, another thought crossed her mind. No. How could I trust the words of such a scoundrel? Yet, his previous lack of intent to retaliate convinced her that had she not stayed her hand, Jiang Yi would now be a corpse. With a pained expression, Munaizi asked why. Jiang Yi answered, his face alight with admiration from the moment we first met. I was deeply captivated by you, and I have a profound fondness for the cherry blossoms from your island, which are so fair and radiant. I wonder when I might enjoy the cherry blossoms in bloom alongside Miss Munaizi. Munaizi's cheeks flushed unexpectedly, and she replied somewhat awkwardly, I do not slay those who surrender without resistance. Should we meet again, you may not be so fortunate. With that, she sheathed her sword, leading Nakayama and the others away briskly. Among the gathered crowd, someone questioned, who is this person so audacious as to provoke the #1 killer of the island nation? Another person chimed in, indeed, to escape from under Miss Munaizi's blade is quite the feat. This fellow has much to boast about. By the way, are the cherry blossoms of the island truly as beautiful and unique as they say? Why not see for yourself and find out? With no further spectacle to behold, the crowd gradually dispersed. Chang approached Jiang Yi, admiration evident on his face. Brother, you truly are remarkable, conquering without a battle. I am in awe. Zhang Feng, curious, asked, Brother, what would you have done had that island girl shown no mercy? Jiang Yi retorted, what would I do? Why, I would host a grand banquet. Everyone in the camp would be eager to feast. Dying beneath the cherry trees, even in death, one can be charming. As the three engaged in lively conversation, Husong ran over from a distance, exclaiming, Boss, I've heard that a new shop has opened nearby, offering all sorts of goods, including rice and flour. What? Rice and flour? Jiang Yi exclaimed in surprise. It is noteworthy that although this island is home to numerous large tribes that cultivate various crops, Their agricultural endeavors are largely restricted to vegetables, such as cabbage, radish, and potatoes. The question arises, however, regarding the origin of such rare commodities as rice. Zhang Feng gazed at his good friend, seeking to reconfirm, "Are you certain that rice and flour truly exist?" Husong nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I have witnessed transactions involving them." Without further ado, Jiang Yi decisively proclaimed, "Let us go and see for ourselves. It has been ages since we last savored rice." The quartet immediately set off towards the location indicated by Husong. Halfway there, Jiang Yi suddenly expressed his puzzlement. On this island, wild game, seafood, and vegetables can be procured by anyone with a modicum of skill. However, who would dare to trade such luxurious items as rice and flour? Are they not afraid of being robbed? The others shook their heads in confusion. The likelihood of such a scenario is indeed substantial. Consider the implications. If one possesses essential goods for survival that no one else has, would others prefer to pay exorbitant prices or resort to theft? In this context, rice and flour can be deemed strategic resources, a statement that is far from hyperbolic. Let us proceed and assess the situation. Jiang Yi decided to observe the unfolding events. If a favorable opportunity presented itself, he had no reason to overlook such a lucrative prospect. Upon arrival, they discovered that this was not merely a humble stall, but rather a small encampment spanning several hundred square meters. The encampment featured 6 or 7 wooden huts, arranged in a traditional Chinese courtyard layout. The entrance had been converted into a storefront, facilitating the exchange of goods. In fact, while there were indeed individuals who established permanent stalls at the market, each encampment typically designated a specific area for ongoing commerce. For instance, one could find vendors selling salt, soap, and coarse cloth, yet witnessing such extensive operations was a novel experience. The scale of this setup naturally attracted a considerable number of onlookers, though few dared to approach for food. This reluctance stemmed from the exorbitant prices. 10 pounds of other foodstuffs could be exchanged for just 1 pound of grain. Alternatively, one could trade gold and silver coins. The size of these coins resembled that of a modern 1 yuan coin, with displays visible at the counter. A single gold coin could procure 5 pounds of grain, while 20 silver coins were required for merely 1 pound. The Moonlight Courtyard encampment was comprised of survivors who had been swept into this desolate realm due to maritime disasters over the past 2 years, with no one possessing gold coins. However, the proprietor assured them that food was abundant, urging everyone to seek gold or refined silver to trade for grain. Many individuals were already planning to embark on quests for gold the following day in hopes of exchanging it for fragrant rice. As Jiang Yi and his companions extricated themselves from the throng of spectators, they soon understood why no one dared to steal. In front of the stall stood 7 or 8 guards, armed with steel blades and vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Most notably, they each bore old-fashioned firearms at their waists, serving as a formidable deterrent against any potential mischief. As Jiang Yi observed the evidently newly constructed wooden structures and the armed guards, he pondered the origins of these individuals when Xiangzi had already approached. He whispered, "Boss," revealing a tone of terror and trepidation. Jiang Yi, sensing the fear, inquired, "Who are they? Do you know them?" Xiangzi pointed to a middle-aged man stationed in the shop, saying, "Look, it's Mr. Yi from the Far Yang Trading Association. We met him on the ship. Have you forgotten?" Jiang Yi glanced at the man Xiangzi mentioned, noting his clean attire and demeanor, which distinctly set him apart from the other crew members. There was a vague familiarity about him, primarily because, during their time on the Far Yang ship, Jiang Yi had been focused on rescuing others. The dim lighting had only allowed him a fleeting glance at Captain Zheng Biao and Mr. Yi, leaving him with little opportunity to pay further attention. What brings them here? Jiang Yi wondered. No wonder they had so many provisions and dared to conduct business here, relying on their remaining 30 or 40 crew members and their firearms. Not to mention the survivors at the Moonlight Camp, along with the large indigenous tribes nearby, would likely avoid provoking them without reason. Jiang Yi turned to Xiangzi and asked, "Are you afraid?" Xiangzi widened his eyes in response. "Of course. They have guns, and we've been badly dealt with by them. How can I not be afraid? And you?" Jiang Yi smiled slightly. "I am not afraid. Some are willing to face death for their ideals, while others do so for love or faith. Yet, no one would foolishly claim to be unafraid of death while approaching the muzzle of an enemy-esque gun. That is not bravery, but folly." Just as Xiangzi was about to exchange a few more words with Jiang Yi before making a hasty retreat, Jiang He had already begun to stride toward the stall. Zhang Feng and Hu Song, bewildered by the unfolding situation, followed him without hesitation. Xiangzi, in a frenzy, exclaimed, "Here we go again, it's always like this." But with the boss already present and no option for escape, he reluctantly trailed behind. Upon reaching the counter, Jiang Yi disregarded the attendant's greetings and focused on the middle-aged man within. He clasped his hands and said, "I have long heard of Mr. Yi's esteemed reputation. Today, in person, it is indeed as the legends proclaim. Your presence is extraordinary." In this unfamiliar place, Mr. Yi, suddenly recognized, exhibited a greater degree of astonishment than either Jiang Yi or Xiangzi. He scrutinized the young man before him, pondering deeply and confirming he had never encountered him before. The young man bore no resemblance to anyone he knew. Gradually rising from his seat, he reciprocated with a polite gesture and a smile, inquiring, "May I ask how this young brother came to know of me?" In his perplexity, he displayed a demeanor of humility and courtesy, not out of self-deprecation, but as a habit cultivated through years of trade and interaction with countless individuals. Jiang Yi, however, chose not to respond, maintaining a silent smile as he observed Mr. Yi. Just then, someone beside them recognized Xiangzi, yet rather than shouting for his capture, they leaned in to whisper a few words to Mr. Yi. A look of realization crossed Mr. Yi's face as he turned his attention back to Jiang Yi, his expression subtly shifting. His eyes narrowed momentarily before returning to their original state, and with a cold smile, he remarked, "You possess great audacity, young brother, to have deceived someone from the Far Yang Trading Association and still dare to appear before me. Pray tell, what business do you have here?" Jiang Yi grinned nonchalantly and replied, "Mr. Yi is a businessman, so of course, I have come to trade for some provisions to fill our bellies." Suddenly, he surveyed the people around him and turned his gaze towards Mr. Yi. Could it be that Mr. Yi intended to shout and threaten the guests in front of everyone? Mr. Yi chuckled, assuring him that it would not come to that, as visitors are to be treated as guests. "What does the young brother wish to exchange?" he inquired, his smile concealing unspoken thoughts known only to him. Chapter 61. A Bounty of Returns, Bearing the Burden of Wealth. Jiang Yi produced a pouch filled with coins, placing it on the counter to signal Mr. Yi for inspection, while he busied himself browsing the wares in the shop. The pouch contained gold coins that he had retrieved from the bodies of those who had pursued him on behalf of the Far Yang Trading Company. Having split the spoils with Xiangzi, the inventory of the Far Yang Trading Company was not extensive, comprising primarily of goods that were easy to transport and less prone to spoilage. Their offerings mainly included grains, oils, tea, and spices, along with rice, alcohol, cotton garments, and even exquisitely crafted silk dresses for women. Jiang Yi rubbed his hands together, marveling at the quality of these goods, realizing that possessing such items would significantly elevate his standard of living. Turning to Mr. Yi, he inquired, "Is there any issue with my funds?" Mr. Yi nodded, beaming, and remarked, "I did not anticipate that the young master would possess such wealth. Feel free to exchange for whatever catches your eye." Jiang Yi, unreserved, began to list his desired items: 100 pounds of rice and flour each, 2 pounds of tea, 30 pounds of cooking oil, and 2 pounds of 5 different spices. Additionally, 10 pounds each of soy sauce, miso, and chili powder, along with 50 pounds of liquor, and finally, 8 pieces of silk clothing, each in a different color. Once he finished his request, the attendant, having received Mr. Yi's approval, began to prepare the goods. After the items were gathered, Mr. Yi personally counted them and calculated the total cost. Upon completion, he turned to Jiang Yi and stated, "Young brother, the total amounts to 191 gold coins. Your pouch contains 65 coins, leaving a shortfall of 126 coins." He smiled expectantly, waiting for Jiang Yi to produce the remainder. Xiangzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned Mr. Yi, "Isn't this a bit steep? The prices are several times higher than what we would find elsewhere. Not to mention the difference from the cost price." Mr. Yi remained unfazed, leisurely explaining, "I harbor no ill will towards you. Although we have had past grievances, I do not let personal matters interfere with business. The exchange rates I offer are consistent for all when trading with other islands. The prices may be lower due to competition from others besides the Far Yang Trading Company. Here, however, I hold exclusive rights. Even at 10 gold coins per pound of rice, there would still be those willing to trade." His words were straightforward and reasonable, leaving Xiangzi momentarily at a loss for rebuttal. Jiang Yi calculated in his mind, determining that 1 gold coin equated to 1 silver coin. And 1 silver coin was roughly equivalent to 1 unit of currency in the real world. This meant that a pound of rice would command a price of 20 units. Although the disparity in value between the two currencies is incomparable, the principle remains similar. It is indeed exorbitantly priced. He patted Xiangzi on the shoulder and said, "What did I tell you before? Expand your horizons and adopt a long-term perspective. It's merely over 100 gold coins. Mr. E is not specifically trying to deceive us. He treats everyone equally. I know you have the money, so just bring it forth." Xiangzi looked at Jiang Yi with a sense of grievance, unzipped his trousers, and retrieved a crumpled money pouch from his underwear, gripping it tightly in his hand. There were a total of 32 gold coins, of which 2 were my personal savings. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi snatched the pouch and cheerfully handed it to Mr. E, saying, "Please count it. How much more do we need?" "Mister." He poured out the coins and counted them. "Indeed, there are 32 coins. We are still short by 94. Xiangzi was acutely aware of the quantity in his pouch and knew it was accurate. He turned to Jiang Yi and said, "Brother, we are short by so much money. Items like tea, wine, and clothing are optional purchases. What we truly lack is food. Let us forego the rest." Jiang Yi replied, "You don't understand. Life must be lived with joy. That's what makes it life. If it is merely about filling one's belly, then it's just existence." Then, with a bold demeanor, he turned to Mr. E and said, "My good sir, it seems we share a certain affinity. Would it be possible to extend credit? In a few days, I assure you I will repay you." Xiangzi rolled his eyes, thinking his leader must have lost his mind. It was already a favor for Mr. E to sell him goods. Extending credit was utterly audacious. Yet, Mr. E showed no hesitation and readily agreed, stating, "No problem. Just write me an IOU." Jiang Yi laughed heartily, saying, "Absolutely. Rest assured, I will repay you without fail." He promptly inscribed his name on the IOU and affixed his seal. This unexpected act astonished not only Xiangzi, but also Zhang Feng and Hu Song. Subsequently, Jiang Yi instructed Hu Song to summon people from their stall to transport their goods. They loaded a wooden cart, reminiscent of an ox cart, with a considerable amount of merchandise. Among the onlookers, someone exclaimed in envy, "Which camp does this young man belong to? He is so extravagant, exchanging for several hundred pounds of goods. I heard he was from the Wang Hailong camp. He defeated Wang Hailong with just a few punches and took over as leader. Just moments ago, he escaped from the clutches of the #1 assassin from the island. Quite impressive. Is that so? Please tell me more about it." Such scenes sparked much discussion in the crowd regarding this emerging young figure. Jiang Yi bid farewell to Mr. E with a respectful gesture, saying, "We shall meet again." Mr. E reciprocated the gesture, watching as Jiang Yi and his companions departed with a cartload of enticing goods. In the crowd, many gazed at Jiang Yi and his precious cargo with unabashed greed, slowly slipping away from the throngs, disappearing from sight. Beside Mr. E, a fair-skinned young man responsible for accounting and inventory asked in confusion, "Master, I can understand why we exchange material for the sake of public sentiment, but extending credit seems unnecessary." Mr. E smiled and reassured, "It is of no concern. No one owes our Far Yang Chamber of Commerce any debts. A mere few dozen gold coins are inconsequential. Should any troubles arise, I shall bear the responsibility." Beside him, the captain of the guards, Zheng Wei, a trusted aide of Zheng Biao, clasped his hands and inquired of Mr. E, "This young man is exceedingly arrogant. Should we not teach him a lesson on their way back? Even if we do not kill him, we must reclaim our goods." Mr. E raised his teacup and took a leisurely sip, responding, "Do you truly believe that such a small group can safeguard so much grain?" Zheng Wei suddenly comprehended. Indeed, with so many eyes on Jiang Yi, who had loaded an entire cart with grain, he would also have to seize it. Mr. E continued, "Spread the word in the market that Jiang Yi has enmity with our Far Yang Chamber of Commerce. Whoever brings me his head shall be rewarded with 500 pounds of rice and 500 pounds of flour." Upon hearing this, Zheng Wei felt a chill run through him. He could easily envision that once this news spread, everyone in Moonlight Courtyard would be eager to kill Jiang Yi for the bounty. This was also why, within the fleet, apart from Captain Zheng Biao, the one most respected was the seemingly frail Mr. E. "I shall attend to it immediately," Zheng Wei affirmed. Chapter 62, Rabid Dogs Fighting for Spoils, Killing Without Restraint. This journey to the Moonlight Courtyard Market for supplies was not only undertaken by Jiang Yi and his 3 companions, but also included 10 strong young men. The shop previously established by Wang Hailong had long been vacated. Jiang Yi instructed his men to swiftly exchange the ceramic goods they brought for a low price, and, after a brief stay in the shop, hurriedly departed the market with 2 carts of goods. The wooden carts could hardly traverse quickly through the wilderness, often requiring detours. With several hundred pounds of heavy supplies, the return journey was exceedingly slow. Along the way, Qiangzi and Zhang Feng remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any ambush or theft of their cargo. However, after more than half of their return journey, they had yet to see any sign of disturbance. Hu Song, while exerting effort to push the cart, glanced toward Zhang Feng and reassured, "There's no need to be so tense. After walking another 2 or 3 miles, we will reach the camp. Those with ill intentions are likely intimidated by Brother Zhang's formidable reputation. Otherwise, we would have encountered robbery shortly after leaving the camp. We have traveled such a distance. If they were to attack us now, they would still need to transport the goods back. Wouldn't that be an exercise in futility?" The others nodded in agreement, their faces involuntarily displaying satisfaction. When have we ever enjoyed such prosperous days? Today marks a significant improvement. Throughout this time, Jiang Yi's hand had never strayed far from the hilt of his dagger. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "Do not presume that you are the only clever one in the world. Most failures occur at the final moment before success. Here, survival is the ultimate truth, and it is only right to exercise 100,000 times the caution for it." Jiang Yi's words struck like lightning in the hearts of the others, compelling them to gather their scattered attitudes and tighten their bodies in readiness for any unforeseen changes. As evening approached, the sky was adorned with clusters of clouds, as if they had been crumpled and carelessly discarded, scattered haphazardly. The setting sun, nearing the end of its day, cast a delicate glow upon them, transforming them into a breathtaking evening glow. Husong lifted his gaze towards the twilight colors, revealing a light-hearted smile. Suddenly, an arrow, released from its bowstring, materialized abruptly in the air before him, piercing mercilessly through his chest. The lively spark in his pupils had yet to fade before being engulfed by bewilderment. Qiangzi bellowed an alarm of enemy attack, urging everyone to disperse. Before all could find refuge, a deluge of arrows rained down upon them, severing all avenues of escape. The air was filled with the crisp sound of clashing metal. In an instant, Jiang Yi unsheathed his blade, its cold gleam deflecting countless errant arrows. Yet, no matter how formidable an individual's prowess, it was impossible to shield everyone from the onslaught. The sickening thud of arrows embedding into flesh echoed as comrades fell one by one, their screams piercing the air. Jiang Yi, Qiangzi, and Zhang Feng frantically wielded their sabers, attempting to intercept the barrage of arrows. As time passed, the trio was compelled to huddle closely, shielding one another's backs. Behind a thicket, Feng Bin, with a mouth like a toad and protruding teeth, fixated intently on Jiang Yi and his companions in the distance. Surrounding him were dozens of assassins armed with wooden bows, relentlessly firing arrows toward their targets. Noticing that most of the adversaries had already collapsed, with only a handful still struggling, he wore a triumphant smile. His gaze toward Jiang Yi was laced with mockery, trepidation, and the exhilarating anticipation of vengeance. "How dare you trample on Feng Bin's honor? Did you ever consider that this day would come? Quick, hasten your pace. They cannot endure for much longer. Bring me that boy's head, and you shall be rewarded with rice and flour. Well then, watch closely, brothers." Everyone quickened their pace, already envisioning the feast awaiting them. Feng Bin, however, quietly drew a saber, his eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. He had already conferred with several other camps, agreeing to ambush Jiang Yi and his group here. As for the spoils, they would be contested based on merit. Thus, from the outset, his primary adversaries were not Jiang Yi, but rather the other camps. Helplessly, the survivors of the Moon Courtyard resembled famished, deranged dogs roaming the prairie. Once they caught a whiff of prey, they would swarm and fiercely contest for it, under the relentless assault of arrows. Jiang Yi and his 2 companions soon exhibited signs of fatigue. Suddenly, Zhang Feng let out a cry as an arrow struck his calf, in pain. He could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground. Qiangzi shouted at Zhang Feng to hold on, Yet mere moments later, several arrows pierced through Zhang Feng's chest, leaving him too weak to respond. With Zhang Feng's defense lost, Qiangzi was swiftly struck as well, falling behind Jiang Yi after a few breaths. Jiang Yi's eyes widened in anguish as he called out, "Qiangzi! Fengzi!" Then, silence enveloped him, save for the whistling arrows that continued to fly. Alone, he stood amidst the remnants of his brothers, desperately trying to withstand the onslaught in front of two carts laden with goods. In a sudden frenzy, he charged toward the direction from which the arrows were being loosed, shouting in wrath, "You scoundrels! For killing my brothers, you shall pay with your lives." Ironically, the path he chose led him directly to the concealed position of Fengbin and his cohort, startling Fengbin as he witnessed Jiang Yi barreling toward them in a frenzied state. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and shoot, kill him." He was so anxious that he was practically jumping up and down, for at that moment, Jiang Yi was like a trapped beast, his appearance frighteningly ferocious. All the arrows aimed directly at him were deflected by Jiang Yi's sword. Yet while Fengbin was in a state of panic and confusion, arrows from other directions swiftly approached Jiang Yi from behind. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to guard against a hidden one. Soon, arrows struck Jiang Yi's back, causing him pain and rendering him unable to step forward any longer. The arrow shot by Fengbin and his group pierced his chest without resistance. Jiang Yi fell to the ground weakly, his front and back impaled with wooden arrows. At that moment, Fengbin swallowed hard a few times before finally relaxing his grip on the hilt of his sword, still shaken. "What are you all waiting for? Go seize that brat's head. Do you not wish to eat well tonight?" He cursed, as if the louder he shouted, the more he could expel the fear within him. Everyone discarded their bows and arrows, brandishing their swords as they rushed out of their hiding place in the thicket. Fengbin stood up, laughing heartily, thinking that fortune was on his side. Jiang Yi was actually running toward him, presenting him with the opportunity to claim the first head. It is worth noting that the bounty offered by the Far Yang Merchants Association for Jiang Yi's head could exchange for 1,000 pounds of grain, a sum far more valuable than 2 carts of goods, and he was closest to it. He brandished his sword and leaped forward, but his legs felt weak, nearly causing him to fall. Cursing himself inwardly, he hurried to catch up. Meanwhile, others in ambush began to reveal themselves, eager to seize the final spoils. In a more distant concealed grove, Mu Nizi observed Jiang Yi's group being utterly vanquished, his expression complex yet tinged with a hint of confusion. Chapter 63. The King of Hell calls, wielding the Sword of Death. All those in ambush could hardly contain their excitement as they rushed out. Some surged toward the carts laden with goods, while others dashed toward the fallen Jiang Yi. The scene quickly descended into chaos, with any spoils claimed by whoever managed to seize them. Yet before they could grasp the goods, some drew their swords to strike at others from different camps. For only the strong in numbers had the right to enjoy the spoils of war. The tumult of battle, filled with shouts and curses, was more boisterous than the daytime market. Fengbin had already encircled Jiang Yi's corpse with his men, ready to take their leave. However, 2 swift teams had silently blocked his escape route, while a group appeared ahead of him. Surrounded by wolves and tigers, he found himself in a predicament. Fengbin's face darkened as he addressed Zhang Tao, Zhao Yunlei, and Nie Si, asking, "What are you 3 planning?" Was it not agreed that whatever was seized belonged to the one who claimed it? Zhang Tao pressed forward, saying, "Indeed, whatever is seized belongs to the one who claims it, but you have yet to claim anything." Nie Si smiled coldly, unabashedly stating, "Here is your chance. Share the spoils with us, and we can be friends in the future. Otherwise, you may remain here and become fertilizer alongside this brat." Faced with such a situation, how should one choose? To gamble one's life for a chance to carry away Jiang Yi's head could elevate Fengbin to become one of the most trusted subordinates under Boss Xiao, earning him respect. Yet, the risk of losing his life was substantial. If one chooses to compromise, a portion of benefits can be secured, thus avoiding risk and error. Fengbin, feeling deflated, opted for compromise, suggesting that the 4 of us should advance and retreat together, with over 200 pounds of grain not being insignificant. Zhang Tao and his companions exchanged knowing glances and smiled, unsurprised by Fengbin's choice. They would have made the same decision. Observing the unfolding conflict from a distance were the members of the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce, namely Zheng Wei and his 2 associates. Zheng Wei murmured about Mr. Yi's few terse words, recognizing the deadly trap he had designed. truly terrifying. Realizing the situation was largely settled, he noted that Jiang Yi's 2 carts of goods were merely being plundered by others. Had Jiang Yi and his group abandoned their supplies, they could have easily escaped with their lives. Yet the exorbitant bounty issued by Mr. Yi had cast a murderous intent squarely upon Jiang Yi's head. This was the true terror of Mr. Yi. Among the crowd, Zhao Yunlei, a man of few words yet fierce demeanor, approached Jiang Yi wielding a cleaver. Having reached an agreement, he was determined. Taking Jiang Yi's head would earn him 1,000 pounds of grain. With the cleaver raised above his head, it blocked a sliver of the setting sun. As that sliver of sunlight reappeared, the cold blade descended sharply towards the nape of Jiang Yi's neck. Just when Jiang Yi, who should have already become a corpse, suddenly opened his eyes, a smirk gracing his lips, his gaze filled with derision, Zhao Yunlei was taken aback. Nevertheless, he was confident in his blade. Even if Jiang Yi still drew breath, it would be too late. The momentum of the blade increased, but unexpectedly, it struck nothing but air. Jiang Yi swiftly retreated, narrowly dodging the lethal blow. With his knees collapsing to the ground like a coiled spring released, he leaped up, his cleaver slicing upward in a retaliatory arc. With a sickening sound, Zhao Yunlei's arm fell from his shoulder, blood gushing forth. The severed limb thudded against the ground. Fingers twitching. "Oh my God, it hurts so much." Zhao Yunlei, nearing 40, instinctively cried out for his mother in the depths of his agony. Jiang Yi looked upon the wretched man before him and stated, "Zhao Yunlei, your time has come." Those emotionless words resonated like the grim reaper calling out souls. Jiang Yi reversed his grip on the blade, wielding it like a scythe of death, and with a horizontal sweep from right to left, Zhao Yunlei's screams abruptly ceased. The surrounding pale, yellow wildflowers were instantly stained a vivid red, steaming with warmth. The remaining Zhang Tao, Feng Bin, and Yesi, along with their hundreds of followers behind them, were rendered speechless by this sudden turn of events, their minds frozen in shock. The Grim Reaper had called for retribution. At that moment, the area around the 2 heavily laden carts erupted in screams. Those engaged in brawls from various camps were consecutively attacked from behind, meeting brutal ends beneath the blades. Xiangzi, Zhang Feng, and Hu Song, along with a dozen others, bare-chested and wildly swinging their knives, showed no regard for their lives as they slaughtered anyone in sight. Scattered around the places where their victims had fallen were tattered clothing and boards riddled with arrows. Their bare bodies were not without injury. Each bore gaping wounds, less than 1 centimeter deep, from which blood flowed like tears, gruesome and terrifying. The sudden upheaval left the hunters bewildered. Feng Bin, in a state of panic, looked at Jiang Yi and thought, "This is all your design, a life for a life." What audacity! Others soon grasped the situation. Everything had been orchestrated by Jiang Yi, who had concealed wooden boards beneath his garments to deflect the lethal arrows, feigning death to evade the initial onslaught. Yet, even with the element of surprise, what could be achieved in such a dire predicament? Could a mere dozen men contend with a multitude of hunters from camps? Moreover, their leader, Jiang Yi, was encircled by dozens, facing certain doom. All the meticulous planning amounted to little more than a fleeting struggle, unable to alter the inevitable outcome. Feng Bin bellowed for everyone to charge, kill Jiang Yi, and all will return to normalcy. The group, regaining their composure, remembered their objective was ensconced within the encirclement, and they surged forward with renewed vigor. Weapons drawn towards Jiang Yi. Instead of retreating, Jiang Yi advanced, targeting the foremost trio led by Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, taken aback, exchanged a glance with Nyesi, and they joined forces with their underlings to converge upon Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, emulating the swordsmanship and footwork of the island's samurai, moved fluidly through the throng. In a flash of cold steel, blood splattered, and anguished cries erupted. Each swing of his blade resulted in severed limbs or fatal blows. Gradually, some began to sense the peril and retreated. Jiang Yi sliced through the crowd with the ease of cutting vegetables, his blade aimed directly at Zhang Tao and Nyesi. At last, the 3 were within mere meters of each other. Jiang Yi, drenched in blood, exuded an aura of malevolence. He ominously addressed Zhang Tao and Nyesi. "Your time has come." With a resounding clash, in a single encounter, the blades in Zhang Tao and Nyesi's hands were sent flying by Jiang Yi's immense strength, leaving their palms stinging. Terrified, They realized the sheer power Jiang Yi possessed was beyond that of mere underlings. No wonder so many had been unable to contain him. Behind him lay a trail of corpses. As they felt death closing in and sought to plead for mercy, Jiang Yi's deadly technique was unleashed once more. With a horizontal slash, Zhang Tao and Niesi instinctively clutched their throats, their eyes reflecting a mixture of regret and terror that lingered long after. The King of Hell had summoned them, wielding his blade to claim their lives once again. Chapter 64. The method of punishing foes. Watching helplessly as Zhang Tao and Niesi were slain by Jiang Yi in an instant, Feng Bin's grotesque mouth widened in shock. Had he not been cautious, lurking in the shadows of the crowd, he might have found himself among the corpses. He quickly suppressed his fear and refrained from fleeing at once. Instead, he blended into the throng, plotting a stealthy escape. At that moment, food and status paled in comparison to the value of his life. "What do you think you're off to, my dear brother? Not even a greeting for an old friend before you depart?" Jiang Yi's voice, despite the distance of several meters, resonated sharply, as if whispering directly into Feng Bin's ear. Feng Bin could no longer take a step forward. At this moment, how could he preserve his life? Fleeing was out of the question. His legs had turned to jelly from fear, and he knew he could not outrun those who were determined to fight. The others around him seemed to retreat slowly, wielding knives as though they had encountered some terrifying beast. They had lost all courage to act, not even daring to turn their backs to escape, fearing they would become the first target of Jiang Yi's merciless assault. They were merely survivors, adrift in this place, relying on sheer numbers to snatch food like a rabble. Just moments ago, the various factions had clashed over a couple of carts of goods. While some might have been injured in the scuffle, no one had died. Their objective was to defeat one another, not to kill. Robbery was the goal. Yet Jiang Yi had come in with a killing spree, mercilessly slaying over a dozen people in a brief span of time. What was he thinking? They had forgotten one crucial point. While they believed they had the upper hand, Jiang Yi's capacity to eliminate them was formidable, and he would show no mercy. Feng Bin fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head. "You are my lord. I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. Please spare me this once." Jiang Yi approached him step by step, looking down upon him. His acknowledgement of wrongdoing stemmed not from a desire for redemption, but from the realization that his life was no longer in his own hands. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Run!" Seizing the opportunity, while Jiang Yi's attention was fixed on Feng Bin, a mass of people fled. Among them, Feng Bin's companions, leaving not a single soul behind. The anticipation they had felt upon arrival was now replaced by profound regret. Jiang Yi glanced at them, but did not pursue. He had no intention of hunting them all down or killing them. His aim was to set an example for the others in the Yuyang Ting, showing them that opposing him meant preparing for death. Otherwise, they would always be on edge, fearing trouble could come knocking at any moment. A smile spread across Jiang Yi's face, reminiscent of the first time Feng Bin had laid eyes on him. "Feng Bin, is it? You have repeatedly provoked me. Your time has come." Jiang Yi raised his blade and delivered a powerful strike aimed at Feng Bin's head. As the blade descended, Feng Bin, wishing to plead for mercy, found he had no chance left. In the face of impending death, individuals typically exhibit one of two reactions. The first is to desperately seek escape, often summoning extraordinary strength. The second is to crumble in fear, losing all control as they confront their demise. Clearly, Feng Bin belonged to the latter. His mind shattered, he felt a chill sweep over his scalp, pain radiating to his very core as a stream of blood trickled down before him. Yet after half a minute, he became acutely aware of his racing heart and the sensations of his body and the world around him. Had he not died? Jiang Yi slowly retracted his machete. With that single strike, his mastery over strength and distance was nearly impeccable. He merely sliced through Feng Bin's flesh without claiming his life. Feng Bin, somewhat bewildered, thought to himself, "I nearly wet my pants from fear, and yet you choose not to kill me?" Uncertain whether to feel relieved or despondent, he remained momentarily frozen on the ground. Jiang Yi returned to the cart laden with supplies, where Xiangzi, Husong, Zhang Feng, and several sturdy men from the camp stood, bloodied and armed. Surrounding them lay dozens of fallen ambushers. Xiangzi, his eyes darting, hoarsely addressed Jiang, "A brother, we lost 3 comrades. 1 struck in the head by an arrow, 2 slain in the recent skirmish." Jiang Yi fell silent, despite having meticulously orchestrated the entire affair, deflecting many lethal arrows with his blade. The grim reality of life and death was unavoidable. Moreover, had it not been for the ambushers' arrows, crafted from mere wood, it was likely none of the group would have survived. Even so, those who lived bore wounds, their chests and backs riddled with small punctures from arrows that penetrated wooden shields. "Gather the brothers and provisions. We must depart," he commanded. Xiangzi and the others swiftly organized themselves and resumed their journey towards the camp. Meanwhile, Zheng Wei, who had been lurking in the shadows, was rendered speechless by the unfolding events. He had anticipated that Jiang Yi and his companions would fall victim to Mr. Yi's simple stratagem with ease. Little did he know that it was all a carefully constructed ruse by Jiang Yi, designed to evade the initial deadly assault of the ambushers. He had lured them in like bait, vanquishing several attackers single-handedly, thus dissipating the looming crisis. Had he planned this during the exchange for supplies? Otherwise, how could he so brazenly acquire such a vast amount of resources? Furthermore, knowing full well of the enmity with the Yuanyang Merchant Association, he still provocatively approached, as if daring them to take notice of him. The more Zheng Wei pondered, the more unsettled he became. Such a person was terrifying. Not only did he kill indiscriminately, but he also possessed profound cunning. A thought struck him. This man must not be allowed to live. He prepared to take action. The other two, upon hearing this, nodded in tacit agreement. Zheng Wei's hand gradually reached for the firearm at his waist, contemplating that with their trio and his gun, even if Jiang Yi was exceptionally skilled, he would be at a disadvantage. However, as Jiang Yi walked a short distance away, he suddenly turned back, casting a glance in Zheng Wei's direction, accompanied by a faint smile, before nonchalantly resuming his path. Zheng Wei's body stiffened. He half drew his firearm, only to return it to its holster. "Never mind. I shall report back to Mr. Yi." His companions, puzzled yet hesitant to object, remained silent. Equally astonished were Munai Zi and his group. Witnessing Jiang Yi and his companions encounter robbery without raising any alarm, leading to their complete annihilation, Munai Zi was engulfed in confusion. A person like Jiang Yi could not possibly be oblivious to the potential for ambush and violence. At last, she has validated her conjecture. That scoundrel is truly malevolent, forever ensnaring others in traps. Nakamura, standing beside her, expressed his bewilderment, saying, "I find it hard to comprehend why he killed the other three leaders, yet spared Feng Bin, who serves under Chief Xiao." Mu Nanzi replied solemnly, "Sometimes, the method of punishing an enemy does not involve taking their life. Rather, it is to ensure they remain perpetually engulfed in fear. Such a display of intent is profoundly terrifying." A shiver ran through the others as they gazed into the distance. The shattered hues of the evening sky had inexplicably coalesced into a blood-red expanse. That towering silhouette gradually vanished into the thicket. Chapter 65. Xiangzi's subtle thoughts. The ambush and counterattack in the desolate wilderness stirred significant ripples throughout the Yuting region. Meanwhile, the name Jiang Yi echoed repeatedly in various camps. Concurrently, news of the possibility to exchange gold and silver coins for food and supplies quietly circulated among the encampments. Many prepared to seek fortune at dawn, hoping to barter for sustenance. As the catalyst of this event, Mr. He fell into silence after receiving Zheng Wei's account of the entire affair. Suddenly, a smile broke upon his face as he remarked, "It has been quite some time since I encountered such an intriguing young individual. He is truly talented." Zheng Wei tentatively inquired, "Sir, shall I gather people to eliminate him?" Mr. Yi raised his hand to halt him, stating, "No need for that. I wish to engage him in earnest and enjoy the game." Before darkness enveloped the land, Jiang Yi and his companions returned to their camp. Zhang Feng promptly organized the burial of their fallen comrade in a picturesque location. Meanwhile, Xiangzi directed his team to transport all the supplies acquired that day back to Jiang Yi's courtyard. These items, aside from the food exchanged for the pottery they had crafted together, were personal wealth obtained through Jiang Yi's own gold coins. Though neither intended to hoard these resources, it was clear they could not simply distribute them without a fair and just method. Deciding who would receive what and in what quantity necessitated a systematic approach, lest the hearts of men become inscrutable over time. Naturally, after such a bountiful day, those who had risked their lives deserved a grand feast to celebrate. With fewer than 50 individuals in the entire camp, they all gathered in Jiang Yi's small courtyard, busily engaged in their respective tasks. For the first time since its establishment, The courtyard came alive with the aromas of cooking, as several iron pots were set over the fire to prepare a sumptuous meal. Amidst the swirling steam, the fragrant rice stirred appetites. With seasonings now available, they no longer had to subsist on plain boiled meat. Instead, dishes of braised wild boar, spicy ribs, soy-braised bones, and savory shrimp were served. At that moment, perhaps the most lavish dinner in all of Yuting was unfolding within Jiang Yi's courtyard. As the camp's members took their seats, their mouths watered in anticipation before the meal even commenced. Jiang Yi, Xiangzi, and their familiar companions gathered at one table, inviting the old blacksmith Guan Shan to join them. He stood and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone has worked hard on the camp's construction lately. Join me for wine and meat. Rice and flour will be abundant. Enough of the pleasantries. Let us feast." Xiangzi bellowed in response, "Our leader is magnificent." Then, a chorus of cheers erupted, celebrating the emergence of an extraordinary leader within the camp. Jiang Yi settled down, grasped a bowl of white rice, and devoured several mouthfuls, never before realizing how delectable plain rice could be. As he lifted his chopsticks, the others could no longer contain their appetites and began to feast voraciously. Jiang Yi instructed Xiangzi to distribute approximately 10 jin of the white liquor exchanged earlier that day as a reward for those who had diligently safeguarded the supplies. In this island setting, white liquor was indeed a true luxury. Those who had not accompanied them could only gaze on enviously. After satisfying their hunger and thirst and tidying up, the group left the small courtyard, the night well advanced. Xiangzi returned, fidgeting in the courtyard while eyeing Jiang Yi, who was preparing to wash up and retire for the night. After a considerable pause, he awkwardly ventured, "Brother, are you ready to sleep?" Jiang Yi regarded him with suspicion, thinking, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need for this repulsive demeanor. Upon hearing this, Xiangzi's face flushed crimson, and he rubbed his hands together nervously, speaking with great embarrassment. "It's just the two of us here, and I wish to ask you a favor." Jiang Yi kicked him back a step and scolded, "Get lost. I have no need for a man as company during the night." Xiangzi, bewildered, replied, "What are you talking about, big brother? That is not what I mean." Jiang Yi, exasperated, retorted, "Then why do you look so flustered? Speak up if you have something to say." Xiangzi glanced around, ensuring no one else was present, and then whispered, "Big brother, could you lend me that beautiful clothing you exchanged for earlier?" Jiang Yi took 2 steps back, eyeing Xiangzi warily. "I suspected you had ulterior motives. I only swap for women's clothes. What do you need them for?" Xiangzi, equally perplexed, replied, "Of course, it's for someone else. Am I supposed to wear it?" Jiang Yi let out a sigh of relief, then became inquisitive. "So, who has caught your eye? I must warn you, it cannot be forced. It must be voluntary." Xiangzi shrank back slightly, cautiously saying, "You must not tell Crazy about this. I intend to gift it to his sister, Zhang Jingdan." Jiang Yi's jaw dropped in disbelief. Xiangzi was indeed pursuing Zhang Feng's sister, a risky endeavor that could provoke Crazy's wrath. This lad was truly bold. Moreover, while Zhang Jingdan was indeed somewhat attractive, she had been subjected to numerous violations. Jiang Yi frowned and remarked, "With so many women in the camp, why her? Some truths, when expressed too bluntly, can be hurtful." Xiangzi, with unwavering determination, stated, "Brother, I know what you're implying, but I do not care." When she evaded my pursuers to protect my hiding place, ultimately leading to her capture, I was profoundly touched by her kindness. I bear an inescapable responsibility for everything she has endured. I'm the least qualified to disdain her. I wish to bring her happiness and provide her with a complete family." Seeing the look on his face, Jiang Yi knew it was too late. This lad had fallen in love. He sighed deeply and said, "Do you understand?" After her experiences, Zhang Jingdan harbors a deep aversion to men. The scars on her soul may never heal. The path to winning her heart is fraught with challenges. Xiangzi remained silent for a moment before resolutely declaring that it was nothing. He would wait for her until the day she was ready. Witnessing his determination, Jiang Yi refrained from further comment. Love does not require justification. Perhaps it is only in such harsh environments that one can witness such pure affection. He turned and returned to the house, retrieving a silk garment which he handed to Xiangzi. Xiangzi concealed the clothing and departed joyfully, fearful of being caught by Zhang Feng. Jiang Yi shook his head, filled with envy. What a beautiful love story, unlike his own, which lay in tatters, scattered among Aunt Sue and mingling. Contemplating this, He resolved to retire to his room for rest, preparing to return to the Nam Lake campsite the following day, as he needed to send some of the recently gathered supplies back. Once back at Nam Lake, sleep would elude him. A man who ventures into the world must periodically return home. Otherwise, the land would lie fallow, overgrown with lush green grass. Early the next morning, Jiang Yi shouldered a heavy pack and set forth towards a Nam Lake campsite. Chapter 66. The impulsive Su Ying. Upon returning to the Nam Lake campsite, Jiang Yi discovered it deserted. All other belongings and structures remained intact, presumably abandoned in search of food. On the island, devoid of electronic devices for entertainment, one could only engage in continuous exploration to pass the time. Jiang Yi set down his pack, scooped a ladle of cold water from a wooden barrel, and drank heartily. Feeling much refreshed, the recent oppressive heat had become increasingly unbearable. With time still on his side, the women would likely be gone for a while longer. Jiang Yi decided to take a cold shower first, lest he be labeled a smelly man, which would ruin his chances of even receiving an embrace. He stripped off his clothes, gave them a quick rinse, and hung them on a rack outside the bathroom. In such sweltering weather, thin garments dry swiftly. The sensation of freedom and unrestrained existence is truly delightful. Jiang Yi stretched lazily and strolled towards the bathroom. Not long after he began to wash, he heard the laughter of women in the yard. Oh no! Distracted by the sound of running water, he had failed to notice the women's return. His clothes were still outside. What was he to do? It was too late to retrieve them now. He could only wait for them to be distracted before slipping out to dress. However, as often is the case, what one fears comes to pass. A solitary footstep approached the outside of the bathroom. Oh dear, this weather is becoming unbearable. I should take a shower first, he heard Su Ying exclaim. Recognizing her voice, Jiang Yi hurriedly reached for the door to block it, but it was too late. A cool breeze swept in as the door swung open. Who is this rogue invading our campsite to take a shower? Su Ying exclaimed, spotting Jiang Yi in the bathroom. Startled, she turned and fled, the sight having terrified her. Hearing Su Ying's cry, Su Ruoxi rushed over to inquire what was amiss. Where's this man? At that moment, Liu approached, wielding a machete, followed by Tian Mingling and others. The women, sensing danger, prepared themselves. The presence of an unfamiliar man in their camp was exceedingly perilous. Su Ying felt considerably safer nestled beside Su Ruoxi, pointing towards the bathroom and exclaiming, "Aunt, someone is inside. He's actually bathing in our bathroom. What a pervert." Hearing that there was only one person inside, and despite their numerical advantage being comprised entirely of women, including the formidable presence of Liu, Su Ruoxi summoned the courage to inquire, "Who is in there? What gives you the right to intrude upon our domain?" Inside the bathroom, Jiang Yi sighed in exasperation, muttering under his breath about Su Ying's thoughtlessness in shouting without recognizing who it was, creating an awkward situation. Su, it's me. Jiang Yi responded helplessly. Jiang Yi? Gasped everyone, their faces lighting up with joy. This man had been away for several days. Su Ying, who was initially startled, quickly realized it was him and called out, "Brother Jiang Yi, is that really you? Why didn't you say anything?" Jiang Yi, feeling exasperated, thought it pointless to respond to such a foolish question given the circumstances. "I just got back and was taking a cold shower. Please wait a moment." The women eagerly settled outside the bathroom, anticipating his emergence. Su Ruoxi looked at her niece and reproached her. "You should have checked who it was before shouting. I thought a rogue had truly invaded." With a pout, Su Ying replied, "He is so tall, I couldn't see his face. I just saw someone in the bathroom. How could I have known it was him?" Su Ruoxi retorted confidently, "Even if you couldn't see his face, he is quite recognizable. I could identify Jiang Yi's physique at a glance." Coughing, she nearly let slip something more, but quickly caught herself. Chen Shui and Tian Mingling also felt that Su Ying was overreacting. After all, Jiang Yi was easily identifiable. After waiting for quite a while, without seeing Jiang Yi emerge, the women grew increasingly curious. With a grin, Chen Shui asked, "Jiang Yi, why are you taking so long?" "We women don't take this long to bathe." At this juncture, Jiang Yi had no choice but to confess, "If you don't leave, how can I come out? My clothes are washed and hanging outside." Everyone then noticed the garments draped on the nearby rack, with a particularly conspicuous pair of flower-patterned shorts. Hilarity erupted as the women stifled their laughter. Su Ruoxi couldn't help but chuckle. This little rascal even knows how to be shy. Chen Shui teased, "You can come out. We want to look." Jiang Yi replied, "Could you please step back a bit?" With a creak, the bathroom door swung open. And as Jiang Yi stepped out, he raised his head only to behold a row of women seated before him. Thankfully, they all had their eyes covered. Swiftly dressing, he approached and noticed the gaps between their fingers, which were rather wide open. Goodness, a group of unprincipled women. Feigning ignorance, he cleared his throat and declared, "All right, you can lower your hands now." In perfect synchrony, the women lowered their hands, sharing an unspoken understanding. Life on the island was exceedingly dull, with nothing but the ocean or the Namu Lake camp to gaze upon. It was rare to encounter such a refreshing sight. Jiang Yi, puzzled, remarked, "It's not even lunchtime yet. Why did you all return so early?" Su Ying lamented, "This dreadful heat is unbearable. We must venture out early to explore our surroundings. As the sun ascends, the heat intensifies, making it easy to get sunburned. During the day, we predominantly remain at the camp." The other women nodded in agreement. And even Liu, who had been influenced by the ideologies of sun protection and beauty, now sought refuge from the sun. Jiang observed the women, dressed in light attire, and despite the beads of sweat forming on his brow, he found an unusual beauty in their appearance. He waved his hand grandly, proclaiming from now on, "You shall be responsible for maintaining your beauty and enjoying life at the camp, while I shall procure your sustenance." Though the women were touched by his declaration, the idea of doing nothing all day in the camp made them restless. Su Ruashi, with concern in her eyes, looked at the young man and said, "It's all right. We can search for edible items morning and evening. It's too exhausting for you to do this alone." Jiang patted his chest confidently, replying, "No worries. I have a plan." With that, he rummaged through his pack and revealed an impressive array of goods. The women gasped in astonishment. "Wow, am I seeing this correctly? Is that rice? And flour? And look, there's chili powder and various seasonings. We can have a barbecue tonight." Tian, mingling, curiously inquired, "How did you acquire these items on the island?" Jiang explained, "I exchanged these at the market in the Moonlight Garden." He then regaled the women with tales of the Moonlight Garden's attributes and the fascinating products available at the market. "Today, we shall prepare a sumptuous meal, a true feast, so you may savor the delightful aroma of rice." Chapter 67. The Allure of Silk Garments. Jiang returned alone to the Namu Lake camp, bringing back not only the food and supplies he had traded for the women, but also seeking ways to acquire wealth. In this forsaken land, gold is universally acknowledged as the most reliable currency. Previously, Jiang had inquired with Xiangzi and learned that substantial gold veins were controlled by prominent figures. The islands of note have been thoroughly searched by professional gold prospecting teams, and easily accessible gold mines had long been claimed. For ordinary individuals, panning for a few flakes of gold in the riverbed would be considered a stroke of fortune, while gold panning might seem like a fanciful endeavor to others. Jiang had stumbled upon a considerable deposit of natural gold at the bottom of Taohua Yuan. The natural gold there boasted a high gold content and could be easily refined into pure gold. With this wealth as a foundation, he could undoubtedly establish a formidable power in the forsaken land. However, such immense fortune must be meticulously planned. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences. The terrifying vortex that had cast him into this realm was known among the locals as the Eye of the Forsaken. This I roamed the seas, devouring any ships it encountered and transporting them to the Forsaken Land. Thus, the Forsaken Land was never truly isolated from the outside world. Various talents, technologies, equipment, and seeds could be brought here from different eras. In other words, the Forsaken Land was never an entirely secluded primitive territory. It merely permitted entry while forbidding exit. Thus, it is on this island that numerous modern inventions, such as firearms and artillery, have emerged alongside a variety of agricultural produce. Jiang Yi is presently merely a person possessing greater strength and some combat skills. Xiangzi once mentioned that on those larger islands, there exist individuals capable of manufacturing firearms, albeit their technology is not as advanced as that of contemporary society. Nevertheless, the hunting of carbon-based life forms remains an effortless endeavor. Furthermore, should a modern navy inadvertently find itself ensnared in this desolate land, which faction could withstand such an onslaught? The potential threats are manifold. This place is fraught with unrest, necessitating the establishment of a formidable force to vigorously advance production and technology. Under the bustling efforts of everyone, a sumptuous feast was prepared for lunch. The table was laden with rice, shrimp dumplings, braised meat, stir-fried wild vegetables, and a large bowl of fresh oysters and abalones brought back by the women from their morning foray to the sea. Dipped in soy sauce, they were simply exquisite. Not a morsel remained from the lavish spread. Jiang Yi couldn't help but lament that regardless of location, without diligence, one wouldn't even qualify to support a woman. Those who clamored for multiple wives should first contemplate how to provide for them. Were Jiang Yi in the realm of reality, he could scarcely support a single woman here. Previously, Aunt Sue had been the one caring for him. He wondered how his father had come to know such beautiful and gentle friends, and where he was now. After the meal, Su Ying reclined comfortably in her chair, exclaiming that rice was indeed delightful. "Brother Jiang, shall we go panning for gold tomorrow?" she suggested. "That way, we could indulge in rice and flour every day." The others were equally eager to embark on this venture, ready to become gold prospectors in the wilderness. Moreover, there was no need to fret about the grain reserves of the Far Yang Trading Company running low. It was unlikely that others would manage to procure a substantial amount of gold to exchange for food, even if a great quantity of gold were to surface. He could easily inflate prices. However, Jiang Yi had already learned from the chieftain of the Li tribe that on the opposite side of Fulong Island, several large tribes existed, and trading companies frequently visited to sell supplies. When Mr. Yi and the others had exhausted their grain, they could devise a plan to traverse to the other side of the island for resources. Post-lunch, Jiang Yi cut down a significant number of bamboo stalks, shaping them into small squares the size of mahjong tiles, and enlisted the women's help in carving the tiles. After several hours of diligent effort, 2 sets of mahjong were completed. With a total of 8 individuals in the camp, they could form 2 tables. Unfortunately, Li Yu and Su Ying were entirely unfamiliar with the game and could only observe from the sidelines, learning as they watched. Yet, the camp was markedly different from the outside world. Lacking any stakes, the entertainment value diminished significantly. However, the astute Jiang Yi was not one to let such a scenario persist. A brilliant idea struck him. He rummaged through his pack to retrieve several silk garments obtained from the moon courtyard. These exquisite pieces were crafted from genuine silk and embroidered with meticulous artistry, resembling traditional Han attire and adorned in a variety of colors. The moment he unveiled them, the women's eyes sparkled with delight. "Brother Jiang, are these gifts you have prepared for us?" Su Ying exclaimed in astonishment. Su Ruoxi and the other women turned their gazes toward him, their expressions filled with anticipation. Jiang Yi nodded slightly, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. "Of course, these are all women's dresses. I haven't even been able to bring myself to purchase a single one." Thus, acquiring a beautiful dress made of genuine silk was no simple endeavor. Su Ruoxi caressed the smooth silk fabric, unable to resist its allure, and looked up at Jiang Yi, pondering how she might obtain it. With a snap of his fingers and a cheeky grin, Jiang Yi proposed, "Let us play mahjong. The winner shall receive a lovely silk dress from me, while the loser must kiss me." Chun Shui gasped, covering her mouth in feigned disbelief. "Jiang Yi, how can you be so shameless?" The other women quickly joined in, chastising Jiang Yi for his outrageous proposition. Perhaps their embarrassment stemmed not from the prospect of kissing Jiang Yi, but from the thought of being observed by so many onlookers. Wang Jiasin stood apart, having neither shared intimate moments with Jiang Yi nor expressed any romantic feelings towards him, although she harbored some of those sentiments, especially after being seen by Jiang Yi on the ship of the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. Her long-standing pride as a star made it difficult for her to engage in such flirtatious games. In stark contrast, Su Ying, who was infatuated with Jiang Yi, boldly declared, "If you wish to kiss, Brother Jiang Yi, let us retreat to a private space. I shall oblige in exchange for a dress. I want to even play mahjong." Jiang Yi, with a righteous demeanor, replied, "Do you think I am that sort of person? I do not do this for my own gain. Rather, I want everyone to feel that these dresses are earned through their own efforts. That sense of achievement is quite exhilarating, is it not?" With a stern expression, he continued, "Now, who will be the first to join me in a round? The victor will have the privilege of choosing their favorite color. Afterward, options will be limited." As soon as Jiang Yi finished speaking, Chen Shui took a seat. "Do none of you desire a dress? Then I shall not hold back." The other women were taken aback. She had been the most vocal in opposition moments earlier, and now she was the first to agree. It seemed the allure of the silk dress was undeniable. One could only wonder if it would be even more enchanting when worn by a beauty. Soon after, Su Ruoxi and Tian Mingling also decided to sit down. Jiang Yi, observing the three stunning women of diverse charms at the mahjong table, couldn't he help but smile. Let us see whose skills surpass the others. Chapter 68. The Seven Fairies of Namu Lake. Jiang Yi spent the afternoon playing mahjong with the women. However, their skills were rather lacking, leading to a comprehensive defeat that was difficult for him to witness. Eventually, he had to ease his approach slightly, allowing the women a chance to turn the tide and earn their beloved dresses through their efforts. Unsurprisingly, the first to win a beautiful dress was still Su Ruoxi. Liu and Su Ying, after a few rounds of practice, had grasped the basics but still struggled with their technique, consistently losing from start. In the end, it was Jiang Yi's deliberate leniency that allowed the two of them to secure a win and claim their dresses. As night fell, the group utilized an array of ingredients to prepare for a barbecue. The campsite remained dim, illuminated only by the flickering flames. Barbecue beauties and the white wine brought by Jiang Yi created a delightful atmosphere. Jiang raised the bamboo cup filled with wine, proclaiming loudly, "To our wonderful life, cheers! Cheers!" Everyone, without any conditions regarding the type of wine, was simply grateful to have something to drink on the island. However, Jiang was utterly taken aback by the ferocity with which the group of women, despite their lackluster skills at mahjong, indulged in their drinking. He found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Hastily, he shifted the conversation to the skirts he had just gifted them, suggesting they change into them so he could see how they fit and how beautiful they looked. Su Ruoxi, well aware of the little man's intentions, shot him a glance before turning to return to the house. The other women, unwilling to be outdone, promptly followed suit, heading back to change their attire. After all, Jiang was the only man in the camp. If they didn't show him their lovely garments, who else would they show? Before long, under Su Ruoxi's leadership, the women emerged in a line, presenting themselves before Jiang. The silk dresses were replete with advantages, soft against the skin, comfortable to wear, and exuding a fine quality. Yet, the most striking feature was their thin and translucent nature. In ancient times, the exquisite craftsmanship of silk was celebrated. Even clad in 18 layers of genuine silk, one could still discern the tiny moles on their skin. At that moment, each woman donned but a single authentic silk dress. 7 women, each adorned in a beautiful silk gown, resembled celestial beings descending from the heavens, their ethereal garments flowing gracefully, evoking a dreamlike quality, each radiating a distinct aura. On their feet, they wore various stockings gifted by Su Ruoxi, white, gray, black, and fishnet. This curious blend of modern elements and traditional Hanfu surprisingly emanated a unique beauty. Su Ruoxi's phone played a melodious tune, adding a poetic ambience to the scene. As the flames flickered, the beauties began to dance to the music, improvising without any choreography or rehearsal. Yet, their graceful figures, stunning visages, unique temperaments, and exquisite silk dresses collectively created a breathtaking tableau. Their differing personalities influenced their dance styles. Su Ruoxi, gentle and mature. Su Ying, youthful and vivacious. Chen Shui, alluring as a fox. Ding Meng, a delicate beauty. Tian Mengling, spirited and dashing. Wang Jiasin, proud and elegant. And Liu, brimming with wildness. Jiang, relishing his meat and wine, admired the women's dance. Surely, the life of ancient emperors paled in comparison to this. In that moment, enveloped by a thin mist, it might have resembled a celestial palace. Yet, as is often the case, joyful moments are fleeting. With the wine consumed and the fire nearly extinguished, everyone retreated to their quarters for the night. However, Chen Shui, unable to sleep, quietly slipped into Jiang's room, clad in a rose-red silk dress and sheer black stockings. It was not until dawn that Jiang finally succumbed to a deep slumber, his routine thoroughly disrupted. Alas, the allure of Hanfu and black silk proved irresistible. He awoke only at noon, roused by Su Ruoxi, who scolded him for sleeping until midday, reminding him of the many mouths waiting for him to provide. If you don't return soon, there will be many little ones. If you don't work diligently, how will you sustain this entire family? With a weary back, Jiang emerged from his room, freshened up, and prepared to eat. The other women have already begun to water the vegetables and pull weeds in the garden, and several plots are now flourishing with produce. Su Ruoxi has thoughtfully brought him a meal, kept warm just for you. Jiang Yi feels deeply touched by Aunt Su's kindness. Aren't you going to eat? He asks. Su Ruoxi, averted gaze betraying her anxiety of being overheard, softly replies, I just had a meal. You should eat quickly. Jiang Yi understands and nods. Oh. After lunch, Jiang Yi discreetly confides in Su Ruashi, Aunt Su. I plan to return to Taoyuan to retrieve some gold from the bottom of the pool to exchange for food. This is not something to be shared with too many people. Without hesitation, Su Ruashi responds, I will accompany you there. Only Jiang Yi and she are aware of this plan, making it most suitable for the two of them to go together. Jiang Yi hesitatis, saying, Aunt Su. Perhaps you should refrain from joining this time. Captain Zheng Biao of the Far Yang Merchant Guild is still active in the vicinity, likely attempting to repair his damaged ship. It's too dangerous for you. I intend to take Li Yu with me. Once we acquire the gold, I will return her to the Li tribe and perhaps gain some benefits there, he adds. Su Ruashi hesitates. That might not be a good idea. Although I am reluctant to have another woman in your life, Li Yu is truly a good person. Besides, she may not even remain with the Li tribe. Through their recent interactions, Su Ruashi has grown fond of the young girl, despite being rivals. She is diligent, knowledgeable, and obedient. Jiang Yi sighs. You understand, she has run away. If she doesn't return home for an extended period, the chieftain will worry. As for the relationship between us, I believe in letting it unfold naturally. Su Ruashi can only nod in agreement, hurry back, and if the opportunity arises, win Li Yu over. I won't hold it against you. She deserves a good life. With Su Ruashi's blessing, Jiang Yi promptly packs his belongings and sets off with Li Yu. He tells the women that he is taking Li Yu back to her family to visit and to bring back some potato seeds for planting. He is not overly concerned about the women's safety, as Li Yu has crafted numerous small crossbows for their protection. Furthermore, the Nammo Lake camp is nestled within a forest, making it difficult for outsiders to discover. Jiang Yi and Li Yu set off with only basic self-defense tools and some jerky. After several days of traversing mountains, they finally arrive once again at the beach where Jiang Yi first appeared. In the distance, several tents are pitched nearby, likely belonging to Zheng Biao and the remaining crew members. Not far from the beach, a massive merchant ship lies aground in shallow waters, the very vessel that Jiang Yi had damaged. This ship is crucial for Zheng Biao and his crew's departure. Yet, gathering materials for repairs is no quick task. Finding suitable timber requires complex processing, as well as adhesives and waterproof coatings to be prepared. Otherwise, a hastily repaired vessel, once at sea and confronted by fierce waves, could be utterly destroyed, leading to catastrophe. Jiang Yi and Li Yu quietly leave the area, making their way towards Taoyuan, where the gold deposits await. Chapter 69. Speculation and waiting. The entire peach blossom abyss is perpetually shrouded in mist and moisture, rendering the view from above obscured and the specifics of the depths indiscernible. Where the clouds and fog converge, there lies a connection to the sea, and few would suspect the hidden wonders below. Perhaps it is only during the tempestuous storms at sea that the mist here is fleetingly dispersed, encircled by cliffs on 3 sides and facing the ocean on the 4th. Jiang Yi and Li Yu could only descend into the abyss using the massive vines that cling to the cliff's edge. Li Yu's physical prowess and stamina vastly exceeded those of Su Ruashi, allowing the pair to reach the valley floor with relative ease. Inside the peach blossom abyss, it remained untouched by human activity, just as it had been when Su Ruashi and Li Yu had fled here. The only distinction was that, at that time, the great peach orchards beside the pool were in full bloom, petals dancing in the air. Now, sunlight filtered through the mist, illuminating the trees, which were adorned with recently formed green peaches. The wooden cabin they had previously constructed stood intact, albeit slightly damp and moldy from moisture. With a simple cleaning, it could serve as a makeshift shelter. Both Li Yu and Jiang Yi were not ones to fuss over comforts. Jiang Yi observed Li Yu and smiled gently. It is late, and we have traveled through the night. Let's rest for the evening and take action tomorrow. Li Yu, rarely displaying shyness, nodded in agreement before gathering firewood to prepare dinner. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi pondered other matters. He speculated that his extraordinary abilities were a consequence of that peculiar pink serpent encountered long ago. Perhaps this forgotten realm of the earth harbored secrets yet undiscovered. Mystical forces capable of altering human genetics hidden amidst the mountains, rivers, and seas of this land. Only by unraveling all the mysteries of this space might they find a way to leave. He also contemplated the warriors of the Li tribe and the existence of individuals like their chieftain, capable of battling ferocious tigers, an ability that transcended normal human limits. Jiang Yi, having undergone several transformations of power, felt he had not yet reached the level of single-handedly confronting a tiger. Observing the tribe, he noted that most adult males were distinguished by their strength, particularly evident among the lineage of the tribe as chieftain. They did not seem to possess innate divine power. Rather, it appeared to develop gradually over time. Could it be that the vibrant sacred artifact of the Li tribe was not merely a tribal emblem, but possessed other significant functions, such as enhancing human vitality? These questions could only be answered upon reuniting with the tribe's chieftain. Jiang Yi recalled vividly the moment by the pool when he encountered the pink serpent. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Initially, the serpent's target had been Su Ruoxi, who sat by the water's edge. He had held the colorful jade stone, intending to show it to her, only to find himself the focus of the serpent's attention. The creature, drawn by his movement, redirected its assault towards him. The scene replayed vividly in Jiang Yi's mind, and he recalled the greed that had glinted in the serpent's eyes upon discovering him. In retrospect, the serpent's target may not have been the disturbance caused by Jiang Yi, but rather the vibrant jade in his possession, a substance that possessed an irresistible allure for it, prompting the creature to forsake the nearby Su Ruoxi. It intended to devour the colorful jade in one swift motion, and when Jiang Yi instinctively dodged, believing it was about to attack him, he inadvertently received a bite. This realization deepened Jiang Yi's confusion. Were there certain creatures on this island endowed with extraordinary bloodlines that could induce transformation in humans? Or did the sacred relics of various tribes possess mystical powers that subtly influenced human genes, leading to mutations and enhanced strength? Thus, the ancestors of these tribes revered these sacred objects, ensuring that the flame of their legacy would be passed down through generations. Or could it be that both scenarios held truth? In comparison to the vast fortune of gold at the bottom of the pool, Jiang Yi was more eager to uncover the source of this mysterious power. If definitive answers could be found, could others, like himself, also attain strength and undergo transformation? If so, perhaps a cadre of exceptionally powerful warriors could be forged, capable of sweeping through the land of Guixu. Jiang Yi began to search within the peach blossom abyss, hoping to encounter once more the peculiar pink serpent adorned with fleshy growths resembling a folding fan atop its head. Perhaps harnessing that creature could unravel the enigma. Unfortunately, after wandering for much of the day, he had not even spotted a single decent animal, let alone any trace of the pink serpent. Dejected, he returned to the campfire and sat down. Liu noticed his troubled expression and inquired with concern, "What is the matter? Do you have something on your mind?" Jiang Yi forced a smile, shaking his head. "It's nothing, perhaps just fatigue." He had not mentioned the changes occurring within him after the snake's bite to anyone. During confrontations with others, everyone assumed he was inherently strong, but that was not the case. Had it not been for his interactions with Su Ruoxi and Tian Mingling, resulting in a surge of power, he would have merely been an ordinary person with rudimentary skills, incapable of dealing with even the crew members under Zheng Biao, let alone defeating formidable warriors like Li Tian. After partaking in a modest dinner, the fire pit in front of the wooden cabin dispelled some of the surrounding dampness. Inside the cabin, Jiang Yi and Liu lay on the wooden bed, each lost in their own thoughts, unable to sleep. Jiang Yi was initially burdened by numerous concerns that kept him awake. However, gradually, his attention was captivated by Liu's graceful silhouette beside him, causing him to cast aside his other thoughts. He reached out several times, yearning to touch Liu, yet he hesitated each time, although she was his legitimate wife. They felt like strangers to one another, lacking true familiarity. How should one navigate such circumstances? Meanwhile, Liu was equally anxious, a man and a woman, alone together in the wilderness. The very thought stirred excitement within her. Her entire body was taut with tension, as if her soles could carve out an entire apartment. Through their time spent together, she had grown increasingly convinced that Jiang Yi was indeed the man she had long sought. Handsome, imposing, and possessing a strength that surpasses his peers, he also possesses a remarkable talent for charming women. Each time he returns, he brings gifts, never failing to include a token for himself. In Liu's heart, what began as a binding wedding custom, a necessity to seek out a man she had married, has now transformed into an unwavering infatuation. She remains in anticipation, waiting for Jiang Yi to take the initiative, for such matters, no matter how one contemplates them, require a man to act, do they not? Meanwhile, Jiang Yi too is in a state of waiting, hoping for guidance from readers on how to approach a wife he scarcely knows. Should he speak first or take action? Should he inquire whether she consents to avoid any potential awkwardness? Should he begin by unbuttoning her blouse or her trousers? Faced with a tall, goddess-like beauty, Jiang Yi finds himself at a loss. The night drags on, and nothing transpires. As the saying goes, a foolish woman waits for a lovesick man, and the longer she waits, the later it becomes. Chapter 70. A wealth of fortune and perilous gold mining. After a few hours of restless sleep, Jiang Yi rises early, preparing to dive for gold. He feels somewhat lethargic from the sleepless night. The statuesque Liu strides out of the wooden cabin, casting a fleeting glance at Jiang Yi, her eyes betraying a hint of disappointment. As March unfolds, the outside temperature soars above 30 degrees, while within the peach blossom abyss, it remains a comfortable 20 degrees. Jiang Yi stretches his limbs and turns to Liu, instructing her to wait above and pull the guiding rope if needed. However, Liu resolutely counters that it would be unnecessary trouble. They should descend together to extract more gold, and it would provide mutual support. Jiang Yi immediately protests, emphasizing the dangers of the deep waters, where the temperature is perilously low and visibility poor. Unknown threats could lurk beneath the surface. They cannot both risk their safety simultaneously. Should peril arise, there would be no one to assist. He recalls the ominous pink serpent, which could not have appeared here by mere chance. The waters might harbor further dangers, perhaps even a serpent's nest. During their previous dive to retrieve the Li clan's sacred 7-color jade, he had acted out of concern for saving lives, neglecting to consider the risks. Now, he refuses to allow any monetary gain to jeopardize Liu's life. Liu, unwavering in her stance, argues that it is all the more reason for them both to descend. Have no fear, my swimming skills are exceptional. As a child, I often played hide and seek underwater, where I could hold my breath for quite some time. Jiang Yi looks at her with a mix of skepticism and concern. While her tall stature may allow for greater lung capacity, the consumption of air is considerable. Just as he is about to voice another objection, Liu interrupts, saying there is no room for buts. When I saw you in a fight, you were all man. But when it comes to matters like this, you're hesitant and overly cautious. Unlike my Li clan, who are straightforward. I hope you can be more decisive next time. Her words carry a double meaning, leaving Jiang Yi feeling somewhat embarrassed. His performance last night had indeed fallen short of expectations. To put it bluntly, he felt less than animalistic. He awkwardly touches his nose, unsure of how to respond. When he notices that Liu has already taken action, Liu moved with agility, swiftly shedding her garments and neatly arranging them by the edge of the pond. With a determined leap, she plunged into the water. The sound of her entry echoed as ripples spread outward, lapping against the aquatic plants on the shore. While Jiang Yi was still captivated by Liu's remarkable figure, she noticed that the latter had already begun to swim towards the pond's depths. Fearing for Liu's safety, Jiang Yi wasted no time in removing her own clothes and placing them on the bank before diving into the crystalline waters. Liu glided through the water with impressive speed, and despite Jiang Yi's efforts, she could only manage to keep pace without falling behind. It appeared that Liu had not exaggerated. Her swimming prowess was indeed extraordinary, likely owing to her upbringing on an island where she frequently interacted with the sea. The water in the pond was frigid, perhaps only 7 or 8 degrees Celsius, and the temperature plummeted further as they neared the bottom. After several minutes of diving, they finally reached the pond's floor. Jiang Yi estimated that they were at least 30 meters below the surface. At such depths, it is nearly impossible for anyone without professional diving training to reach. The gold at the bottom of the pond had remained undiscovered for various reasons. Firstly, the seclusion of Taohua Yuan made it exceedingly difficult for the average person to find. Even if someone accidentally stumbled upon it, they could easily fall victim to the venomous pink serpents that inhabit the area. Moreover, the astonishing depth of the pond presents a formidable challenge for exploration, unless one is already aware of the gold's presence and is searching with intent. The underwater light was dim, and Jiang Yi and Liu could barely discern each other's shapes, maintaining a distance of no more than 3 meters to avoid becoming disoriented. The pond's floor was intermittently adorned with glimmering gold, varying in size, with egg-sized nuggets being the most common, alongside numerous smaller gold beads scattered about. However, the rare type of gold that Jiang Yi had discovered earlier was not plentiful, appearing only occasionally. The bottom of the pond was chilling, with temperatures around 3 to 4 degrees Celsius, and the pressure was substantial, making prolonged activity difficult. The two women selected a few reasonably sized gold nuggets to place in the bag they had brought, overlooking the smaller beads. Given the vast expanse of the pond and the abundance of gold within visibility, merely collecting a fraction of this immense wealth would suffice for lavish indulgence for a long time. Before long, Jiang Yi felt her limbs stiffening from the icy grip of the water. She had been so engrossed in the treasure before her that she had neglected her body's signals. In moments of excitement, the adrenaline and dopamine release can provide a temporary surge of energy. However, in the frigid depths, this phenomenon could prove fatal. If Jiang Yi and Li Yu remained submerged among the riches without recognizing their physical changes, they might find themselves unable to resurface when the time came, devoid of strength. Jiang Yi quickly gestured to Li Yu, signaling the urgent need to return immediately. Two individuals, burdened by the weighty gold, slowly swam towards the surface of the water. At this moment, they could not afford to hasten their pace. Otherwise, the rapidly fluctuating water pressure might prove unbearable for their bodies, leading to symptoms such as decompression sickness, pulmonary barotrauma, and inner ear damage. With their last ounce of strength, they dragged the bag filled with gold onto the shore. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the grass, gasping for air. Their bodies, having been submerged in the frigid depths for an extended period, had succumbed to a dangerously low temperature. Jiang Yi turned to glance at Li Yu, whose smooth skin was adorned with droplets of water, her complexion pale as a ghost. Despite lying beneath the sun's warm rays, both shivered from a cold. If immediate measures were not taken, they risked succumbing to hypothermia. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Yi rolled over, cradling Li Yu in his arms, and draped the dry clothes left on the shore over both of them, feeling a significant relief. Thus, under the sun, they gradually regained their composure, their body temperatures slowly returning to normal. Jiang Yi and Li Yu exchanged a glance, both filled with a sense of dread. Just moments earlier, had Jiang Yi delayed in noticing the body's distress, they might have become lifeless corpses at the bottom of the pool, forever trapped there. Having weathered this ordeal, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate, and the beauty in his embrace rendered Jiang Yi uneasy. He hastily released Li Yu, rising to store the 2 bags of gold in the wooden cabin. Li Yu, observing Jiang Yi's retreating figure, softly mused to herself. Could it be that the sisters were reckless and squandered their chances? Jiang Yi, possessing keen hearing, could not possibly miss her words. He felt as if his lungs might burst, wondering who could possibly falter. Yet, this was not the time for such thoughts. Accumulating wealth was of utmost importance. Chapter 71, Blood Jade Spider, turning to gold upon contact with water. After regaining their strength, Jiang Yi and Li Yu descended once more to the depths of the pool, continuing their search for gold. After several retrieval attempts, they amassed approximately 400 to 500 kilograms of gold. If this gold were to be considered in the real world, it would likely be valued in the realm of several small fortunes. However, in the land of the return to ruins, it equated to merely 30 to 40,000 gold coins, a sum that remained elusive to ordinary individuals. It is worth noting that Chang, as a crew member, earned only 2 to 3 gold coins a month. For common folk like Chang, accumulating such wealth in a lifetime was unthinkable. Nonetheless, it was said that the nobility on those larger islands would often spend tens of thousands of gold coins to procure the company of an extraordinarily beautiful woman from another world for their pleasures. The valuation Mr. E had initially given to Su Ruashi was around 30,000 gold coins, highlighting her exceptional beauty. Of course, not every foreign woman could command a high price. Some may barely be worth a few dozen coins. Thus, when Captain Zheng Biao captured a stunning foreign woman, he refrained from allowing his subordinates any undue liberties, indulging only in the visual delight. However, on the island of Fulong, where Jiang Yi resided, a mature economic market had yet to be established, and the distance to larger islands was considerable. Consequently, the value of gold coins suffered significantly, as several merchant guilds discreetly negotiated their exchange rates. The indigenous inhabitants of the island either trade exquisite treasures for the items they require or exchange gold instead. Maritime vessels, such as the distant merchant fleet, capitalize on the considerable price disparity that exists in this trade. This enterprise can be deemed a lucrative industry, yet it is not one that everyone can partake in. Connections, cunning, brute force, as well as shipbuilding and navigation skills are all critical components. Particularly in recent times, Mr. Yi's establishment at the Moon Pavilion, where he exchanges grain, has caught attention. Astonishingly, a single gold coin can only be traded for 5 pounds of grain. In the words of Chong, this is a blatant exploitation, so egregious that even his own people cannot condone it. However, there is little choice. Holding onto gold without exchanging it for grain renders it as worthless as a mere stone, unable to satisfy hunger. Consequently, while Mr. Yi's actions bring him substantial profits, they also create a false impression of gold's diminished value. Of course, he is aware that no significant reserves of gold exist on this island. Otherwise, they would have long been claimed. Thus, his unscrupulous behavior can only yield modest gains. During a break, Jiang Yi picked up a nugget of gold, roughly the size of an egg, and observed it with great fascination. "Hey, Liu, have you noticed how peculiar the shapes of these gold nuggets are?" Jiang Yi remarked, flipping the gold in his hand with a strange sensation stirring within him. Liu responded, "And what about it? They all seem rather similar." Jiang Yi's eyes lit up with delight as he exclaimed, "Exactly. It feels as though they all share a resemblance. Have you noticed that aside from variations in size, their forms are quite alike? It appears as if they have been gradually squeezed out from a source and then cooled into these lumps." Liu scrutinized all the nuggets and, surprised, retorted, "Now that you mention it, it does seem that way. Could it be that these are remnants of some creature's excrement, which you have mistaken for treasure?" Affectionately caressing them. Unfazed by Liu's jest, Jiang Yi beamed with pride. Even if they were the excrement of an unknown creature, they still symbolize wealth. After saying this, he affectionately kissed the nugget in his hand before placing it back into the sack. He then turned to Liu and said, "Let us dive a couple more times and then call it a day. We have been out for several days, and I am concerned for the safety of our home." Liu nodded, quickly rising to prepare for the next endeavor. She was a remarkably competent young woman, never one to dawdle in her tasks. The two descended once more to the bottom of the pool, where they found that the nearby gold nuggets had mostly been retrieved, leaving only a few small gold beans that hardly piqued their interest. Thus, they decided to search the central area to see if the entire bottom of the water was strewn with such nuggets. If the expanse of the underwater floor were indeed laden with gold, Jiang Yi could scarcely fathom the immense fortune that would represent. As they swam further toward the center, they discovered an increasing number of gold nuggets, and their sizes grew larger. Just as they were reveling in their excitement, Liu suddenly pointed toward Jiang Yi's left front, signaling him to observe keenly. Understanding her cue, Jiang Yi slowly turned his head, only to behold a strange creature emerging from the depths below. The peculiarity of the creature lies in its unusual form and striking coloration, an entity unlike anything he had ever encountered. This being bears a resemblance to a crab, yet its body is merely the size of a child's fist, while its 3 pairs of segmented legs extend several times the length of its body. Its entire structure is a translucent white, revealing a network of deep crimson tissues within its limbs, resembling blood vessels, which emit an eerie red glow in the depths of the water, making it particularly conspicuous. At first glance, one might mistake it for a freshwater crab. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that this creature bears no true resemblance to crabs at all. Its body is akin to that of a large ant, lacking a hard exoskeleton, allowing a clear view of its internal organs, resembling a glowing blood jade gemstone. Strangely, on its head, there are no eyes or similar organs, but rather a grotesque mouth, akin to 2 serrated iron gates, filled with rows of sharp teeth that could send shivers down one's spine. What on earth is this creature? It resembles not a crab, but rather a spider that has consumed a blood jade, which made Jiang Yi think that calling it a blood jade spider would be a more fitting description. If he could capture it and bring it back to the real world, it might be recognized as a newly discovered species worthy of human study. Perhaps Jiang Yi, as the discoverer, would even have the opportunity to officially name it. As their curiosity piqued, the blood jade spider ceased its movements and perched upon a rock on the riverbed. It positioned itself at the edge of the stone, balancing on its legs, with its rear slightly elevated, striking a bizarre pose. Then, a shocking spectacle unfolded before them. After preparing its stance, the creature began to excrete a vivid red liquid from its posterior, which gradually accumulated. This crimson fluid, akin to molten lava spewing from a volcano, cooled and solidified upon contact with the water, transforming into a glimmering mound of golden nuggets. This astonishing scene left both Jiang Yi and Liu momentarily stunned. How could such an extraordinary creature produce excrement that resembled gold? It seemed that the girl's earlier assertion had indeed been accurate. What they had regarded as a treasure was, in fact, merely excrement. Just moments ago, Jiang Yi had been enamored with it, unable to resist kissing it, but now he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. After its peculiar defecation, the blood jade spider darted toward the center of the water. Jiang Yi gestured to Liu, indicating that they should follow. He was determined to uncover the mystery behind this remarkable being. Chapter 72. The Underwater Den, Life and Death Decision. The blood jade spider moved with astonishing speed through the water, and Jiang Yi and Liu could barely keep pace. It seemed to sense the disturbance behind it, realizing the impending danger, and began to scurry erratically along the riverbed, escaping in a frenzy. Jiang Yi and Liu pursued closely, intent on understanding how this strange creature was capable of secreting gold. Soon, they found themselves at the foot of a cliff, where the blood jade spider swiftly burrowed into a hole in the stone wall, disappearing from sight. Jiang Yi and Liu gazed at the entire rock face, their eyes wide with shock, their expressions a mix of astonishment. Had they not been underwater at that moment, they would have surely screamed aloud. Before them loomed a stone wall, densely riddled with an array of holes, both large and small, resembling a vast anthill interconnected in a manner that nearly hollowed out the entire surface. Some of these apertures were sufficiently spacious to allow several individuals to enter and exit simultaneously. The inner walls of the holes were far from smooth, adorned with irregular, serrated protrusions that sent shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Liu tugged at Jiang Yi's hand, urging him to lower his gaze. Jiang Yi had already noticed that beneath the stone wall, the water was strewn with an abundance of gold nuggets, varying in size, creating a striking and captivating spectacle. Yet, inexplicably, instead of elation at the sight of such a vast treasure, Jiang Yi felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. It appeared that the peculiar underwater spiders dwelled within the very stone wall before them, possibly accumulating gold within their bodies from the long-term consumption of mineral veins rich in the precious metal, excreting it in the process. As he surveyed the scene, glancing down at the ground, Jiang Yi's expression gradually morphed into one of terror. The multitude of holes on the stone wall suggested an innumerable number of blood jade spiders residing within. Should they emerge en masse, the two of them would be woefully outmatched. Jiang Yi grasped Liu's hand, urging her to hasten their departure, for he had already seen blood jade spiders crawling out from the holes. As they turned to flee, having swum only a few meters, Jiang Yi glanced back and was horrified to witness a swarm of blood jade spiders surging forth from the holes, rapidly pursuing them. Panic-stricken, his complexion turned pale as he swam frantically. However, the speed of the blood jade spiders far surpassed their own, and soon a scattering of spiders was hot on their heels. Uncertain of whether these creatures possessed venom, the mere sight of their serrated mandibles was enough to instill dread. Drawing a machete from his waist, Jiang Yi swung it fiercely, cleaving several watermelon-sized blood jade spiders into pieces. Instantly, a torrent of crimson liquid dispersed in the water surrounding them. The other blood jade spiders, drawn by the scent of blood, descended upon the carcasses of their kin with frenzied voracity, the cacophony of their gnawing sending chills down one's spine. What could they do? Beneath the water, escaping from these swift creatures seemed utterly hopeless. It was only a matter of time before they met their demise. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Yi gestured to Liu, signaling her to swim towards the surface, intending to ascend and reassess their situation. At that juncture, survival took precedence over the need for a swift ascent. Suddenly, Jiang Yi felt a force from below propelling him upwards. Looking down, he saw that Liu had ceased swimming, surrounded by a multitude of blood jade spiders, with several already gnawing at her thighs. Liu brandished her machete, fiercely hacking at the encroaching spiders, and in an instant, her vicinity was awash with the remnants and crimson fluids of the slain arachnids. This carnage only incited a greater frenzy among the blood jade spiders, as they rushed to consume their fallen brethren and turned their aggression towards Liu. She abruptly lifted her gaze to meet Jiang Yi's, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding. With a swift motion, Liu signaled for Jiang Yi to flee, her expression resolute and filled with determination. She intended to attract the attention of the blood jade spider, hoping to secure a chance for Jiang Yi to escape. Jiang Yi silently cursed her folly. This foolish woman, despite not being at the end of her rope, chose such a reckless course of action. In the face of life-and-death decisions, the choice was undoubtedly arduous and cruel. Behind them lay certain death, while escape offered a perilous chance of survival. It is said that in critical moments, one should adhere to the principle of prioritizing the lives of friends over oneself. Moreover, Liu was merely a girl he had known for less than a month, her beauty alluring but not deserving of such a sacrifice. Relinquishing one's life for her seemed unwarranted. How to choose? Jiang Yi's hand slid upwards a few times before he suddenly lunged towards Liu, desperately closing the distance. Did she, in preparing for her own sacrifice to create a glimmer of hope, consider whether it was worth it? Probably not. She instinctively wished for the survival of the one she loved, and without hesitation, chose to remain, nothing more. At that moment, Liu, on the brink of exhaustion, fought valiantly against the blood jade spiders surrounding her, which were gnawing at her flesh. Jiang Yi, consumed by madness, summoned all his strength and swung his blade without reservation, clearing the blood jade spiders from around Liu. The blade sliced through the water, shattering the swarm of spiders. Yet the onslaught seemed endless, and larger spiders, the size of millstones, began to emerge, determined to eliminate the intruders. After a strenuous effort, Jiang Yi finally reunited with Liu, embracing her tightly, unwilling to let go. Liu struggled desperately, wanting Jiang Yi to escape alone, but he remained unmoved, holding her close while fending off attacks and kicking to swim upstream. Even in death, they would face it together, envious of those solitary souls in the underworld. Sensing the depth of Jiang Yi's emotions, Liu ceased her struggles, gazing at the man before her with a smile. However, an even graver threat loomed. A colossal blood jade spider, with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters, breached the surface, its terrifying presence instilling a profound sense of dread, leaving no courage to resist. They could see the crimson fluid swirling within its body, akin to molten lava coursing through its veins. The spider's abdomen bore 4 pairs of appendages, each adorned with barbed spikes like menacing swords. Its arrival silenced the smaller spiders, which retreated in fear. Suddenly, a spider leg, thick as a bowl, swept toward them, displacing a large volume of water. They raised their blades in a frantic defense, only to feel an overwhelming force strike from their weapons. In an instant, their blades were knocked from their hands, plummeting into the depths below. Jiang Yi and Liu's faces reflected sheer despair. Against such a formidable foe, their chances of survival had evaporated. They clung tightly to one another, and Jiang Yi leaned in, kissing Liu tenderly. As another spider leg surged through the water, Jiang Yi released Liu, positioning her behind him as a shield. The sharp legs of the spider mercilessly pierced Jiang Yi's chest, and a splash of crimson slowly spread through the water. In this moment, beneath the frigid surface of the pool, 2 young souls, resolutely unwilling to part, found themselves encircled by countless blood jade spiders. As the gigantic spider's leg pierced Jiang Yi's heart, Liu felt no sorrow. For soon, it would be her turn. Perhaps, to die alongside the one you love is a form of happiness in itself. Just as they prepared themselves for death, an unexpected turn of events occurred. As Jiang Yi's blood flowed forth, spreading towards the massive blood jade spider, it trembled as if struck by lightning, swiftly retracting all its legs. Then, it opened its maw and emitted a piercing scream, reverberating through the depths of the water, causing both Jiang Yi and Liu's eardrums to throb with pain, leaving them dizzy and disoriented. The surrounding blood jade spiders, previously agitated, fell silent after that cry, obediently remaining still in the water, devoid of any signs of aggression. Subsequently, the colossal spider lowered its body, noticing that Jiang Yi and Liu remained motionless, and promptly turned to flee from the scene. In an instant, the multitude of blood jade spiders vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. All that remained were the pallid faces of Jiang Yi and Liu, staring in the direction where the spiders had disappeared. The places on their bodies that had been gnawed upon resembled flesh torn by sharks, floating in the water as tendrils of blood spread out, narrating the harrowing moments they had just endured. With a sudden splash, 2 ghostly pale faces emerged from the depths of the pool, devoid of color, akin to drifting corpses. Jiang Yi took a deep breath, and with his body on the brink of collapse, he summoned a surge of strength, dragging Liu towards the shore. In that moment, Liu felt as heavy as a mountain. With each stroke, she battled between her will and the limits of her body. At last, Jiang Yi's feet touched solid ground, and the sensation of stability beneath him was akin to a leap from the jaws of death into the embrace of life. Behind them lay the abyss of death, while a single step forward led into a vibrant peach orchard. The instant they reached the shore, both collapsed in exhaustion, gasping for breath, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground. Once Jiang Yi regained a modicum of strength, he swiftly lifted the unconscious Liu and made his way toward the small cabin. The rising flames dispelled some of the terror they had just faced, rapidly warming their bodies. Jiang Yi gazed at Liu, whose skin bore the marks of the blood jade spider's vicious bites. He fell into a profound silence. The weight of this girl's love was too heavy to bear. After tending to Liu's wounds, Jiang Yi could no longer hold on and succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke, it was already the late afternoon of the following day. To his astonishment, he discovered that the wounds inflicted by the giant spider had miraculously healed. Meanwhile, Liu had long since awakened and was seated at the door of the wooden cabin, lost in thought as she gazed at the distant waterfall. Upon hearing Jiang Yi stir, she turned and smiled, her youthful face radiant with affection. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt that the several hundred kilograms of gold stacked in the wooden cabin paled in comparison to the worth of a single smile. This was the greatest treasure of his journey. The two meandered through the peach grove, where the trees were adorned with lush green leaves, interspersed with the newly formed green peaches. Beneath the peach trees lay a carpet of soft grass, where they sat, savoring the tranquility of their shared world. Gradually, twilight descended. The following day, the sun rose once more from the sea, its warm rays piercing through the delicate veil of mist, illuminating the peach grove and the figures beneath the trees. Jiang Yi, with one hand resting against the trunk, rose leisurely to his feet. Observing the fallen peaches scattered on the ground, he lamented, "Liu, look at these peaches. They fell before they could ripen. What a pity." Liu, with her long legs that seemed to outlive Jiang Yi, hobbled over with a playful grin, replying, "What a pity. They each have their own purpose." With that, she made her way towards the distant house where the gold was stored, yearning for a restful slumber, perhaps hindered by the lingering effects of a spider bite from the previous day, which made her movements cumbersome. Jiang Yi watched her retreating figure and then glanced down at the fallen green peaches. Unable to resist, he picked one up, finding it visually appealing, and took a bite. "Yuck! Unpleasant and somewhat astringent," he exclaimed, discarding the peach and hastily departing from the scene. "They will ripen in due time. I shall return then." The priority now was to conserve energy and transport the retrieved gold out of the peach blossom abyss, as he had lingered here too long. Early the next morning, Jiang Yi and Liu commenced the laborious task of moving the gold. Exiting this place was inherently challenging, especially while laden with gold. However, Jiang Yi remained unfazed. After the events of the previous night, his strength had indeed surged once again, reaching an astonishing 600 kilograms. Drawing from his earlier experiences, he had come to a definitive conclusion. Absorbing the pure, crystalline energy did enhance his physical power, though he pondered whether there was an upper limit to this growth. After spending the better part of the day, Jiang Yi and Liu successfully transported all the gold from the peach blossom abyss. Before leaving, Jiang Yi meticulously cleared the vines growing along the cliff's edge to prevent anyone from descending into the valley below. He had no intention of taking all the gold with him. Instead, he buried half of it in an extremely concealed location, planning to return for it later. With his current strength, carrying over 200 pounds of gold posed no challenge. Next, he would escort Liu back to the Li tribe, to formally pay a visit to her family. After all, they now shared the bonds of both marriage and companionship. It was only fitting that her parents meet him, and he ought to present some token of betrothal as a gesture of respect. In the afternoon of the following day, as the sun hung low in the sky, casting a crimson hue, Jiang Yi and Liu finally arrived at the area designated for activities within the Li tribe. Jiang Yi set aside a small portion of the gold, approximately 50 to 60 kilograms, to present as a greeting gift to the tribe's chieftain. He had many questions to discuss with the elder chieftain, eager for a meaningful conversation concerning the issue of power growth, the sacred artifacts, and the hidden truths of the ruins. The elder certainly possesses numerous insights unknown to him. As he stepped into the territory of the Li tribe with hopeful anticipation, an undeniable tension gripped his heart. This would be his first formal meeting with the elder, and he was uncertain whether the old man still recalled the shame of his previous escape. However, with each step he took, his unease deepened. It was mealtime, yet an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Not a single wisp of smoke rose from the distant tribe. This was highly irregular. It was not as if they were outside. The entire tribe could not possibly have abandoned their kitchens for restaurants. Given their cultural practices, dinner was the most significant meal of the day for the Li people, making it implausible that no one was preparing food. Jiang Yi slowed his pace, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his knife, which he slowly drew from its sheath. Chapter 74. The Li tribe in turmoil, a critical moment. At times, an overwhelming silence can evoke a sense of dread. In Li Yu's recollections, the Li tribe at this hour should have been filled with the fragrant smoke of cooking, with children playing outside being called in for dinner by their mother's loud admonitions. Jiang Yi, knife in hand, led the way, while Li Yu cautiously followed with her bow. Stepping gingerly into the tribe, upon encountering the first thatched hut, they were met with the sight of a man's lifeless body sprawled on the ground. Jiang Yi crouched down to examine him, noting that the man appeared elderly, slain by a flurry of blades, yet there were no signs of decay or foul odor. It seemed that this tragedy had unfolded earlier that day. Perhaps the tribe had suffered an assault. Let us search for survivors, he suggested. Li Yu's face paled, her panic rendering her speechless, and she merely nodded mechanically. However, the sights within the tribe were a harrowing tableau of despair, sending chills down their spines and igniting a fierce rage within. The entire tribe, elders, children, and aged women, had been brutally slaughtered. There were also the bodies of young women, stripped of their clothing, who had evidently suffered unspeakable indignities before meeting their demise. The tribe's valuables had been stripped bare, food and livestock were gone, and some had even been robbed of their garments. At that moment, Li Yu was already sobbing uncontrollably. Each lifeless figure was familiar to her, now reduced to cold corpses. Upon reaching the courtyard of Haisheng, where he once resided, Jiang Yi found it reduced to ashes. The grand wooden house at the heart of the tribe, symbolizing the chieftain's status, lay in ruins, dismantled beyond recognition. Grandfather! Father! Li Yu's anguished cries pierced the air. Jiang Yi turned to see, not far off, a large tree bearing the horrific sight of over 20 hanging corpses, with Li Yu kneeling on the ground, wailing in grief. Rushing over, Jiang Yi recognized one of the bodies as that of Li Yin, the chieftain. The others were also esteemed elders of the tribe. One robust middle-aged man bore a resemblance to Li Yin, likely Li Yu's father. Jiang Yi ascended the tree, gently lowering the bodies, discovering that they were riddled with knife wounds and arrow punctures. It was evident that they had fought valiantly, expending their final strength before succumbing to their fate. Once a formidable warrior capable of battling ferocious tigers, the most powerful man of the Li tribe led his band of brave warriors to resist external threats, only to meet a tragic end in a fierce battle. Though the Li tribe has been annihilated, the young men and women have mysteriously vanished. Did they flee? Jiang Yi believes otherwise. Clearly, this was a premeditated act of arson and plunder. An unknown enemy seized the opportunity when most of the tribe's able-bodied youth were out hunting, launching a massive assault on the Li tribe, killing indiscriminately and looting mercilessly. After pillaging wealth and women, they retreated, leaving the returning young men in pursuit of their tracks, ready for vengeance. This implies that Haisheng and Li Tian, among others, may still be alive. The force capable of decimating the Li tribe is undoubtedly formidable, likely a mid-sized tribe consisting of at least 1,000 members. Such tribes have a long heritage, with top-tier hunting skills and physical prowess, easily overpowering survivor enclaves like Mooncourt. Li Yu, who had just gained the affection of her beloved, was joyfully preparing to return home to meet her elders when she was suddenly confronted with the catastrophic loss of her family. This blow cast the young girl, not yet 20, into the darkest moment of her life. In such times, any words of consolation seem woefully inadequate, for the sorrow of one cannot truly resonate with another. Even if Jiang Yi were to feel profound grief, he could never fully empathize with Li Yu, for the deceased were not his kin. He held her tightly in his arms until her emotions stabilized. Together, they gathered all the corpses from the tribe, totaling 743 souls. The raging fire, akin to the wrath of a slaughtered clan, soared into the sky, consuming the bodies of the tribe members in flames. The inferno raged for several hours before it finally subsided, with Liu kneeling on the ground, bidding farewell to her kin. Seeing Liu in such despair pained Jiang Yi deeply. He approached her, gently lifting her up and softly declaring, "Whoever has committed this atrocity will one day face retribution tenfold or 100-fold. Our immediate concern is to locate Hai Sheng and your brother. They must know the identity of our enemies." Liu's gaze gradually hardened with resolve. She understood that no amount of sorrow would change their fate. Only by avenging her kin could she offer solace to their spirits. At dawn, Jiang Yi and Liu set forth, following the traces left by their enemies. Meanwhile, in an unknown valley over 50 miles from the Li tribe, a group was frantically fleeing through the jungle. Most were young women, tattered and terrified. Surrounding them were several robust warriors wielding knives as escorts. At the rear of the fleeing party, two strong and extraordinary youths, Hai Sheng and Li Tian, led a dozen others, knocking arrows to their wooden bows, fending off the pursuing enemies to buy time for the others to escape. Bloodied and weary, their blades dulled and their arms trembling, they had evidently endured a brutal battle and were now nearing their limits. Li Tian and Hai Sheng were the two mightiest warriors of the tribe, often leading their comrades on hunting expeditions. However, upon their return, they discovered their village had been utterly decimated, with the women of their clan abducted. They set out in pursuit of the enemy. To their dismay, the adversaries had anticipated their arrival. Although they managed to rescue the captured women, they fell into an ambush, suffering grievous losses. Li Tian and Hai Sheng fought valiantly, carving a bloody path for their kin to escape. Though they inflicted severe casualties on their foes, burdened with a group of women, their flight was hindered. Not far into their escape, the enemy relentlessly pursued them, intent on eradicating the Li tribe. Suddenly, a deluge of arrows rained down upon them. Li Tian and Hai Sheng, in a state of panic, wielded their swords to defend themselves. In an instant, several youths by their side fell, half of them wounded or dead. With a fierce roar, Li Tian swung his sword with fervor, shielding his brothers from numerous arrows. At that moment, from the thicket across the way, a burly man with braids observed the valiant Li Tian and sneered coldly. He gestured aside and uttered two words, "Bow, an arrow." Immediately, a finely crafted horn bow was handed to him. He drew the bowstring, aimed at the distant Li Tian, and loosed an arrow. The projectile whistled through the air, striking Li Tian's thigh with pinpoint accuracy. Gripped by pain, Li Tian fell to one knee, bellowing, "Qiyu, lurking the shadows, what manner of man are you? Come forth and face me in single combat." Soon after, two more arrows found their mark in Li Tian's abdomen and other leg. Seeing this, Hai Sheng shouted in despair, "Li Tian, hold on. I will come to your aid." Chapter 75. Rescuing the brother-in-law Hai Sheng. Witnessing Li Tian's grievous wounds, charged in front of him, deflecting further attacks. Regardless of how arrogant Li Tian had been or how irksome his demeanor had been in the past, in this moment, he was laying down his life to protect their people. He was Hai Sheng's brother, a comrade with whom he could stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Li Tian, with his left hand gripping the sword embedded in the ground, broke the arrows lodged in his body with his right. He glanced at Hai Sheng and urged quickly, "Take the tribe and flee. I will hold them off. You must avenge me and annihilate those wretched Qi tribe dogs." Hai Sheng, a man of fervor, would not abandon Li Tian in this dire moment. With a resolute expression, he declared, "I shall remain with you to confront the offspring of the Qi tribe. We will stand and fight together." The remaining 7 or 8 warriors echoed their agreement loudly. Li Tian let out a hearty laugh. "You are indeed the champions of the Li tribe, bold and fearless. Hai Sheng, if you wish for our tribe to survive, you must hastily depart. There is no escape for me. Must you contest with me for the chance to be a hero?" Li Tian's words resonated with Hai Sheng, who understood that even if the tribe fled, without a formidable leader, survival on this island would be impossible. To ensure the Li tribe's legacy endured, he reluctantly made the painful decision to leave Li Tian behind and retreat. Sometimes, even when one yearns for a noble death, fate compels one to flee like a hunted animal. With gritted teeth, Hai Sheng uttered two words, "Go quickly." Suddenly, he turned to flee alongside several surviving warriors of the Li tribe, leaving Li Tian to confront the pursuing enemies alone. Remaining behind meant only a noble death in battle. Escaping bore the weight of blood-soaked vengeance and the humiliation of survival. The one responsible for leading the chase, Guixu, displayed a playful smile, declaring that the hunt had only just begun. Yes, young clan leader. Over 100 men surged forth behind him, sheathing their bows and drawing their swords as they encircled Li Tian. Li Tian rose slowly, gazing at the torrent of enemies approaching without a trace of fear. Instead, he wore an expression of eager anticipation. A man ought to die gloriously to honor his journey on this earth. The enemies roared as they charged at Li Tian. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he fought with all his might, wielding his great cleaver as effortlessly as a child would a feather. Each swing claimed the life of an adversary. However, a mere pair of fists cannot withstand the force of 4 hands, especially when one is already weakened by multiple arrows. Before long, he had been struck by numerous blows, rendering him unable to continue the fight. Just as the Qi tribe prepared to capture him, an unexpected turn of events occurred. 7 or 8 arrows shot in from an unknown source, striking down all the enemies surrounding Li Tian. Though few in number, each arrow found its mark. One shot, one life extinguished. The impact was as formidable as that of dozens of archers drawing their bows simultaneously, momentarily stunning the Qi warriors. None daring to advance. Qiyu's face darkened. It was humiliating to have his numerous subordinates intimidated by a handful of arrows. What nonsense! Can a few arrows kill us all? Charge with me. With that, he personally led the charge toward Li Tian, determined to overwhelm his opponent with sheer force. A man who survives by the laws of the jungle, regardless of his lofty status, has never been a cowardly heir. He is someone who dares to risk everything in critical moments. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago. Li Tian of the Li tribe was such a man, and so was Qiyu of the Qi tribe. They were both arrogant, yet undeniably formidable. With Qiyu's leadership rallying the troops, they surged forward with fervor. The deadly arrows flew once more, claiming lives without any sign of retreat. Qiyu deflected an incoming arrow, and, in the blink of an eye, he stood before Li Tian. At this moment, he had abandoned the thought of capturing him alive. He only wished to cleave Li Tian in two and then hunt down the vile archer who had disrupted his pursuit of the fleeing Li tribesmen. After all, one must eliminate the roots of a problem. Otherwise, it will only sprout again with a spring breeze. Qiyu swung his blade downwards, but Li Tian fought desperately to block it, yet was overmatched. The cleaver slipped from Li Tian's grasp, and he hung his head in despair. Qiyu raised his weapon for another strike, with Li Tian's life hanging by a thread. At that instant, a broad cleaver flew in from his side, accurately striking Qiyu's descending blade. The latter's weapon was dislodged, and he glanced down in shock at the ground beside Li Tian, where splinters flew. Buried 3 inches deep, in a state of panic, Qiyu relinquished his sword. He then quickly reached to his sides, grasping 2 sharp daggers, crossing them as they lunged toward Li Tian's throat. His objective was crystal clear: to resolve the situation with Li Tian before his adversaries could intervene, thus transforming passivity into initiative. However, his aspirations were destined to be thwarted, for his opponent was none other than the timely arrival of Jiang Yi. At present, Jiang Yi possessed a formidable strength of approximately 600 kilograms. Moreover, his speed and timing had reached an unparalleled level of mastery. Having chosen to intervene and save, how could he possibly allow Qiyu to succeed? Just as Qiyu's dagger sliced through empty air, Jiang Yi had already leapt forward, delivering a swift kick aimed directly at the enemy's side. Qiyu, with his dagger extended halfway, was sent hurtling through the air by Jiang Yi's kick, only managing to graze Li Tian's cheek at the last moment. The sudden turn of events left Qiyu's kin in shock, who then rushed to protect the fallen young master. Without uttering a word, Jiang Yi picked up a machete from the ground and faced dozens, if not hundreds, of foes alone, swinging his blade with ferocity. The clashing of metal rang incessantly, accompanied by the sickening sounds of flesh being cleaved. The cries of agony and despair only served to amplify the terror within the hearts of the onlookers. The Qi clan members were stricken with dread. They watched as their comrades, who stood before Jiang Yi, had their weapons effortlessly deflected, only to meet their demise moments later. Who were these assailants? And why were they so fearsome? The ranks surrounding Qiyu swiftly dwindled. Half were felled by Jiang Yi's strikes, while the other half retreated in fear. Just as Qiyu prepared to make a desperate counterattack, Jiang Yi executed a bewildering maneuver. Instead of seizing the moment to dispatch Qiyu, who was clearly at a disadvantage, he chose instead to flee. In a remarkable display of strength, he hoisted the gravely injured Li Tian as if he were a mere child, sprinting effortlessly away, covering a distance of 20 to 30 meters in the blink of an eye. Guixu was incensed. He had just experienced a brush with death. With over 100 of his kin, he had been driven back by a single individual who had then absconded with Li Tian. If he did not reclaim his honor today, his tale would echo throughout all the tribes of Fulong Island, rendering him a laughingstock. Thereafter, he would have to walk with his head bowed, fearful of being recognized. How dare they toy with him? Pursue. I shall see the annihilation of the Li clan. Yes, young master. In the depths of the jungle, a large group from the Li clan was fleeing, leaving no trace to conceal their path, which is why they had previously been relentlessly pursued by Guixu. Upon witnessing Jiang Yi's indiscriminate slaughter and the successful rescue of Li Tian, Guixu realized that perhaps one or two formidable figures had arrived on the opposing side, dissuading him from engaging in a direct confrontation. Thus, his confidence surged anew. He vowed to pursue and restore his dignity, as Guixu had anticipated, despite Jiang Yi and Li Yu's prowess. Facing Guixu and his elite band of over 100 warriors would be tantamount to courting death. The earlier rescue was merely a stroke of personal valor, catching the enemy off guard and enabling the successful rescue. Should time linger and the opposing forces regain their composure, Jiang Yi would also face obliteration. However, what Guixu remained oblivious to was that Jiang Yi and Li Yu were not merely formidable. They were far beyond that. One is a remarkable archer, capable of piercing a target from 100 paces. The other, a young man with a heart as cold as steel, shows no hesitation in taking lives. Each time Guixu closes the distance with the fleeing Li tribesmen, a few unexpected arrows suddenly strike from unforeseen angles, mercilessly claiming the lives of his kin. After several such encounters, the Li people have failed to capture him, yet they have lost many of their own. Guixu, overwhelmed with frustration and fury, ultimately decides to abandon the chase. Otherwise, those who follow him might soon turn against him. The escaping Li tribesmen find refuge in an unnamed valley. They have been on the run since last night when Li Tian and Haisheng launched a surprise attack on the Guixu tribe, rescuing their people and fleeing without rest. Meanwhile, the gravely wounded Li Tian is in a precarious state, requiring immediate medical attention. He is laid upon a flat stone, his body riddled with wounds, the most critical being an arrow embedded in his abdomen, likely injuring his internal organs. Other arrow and knife wounds have caused significant blood loss, exacerbating his dire condition. Had it not been for his robust constitution, he might have succumbed already. Experienced women from the tribe tend to his injuries, cleaning the wounds and applying a medicinal powder known for treating external injuries, effectively staunching the bleeding. After assessing the situation, Haisheng rises and turns to Li Yu, exhaling deeply as he remarks on the severity of Li Tian's injuries and excessive blood loss, fearing he may not survive. Having frequently ventured into the wild for hunting and combat, they have witnessed numerous injuries, and in Li Tian's case, the odds of survival appear grim. Tears well in Li Yu's eyes, yet she refrains from crying out, for it is considered ill-fated to lament while one still lives. Jiang Yi, too, remains silent. On this island devoid of medical facilities, even a doctor would be unable to perform surgery. Illness often relies on a blend of herbal remedies and the resilience of the body. Li Yu gazes at Jiang Yi with a pleading expression, imploring him. He is my only family. You have come from the outside world. You must have encountered diverse experiences and surely know a way to save my brother, right? Jiang Yi feels a twinge of discomfort, knowing that under such circumstances, had Li Tian been in the outside world, he would have been swiftly transported to a hospital without issue. But where could they possibly find a doctor or hospital now? He cannot bring himself to utter that there is no hope for treatment. That would be too cruel. Suddenly, a thought strikes Jiang Yi. Tuale possesses extensive knowledge of medicinal herbs and frequently aids injured animals. During his and Su Ruashi's first hunting expedition in the mountains, it was Tuale who bandaged a wounded young antelope. When there is no one else to turn to for healing, a veterinarian can serve as a healer as well. After all, a glimmer of hope is far better than waiting for death. Thus, Jiang Yi musters his courage and states, perhaps there is someone who can aid your brother. Li Yu's eyes light up with excitement as she seizes Jiang Yi's arm, anxiously asking, who is it? Please tell me. Jiang Yi resolutely replies, Tuale. Liu pauses for a moment, then comprehends. She has played with Tuale since childhood, aware of her fascination with herbs and her passion for healing various small creatures. However, few in the tribe dare to seek her assistance for injuries, as she tends to wield her tools with precision. In the tribe, there is a fervent enthusiasm for slaughtering sheep and cattle, which allowed her to practice her knife skills and the art of dissecting living beings. Yes, find Tuale. She must have a way to heal my brother. Let's go immediately. At that moment, Liu, desperate due to his brother's illness, was unwilling to relinquish even the slightest glimmer of hope. Beside him, Haisheng was astonished upon hearing the whereabouts of his deceased friend's sister. Burdened with guilt over his inability to assist his good friend Tuamu during his time of crisis, which ultimately led to a series of tragic events. He even believed that the calamity that befell the clan was a consequence of the sacred artifact of the Li tribe being removed from the tribe. Had the sacred object not been reclaimed, it is likely that no one from the Li tribe would have survived. Now, with their sacred objects seized by the Qi tribe and Li Tian gravely injured and on the brink of death, he found himself lacking the courage to face Tuale. Yet he had no choice but to press on. Time was of the essence as the group hastily fashioned a stretcher and lifted Li Tian onto it, heading towards the vicinity of Namu Lake in search of Tuale for healing. They took turns carrying the stretcher, even through the night, without a moment's rest. Fortunately, their large entourage deterred any wild beast from daring to approach them. After 3 days, they finally arrived at the valley where Tuale had made her abode. At this moment, Li Tian was barely clinging to life. Although his wounds had been tended to, they had not worsened. Yet he suffered from a high fever and labored breathing. The group paused outside the valley, and Haisheng and Jiang Yi carried Li Tian, along with Liu, to the entrance of Tuale's shelter. This shelter was the same one the three had built together during Jiang Yi's previous visit. Given the circumstances, it fell upon Jiang Yi to take the lead. After all, having slept with her, it was only fitting that he prove his worth in times of need. Jiang Yi took a deep breath and called out, "Is Tuale at home? I am Jiang Yi, and I need to speak with you." Lacking any proper door to knock upon, he could only shout. Hearing Jiang Yi's voice, Tuale joyfully emerged from her shelter. Upon seeing the disheveled appearance of Jiang Yi and the others, she exclaimed, "Brother Jiang Yi, Liu, Brother Haisheng, what brings you here?" Due to the complicated history between Tuale and Li Tian's family, Jiang Yi found himself at a loss for words. Asking someone to aid their adversary seemed utterly inappropriate. Turning his gaze to Li Tian, it was then that Tuale noticed him lying on the stretcher. She quickly knelt beside Li Tian to assess his injuries and promptly produced 2 rather peculiar knives, one long and slender, resembling a bamboo skewer. Gently, she made a small incision at Li Tian's abdominal wound. After a considerable time, Tuale stood and remarked that the other injuries were not severe. However, the abdominal wound had damaged the internal organs and had already begun to deteriorate. Liu, filled with hope, urgently inquired, "Can it be treated?" Tuale nodded, stating that the survival rate was less than 30%. Upon hearing this, Liu fell to his knees, pleading, "Tuale, I beg you to save my brother. He is my only family." Tuale calmly replied with 2 words, "No treatment." Chapter 77, A Life for a Life, Returning to the Li tribe. Upon hearing Tori express her confidence in saving Li Tian, everyone was filled with hope. However, her subsequent words doused their enthusiasm with cold water, leaving them in stunned silence. "I can save him, but why should I? Because he is the son of my enemy? When Li Tian's father seized Tumu's wife, did anyone consider him? When Tumu perished and the sacred relic of the Li clan was lost, did the clan leader ponder whether Tori and her mother might starve when they were cast out of the tribe? At that time, was there any compassion shown to her family? Now, Tori has severed all ties with the Li clan. It is entirely reasonable for her to refuse to save someone." Liu understood Tori's resentment and bore no ill will. After all, her family had wronged Tori's. She could only kneel and fervently plead, "As long as you agree to save my brother, I will accept any condition you impose. I will serve you for a lifetime." Jiang Yi also interjected, "If you agree to save him, I can provide you with treasures and delicacies, ensuring your life will be filled with wealth and luxury." With the gold he had discovered beneath the water, he could easily become a wealthy man in the Guixu region, fulfilling his promises. Tori looked at Jiang, her gaze somewhat peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke softly, If you wish for me to save him, it is not impossible. I do not desire servitude, nor do I seek wealth or luxury. To save a life must be given in return. This statement shocked the three of them. A life for a life was fair, yet brutally harsh. After her declaration, Tori remained silent, awaiting their response. Her intention was clear. Whoever was willing to die in place of Li Tian would secure his salvation. After a lengthy pause, Liu finally managed to say, I beg you to save my brother. I am willing to die in his stead. Hearing this, Jiang Yi hurriedly admonished, You cannot do that. I will never agree. If it meant exchanging Liu's life for Li Tian's, he would not consent. Previously, he had no right to interfere in their family matters. However, since Liu had risked her life to save him and had become his woman in the Peach Blossom Abyss, he felt a responsibility to protect her. Upon hearing Jiang Yi's objection, Tori turned to him and inquired, Are you and Liu together? Jiang Yi was perplexed as to why she would ask such an irrelevant question in this dire situation. Yet he did not conceal the truth and nodded affirmatively. Tori smiled with intrigue. Is that so? Then I shall decide. There is no need for Liu to offer her life. If you, Jiang Yi, are willing to take responsibility for her, I will agree to save him, but you must obey my commands henceforth without resistance. Jiang Yi was utterly astonished by the conditions Tori proposed. Although it did not entail his death, he would be subject to her will without dissent. Liu looked at Jiang Yi and said, Do not feel troubled. This is the retribution our family deserves. Let fate decide. Haisheng, let us go. Haisheng had remained silent throughout, his expression remarkably vivid. Although the atmosphere was entirely inappropriate, he found the unfolding drama exceedingly entertaining. The entangled emotions of a few young individuals are quite fascinating. Liu spoke, momentarily bewildered. Ah, is it over? No treatment? At that moment, Jiang Yi interjected. I promise you. Liu turned to Jiang Yi, his heart a tumult of joy and anxiety, ultimately transforming into profound affection. With Jiang Yi's assurance, Tuo Lei felt emboldened, unafraid of him later denying it, and immediately instructed preparations for the impending treatment. Following this, Jiang Yi found himself rendered helpless. He sought out Haisheng, saying, You stay here. I have urgent matters to attend to. I will return in a couple of days. With everything settled, Haisheng nodded in agreement, cautioning him to be vigilant while alone outside. Jiang Yi departed, not returning to the Namlei campsite or heading to the Moon Court, but instead making his way back to the ruins of the Li tribe. He believed that the Li tribe, with its long-standing heritage, must harbor some unknown secrets, likely known only to the successive chieftains. Given the tribe as sudden calamity, Chieftain Li Yin would undoubtedly have made preparations. Furthermore, he was eager to unravel the connection between the Li tribe as sacred artifacts and the enhancement of their powers. Previously, Haisheng had informed him that the Qi tribe had not located their sacred object, which confirmed that the chieftain must have left something behind in the Li tribe. Perhaps a sacred artifact or something else. He needed to return to the Li tribe's ruins promptly to uncover the secrets left by the chieftain. The distance from his current location to the Li tribe was approximately 30 kilometers in a straight line, though the actual journey could exceed 50 kilometers. Previously, Jiang Yi had traversed this route over 7 days with a group of delicate women. However, his physical condition had since vastly improved, enhancing his speed and endurance. He covered the rugged terrain of over 50 kilometers in just 4 hours, a testament to his extraordinary physical capabilities that far surpass human limits. Upon returning to the Li tribe, he found that the once vibrant atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming stillness. Crows intermittently flitted about the trees, while flies buzzed chaotically between the dilapidated houses. Jiang Yi stepped into the ruins of Chieftain Li Yin's grand residence, only to discover that everything of value had been stripped away. Even the tiger skin chairs, beds, and structural beams had been looted. After rummaging through the debris for a considerable time, he found nothing but shattered tiles and foundation stones. Had he miscalculated? Or would he truly have to dig 3 feet into the ground to find something? Despondently, Jiang Yi sat on the large bluestone steps at the entrance, contemplating possible hiding places for any concealed items. The chill emanating from the stones gradually soothed his agitated spirit. He couldn't help but think that a chieftain of such caliber, a paragon of wisdom and strength, would surely leave some form of escape route. Suddenly, a crucial phrase leaped into his mind: immense strength. He patted the massive bluestone step he was seated upon. which weighed no less than 5 or 600 kilograms. An ordinary person would find it impossible to move, and it would be illogical for anyone to try lifting it without good reason. Could it be that the relic of the former clan leader lies beneath this stone? Jiang Yi rose to his feet, preparing to lift it and unveil the truth. Although he possessed a formidable strength of 600 pounds, it was not merely a matter of casually raising his hand. It required a concerted effort, a harmonious unification of his body and spirit to unleash such tremendous power. With a fierce shout, Jiang Yi exerted himself and successfully heaved the heavy stone slab, revealing a pit beneath. At the bottom of this pit rested a redwood box, unlatched and easily opened. The first sight that met his eyes was a letter. Upon a glance, Jiang Yi's heart trembled with disbelief. The cover bore the inscription, "To my granddaughter's husband, personally opened." Chapter 78. Enshrouded in mystery, Jiang Yi speculated that the contents of the redwood box might include sacred 7-colored jade, clan genealogies, or perhaps manuscripts detailing the conditions of the return to ruins. However, he never anticipated discovering a letter left for him by the clan leader. If a final message were to be bequeathed, it would surely be directed to his grandson Li Tian or other members of the Li clan. Why was it addressed to him? How did the clan leader foresee his return to the Li clan and the discovery of this wooden box? Jiang Yi sensed that the annihilation of the Li clan was not merely a straightforward affair. Suppressing his curiosity, he closed the box and decisively took it with him, fully aware of the wisdom in the adage that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Not long after Jiang Yi departed the Li clan's territory, a new group of unexpected guests arrived. Among them was Qi Yu, the young clan leader of the Qi clan, accompanied by a figure cloaked in a dark hood. Despite Qi Yu leading the way, he exhibited evident respect for the mysterious figure, instinctively falling a step behind, hesitant to walk alongside him. Standing before the ruins of the Li clan leader's residence, Qi Yu surveyed the stone steps recently disturbed by Jiang Yi and the empty pit, his expression darkening. "It is my negligence. I never anticipated this old fool would hide his possessions here. Please punish me." The figure in the hood rasped in response, "It matters not. As long as the sacred object remains on Fulong Island, it shall not escape. Let us return and prepare our further plans." Qi Yu respectfully clasped his hands in acknowledgement. "Yes, my lord." The group arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving the Li clan ruins in silence once more. At this moment, Jiang Yi did not rush back, but sought a concealed spot to examine the items left by the clan leader, Li Yin. The first action was to unfold the letter and discover its contents. The opening line read, "When the sacred object, revered for centuries, was lost, I foresaw the calamity that would befall our clan." Jiang Yi had always regarded the notion of sacred objects as mere superstition, yet the series of tragedies befalling the Li clan began to shake his convictions. He continued to read, the content filling 2 or 3 pages. However, upon finishing the letter, his confusion regarding Jiang Yisin only deepened. Firstly, the ancestors of Liu did not accidentally wander into the land of Guixu. Rather, they were dispatched by the emperor of the Ming dynasty to search for a certain object, the specifics of which were known only to the leader at that time. The letter contained no records of the process. Perhaps even the old patriarch was unaware of it. Additionally, he mentioned that there existed an item on Fulong Island that pertained to the greatest secret of the land of Guixu. This item, located within the Great Gate, was one of the tokens of the Li clan's sacred relics, essential for unlocking the door. The ancestors of the Li clan, along with a few others, resided on Fulong Island solely to guard this item, awaiting the arrival of the destined one who could unveil the mysteries of Guixu and thus open the door. It was evident that the old patriarch believed this destined individual referred to Jiang Yi. Next, he examined several other items in the wooden box. There was a beautifully crafted goose feather knife alongside a dark token. The front of the token was inscribed with 2 characters in Song font, which Jiang Yi half conjectured to be Yinwei. The reverse side bore the inscription Imperial Grant in the same font. This token was likely the identity, insignia, and dagger of the ancestors of the Li tribe. Yinwei. It seemed that there was no record of such a name among the 12 guards of the Ming dynasty. In addition to these 2 items, there was a palm-sized sandalwood box, which Jiang Yi held in his hands, finding nothing particularly remarkable about it. With a snap, the small box opened to reveal a stunning piece of multicolored jade resting within. The sacred object of the Li clan and one of the tokens mentioned by the old patriarch for unlocking the door. Aside from this, there were no other items. Jiang Yi's mind was awash with questions. Why did the emperor of the Ming dynasty send hidden guards to the land of Guixu? After finding the object, had anyone ever left Guixu, or did they fail to locate their target? What lay behind the door spoken of by the patriarch? And where was this door? Who held the other sacred objects? What was the ultimate secret of the land of Guixu? His mind was in turmoil. He had initially sought answers from the patriarch of the Li clan, yet he emerged with even more questions. However, he pondered that since no one could leave the land of Guixu, how did the emperor of the Ming dynasty know that the object he sought existed within? Thus, it must be that the land of Guixu was not a dead end, but rather a place from which one could escape, requiring exploration to discover the way out. Jiang Yi gathered all the items, concealing the redwood box, and prepared to return to the valley where Tolei was in hiding, hoping to see if Li Tian could be revived. When he returned to the sanctuary of Tolei, it was already the afternoon of the second day since he had left. He had rushed back in haste on his way there, but on the return, there was no need for such urgency, as that extreme speed was too exhausting. Upon seeing the Li clan again, he found her outside the sanctuary preparing medicine for Li Tian. Upon noticing Jiang Yi, she joyfully rose and smiled. You have finally returned. Where have you been? Did you go back to Nama Lake? How are the sisters? Upon observing her demeanor, Jiang Yi realized that Li Tian had likely escaped from peril. He harbored no intention of divulging their whereabouts to anyone, as even the elder patriarch had refrained from informing his descendants. Such matters entangle numerous complexities. The fewer who are aware, the better. The annihilation of the Li clan by the Qi tribe serves as a stark reminder of the inherent dangers and conflicts, indicating that this is no trivial affair. Yet, how could one find a path forward without becoming involved? Jiang Yi nonchalantly responded without returning the sentiment, opting to wander aimlessly for a while. Is your brother feeling better? Li Yu inquired, nodding in affirmation. Tuo Lei said that if he can endure through tonight, he will be out of danger. This time, it is thanks to you that Sister Tuo Lei was willing to intervene and provide treatment. However, you will be bound to her in the future, and I feel quite guilty about it. I shall certainly exhaust every means to repay you. Jiang Yi let out a cold chuckle, remarking that mere words of gratitude were insufficient. Tangible actions were required. Liu lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. Not right now. Let me prepare the medicine first, shall we? Jiang Yi, ever understanding, replied, No worries. I am rather fatigued myself and shall rest for a while. He then turned and entered the sanctuary. Tuo Lei's refuge consisted of 3 wooden cabins, one for herself, one for her mother, and a central hall. At that moment, Li Tian lay on a wooden plank in the main hall, while Tuo Lei tended to his wounds. Upon noticing Jiang Yi's entrance, Tuo Lei, a girl of around 15 or 16, looked up and teasingly remarked, Back so soon? Aren't you going to spend some quality time with Sister Liu? Chapter 79. The marvelous efficacy of the Ba-Ji herb Tuo Lei, resembling a pristine flower blooming amidst the mountains, radiated an aura of purity, especially with her pair of lively, innocent eyes. It is often said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and this girl appeared devoid of any worldly distractions, embodying the idealized vision of a man as heart. Yet, her demeanor was incongruous with her appearance. She possessed an unusual exuberance. When they first met, she stood at the cliff's edge, observing Jiang Yi and Su Ruoshi amidst the rain, as if witnessing a live performance. Subsequently, she behaved contrary to societal norms. Displaying no shyness or avoidance, she boldly confronted the two, chastising them for their lack of modesty as they returned home without proper attire. In her eyes, there was nothing but curiosity, devoid of any other sentiment. The animals she treated would follow her contentedly, and she would dissect them not for sustenance, but to study their anatomy, even when she had insisted that Jiang Yi promised to serve her in exchange for her assistance. Her gaze remained calm, free from hatred or anger. She simply believed that in order to restore the family that had been shattered, others should bear some burden to facilitate the rescue, nothing more. While others are mired in the complexities of love, hatred, and desire, she seemed to exist as an integral part of the natural world, living according to her heart. One might label her as na-vi, or as someone who transcends the mundane. Thus, when she jested with Jiang Yi, he found himself quite taken aback. Wishing to tease the young girl in return, he smirked enigmatically and said, Let it grow darker first, and then I shall have a proper moment with Sister Liu. Will you be watching this time? Tor replied earnestly, Sure, after I finish my tasks, I'll come to see you. Jiang Yi was taken aback by her words. Uncertain whether to label her as impudent or refreshingly candid, he awkwardly shifted the topic. Aren't I supposed to be at your beck and call from now on? If there's anything you need, feel free to entrust it to me. However, let me make it clear that I will not engage in any actions that betray my moral compass. Just imagine if it meant harming my loved ones. I would never comply. Tor chuckled. Rest assured, I won't put you in a position to act against your principles. At present, I have nothing in mind for you. We shall discuss it later. Jiang Yi, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes darting as he inquired, Given your extensive knowledge of herbal medicine, might I ask if there exists a remedy that could invigorate one's vitality to an extraordinary extent? A friend of mine is interested. To clarify, it wasn't that Jiang Yi was unwell. On the contrary, he surpassed ordinary individuals in stamina, often enduring the night without faltering. Yet, the relentless demands of his adversaries took their toll, and even the most robust machinery could falter under continuous strain, leaving him to rise each morning with the need to support his aching back. Tor pondered for a moment before a sudden inspiration struck her. Actually, there is such a remedy called Ba Ji Tian, also known as 8-9 Heaven. It typically flourishes in the spring when small creatures actively seek it out. This herb is crucial for sustaining their kind, as it allows them to endure for 8 or 9 days without fatigue. I usually administer it to injured animals on the brink of death. After consuming it, they exhibit a surge of vitality, significantly increasing their chances of survival during perilous times. Jiang Yi shyly rubbed his hands together. If you happen to have any surplus, I could exchange it for grain. Tor nonchalantly replied, Oh, I have plenty. Just bring 100 caddies of grain in exchange. Don't say you lack it. I've heard from Sister Liu that you possess a substantial stock. Jiang Yi thought to himself, Of course, there was plenty of grain stored in the granary. All right, no problem. I will bring it to you in a couple of days. With the promise of the remedy secured, Jiang Yi promptly left to ask Liu, who had just finished brewing medicine, to prepare another batch. Curious, Liu queried Jiang Yi, Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Yi chuckled. This is a marvelous remedy. You will see its effects tonight. As dusk fell, Liu, reassured by her brotherly Tian's safety and noticing the others were asleep, ventured outside to find Jiang Yi tending to the fire. Timidly, she approached him, saying, Brother Jiang Yi, I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only keep you company for a while. Jiang Yi nodded, alright. Subsequently, Liu tied her hair back, crouched down, and they began to share whispers where silence spoke volumes. The following morning, as dawn broke, Tor emerged from the shelter, sporting dark circles under her eyes, and was astonished to see, You two are indeed full of energy. How did you manage to stay awake all night? How effective was the Ba Ji Tian? Her sudden inquiry startled both Jiang Yi and Liu, who nearly jumped from their seats by the fire. Moreover, how did Tor know they had not slept? Jiang Yi glanced at the pronounced dark circles on Tor's face and realized she must have endured a sleepless night herself. He gasped, recalling Tor's earlier statement about coming to see him after she was done. Was it truly the case? My goodness, why does such a pure maiden have an ardent enthusiasm for watching live broadcasts? And how can she even inquire about the efficacy of the medicine? Of course, it is remarkable. However, Liu found it difficult to utter a word, her face lacking strength, and she struggled to walk. Jiang Yi's shoulder also ached under the weight. Just as they both felt utterly embarrassed, unable to conceal their predicament or find the right words, Tuol lay yawned and retreated to her room. This girl, in her quest to study the medicine's effects, had stayed up all night? How outrageous! Jiang Yi let out a wry smile, draping a garment over Liu and softly suggesting that they should sleep after their lengthy conversation. The two rose and returned to the main hall to catch up on sleep. In the afternoon, Haishang came to inquire about Li Tian's condition, which roused Jiang Yi and Liu from their slumber. Jiang Yi rubbed his lower back with astonishment. The Ba Ji Tian truly possessed miraculous properties, alleviating his back pain and leg fatigue. He turned to Haishang and asked about their intended course of action. With a furrowed brow, Haisheng lamented, We cannot return home. We have lost everything. So many mouths are waiting to be fed, and I have no idea where to go. I wish to wait for Li Tian to awaken before making any decisions, as he is the direct grandson of the former clan leader and has the right to determine the tribe's future. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yi proposed. I do have a place in mind, though I wonder if you would be amenable to it. Haishang's expression brightened, and he eagerly inquired, Brother Jiang Yi, please share where might be suitable for survival. Whenever my clan faces a crisis, you bring forth unexpected solutions. You truly are a fortunate ally for our people. The speaker may not have intended anything, but the listener perceived deeper meaning. The former clan leader, Li Yin, also claimed to be a fortunate ally, albeit with a different connotation than Haishang. Jiang Yi's thoughts drifted. Could it all truly be mere coincidence? Brother Jiang Yi, Haishang pressed, is there something troubling you? If so, it would be best to refrain from discussing it. With so many of us, arranging our relocation is no simple task. Sensing Jiang Yi's silence, Haishang's excitement diminished, and he urgently sought to reject Jiang Yi's proposal. Suddenly, Jiang Yi snapped back to reality, realizing his lapse in composure, and quickly gestured. Brother Haishang, that was not my intention. I was merely lost in thought. Allow me to explain. He then elaborated on the circumstances in the moonlight courtyard, proposing that they merge their groups for mutual survival. Currently, the camp was understaffed with only a few dozen individuals, most of whom were women, resulting in low efficiency. Furthermore, the men in the camp were primarily survivors of shipwrecks, lacking in wilderness survival skills and combat abilities compared to those from other camps. For the camp to thrive, it urgently required an infusion of fresh talent. Relying solely on Jiang Yi and Changzi was not sustainable. Thus, the homeless members of the Li clan represented the optimal solution. Their warriors were elite in hunting and combat skills, while the women excelled in various crafts and agricultural techniques, far surpassing the women in the camp. With their inclusion, the overall strength of the camp would significantly increase. Jiang Yi turned to Haishang and asked, are you willing to lead your people to join us? Chapter 80. The emotional value offered by women. Are you willing to join? Haishang expressed great satisfaction with Jiang Yi's description of the moonlight courtyard. Regarding the threats from other camps, he did not take them to heart. The Li tribe had lived on this island for centuries, never fearing conflict. However, such a significant matter could not be decided by him alone. In the past, a family relocation required the consensus of the chieftain and the elder council. Now, with the chieftain and the entire council perished, at least a few esteemed leaders needed to agree for the rest of the tribe to follow. Otherwise, dissent could lead to division, making the survival of the Li tribe even more arduous in the future. Just as Haishang was hesitating, a voice shattered the silence. Haishang, I agree with Jiang Yi. We consent to join. The speaker was none other than Li Tian, who had been lying on the wooden bed and had awakened at some point. Yet, his condition was far from ideal. His complexion was pale, his lips cracked, and his voice was weak, a stark contrast to the spirited young man he once was. With the agreement of Haishang and Li Tian, no one from the Li tribe opposed the idea of venturing into the Moon Court region. After bidding farewell to Toliai, Jiang Yi once again invited her, come with us. I will take care of your future needs. His intentions were not to impose on the young girl, but rather to recognize the immense value of having a skilled healer in the camp. Toliai smiled gently. No need for that. I prefer to stay here. Rest assured, if I'm needed, I will be there. As the group departed, the small valley, which had buzzed with life for 2 days, returned to tranquility, leaving only Toliai and her mother. Yet, she never felt lonely. The migration of the Li tribe did not pass through the Nama Lake camp. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi decided to return halfway to check on the women, to see how they were faring and if they had encountered any dangers. Upon his return to the Nama Lake camp, he found the women busily engaged in their tasks, and there was no sign of danger, which eased his mind. Su Ying rushed over to greet him, exclaiming, wow, Jiang Yi, you and Sister Li returned home with such a large bag of food. Jiang Yi was at a loss for words. All she seemed to think about was food. However, after more than 10 days apart, the girl seemed to have matured considerably. He wondered what she had been eating. He set down a large sack of gold and poured it out. As the golden coins cascaded onto the ground, the surrounding women were utterly astonished. Chen Shui knelt down to scoop up several large nuggets, her eyes sparkling with wonder. Little brother Jiang, I have never seen so much gold in my life. You are truly amazing. I absolutely adore it. Jiang Yi thought to himself, you'll say the same tonight. Ding Ming clutched the gold, unable to let it go. Both she and Chen Shui came from modest backgrounds and relied on their beauty to engage in live broadcasts, making this raw display of wealth particularly enticing for them. Both girls nearly threw themselves onto the pile of gold, eager to take a bite. As for Tian Mengling and Wang Jiasin, their family backgrounds, if transformed into gold, would exceed this by far, yet at this moment it was merely an idle thought. Thus, the two of them were equally excited, yet not as unruly as Chen Shui and Ding Meng. The calmest among them was Su Ruoxi, the only one aware that beneath the waters of the peach blossom abyss lay a treasure trove of gold, far exceeding the meager piles above. Su Ying shook Jiang Yi's arm and exclaimed, "Brother Jiang Yi, where did you acquire all this gold? We've been sifting for days and have yet to find a speck of gold dust. Now that we are so affluent, could you bring back some delectable treats for me, pretty please?" Jiang Yi replied somewhat irritated, "What do you think it comes from? It's taken from those who kill and plunder. I'll exchange it for you tomorrow. Grain, wine, meat, daily necessities, beautiful garments, everything you could desire in the future." At that moment, Jiang Yi resembled a newly wealthy man, relishing the sensation of lavish spending and the admiration of beautiful women. He reclined on a wooden chair, with Chen Shui massaging his shoulders, his head resting on her, feeling utterly comfortable. Ding Meng assisted by kneading his legs, while Su Ying brought a basin of water for him to soak his feet. Wang Jiasin presented a platter of wild fruits, and Tian Mengling delicately plucked a wild goat's milk fruit with her porcelain-like fingers, placing it in Jiang Yi's mouth. Jiang Yi reveled in a life akin to that of a king, feeling that all his hard work and struggles during the journey had been worthwhile upon returning home. The women not only provided emotional support, but also exceptional service. Observing Jiang Yi in a state of unrestrained delight, Su Ruoxi felt no anger. She sensed in the young man's eyes that this journey had not been easy. Taking a seat beside him, she inquired, "Sister Liu did not return with you?" The others, realizing they had momentarily forgotten one of their companions, also regained their composure. Upon mentioning Liu, Jiang Yi's expression turned somewhat uneasy. After a pause, he recounted the tragic events that had befallen the Liu tribe. Upon finishing, a wave of sorrow enveloped the group, overshadowing their earlier joy. For these outsiders, witnessing the massacre of a tribe, especially involving familiar faces, was a harrowing experience, difficult to comprehend. Su Ruoxi, fond of the sensible Liu, expressed concern. "Where are they now?" Jiang Yi replied, "I have arranged for them to head to the moon camp, where they will live temporarily. They're still en route." Su Ruoxi sighed. Indeed, the world is ever unpredictable. It's better they go to the moon court, where resources are more abundant, allowing them to rebuild their home. Jiang Yi, wishing to divert from the somber subject, rose and strolled around the courtyard, astonished by the changes in the Nam Lei camp during his absence of over 10 days. The courtyard was now adorned with a variety of wildflowers, and several wooden cabins had appeared. Su Ruoxi remarked, "The traps you set have captured many small animals, some of which are still alive. We have begun to keep them, ensuring an endless supply of rabbits and grouse." Jiang Yi couldn't help but praise, "Excellent. It's increasingly reminiscent of home." The vegetables they had previously planted had also grown significantly, with the peppers even beginning to bloom. At this moment, Tian Mengling approached Jiang Yi, holding a piece of green brick. "Look, this is a green brick I crafted from clay. We intend to use it for building houses and constructing walls." Jiang Yi was taken aback, accepting the green brick to examine it thoroughly. He discovered its quality was excellent, on par with the bricks found outside. With delight, he exclaimed, "Is this your creation?" Tian Mengling replied with pride, "Of course. The process is not overly complex. I have many more research plans. Back when I was in my homeland, I hesitated to create it, but once I accomplish more, I will surely surprise you." Jiang Yi marveled, recognizing that an educated woman is indeed exceptional. With this green brick, the camp could be upgraded. Perhaps a seaside villa would be in order. Chapter 81. Distinction between public and private development plans. After sharing lunch with several women at the Nam Lei camp, Jiang Yi entrusted the gold he had collected to Su Ruoxi for safekeeping during the recent venture to Teo Weiyuan for gold mining. He had amassed over 500 kilograms of gold, burying half nearby. He then set aside 50 pounds as a gift for the leader of the Li tribe. But as fate would have it, the gift was not delivered, leading him to bury the 50 pounds near the Li tribe instead. Of the remaining 200 pounds, he brought back half and buried another 100 pounds near the Qi tribe, hoping it would still be there when he returned. Jiang Yi carried about 20 kilograms of gold as he departed from the Nam Lei camp to pursue the migrating Li tribe. While the Li people were known for their exceptional physical prowess, The majority of the group consisted of women, along with the severely injured Li Tian, who could not move swiftly. Calculating the time, Jiang Yi decided to set out to catch up with them just as they neared the moon courtyard area. Having been away for over 10 days, he should have spent quality time with Su Ruoxi and the other women. However, he feared that if the Li tribe arrived at the moon courtyard without him present, Xiangzi would be hesitant to let them in, potentially leading to conflicts that would be challenging to resolve. When the members of the Li tribe appeared at the camp entrance in a large group, the guards were taken aback, fearing it was trouble from another camp. They hurriedly sounded the alarm, and soon, over 20 young men from the tribe appeared at the entrance wielding machetes. Xiangzi stormed over, exclaiming, "Who has the audacity to come here and cause a ruckus?" Upon seeing the vast crowd, he was momentarily stunned. However, he recognized Haisheng at the forefront and asked, "Why have you brought so many people?" Haisheng simply smiled in silence. At that moment, Jiang Yi emerged from behind the crowd. As soon as Xiangzi spotted Jiang Yi, he rushed over to greet him. "Boss, you finally returned. I thought some clueless troublemaker had come to create issues." Then he turned and waved his hand. "Brothers, don't be alarmed. It's the boss back." Upon hearing that Jiang Yi had returned, the men quickly sheathed their weapons, respectfully standing aside to await his greeting. Jiang Yi patted Xiangzi's shoulder, saying, "Well done, your vigilance is commendable. This is a long story, but from now on, Haisheng and his people will join our camp. Please arrange for them to stay temporarily with the other residents, and we shall address their housing needs tomorrow." "Yes, boss. I will make arrangements immediately." The astute Husong promptly beckoned the Li people to accompany him. Xiangzi, noticing the heavy sack in Jiang Yi's hand, hastily ingratiated himself, exclaiming, "Allow me to assist you." Jiang Yi chuckled warmly, handing over the sack with a cautionary note. "Be careful. It's rather heavy." Xiangzi, dismissive of the weight, thought to himself, "How heavy could such a small item be? If you were my elder brother, I wouldn't bother being polite. It's merely a trivial task." However, the moment he grasped the sack, an immense weight surged forth, nearly causing him to drop it. Alarmed, he quickly extended his other hand to steady it. This was not due to Xiangzi's lack of strength. After all, he could easily manage 20 kilograms. It was simply that he had underestimated the weight, attempting to support it with one hand, while Jiang Yi appeared to carry it effortlessly, leaving Xiangzi momentarily off balance. "Brother, what on earth is in this sack? It's astonishingly heavy," Xiangzi exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yi smiled enigmatically. "It's something good. You'll see shortly." In Jiang Yi's small courtyard, Li Tian was settled into the guest room for Li Yu's convenience in attending to him. Haisheng and several young representatives from the Li tribes also took their seats, accompanied by Xiangzi and Zhang Feng. Jiang Yi produced the tea leaves he had exchanged from Mr. Yi previously, instructing Xiangzi to brew tea for their guests. Tea was a luxury on the island, and Haisheng had only encountered it at the elder's home. To him, the subtle flavor of these leaves seemed less substantial than 2 kilograms of meat. Observing the gathered company, Jiang Yi addressed them. "Now that our camp has grown in numbers, we can no longer share our meals as before. Henceforth, we shall delineate public and private interests. Personal hunting yields, land cultivation, house construction, gold panning, and fishing shall be regarded as private property, exempt from communal sharing. Should anyone be assigned to public duties, such as security, pottery production, camp construction, or other official tasks, salaries will be provided." The assembly stared in bewilderment at the mention of wages for public duties. Xiangzi, however, grasped the concept, recalling his previous employment at the Yuanyang Trading Company, where his monthly wage was 2 gold coins. Zhang Feng, being a university student from the outside world like Jiang Yi, was well versed in these matters and took it upon himself to elucidate the significance of money and wages to the Li tribespeople. After his impassioned explanation, the crowd finally comprehended Jiang Yi's intention. Haisheng remarked, "I may not fully understand this, but as long as everyone is treated equally, we have no objections." Jiang Yi nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, we will establish a finance department to calculate each person's wages." He then turned to Zhang Feng, stating, "You should have several university students among you. Select a few to thoroughly examine how to regulate this matter and swiftly devise a proposal." Zhang Feng responded with a smile. "This is quite simple. I can have a plan ready for you by tomorrow." This approach is optimal. For instance, some individuals struggled to comprehend why they should share the fruits of their labor, such as the food obtained through their arduous hunting efforts, with those who had not contributed. If we could manifest each individual's labor value through monetary means, such situations would be averted. Jiang Yi comprehended that Mr. Yi's arrival heralded the introduction of widely circulating currency and resources to the moonlit courtyard region, effectively establishing a burgeoning economic market. It is only a matter of time before every item and labor value in the moonlit courtyard will be quantified in monetary terms. This is a positive development and an inevitable trend. Otherwise, with so many people cohabiting, problems are bound to arise eventually. Jiang Yi has taken the initiative in this matter. Initially, when the population was sparse, there were no issues. However, with the influx of the Li clan into the camp, the numbers have increased, making it impossible to continue the previous practice of equitable distribution. After discussing these matters, Jiang Yi prepared a meal with the stored provisions at home to host everyone. Subsequently, he planned to undertake the large-scale firing of the blue bricks provided by Tian Mingling, aiming to transform the camp into a robust fortress. Following this, he intended to attract individuals from other camps to fully dominate the moonlit courtyard region, establishing it as a stronghold in this desolate land. Chapter 82. The Gold Rush. No one has ever accounted for the number of survivor camps in the moonlit courtyard region. As long as one can survive here, they may form small groups or live in solitude. However, the survival experiences of the majority indicate that the advantages of being part of a strong camp are manifold, such as a diversity of food and guaranteed safety. Yet the oppression and exploitation within the camp, as well as the overt and covert struggles among small factions, are inevitable. In essence, where humanity resides, conflict is present. Individuals possess varying capabilities, resulting in disparate social standings. Survival on a deserted island is inherently harsh and unvarnished. No one will speak to you of fairness or moral righteousness, just like Zhang Feng before, who meekly sought to protect himself and his sister, struggling to secure even the most basic of livelihoods. Ultimately, he lost everything. His sister was violated, and he faced a fiery demise. When he began to fight for his life, fear spread among others, and he became the third most powerful figure in the camp, no longer a target for bullying. Such instances are countless in other camps. The moonlit courtyard region is a vast plain resembling a crescent moon. It cradles the imposing Guixu Mountain, a colossal mountain range extending to the central part of Fulong Island. Named for its perpetual shrouding in clouds and mist, Guixu Mountain features a complex terrain, serving as a paradise for wildlife, rarely trodden by human feet. Numerous waterways originate from Guixu Mountain, flowing through the moonlit courtyard, thereby nurturing this fertile land. The arrival of Mr. Yi and the Yuanyang Trading Company led many to abandon hunting and fishing for sustenance, opting instead to join the throngs panning for gold in the rivers to exchange for food. Xiao Laoda's camp is located at the western tip of the moonlit courtyard, with Jiang Yi's camp as its southwestern neighbor. Xiao Laoda's camp, situated in a remote corner of the moonlit courtyard, is bordered to the north by the foothills of Guixu Mountain, making it a notable location for hunting. A modest river originates from the foothills of the Guixu Mountains, meandering past the camp of the formidable Xiao Laoda and flowing near the encampment of Jiang Yi, thus becoming the vital source of sustenance for both camps. When the gold rush swept through, this river became a coveted treasure, prompting the inhabitants of both camps to fervently engage in gold panning, which inevitably led to clashes and brawls. At this juncture, the unsightly yet increasingly charismatic Feng Bin, known as Toad Mouth, returned to the camp, buoyed by the company of a dozen loyal subordinates. Recently, his reputation in the moonlit courtyard region had soared, not due to any exceptional prowess, but simply because he had survived an encounter with Jiang Yi. During Jiang Yi's last return to the camp with provisions, he had been ambushed and robbed by multiple factions. Those who had witnessed the ambush extolled Jiang Yi to celestial heights, praising him as a divine warrior, unmatched in strength, capable of felling 100 foes with little effort. The bravest leaders of several camps were dispatched with a single stroke, leaving the onlookers trembling in fear. That Feng Bin, as a primary target of Jiang Yi's wrath, had managed to escape with his life, spoke volumes of his extraordinary abilities. Upon his return to the camp, Feng Bin lavished praise upon Xiao Laoda, and rather than facing repercussions for his failed mission, he found himself rewarded for his superior performance compared to other camp leaders. Alone, he ventured into Xiao Laoda's quarters, where he found the latter indulging in massages from two beautiful women. Though the sun had darkened his skin to a deep bronze, his expression remained inscrutable, aside from a fleeting glimmer of resentment that swiftly dissipated. While he harbored dissatisfaction with Xiao Laoda's penchant for leisure over labor, he kept his thoughts to himself. This camp had been established by Xiao Laoda and a few close companions, and Xiao Laoda was not only skilled in combat, but also possessed an exceptional talent for garnering loyalty. The camp's members held him in high regard, and he was not overly harsh with his subordinates, merely demanding a degree of diligence. Xiao Laoda, a young man in his late 20s, stood just over 1.7 meters tall, his physique robust and muscular. His eyes, framed by single eyelids, radiated a fierce desire for combat, making him seem formidable. Fongbin wiped his hands on his back before retrieving a small cloth pouch from his pocket, pouring its contents onto the table. A small handful of glimmering gold dust, weighing approximately 20 to 30 grams. The coins utilized by Mr. E and his associates had a standard purity, with each coin weighing about 10 grams. This gold dust could be exchanged at the Yang Trading Company for more than 10 kilograms of grain. Sitting up from his bamboo lounge chair, Xiao Laoda gazed at Fongbin's haul and exclaimed with a smile, "You are becoming increasingly capable. Every contribution you make is duly noted, and I shall ensure you are well rewarded." Overjoyed, Fongbin bowed his head in gratitude, attributing his success to Xiao Laoda's patronage and the opportunities provided. Xiao Laoda nodded in satisfaction and turned to the beauty on his left, instructing, "Xiao Li, please record Fongbin's corresponding points." Xiao Li responded softly, taking the gold dust from the table and retreating to the inner room. In the camp, every individual's labor was required to be submitted, converted into points, which could then be exchanged for essential provisions. At this moment, Fongbin retrieved a small palm-sized bottle from another pocket and reverently placed it on the table. He then flatteringly addressed the leader. This exquisite liquor was exchanged from the Far Yang Chamber of Commerce. The proprietor claimed it to be a decade-aged vintage, truly potent. Such a delicacy was a luxury here, only deserving of someone of the leader's stature. Upon hearing this, Xiao Laoda's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly snatched the bottle of white liquor from Fongbin's grasp, hastily uncorking it and taking a small sip. "Ah, delightful." After downing a mouthful, he indulged in 2 more sips before pausing. "Xiao Bin, your thoughtfulness is appreciated. I have not wasted my efforts in nurturing you. You are truly on the right path." He paid no mind to the means by which Fongbin acquired the liquor, as long as it yielded profit and demonstrated obedience. He gestured for the beautiful woman attending him to step forward, commanding, "Xiao Rong, our esteemed benefactor has labored all day. Take him below to refresh and attend to him well." With a charming smile, her alluring figure and fair complexion, she stood beside Fongbin, accustomed to such duties. For Fongbin, it was his first experience of such lavish treatment. Previously, he could only feast his eyes on the 2 beauties by Xiao Laoda's side. "Thank you, Laoda," he exclaimed, eagerly wrapping his arm around Xiao Rong's waist as they proceeded to indulge in their pleasures. Xiao Laoda let out a cold chuckle, reclining in his chair as he feigned sleep. In the courtyard, Jiang Yi was listening to Zhang Feng report on the wage plan devised along with 2 attractive young women. After considering their proposal, Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction, saying, "We shall proceed as you suggested. Furthermore, your salaries will be increased by 10%. The 2 women rejoiced, expressing their gratitude to Brother Jiang. He waved them off and instructed Xiangzi to make preparations. "Tomorrow we shall attend the market, ensuring we acquire ample supplies. That amount of liquor is hardly sufficient." Chapter 83. The bustling market with the blueprint for the green brick materials and the construction and firing process of the brick kiln provided by Tian Mingling. Xiangzi swiftly organized the workforce for the project. It would not be long before a substantial quantity of green bricks would be produced. Jiang Yi had someone tally the numbers, revealing a total of 86 able-bodied men, alongside 179 young women and mothers, with only a handful of elders and children, totaling less than 300 individuals in the camp, a mid-sized settlement within the Moon Courtyard. Under the new management plan, all members of the camp, except the elderly and children, were required to seek their own means of sustenance or work for Jiang Yi in exchange for food. Unlike other camps, Jiang Yi did not demand the members' harvests, as he found little value in those trifles. Consequently, the workers' enthusiasm soared significantly. For instance, the ceramics produced in the kiln he built were essential for the Li people in establishing their new home. They could barter the food obtained from hunting or earn money through labor to purchase it. On the third day after Jiang Yi's return, Xiangzi arranged for 3 large carts filled with goods to head to the market for trade. Upon hearing this, Haixing chose 10 brothers to accompany him, declaring their intention to broaden their horizons. Jiang Yi was well aware of Feng Bin's intentions to offer assistance, and thus, he did not oppose the idea. With the addition of the people from the Li tribe, security was further assured. The group set off early towards the Moonlight Courtyard Market. Meanwhile, in the camp of the formidable Xiao Laoda, Feng Bin, who had indulged himself the previous night, staggered out of his room, supporting his waist. His broad grin betrayed his satisfaction with his performance from the night before. Inside, Xiao Rong was dressing while muttering about how useless he was, his unattractiveness notwithstanding. He was utterly devoid of merit, reduced to nothing but a drooling fool. Feng Bin hummed a tune as he leisurely made his way to Xiao Laoda's courtyard. Upon encountering Xiao Laoda, all remnants of his previous grievances dissipated. He now regarded the leader with newfound respect, feeling it worthwhile to pledge his loyalty. Some individuals, it seems, are swayed by minor gestures of kindness, leading them to perceive you as a benevolent soul. Feng Bin respectfully saluted Xiao Laoda before speaking. Boss, that fellow Chang under Jiang, he has been quite arrogant lately, constantly opposing us. If it weren't for him, we would have amassed even more gold. I propose that while Jiang Yi is away from the camp, we raise his encampment to the ground, allowing him to feel the sting of defeat. Xiao Laoda replied with irritation. And then? What would that achieve? With Jiang Yi's capabilities, he could effortlessly recruit another band and establish a new camp. Do you think he cares about the lives of his subordinates? Those under him, apart from Chang, are merely remnants of Wang Hailong's former followers, whom he has already decimated. Furthermore, during your last ambush, he was audacious enough to use his own men as bait to lure you in. Such a person cannot be vanquished merely by dismantling his forces. It would only serve to infuriate him and elevate him to the status of a formidable adversary. Henceforth, unless you are absolutely certain of eliminating Jiang Yi, refrain from making any moves against him. Upon hearing this, Feng Bin felt an immense sense of relief. His strategy of retreating by advancing was merely an attempt to gauge Xiao Laoda's sentiments. Deep down, he was averse to offending Jiang Yi, as he had already been thoroughly intimidated. Let that brat revel in his arrogance for a few more days, he declared with newfound confidence. Xiao Laoda, uninterested in further banter, insisted, life is not merely about fighting and killing. Pack your belongings. We shall head to the market to exchange for grain. We have amassed quite a bit of gold recently, which should procure a substantial amount of provisions. Feng Bin, elated, responded respectfully, Boss, I shall not betray your trust. Previously, such tasks were reserved for Xiao Laoda's own brothers. It was not his place to participate. Xiao Laoda leaned in and whispered, bring me back some fine wine, and tonight, I shall have Xiao Li and Xiao Rong accompany you. Recalling the tender moments of the previous night, Feng Bin gritted his teeth and assured, rest assured, boss, I will handle it. With that, he skipped out of the courtyard, completely forgetting the arduous task he had faced the night before. At the market, the atmosphere was even more vibrant than when Jiang Yi had last visited. Numerous gold diggers, their faces aglow with success, proudly showcased their bountiful finds to others. Have you heard? Yesterday, someone was panning for gold nuggets by the Nyolan River, finding a dozen or so, estimated to weigh around 70 or 80 grams. Is that so? I had intended to go there as well. Alas, what a pity. Otherwise, those golden nuggets would have been mine. Sigh, what use is it to envy others? The place I chose, I firmly believe, will yield doghead gold. When the time comes, I shall buy out the entire Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce's shop, and it will be more than sufficient. As I walked along, I noticed that 80 to 90% of the people were passionately discussing their experiences in gold panning. However, only a fortunate few actually reaped rewards. After all, where is there an abundance of gold sand to be found? Yet, the success of others is undeniable, and the allure of fragrant white rice is simply too tempting. The impact of gold coins extends far beyond this. The previously simple barter system of the market is gradually evolving. More shops and industries are emerging. Some have open restaurants, others casinos, and even barbershops. Chang whispered to Jiang Yi, I heard that just a couple of days ago, someone was planning to open a brothel and that it will officially welcome guests tonight. Jiang Yi felt his horizons expanding. However, with so many variations, the denomination of gold coins is indeed substantial. How will this currency be minted and circulated? Furthermore, what is the deal with that brothel? Who conceived such an idea to open a brothel on Huang Island? Not returning tonight is a must. I must witness it. Jiang Yi instructed that their shop be repurposed, intending to sell the goods produced by the camp there. He then asked Hai Sheng to gather some lumber to expand the original shop. In the future, they would not only sell pottery, but also a wider array of items. Additionally, a few wooden cabins needed to be constructed for resting, as the journey back is long, and they have yet to fully enjoy themselves before having to hurry back to the camp. Fortunately, this marketplace is quite free, and no one will interfere with how many houses or shops one builds, as long as one can maintain them. Jiang Yi planned to open a mahjong parlor here, as the entertainment options were sorely lacking. Just then, Hu Song returned, panting from his inquiries, and said, "Boss, many people are exchanging food over at the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. If we don't hurry, the food will be completely exchanged away." Jiang Yi nodded. "Let us go. We should check it out. I still owe Mr. E several gold coins." Outside the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce's shop, many were waiting to exchange food. Someone was holding up a gold nugget the size of a finger, loudly proclaiming, "Look here, this is what true gold looks like." He slammed the nugget on the counter, declaring, "Boss, I'm a major client. Let me exchange first." Jiang Yi stood amidst the crowd, scoffing quietly. What a joke, such a trivial piece. And you dare flaunt it? Though Jiang Yi's voice was not loud, those around him heard it. Many gazes immediately turned towards him, eager to see who had the audacity to speak so boldly. Upon recognizing Jiang Yi's appearance, several were unable to suppress their derision, openly mocking him with expressions of disdain and scornful remarks about his audacity. Who could have imagined that Jiang Yi's youthful visage would evoke such disdain? He bore the unmistakable air of an inexperienced youth, a rarity in these encampments, and his status was far from commendable. At that moment, a crisp female voice rang out. "Whose little brat is this? Not even fully grown, and yet speaking so boldly. Do you think this is your home, where your mother served your meals? On this desolate island, every morsel of sustenance must be earned through one's own efforts. What right do you have to mock others?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yi cast a sharp gaze toward the speaker, revealing a woman of moderate beauty, perhaps in her 30s, her physique acceptable yet nowhere near the grace of Ding Ming, let alone the stunning Su Ruashi. Instantly disinterested, he retorted, "Pray tell, which Annie are you? Such a sharp tongue. Could it be that you're experiencing the trials of menopause?" The woman, incensed by Jiang Yi's veiled jibe regarding her age, bristled. "Who are you calling Annie? I'm a young and beautiful fairy. You should refer to me as Missy. Have you no sense?" Jiang Yi scoffed, disdainfully noting, "At your age, still thinking of yourself as a young girl?" Suddenly, a voice cut through the crowd. "Oh, who dares to provoke our sister Luo? Do you wish to forfeit your place in the moonlit pavilion?" Fongbin had not yet arrived, but his voice had already reached the ears of the onlookers. Spotting his beloved being bullied, he rushed forward, eager to assert his presence. For today, his pockets were filled with gold, marking him as a man of means. His entourage parted the crowd, allowing him passage to Sister Luo. With a broad grin, he addressed her, "Sister Luo, who has angered you? Allow me to deal with them." Accompanied by dozens of followers, he felt emboldened, believing few would dare cross him. Sister Luo, however, regarded Fongbin's grotesque smile and unruly hair with undisguised distaste. Yet, being a woman seasoned by the trials of life, she knew how to navigate the dynamics among men. Feigning sweetness, she replied, "Ah, it's Brother Bin, a trusted aide of Boss Xiao. That brat over there has been tormenting me. You must teach him a lesson." Feng Bin's countenance twitched. He detested the association with Boss Xiao. Clenching his fists, he vowed that henceforth his name would stand alone, free from the shadow of others. Yet, he dared not express his ire toward Sister Luo, and instead redirected his frustration toward the oblivious youth. As he turned, he barked, "You apologize to Sister Luo immediately, or I." His words halted abruptly, as if he had encountered death itself. Jiang Yi regarded him with an air of languid amusement. "Oh, or what will you do? I'm most curious to hear your threats." Feng Bin swallowed hard, feeling his legs weaken, nearly collapsing. This was it. How could he face such a formidable presence? Under normal circumstances, he would confront any adversary, but against this individual, he felt an insurmountable dread. Yet the figure before them was no ordinary man. He was the formidable king of hell, one who would take lives without a second thought. This young lad had vanished for several days. How could he suddenly reappear here? At that moment, Sister Luo remained oblivious to the terror gripping Feng Bin's heart as she incited him. Why are you still standing there? Show some backbone and teach him a lesson. Feng Bin's countenance was grim, more dismal than if his entire family had been slaughtered or his wife had betrayed him. Brother Jiang, what brings you here? This is all a misunderstanding. Jiang, he spoke with a calm demeanor. What? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Feng Bin's teeth chattered, and his words faltered. If I had known you were here, I would have kept my distance. Onlookers began to notice his unease. Curiosity piqued as they inquired, who is this? Why does it seem like Feng Bin is frightened of him? One voice chimed in, he looks young. I bet I could take him on 3-1. At that moment, Feng Bin's subordinates recognized Jiang Yi and instinctively took a few steps back, maintaining a safe distance from their unfortunate leader. Sister Luo, intrigued, asked Feng Bin, who is this child so brash? Feng Bin longed to silence her, hastily explaining. You don't understand. He is Jiang Yi, the one who single-handedly slaughtered over 100 men. He recounted how Zhao Yunlei and Yesi and Zhang Tao had all fallen to Jiang Yi's blade. Sister Luo gasped. Is he truly the merciless Jiang Yi? I thought Jiang Yi resembled the king of hell. Fierce and menacing, with a face full of scars and hair obscuring his eyes. Feng Bin instinctively stepped back from her, pleading, do be quiet. Sister Luo snapped back to reality. Look at you, trembling like a mouse. Surely he wouldn't dare commit murder in broad daylight? Feng Bin considered her words, realizing she had a point. Moreover, he had a reputation to uphold. If he appeared too cowardly, how would he navigate future encounters? Thus, he summoned his courage. Jiang, I acknowledge your prowess in combat, but this is a marketplace where wealth speaks volumes. The one who possesses the most gold is the true lord here. The one with the most prestige. Life is not merely about violence, you know? Intrigued, Jiang Yi asked, is that so? Then, pray tell, how much gold does the reckless brother bring today that grants you such audacity to challenge me? Feng Bin recognized an opportunity to boast and produced his cherished pouch of gold dust from his pocket. As he unrolled the pouch, a glimmering pile of gold revealed itself, accompanied by several gold nuggets the size of fingers. A rough estimate suggested he possessed several 100 grams of gold dust, a testament to his hard work over the past few days. He felt confident that Jiang Yi and his associates could not possibly match such wealth, as they had secured the upstream of the river at the camp, where gold dust was scarce downstream. Wow, that's an impressive amount of gold dust. Must be several 100 grams, exclaimed one onlooker. How much grain could this buy? The crowd buzzed with astonishment and envy, wishing they could snatch the pouch from Feng Bin's grasp, but the throng made such an act impractical. Realizing his impulsiveness, Feng Bin understood the wisdom of keeping his wealth concealed. Hastily tightening his pocket, he stammered, young man, take a good look. This bag of gold can provide enough sustenance for your entire camp, and you would still have more than enough. With that, he strode towards the counter of the Far Yang Trading Company, placing his bag down with an air of confidence. Boss, weigh this for me and see how heavy it is. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment. Soon, the attendant poured the gold dust from the bag onto the scale and called out loudly, 340 grams of gold dust recorded. The crowd gasped. Over 300 grams? That's equivalent to 34 gold coins. This young man is quite fortunate. Some turned to glance at Jiang Yi, realizing this was true confidence. Indeed, why not showcase the gold dust you've collected for everyone to admire? Feng Bin chuckled, casting a provocative glance at Jiang Yi. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi tossed the burlap sack onto the counter with a resounding thud. The wooden counter echoed from the impact, nearly suffering damage. Jiang Yi calmly said to the attendant, please weigh the weight of my gold as well. Chapter 85. The wealth gap. When Jiang Yi's sack hit the counter, the sound was loud, akin to tossing several stones. The onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Surely, this lad hasn't mistaken a few stones for gold? They wondered. The noise suggested only high-quality stone could produce such an effect. How amusing. Sister Luo scoffed. Young man, do not inflate your ego at the expense of your dignity. If the shopkeeper discovers these are not gold, you may regret it. You'd best take your stones and leave. Feng Bin, with newfound confidence, smirked. Indeed, a man's confidence often stems from the depth of his pockets. This truth holds universally. He teasingly suggested to Jiang, why not join me? With your skills and my cleverness, we could thrive together. Jiang Yi regarded Feng Bin, bemused by the audacity that led him to assume he could recruit him as a subordinate. At that moment, not only the onlookers doubted the contents of Jiang Yi's bag, but even the attendant responsible for weighing it suspected it was merely stones. As an experienced employee, he understood the personality of gold panners all too well. It wasn't that no one had ever found such a quantity of gold. Rather, if it were truly gold, it would weigh at least several kilograms. Anywhere, that would be a fortune, and who would carelessly toss it about like refuse? Observing the attendant's dazed expression, Jiang Yi couldn't resist urging, "What are you waiting for? Open it up and let these unsophisticated folks witness the truth and perhaps dazzle them." The attendant hesitated. "Master Jiang, perhaps it's best to leave it be. I could spare you some face." Were it not for Mr. E.'s instructions to treat Jiang Yi with utmost care, he would have opened the sack to thoroughly embarrass him before administering a lesson. "How dare you bring stones to the Far Yang Trading Company for amusement? Such audacity! Open it!" Jiang Yi suddenly shouted, startling the attendant. "Oh, isn't this Jiang, my young brother? After a long absence, I apologize for the lack of hospitality." Jiang Yi turned towards the voice and saw Mr. E emerging from the inner courtyard, evidently informed of his presence by a servant. He responded with a jovial smile, remarking on the servant's lack of discernment as he had offered gold in exchange for grain, yet the servant had not even glanced his way. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yi's expression darkened as he turned to the servant, coldly inquiring about the matter. "Have you forgotten the rules I taught you?" The servant, frightened and sweating, stammered an explanation. "Sir, this esteemed Jiang has thrown a bag of stones, claiming it contains gold. Out of respect for his dignity, I refrained from revealing the truth in public." He gestured toward a tattered burlap sack on the counter. Mr. E, intrigued, asked, "Have you opened it?" The servant shook his head. With a contemptuous snort, Mr. E derided him, a lowly creature that looks down on others. "Open it." The servant, chastised, dared not protest, and complied. However, upon opening the bag and glancing inside, his eyes widened in disbelief. He stood frozen. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, for indeed, there was gold, quite a substantial amount. "Mister," he shot a glance at Jiang Yi before addressing the servant. "Pour out and weigh it. Do not waste time." With a clatter, the gold nuggets tumbled onto the counter, revealing several hefty pieces to the astonished onlookers. One nugget was as large as an adult's fist, accompanied by 3 others the size of eggs, all gleaming temptingly. By heavens, such large nuggets rival the famed doghead gold. "This is undeniably gold. I thought they were mere stones. Where on earth did this come from? It's unfathomable. How much grain could this procure?" The crowd erupted in excitement, having never witnessed such substantial gold before. Standing by, ready for amusement, Fongbin gaped in disbelief, muttering to himself, "This cannot be. It must be a fake." Just then, the servant shouted, "Authenticity confirmed," weighing in at 2,568 grams, logging it into the account. Upon hearing that Jiang Yi had produced over 20 kilograms of gold, the crowd was left thunderstruck. While others toiled for days to earn a mere handful of grams, Jiang Yi had amassed over 20,000 grams of gold. The disparity in wealth was staggering. Like Feng Bin, they felt despondent, yet had no choice but to accept the harsh reality, a most humiliating revelation. In this moment, even Mr. He was utterly taken aback. It was not that he had never encountered gold of this nature. In fact, he had seen it often. He understood well that such volumes of gold were not mere flukes. The appearance of a few pieces hinted at the potential existence of a vast gold vein. His insight far surpassed that of the servants present. He saw much deeper. Jiang Yi extended his hand and patted Feng Bin's face, exclaiming, "You were right. Life is not merely about conflict. It is about wealth. Yet you, my friend, still have a long way to go. Persist in your endeavors, and perhaps I might consider accepting you as my subordinate." At this moment, Feng Bin dared not utter a single word, for the young man was indeed formidable. Each time, just when one believed victory was assured, he would instill a sense of despair. Jiang glanced at Mr. E and smiled faintly. "Mr. E, I am a person of great integrity. I promise to return your gold coins." Mr. E waved his hand dismissively, saying, "That is merely a trifling matter. I trust in your character, young brother. However, I am curious. From where did you procure this gold of such fine quality?" Jiang nonchalantly replied, "I found it in the river. If you are interested, pay me 100,000 gold coins, and I shall take you to dine on it tomorrow." Mr. He was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "I was merely jesting. I have no leisure to go panning for gold. There are countless matters to attend to." With that, he pocketed the pieces of gold and returned to the inner courtyard. Jiang observed Mr. Yi's noticeably quicker pace as he departed, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he averted his gaze. He then instructed his aide to note down the supplies he required and directed that all the remaining gold be exchanged for grain. The aide promptly arranged for the stockpiling. This was indeed a lucrative venture. With 568 gold coins, subtracting the 94 coins owed, there remained 474 coins. If all these coins were converted into grain, it would amount to over 10,000 pounds, ensuring that the camp would not suffer a food shortage in the near term. Should this continue, the supplies of the far-flung Merchants Guild would surely be depleted by Jiang. At that moment, Chang tugged at Jiang's sleeve, signaling to speak privately. Jiang stepped aside and inquired, "What is it? Are you worried about money again?" Chang sighed, "Brother, my esteemed brother, do you realize how much grain these gold coins could fetch on the Great Island? It's more than tenfold. Once we construct a great ship and journey to the Great Island, this wealth must be spent wisely." Jiang interrupted, "Chang, think long-term. Trust me, this is merely small change. I am casting a long line to catch a big fish. And believe me, the fish have already taken the bait." Chang, intrigued, exclaimed, "Oh, really? Are you perhaps intending to catch a mermaid?" Jiang, momentarily taken aback, retorted, "What mermaid? Have you lost your wits?" Chang gestured toward the nearby crowd. "Look, is that not a mermaid over there?" Chapter 86. The blonde beauty, exotic charm at times, among men. A mere exchange of glances can convey a multitude of messages. Upon seeing Chang's mischievous demeanor, Jiang realized he had set his sights on a particular woman, and a beautiful one at that. Instinctively, he turned to the direction Chang indicated. And indeed, he caught sight of a woman, Sister Luo. Initially, his interest waned, but in the next instant, he was captivated by another woman standing beside her. She was a blonde, blue-eyed beauty, likely in her mid-20s. In an instant, Jiang found himself entranced by her sultry, alluring figure and her exquisitely sculpted features. Standing at approximately 175 centimeters, weighing around 50 kilograms, her fair complexion harmoniously complemented by a black tank top that bore an undue strain. Her stunning waist-hip curve showcased a figure of perfection. Her eyes, reminiscent of the profound depths of the ocean, betrayed no emotional fluctuations. Her sensuous crimson lips and aloof demeanor exuded an air of sophistication. A visage starkly dissimilar to that of Eastern women, she resembled a delicate doll brought to life, offering a visual impact of exotic allure, an undeniable enhancement. Jiang Yi couldn't help but lavish praise, leaving Qiangzi in utter admiration. "Brother, how do you know she stands at 175 centimeters and weighs around 50 kilograms? I believe she is at least 178 with a weight of 90. Jiang cast a sidelong glance at Qiangzi. "Are you questioning my expertise? I assure you, my eyes serve as my measuring tool. Observe her footwear. Those are mountain climbing shoes with a heel thickness of at least 3 centimeters. Furthermore, do not be deceived by her slender appearance. Her muscles are firm, and certain proportions suggest she could weigh several kilograms more." Qiangzi's enlightenment was evident as he nodded vigorously. Jiang patted his shoulder, adopting a sage-like tone. "Though you are several years my senior, your observational skills require further refinement." Qiangzi, already fidgeting with impatience, urged, "Brother, enough of that. If we don't act soon, she'll be on her way." Jiang Yi smirked. "What? Do you aspire to ride the wave of fortune?" Qiangzi, with a touch of flattery, replied, "Such a remarkable woman is undoubtedly suited for the boss. I find Sister Luo quite appealing as well." Jiang Yi then revealed a genuine smile. "You rascal. Did you not profess a fondness for Zhang Jingdan? How have you turned your gaze to another?" Qiangzi, somewhat bashful, responded, "Zhang Jingdan possesses her own beauty, while Sister Luo has her charms. It's akin to dining. Having savored steamed fish, one must also indulge in the flavor of braised pork." Jiang Yi was taken aback by Qiangzi's eloquence, feeling as though he had discovered a kindred spirit and exhibited an expression of understanding. With a confident stride, he approached the foreign beauty, followed closely by Qiangzi. Upon witnessing Jiang Yi's animated approach, Sister Luo braced herself for mockery, her expression somewhat uneasy. However, Jiang Yi disregarded her entirely, not even casting her a glance. Upon reaching the blonde beauty, he struck what he believed to be a dashing pose. Greeting her in halting English, "Hello, nice to meet you." The blonde beauty regarded him with curiosity, her eyes glancing over him, yet she offered no response. Jiang Yi, assuming she did not comprehend his words, scratched his head in exasperation. How could he communicate his feelings and invite her to share in life's conversations? Was she perhaps a northern beauty from Russia? Yet, he was not versed in the Russian language either. Tentatively, he attempted. The blonde beauty burst into laughter, then turned to Jiang Yi and exclaimed 3 Chinese characters. What the hell? Who taught you that? Jiang Yi was taken aback. You can speak Chinese? To his surprise, the beauty stifled her laughter, completely ignoring Jiang Yi as she swayed her alluring waist and walked away. Jiang Yi's eyes followed her movements, captivated. Brother, stop staring. She is already far gone. Jiang Yi withdrew his gaze, clicking his tongue at the fiery temperament of foreign women. What do you think, brother? What is that beauty's name? And where does she hail from? Xiangzi inquired with curiosity. Jiang, somewhat vexed, retorted, How would I know? Let us go. We can seek another opportunity to pursue her later. Xiangzi, feeling bashful, rubbed his hands together and said, Brother, could you lend me some money? I've arranged to dine with Sister Luo tonight at the newly opened restaurant. Jiang Yi widened his eyes in disbelief. In the brief moment he had been oblivious to the lady's name. Xiangzi had already secured a date? I have no money. Didn't you see that I just exchanged for grain? With that, Jiang Yi walked away with his hands behind his back. In the moonlight courtyard region, no one could rival Mr. Yi in business acumen. He not only procured inexpensive grain, allowing the locals to strike gold for him, but also transformed the wild game and seafood he acquired into a thriving restaurant, thereby earning another profit. Simple ingredients, under his skilled hands, were elevated through seasoning and culinary finesse, complemented by staple foods made from rice and flour, paired with fine liquor, creating a truly delectable experience. Recently, the establishment, named Wild Delicacies, had gained immense popularity in the moonlight courtyard, attracting many who had struck gold or returned from successful hunt to dine there. Though the prices at Wild Delicacies were exorbitant, one meal could exchange for several portions of grain. The experience was unparalleled. Dining there truly evoked the essence of life and offered a sense of returning to one's original way of living, transcending mere sustenance for survival. As dinner time approached, Jiang Yi and Xiangzi departed from the bustling shop, heading toward Wild Delicacies. Ultimately, Jiang Yi resigned himself to being overcharged, for Xiangzi assured him that Sister Luo and the blonde beauty were among the leaders of their camp. He repeatedly promised that Sister Luo would indeed bring the blonde beauty along to the dinner. Upon entering Wild Delicacies, they noticed several tables occupied by diners. They requested a private room for a more pleasant conversation with the ladies. While they anxiously awaited the arrival of the beauties, in the courtyard of the Merchants Association, Mr. Yi was welcoming Captain Zheng Biao, who had just delivered a substantial shipment of grain and other goods to the moonlight courtyard. After arranging for his subordinates to unload the cargo, he settled into the main seat of the hall. Mr. Yi, how has business been lately? Is there gold to be found here? Mr. Yi respectfully replied, As we anticipated, there is indeed gold, but its quantity and quality are mediocre, yielding only modest profits to offset our losses. However, that lad has returned today, bringing me an unexpected surprise. Zheng Biao, indifferent, remarked, That brat is audacious. He actually dared to put several holes in my ship, delaying my business for at least half a year. He must die. I received your message. I have come to personally take his head to relieve my grievance. Mr. Yi smiled mysteriously, saying, there is no need to rush into killing him. First, let me show you something, and then we shall decide. Once the hall was cleared of all extraneous personnel, leaving only himself and Zheng Biao, Mr. He produced a burlap bag. Subsequently, with a solemn demeanor, he poured the contents of the burlap sack onto the tea table nestled between the 2 chairs. A few astonishingly large nuggets of gold lay gleaming before Zheng Biao's eyes. He cradled the largest nugget in his hands, feeling its significant weight, and scrutinized it intently for quite some time. His expression shifted from surprise to disbelief, eventually succumbing to greed. His trembling hands, clutching the gold, were unable to relinquish their hold. Mr. Yi, please tell me, have you discovered a large gold mine? Zheng Biao inquired eagerly. Mr. Yi first nodded, then shook his head. Zheng Biao, perplexed, noted that such massive nuggets, judging by their texture and purity, could not have been derived from mere earthly refinement. Only a significant gold vein could yield such treasures. I cannot be mistaken. I cannot. Mr. Yi spoke. I believe you can perceive the wealth these gold pieces embody, sufficient to transform the latter half of our lives. However, their origins are dubious. They're certainly not from the Yu-Yangting region, but rather acquired by that scoundrel Jiang E from an unknown source. In the span of a single afternoon, Mr. E had received news that Jiang E, upon his return after a half-month absence from the camp, had brought back such a considerable quantity of gold. No one knew where he had ventured. They only knew that he had returned with a group of indigenous people from an island to join the camp. After encountering Jiang E, he recounted all of his movements and deeds in detail to Zheng Biao. Upon hearing this, a fierce expression crossed Zheng Biao's face, his beard quivering as he declared resolutely, "Regardless of his character or skills, nothing will deter my determination to seize this batch of gold." Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the main hall. "Mister." He hurriedly stowed away the gold into the burlap sack before calling out, "Come in." The visitor was none other than Zheng Biao's trusted cousin, Zheng Wei. Others dared not interrupt the discussions of such prominent figures. Zheng Wei entered and whispered, "Boss, that scoundrel Jiang E is dining at our wild game restaurant. Currently waiting in a private room." Zheng Biao scoffed. "Just as I was dozing off, someone brings me a pillow. How many people did he bring? And does he know whom he is waiting for?" Zheng Wei replied truthfully, "He brought only Qiangzi, and I don't know who he is waiting for. However, I heard he interacted with a blonde, blue-eyed Westerner during the day." Before Zheng Biao could inquire further, Mr. E interjected, explaining that the blonde beauty was named Avia, a leader of a camp comprised solely of women. "This woman is formidable, skilled, and full of cunning. Many have suffered at her hands. Jiang Yi Wanti, have a pleasant evening." Upon hearing this, Zheng Biao rose and declared, "Since that scoundrel has entered our territory, he cannot be allowed to leave." Having said that, he strode toward the door, with Zheng Wei closely following, while Mr. E reluctantly trailed behind. Meanwhile, in the private room, Jiang E and Qiangzi exchanged glances, sitting in silence for an eternity without a sign of the beauty. Jiang E, in frustration, exclaimed, "Is this truly what you promised? That we would be able to meet her? Now I understand that we have been played. Just say it. With such an irresistible charm, how could he not succeed? That lecherous fellow, does he truly believe they would so easily agree to a date?" Qiangzi awkwardly suggested they wait a bit longer. Perhaps the ladies were merely delayed. Jiang E, weary of his prattle, rose and exited the private room. Immediately, a staff member from the wild game restaurant approached, inquiring if they were leaving without having dined. Jiang E shot him a glare. "I forgot my wallet. Do you expect me to stay and dine for free? Step aside." With that, he shoved the staff member aside and swaggered out of the restaurant, with Qiangzi hurriedly trailing behind. By the time the staff member regained his balance, Jiang E and his companion had vanished into the darkness outside. Barely 2 minutes had passed when Zheng Biao, accompanied by a dozen others, rushed into the wild game restaurant. Searching for Jiang E, Zheng Wei seized the staff member by the collar, demanding, "Where's Jiang E?" The staff member, bewildered, stammered, "He just left." Zheng Wei was taken aback. With a sharp slap, he sent the staff member crashing to the ground, cursing, "Wasn't I clear that you were to hold him back, you useless fool?" The staff member protested, "I tried, but I couldn't stop him." Zheng Wei was about to strike again when Zheng Biao intervened. "Stop embarrassing yourself. Quickly gather the men. We must encircle them and ensure they do not escape." "Understood, boss," Zheng Wei responded, preparing to pursue Jiang E, but was halted by Mr. E, who raised a hand to stop him. Mr. E addressed Zheng Biao. "From what I know of that Jiang E, your reckless approach may not be effective. Should he become frightened and flee, finding him again will prove difficult." Zheng Biao calmed, having heard of Jiang Yi's reputation. Indeed, he was no ordinary opponent. Their firearms were not infallible. In chaos, if he wished to escape, he could very well succeed. Furthermore, if a stray bullet were to strike him, it would shatter their dreams of fortune. "Then, what do you propose we do?" Zheng Biao inquired. Mr. E smiled slightly. "Let him expose the source of his gold. Once we trace it back to the mine, eliminating him will be a simple task. As long as he requires supplies and food, he will inevitably return to excavate more gold. We merely need to keep inflating prices, and he will soon deplete the riches he has brought back." Zheng Biao understood, grinning. "As expected, your foresight is remarkable." As Jiang E and Qiangzi exited the wild game restaurant, they ambled back under the moonlight, oblivious to the peril they had narrowly evaded. While walking, Qiangzi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he caught up to Jiang E. "Look over there. The moonlit pavilion is having its grand opening tonight. What a lively scene." Jiang E turned his gaze curiously, Indeed, amidst the darkness stood a thatched-roof courtyard, flickering with firelight, bustling with men coming and going. At the entrance, several provocatively dressed and attractive women posed enticingly, drawing onlookers inside. Indeed, wherever there are people, there are desires. Xiangzi winked, suggesting, "It's the grand opening tonight. It would be a shame to leave empty-handed. We should take a look inside." Jiang Yi spoke with conviction, expressing that the flirtatious banter and sweet nothings ultimately amounted to mere transactions, devoid of any genuine meaning. Yet, he had never witnessed the true nature of a brothel and decided that since he was already there, it would be worth a glance. The two of them, arms draped over each other's shoulders, made their way inside. At that moment, a figure rushed past, clearly in a state of panic. It was Hu Song, his face etched with urgency. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi and Xiangzi emerged, grumbling and cursing their discontent. As they stepped outside, they were confronted by Hu Song, who had evidently been searching for them for quite some time. "Boss, it's bad news. A blonde foreign woman led a group and set our shop ablaze, stealing a considerable amount of our grain." Chapter 88. Training. The moonlit courtyard market was not particularly large, yet due to the recent gold rush, its vibrancy had increased markedly, attracting many to linger even into the night. At that moment, the shop belonging to Jiang Yi's camp was in chaos, surrounded by onlookers drawn by the commotion. What was once a well-maintained establishment was now in ruins, with Zhang Feng and his crew attempting to fetch water to extinguish the flames. The burning wood crackled as flames danced, and when water was splashed upon it, a hissing sound erupted, shrouding the area in steam. Jiang Yi stood before the wreckage, his expression dark and brooding. Upon seeing Jiang Yi's return, Zhang Feng hurriedly set down the wooden bucket and approached him. "Boss, I apologize. It is entirely my fault for being careless, which allowed the enemy to take advantage of us." Jiang Yi waved his hand dismissively, instructing his brothers to cease their efforts. There was little point in salvaging what had already been consumed by the fire. The goods exchanged for pottery during the day had been incinerated, leaving behind only some beast meat and sea fish. Though charred on the outside, the inside remained edible. After salvaging what little remained of value, Zhang Feng and his team stood by, awaiting Jiang Yi's reprimand. "Where is Haisheng?" "Viang Yi Inuit," Zhang Feng replied. "He is at the back, overseeing the grain we traded for today." Jiang Yi stepped over the debris and made his way toward the rear of the shop. The former establishment now consisted of a mere charred fade and a small side room for rest. The wooden structure at the back had only recently begun construction under Haisheng's supervision, with only the basic framework in place. At that moment, Haisheng stood vigilant with several members of the Li tribe, weapons drawn, guarding the grain. The remaining members of the Li tribe held wooden bows, occupying advantageous defensive positions, ready to release arrows at the slightest approach. Jiang Yi nodded in satisfaction. The combat experience of the Li tribe far surpassed that of Zhang Feng and his companions. Upon seeing Jiang Yi's return, Haisheng visibly relaxed, a hint of guilt marring his expression. "It's my fault. I didn't anticipate the enemy's cunning, which led to the loss of our grain." Jiang Yi inquired about the situation, questioning how the grain could be stolen under his watch. Zhang Feng interjected. "It happened shortly after you and Xiangzi left. Several women arrived, led by a striking blonde foreigner." After hearing Zhang Feng's account, Jiang Yi was increasingly convinced that this foreign woman had orchestrated a cunning trap for him. After the departure of myself and Xiangzi, the foreign woman arrived at the shop to exchange items, subsequently provoking a conflict with Zhang Feng and others. As the commotion within the shop captured the attention of most onlookers, a fire broke out in the side room, rapidly escalating in intensity and igniting the shop itself. Upon witnessing the blaze, Haisheng left two individuals to guard the provisions and joined the firefighting effort. At that moment, the blonde foreign woman, accompanied by her companions, stormed into the unfinished backyard, beginning to pilfer the supplies. By the time Haisheng realized what was occurring, much had already been taken away. Upon seeing Haisheng's return, they did not linger but swiftly fled the scene. Jiang Yi, with a cold laugh, recognized the beauty's cunning strategy, diverting attention and exploiting weaknesses. Was this truly a foreigner? Her scheming surpassed even his own. He could hardly blame his companions. Had he and Xiangzi not been distracted by lust, they would not have fallen prey to such a ruse. This incident profoundly illuminated for Jiang Yi that individual strength pales in comparison to the might of a collective. A single person's capabilities are ultimately limited. There will always be astute individuals who can devise ways to counteract you. Thus, if he wished to command the winds and waves in the land of Guixu, uncover all hidden secrets, and eventually return to reality, he would require a formidable team, without which it would be utterly unattainable. Consequently, he resolved to recruit more capable individuals to join his camp while also training those already within it. He aimed to enhance their physical fitness, defensive awareness, and combat skills. Furthermore, he intended for the venerable Master Guanshan to craft unified weaponry, such as knives and bows. As for that foreign woman, he would ensure she received a proper lesson one day. After all, the island girl Muna had also been taught a lesson that left her struggling to walk. The following day, Jiang Yi dispatched individuals to the marketplace to recruit laborers for the reconstruction of the burned shop. The offered terms were exceedingly generous upon employment. Workers would receive 2 meals a day, including meat and 3 white buns. Additionally, each worker would earn 20 silver coins daily. Although Jiang Yi could not produce silver coins for wages, he could substitute with provisions. After all, silver coins were merely symbolic currency. Workers could earn 1 gold coin or 5 pounds of grain after 5 days of labor. Once this news spread, the marketplace erupted with excitement. Despite the recent gold rush, which had benefited a few who struck it rich, the majority returned empty-handed, having wasted precious time and still struggling to fill their stomachs. Moreover, possessing gold was not the end of one's troubles. One must also have the means to safeguard their gains, as some clever individuals awaited opportunities to rob others of their fortune. In the Moon Courtyard region, most individuals teetered on the brink of starvation. Only a select few, the most powerful within each camp, enjoyed ample food and comfort. The rest clung to survival within the camps, fiercely hunting and fishing just to stave off hunger. Thus, even if Jiang Yi merely provided them with 2 meals, countless individuals flocked to apply for work, not to mention the allure of receiving white buns and 20 coins in payment. Such a remarkable occurrence, unheard of until now. Before long, a considerable crowd gathered outside the shop. In matters of recruitment, Xiangzi possessed the most experience, having ascended through layers of selection to join the Yuanyang Chamber of Commerce. At least 200 to 300 individuals came forth to apply for positions, yet Jiang Yi intended to hire only 50. It was not that he could not afford to support more, but rather he feared that an influx of such numbers might overshadow his authority. After all, his entire camp consisted of barely over 80 able-bodied men. Managing a sudden influx of hundreds would present a daunting challenge. Should they entertain alternative notions, it could pose a considerable risk, hence Jiang Yi's strategy to proceed gradually. Currently, workers were being recruited at the market, from which reliable and obedient individuals would be selected to join the camp. Following Xiangzi's careful selection, 50 physically capable individuals were chosen, while the rest departed in disappointment. After all, this was a stable source of sustenance. Who wouldn't be tempted? These selected individuals were entrusted to Haisheng, who would lead the reconstruction of the shop and the expansion of the buildings. Within 3 days, the shop was successfully rebuilt. Jiang Yi also honored his promise, compensating the workers with food and extending an invitation for them to join the camp, with unchanged benefits. Ultimately, 30 young men chose to enlist in camp. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and his companions transported the grain back to the camp, encountering no audacious souls daring to obstruct or rob them along the way. However, unbeknownst to Jiang, countless eyes lurked in the shadows, observing their movements. Chapter 89. Cultivating the land. As Jiang Yi and his companions returned with the exchanged grain and supplies to the camp, a wave of exhilaration swept through the crowd, erupting in cheers. In this place, no matter how rare the item, nothing surpassed the importance of food. Although this grain would not be directly distributed to each individual, Jiang Yi assured that anyone who contributed labor would receive a share of wages, temporarily compensated in grain. This bolstered Jiang Yi's standing within the camp, elevating him to the role of a pillar of support in everyone's hearts. Regardless of one's prowess or grand promises, it is the one who ensures their sustenance who is the true leader. Jiang Yi's ability to procure supplies far surpassed anyone else in the entire moonlit courtyard. He had gleaned from Xiangzi that aside from resource-poor and remote isles like their current home, Fulong Island, other islands were already claimed. Thus, the prospect of directly obtaining and controlling a well-developed island was exceedingly challenging, if not unrealistic. The only feasible path lay in occupying unclaimed islands like Fulong Island, gradually developing them until they could expand outward with sufficient strength. This challenge was immense. Starting from scratch was not merely a matter of rhetoric. It was, in fact, more arduous than slowly building power on larger islands and seizing control. This elucidated why such remote isles remained unoccupied by those from larger lands. However, upon discovering the gold at the bottom of the pond, everything would become considerably more manageable for Jiang Yi, armed with sufficient self-defense capabilities. He could construct ships and venture out to procure resources from larger islands using gold, thereby accelerating the development of Fulong Island. In the Moon Garden region, characterized by its flat terrain and fertile soil, a veritable granary for Fulong Island is destined to emerge, continuously supplying sustenance for its development. Zhang Feng selected several female university students who had previously devised a remuneration management scheme for Jiang Yi's camp, which was swiftly implemented. Their work capabilities proved commendable, prompting Jiang Yi to decide they would consistently assist in managing various camp affairs. To facilitate this, he established a temporary office within his courtyard, staffed by these university students. Among them, a leader named Zhao Feng, who, though of average height and appearance, possessed a keen intellect. All food and supplies transported back were meticulously logged into inventory. Each expenditure required Jiang Yi's personal approval for disbursement. In his absence, both Qiangzi and Zhang Feng were required to jointly authorize any withdrawals. As the camp's population grew, tasks became increasingly complex. Hence, Jiang Yi instructed Zhao Feng to compile a comprehensive list of each person's skills, ensuring that those with particular talents were assigned to suitable roles. For instance, those adept at hunting joined the hunting squad, while those with commendable skills became part of the guard team. Individuals with backgrounds in metallurgy were encouraged to apprentice under the elder Guanshan, crafting agricultural tools and weaponry for the community. For those without designated roles, they were motivated to cultivate the land. Each plot they cleared, once registered with the office, would become their private property. Jiang Yi provided them with farming tools and seeds, along with a modest grain subsidy to ensure they did not go hungry before the autumn harvest. Among the food and supplies exchanged through the Far-Yang Chamber of Commerce, many items were suitable for planting. For instance, to enhance preservation, only a small portion of rice was retained, with the majority being unhusked rice. Additionally, he procured substantial quantities of wheat, sweet potatoes, and potatoes, all viable for sowing. With the completion of the brick kiln, the production of blue bricks commenced, intended for constructing homes and the camp's perimeter walls. The hunting squad ascended the mountains daily to hunt and descended to the seas for fishing, predominantly composed of the Li ethnic group, excelling in these pursuits. The guard team was equipped with standardized bows and knives, undergoing training under the guidance of Haishin. Notably, Zhang Feng and her sister also joined the guard team, displaying rigorous discipline in their training. The construction team hastened to erect shelters, followed by the fortification of the camp's defensive walls. Meanwhile, the land-clearing crew, led personally by Jiang Yi and Xiangzi, comprised largely of unskilled men and many women. Regardless of whether they held fixed positions or were engaged in land cultivation, all demonstrated remarkable enthusiasm. This effort was not merely for communal benefit, but rather for individual gain. The more one contributed, the greater one's wealth became. This approach effectively mitigated the lethargy often associated with communal labor. Jiang Yi's initiative not only fostered independence among individuals in production and daily life, but ensured that the fruits of their labor were rightfully theirs. In matters of the heart, he advocates for everyone to embrace the freedom of love and to establish new families. After all, men possess an inherent advantage in physical labor, and the partnership of men and women makes work less arduous. Those who have found themselves in this place have generally come to understand that it exists as a sanctuary, separate from their former lives, where returning home holds little hope. Consequently, many do not reject the idea of forming new households. Of course, some prefer solitude or choose to live together with a few women. As dusk fell, after a day spent cultivating the land and diverting river water to transform it into arable fields, Jiang Yi stood at the edge of the land, filled with a sense of accomplishment. He had become a landowner. Soon, he would only need to nurture rice seedlings before transplanting them. The others who had joined him in reclaiming the wasteland also expressed their joy. The island's hot climate was exceptionally conducive to rice cultivation, and Jiang Yi speculated that it might be possible to harvest 2 or even 3 seasons of rice in a year. He could almost envision the fields, months later, brimming with golden grains. The cultivation of sweet potatoes and potatoes proved to be even simpler than that of rice. By preparing the reclaimed hillside in neat rows, planting the seeds, covering them with humus and ash as fertilizer, and watering them at the right time, they would soon take root and sprout. After several days of labor alongside others, the camp was running smoothly. Jiang Yi prepared to return to the Nam Lake camp, where several plots awaited his tending and sowing. March and April marked the peak of the farming season, a time not to be missed. With a heavy load of supplies, Jiang Yi departed the camp. Those who had been lurking in the shadows revealed smiles, as their target was finally leaving the camp, likely to seek out gold. When one moved, many pairs of eyes followed. However, to their astonishment, as soon as Jiang Yi exited the camp, he sprinted away with great vigor. His extraordinary speed, even while burdened with over 100 kilograms, was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Those who had been tracking him soon found themselves at a loss, unable to follow his trail. At that moment, Jiang Yi had already returned to the Nam Lake camp. Chapter 90. Swimming at Nam Lake. Jiang Yi intentionally accelerated to shake off the nearby watchers, not wishing for them to trace the location of the Nam Lake camp. By the time he arrived, laden with supplies, he was drenched in sweat from the heat. Unsurprisingly, due to the sweltering weather, several women were engaged in handicrafts within the camp. Upon his return, the previously lethargic women suddenly perked up. Jiang Yi could not help but lament the dreadful heat. Exclaiming that it was so oppressive, he felt inclined to forego clothing. Su Ruashi shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, "You're shameless. We still have some sense of modesty. Hurry and wash up. You reek." Jiang Yi mischievously inched closer to Su Ruashi, teasing, "You wouldn't understand. This is what they call masculinity." At that moment, Su Ying emerged from the inner room, carrying a plate of freshly sliced wild papaya and presenting it to Jiang Yi with eager anticipation. "Brother Jiang Yi, please try this. I just chilled it in cold water. It's so refreshing." Jiang Yi accepted without hesitation, popping several pieces into his mouth, and found them delightfully cool and refreshing. One could not help but praise the young girl, noting how she had not only grown taller, but had also become increasingly sensible. Su Ying felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words. During this time, she had been indulging in papaya daily, liberating herself from the awkwardness of her previous stage of development. With newfound confidence, she straightened her posture, hoping that Brother Jiang Yi would notice her progress. However, Jiang Yi merely cast a fleeting glance before shifting his gaze. "On such a hot day, where did you get the ice-cold papaya?" he inquired. Su Ying pointed towards the small stream outside. "It's that stream, flowing down from the mountains. It's quite refreshing. We bathe in it every day, or else we would be unable to sleep from the heat at night." Jiang Yi's eyes brightened. "Really? Then that means the water of Nam Lake must be quite cool as well. Why don't we go for a swim?" Tian Mingling clapped her hands with delight. "That sounds wonderful. We have long wanted to swim in the lake, but we are afraid of potential dangers lurking in the water, not to mention the wild animals that occasionally come to drink by the shore." Chen Shui chimed in, "But we don't have swimsuits. Swimming in our clothes would be uncomfortable and unsafe." Jiang Yi shrugged nonchalantly. "Wear what you want. If you don't want to wear anything, then don't. Why make a fuss about it?" Tian Mingling admonished him. "It's easy for you to say. Our beautiful Wang Jiasin is still an untouched flower. How about you be so casual?" Wang Jiasin shyly added, "If only we had swimsuits." Jiang Yi's mind began to race. Reflecting, although I have become quite familiar with these lovely ladies, I have yet to witness them in swimsuits. I must devise a plan. He rummaged through his belongings and unearthed several pieces of silk fabric, differing from the last batch. Initially, he intended for the women to wear them as outfits. Without hesitation, he selected a piece, placed it on the table, and began to cut it with a dagger. Before long, he had fashioned a set of swimsuits from ice silk fabric. Holding them up for display, he exclaimed, "Voila! The stylish and alluring swimsuits are complete. They can serve as swimwear or even as undergarments." Chen Shui took one and remarked with joy, "This feels wonderfully smooth. It will surely be gentle on the skin." Wang Jiasin hesitantly interjected, "But it's too sheer. I'd be too embarrassed to show myself when it gets wet." Jiang Yi reassured her, "It's fine. Given the limited conditions here, it will do. Besides, this fabric can only deter gentlemen, not scoundrels. No matter how much you wear, it won't make a difference to those with ill intentions. As long as you have a swimsuit on, a sense of security follows. Once you overcome that mental hurdle, it won't matter." Tian Mingling joined in, Jiasin. Don't be so fussy. It's just a swimsuit, a little thinness, 1T hurt. With no other choice, Wang Jiasin reluctantly nodded in agreement. Chun Shui then urged Jiang Yi, hurry and make each of us a swimsuit. I can hardly wait to swim in the lake. With a snap of his fingers, Jiang Yi replied, no problem. Watch me. He swiftly got to work, and in no time, he had completed 6 swimsuits. The women each took their own swimsuit and retreated to change. The first to emerge was Chun Shui. Upon a glance, Jiang noticed that the swimsuit he had tailored for her seemed a tad snug. Soon, the other 6 beauties came out, all donned in their swimwear, and Jiang exclaimed, so beautiful. A man and 6 women merrily made their way towards Namo Lake. By the lakeside, Jiang, bare-chested and clad in floral shorts, gazed at the shimmering reflection of the 7 figures on the water's surface, a scene reminiscent of poetry and artistry. Aunt Sue, please lead them in some warm-up exercises to prevent any cramps while swimming later. I will take a dip and scout for any dangers. Su Ruashi nodded, advising him to be cautious and to avoid venturing too deep. Jiang signaled affirmatively and, with a splash, leapt into Namo Lake. He swam swiftly, surveying the area for any lurking dangers such as crocodiles or water snakes, and once assured of their absence, he returned. Standing in the water, he splashed the lake's coolness towards the 6 beauties. Ladies, you may now swim. The icy water elicited a chorus of gasps from them. Chun Shui exclaimed in indignation, Sister Ruashi, this rascal is too mischievous. Let us dive in and teach him a lesson. Yes, let us dunk him. They echoed, and Jiang, in a playful spirit, called out, come join the water splashing festival. Chun Shui was the first to leap into the lake, her curvaceous form sending a spray of water that nearly dislodged her minuscule swimsuit. The others soon followed suit, and without hesitation, Jiang splashed water in their direction. The women, refusing to be outdone, scooped water with their hands and returned fire. They reveled in the joyous play, the sweltering heat transforming into a refreshing respite. Jiang mused that if Li Yu were present, it would evoke a scene from Journey to the West, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji frolicking in the water with the 7 enchanting fairies of the Spider Spirit Cave. After a delightful romp, Jiang felt a sense of contentment, having feasted his eyes on such beauty. Wang Jiasin was the first to realize that the icy silk swimsuit, upon contact with water, was exceedingly revealing. She quickly submerged herself, swimming away to regain her composure. The other women followed suit, and Jiang, concerned for their safety, trailed closely behind, ready to protect them. The playful Chun Shui deliberately splashed water at Jiang's face with her feet, laughing, ha, now you are tasting our foot water. Jiang, unperturbed, thought that others would envy his opportunity to swim with such beauties. After several laps, the women, exhausted, decided to rest on the shore. As they climbed out, Jiang assisted each one, ensuring they were safely on land. Wang Jiasin, feeling bashful, was the last to ascend. Suddenly, her feet slipped. Ah, she gasped, losing her balance and about to tumble backward. Chapter 91. Wang Jiasin's dance. Wang Jiasin lost her footing and began to fall uncontrollably backward. Fortunately, Jiang's quick reflexes saved her as he caught her just in time. Otherwise, she would have plunged into the lake. Wang Jiasin appeared as if she had just emerged from a pool of milk, her fair skin glowing even more radiantly under the sun's rays. In the embrace of beauty, Jiang Yi suddenly rose to his feet, inwardly marveling at the extraordinary allure of the superstar before him, akin to a princess graced by a constellation of stars. Her waist was supple, delicate enough to be encompassed by a single hand, and her legs stood straight like 2 stalks of white scallions. Coupled with her captivating visage, she epitomized the goddess in the hearts of countless admirers across the nation. The once unattainable celebrity now rested in his arms, prompting Jiang Yi to reflect that even beneath the peony, one might find a charming end. He wondered if his university roommates would bear him ill will, knowing that their idol was presently in his embrace. Shall I carry you up? Jiang Yi asked gently, as he felt the strength of his own arms. Wang Jiasin's heart raced with a flurry of emotions. She feared the embarrassment of being seen in such a vulnerable state, concerned that her goddess-like image might shatter. Yet as she glanced towards the shore, there were no other figures in sight. Everyone had long since returned to the camp. With a shy affirmation, she responded, Mem. Jiang Yi's heart soared with joy as he cradled her from the shores of Namo Lake and settled upon the verdant grass. Jiasin, let me cherish and care for you in the latter half of your life, if you will allow it. Wang Jiasin gazed at the youthful and handsome Jiang Yi as her long-suppressed affections surged forth. When they first met, he had rescued her from a band of nefarious individuals. He then guided her to the Li clan tribe, where he bravely accepted Li Tian's challenge for the sake of his close friend, his valor etched indelibly in her mind. The subsequent events at the Nama Lake campsite only heightened her fondness for this remarkable young man. However, deep within her heart, she often felt like a celestial being who had descended to the mortal realm, destined to return to her rightful stage one day, to become the adored national goddess, forever basking in the limelight. Later, she sensed that her dear friend seemed to harbor feelings for Jiang Yi as well. One evening, she discovered that Tian Mengling had spent the night in Jiang Yi's room, and she felt compelled to relinquish him to her friend, all the while clinging to the hope of returning to the outside world as a celebrated star. Perhaps it was the remnants of her previous pride that prevented her from surrendering to an ordinary boy. Yet, Jiang Yi maintained a respectful distance, never pressuring her. She began to doubt herself, questioning whether her allure had waned. At this moment, however, she felt Jiang Yi's reciprocation, quickening her heartbeat. No longer wishing to stifle her profound emotions, she mustered her courage and asked, "Do you covet my beauty, or do you truly admire the person I am?" Regarding such inquiries, most men are indeed initially captivated by a woman's beauty before they delve into her other qualities. Especially for someone like Wang Jiasin, who radiated like the moon among a sea of stars. Her striking appearance often eclipsed her other virtues. Beauty alone sufficed. However, Jiang Yi was no fool. He would not utter the unvarnished truth. Without hesitation, he declared, "Of course, I am fond of you as a person. You are knowledgeable and graceful, poised and kind-hearted, truly a gem among women. Regardless of whether you are a celebrated star or an ordinary girl from a humble household, whether your beauty resembles that of a celestial being or is merely commonplace, my affection for you is genuine and springs from the depths of my soul. Had I been merely enamored by your appearance, I would have pursued you relentlessly from the very first day we met." Wang Jiasin's heart fluttered at his sweet words. "I believe in you, and from this moment forth, I shall belong solely to you." Jiang Yi, filled with joy, resembled a soldier poised to act upon receiving orders. He was halted by Wang Jiasin's hand covering his lips. "Not so fast. Allow me to perform a dance for you, a dance that is exclusively yours." Vian Yi, with a tender smile, replied, "Then I shall be your only audience, my princess. Please commence your performance." Wang Jiasin rose, standing upon the soft, verdant grass, gradually loosening her body before gracefully taking to the dance. Her movements were exquisite, and glistening droplets of water adorned her fair skin. The icy silk swimsuit seemed to embellish her flawless figure, enhancing her allure. As the dance concluded, Jiang Yi was utterly captivated, exhausted from her performance. Wang Jiasin reclined on the lawn, her crimson lips whispering, "Do not pity me." Jiang Yi stood, gently letting the embellishments fall. At that moment, love took on a tangible form, and occasionally they could catch glimpses of each other as toes. As dusk approached, Jiang Yi carried Wang Jiasin back to the camp, the sunset casting a romantic glow around them. At the campsite, Su Ruashi had already prepared dinner with the assistance of 4 others. After a long day, Jiang Yi was ravenous and needed to eat heartily. Chen Shui glanced at Wang Jiasin and teasingly inquired, "What is the story between you two? Swimming all day long?" Jiang Yi casually replied, "We were admiring the scenery by the lake," and resumed eating. Nevertheless, he felt a lingering metallic taste in his mouth, realizing he should have brushed his teeth before dining. Tian Mengling observed her best friend Wang Jiasin, who was not touching her food, and curiously asked, "Jiasin, why aren't you eating? Aren't you hungry?" Wang Jiasin shyly responded, "I'm not hungry. I just had a full meal. You all enjoy." The other women immediately exchanged knowing glances. Only Su Ying appeared somewhat forlorn, silently sighing, wondering when it would be her turn. In the camp where Jiang Yi was present, joy was boundless. At the dining table, everyone engaged in playful banter, teasing Wang Jiasin. Wang Jiasin reveled in this atmosphere, feeling as if they were all family, a sensation she had never experienced before. Jiang Yi gazed at the 6 beautiful women, contemplating the ongoing construction at the Moon Courtyard campsite. The Nama Lakeside must not lag behind. A grand seaside villa must be erected, with a spacious room capable of accommodating 7 or 8 individuals, for it was essential. However, while the construction of the house was feasible, Housing 7 or 8 individuals in one room posed a significant challenge. Currently, there had been no progress. It needed to be prioritized, starting with 2-person rooms and gradually expanding to 4-person accommodations. The plans were ambitious. Suddenly, Jiang Yi felt a sharp smack on his head, causing grains of rice to spew from his mouth. Turning to see who had struck him, he discovered it was Aunt Sue, leaving him deflated. Su Ruashi admonished, when eating, one should focus on the meal. What is there to be so foolishly cheerful about? Aren't you afraid of choking? Jiang Yi's heart sank. It was evident that Aunt Sue was displeased. He resolved to soothe her later that evening. Chapter 92. Undercurrents at the dining table. A facade of harmony masked an undercurrent of rivalry. Although the absurd incident between Wang Jiasin and Jiang Yi by the lake during the day was tacitly accepted by all, it did not imply an absence of competition for affection. Wang Jiasin, as the new bride, was afforded some leniency this first time, but henceforth, each would have to rely on their own merits when entering the other's quarters. As the saying goes, a horse does not grow fat without night grass. In this resource-scarce island, who wouldn't desire the plump and well-fed? Thus, Su Ruashi was no exception. The last time Jiang Yi had been away for half a month. He returned only to offer her a verbal commendation before hastily departing. His recent visit to the Moon Courtyard lasted several days, during which Wang Jiasin had monopolized the harvest of wheat accumulated over the winter. Could she not feel a twinge of resentment? Jiang Yi subtly extended his foot, rubbing against Su Ruashi's calf while the others were distracted. Suddenly, Su Ruashi's eyes widened, sweeping across the faces of everyone present until they settled on Jiang Yi. A slight smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he exchanged a knowing glance with her. Receiving his signal, Su Ruashi relaxed and continued her meal as if nothing had happened. Jiang Yi felt the pressure on his constrained right foot dissipate, prompting him to take advantage of the situation. Su Ruashi narrowed her eyes slightly, leisurely picking at her rice with her chopsticks, taking small bites and chewing thoughtfully, appearing rather preoccupied. Observing the main lady's sluggish pace, the others also slowed their eating, unwilling to finish before her and leave her with the leftovers. Jiang Yi found amusement in the situation, his playful spirit ignited. As he dined, he closely monitored Su Ruashi's expressions, noting her occasional furrowed brows, soft sighs, and moments of biting her lip. This peculiar dinner stretched on for over an hour. Jiang Yi finally set down his chopsticks and declared, "Aunt Sue, I am full." Su Ruashi gasped, snapping back to reality as she noticed everyone staring at her. She quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I was a bit distracted. Has everyone finished eating? If so, let us clear the dishes." With a grin, Jiang Yi teased, "Aunt Sue, what's the matter? Could it be that you're homesick?" Seizing the opportunity, Su Ruashi replied, "Indeed, I've been on this island for almost 2 months now. I do miss home." Su Ying rested her chin on her hands, sighing. "I wonder if there'll be a chance to return home. I miss my parents so much. I long to eat cake and drink milk tea." Tian, mingling, ever empathetic, chimed in, "Sister Ruashi, you should sit and rest for a moment. Don't be too disheartened. Even if we cannot return home, I believe, Jiang, you will take good care of us all." Su Ruashi cast a forlorn glance at Jiang Yi before softly responding, Jiang Yi stood up, preparing to head back to his room to wash up and rest. However, just as he stepped out with his right foot, he felt an unexpected slickness beneath him, causing his flip-flop to slip off, and his body lurched forward uncontrollably. As he was about to fall in a most unfortunate manner, Jiang Yi hastily extended his hands to brace himself against the ground. With a sigh of relief, he thought to himself that it was fortunate he had narrowly avoided a mishap. Upon witnessing Jiang Yi's stumble, Su Ying rushed to his side, exclaiming, "Are you all right? At your age, how can you slip while walking?" Jiang Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Oh dear, I have no idea where this water came from. It's exceedingly slippery, and I almost lost my footing." However, he dared not rise fully, fearing that Su Ying might notice his awkward predicament. With great care, Su Ying assisted Jiang Yi in making his way to wash up, leaving Su Ruashi seated alone at the dining table. Once the others had dispersed, she stood to wipe her chair and retreated to her room to change. The weather had grown increasingly warm, and the camp was equipped with protective fencing. Thus, they refrained from lighting a bonfire that evening. Jiang Yi lay on the lawn with the women, gazing at the starry sky. The heavens above the island appeared remarkably low, with countless stars scattered like white paint upon a canvas of fantastical hues. Beneath them, Fulong Island seemed to float amidst the celestial expanse, as if one could reach out and pluck the stars from the sky. Tian, mingling, murmured, "I have only seen such a breathtaking night sky while lying on the grass in Xinjiang." The others, having never ventured to Xinjiang, imagined that the scenery was indeed as unparalleled as the one before them. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, everyone returned indoors to rest. Su Ruashi, however, found herself restless. Having been disturbed during dinner by other matters, her stomach now grumbled with hunger. Moreover, mere superficial attempts to alleviate her cravings would not resolve her predicament. After much effort, she finally waited until Su Ying had fallen asleep before stealthily slipping out of her room, hoping to find something to quell her hunger. Just as she departed, the previously slumbering Su Ying opened her eyes and, in the darkness, muttered, "As soon as Brother Jiang Yi returns, my aunt quietly sneaks out in the middle of the night. I must see what this is all about." Thus, she too quietly followed suit. Standing outside Jiang Yi's room, Su Ying pressed her ear against the wooden wall, curious to eavesdrop on the happenings within. She overheard Su Ruashi's dulcet voice, "Jiang Yi, I'm hungry. You must think of something." Su Ying had never heard her aunt speak in such a tone, sending shivers down her spine. Inside, Jiang Yi merely responded with a casual, "Oh." Su Ying assumed Jiang Yi intended to step out to fetch food for Su Ruashi, but after waiting for quite some time without the door opening, she suddenly realized, "Ah, Jiang Yi, you have secretly hidden food inside without informing me. How dastardly." Unbeknownst to her, she had stood outside Jiang Yi's room all night, only to discover her misunderstanding of her aunt. As dawn approached, she returned indoors, heavy-eyed, to seek rest. The following midday, Jiang Yi awoke to the radiant sun shining down. He then took the ladies to swim in the lake. As the sun began to set in the evening, he led them to the seashore to gather seafood stranded among the rocky areas. Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the Yiyang Trading Company, Mr. Yi and Captain Zheng Biao were enjoying tea. Mr. Yi remarked that rascal Jiang Yi has intentionally shaken off his watchful eyes, neglecting the camp for several days. He must be off mining for gold. Zheng Biao pondered for a moment before responding, "If he returns this time with a bounty of gold nuggets to exchange for provisions, it would confirm the existence of a significant gold vein." Mr. Yi nodded in agreement, yet he lamented the slippery nature of the young man in question. His subordinates found it arduous to keep pace with him, thus failing to ascertain his whereabouts. Zheng Biao, with a confident smile, remarked that he had plenty of strategies to deal with such individuals. "Every person has their vulnerabilities, including Jiang Yi. As long as we uncover his weakness, we can ensure his compliance. Since we cannot locate him, let us entice him to seek us out." In the central region of the Moonlight Courtyard, the most resource-rich area was occupied by 3 enormous camps, one led by the islanders where Moon Izi resided, another by a foreign woman with golden hair and blue eyes, and a third by Zhang Tao, who had previously ambushed Jiang Yi. Their leader was Zhang Wei. Zhang Tao was accompanied by 2 others, Niesi and Zhao Yunlei, who maintained a good rapport with Zhang Wei's camp, frequently visiting each other. Recently, the attention of these 3 camps had turned towards Jiang Yi. Their camps were substantial, and with a large population came a significant demand for food, leading many to suffer from hunger. In stark contrast, Jiang Yi's camp had exchanged vast quantities of gold for ample provisions, igniting envy and prompting dubious intentions among the others. The foreign woman, in particular, sought to seize Jiang Yi's supplies, not merely for the few hundred pounds of food, but to test his resolve. Yet, Jiang Yi, typically domineering, did not confront her, seemingly indifferent to the matter of those provisions. Chapter 93. The August Melon. Jiang Yi returned from the shore with the women, having gathered a satisfactory bounty that would suffice for at least 2 meals. The fishery resources in this maritime area remained abundant. However, many within the Moonlight Courtyard still struggled to achieve food independence. The reasons were manifold. The shore was crowded with individuals attempting to gather food, complicating the process significantly. Without fishing skills or the means to venture out to sea, securing a reliable food source proved exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, the exploitation by camp leaders and various external threats exacerbated the perilous journey through dense jungles to access other fishing grounds. Some individuals had indeed departed the Moonlight Courtyard to explore other parts of the island. However, most habitable areas on Fulong Island were predominantly occupied by indigenous tribes. This was particularly true for the central region and the resource-rich western coastline, where the population was dense and the native tribes were especially hostile towards outsiders. Those like Su Ruashi, lacking any wilderness survival skills and robust physiques, would have struggled to survive without Jiang Yi's assistance. Even if starvation did not claim them, they would surely suffer from severe hunger. Should they endure the adaptation phase, they might gradually acquire the necessary survival skills. If not, they would fade away. The Moonlight Courtyard had recently become a gathering place for outsiders who had managed to survive the adaptation phase. After dinner, Tian Mingling extended an invitation to Jiang Yi, saying, "You have worked hard all day. Why not come inside and rest early? I could give you a massage to help you unwind." Jiang Yi gazed at Tian Mingling, whose short hair and light attire stirred something within him. It had indeed been a while since they had shared a moment alone. Just as he was about to acquiesce, another voice interjected. The enchanting tone of Chun Shui penetrated Jiang Yi's ears. "I just picked 2 ripe August melons in my room. They're sweet, refreshing, and juicy. A perfect fruit to enjoy after a meal." Jiang Yi, astonished, replied, "Aunt Shui, you must be mistaken. It's only the end of March. Where could August melons possibly come from?" Chun Shui shot him a playful glance and leaned in closer, whispering, "The August melons I speak of are indeed delectable." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a sudden revelation. It was the first time he had encountered such a term, and it piqued his curiosity. Now, he found himself in a quandary. Should he visit Tian Mingling to experience her unique techniques, or indulge in the August melons at Chun Shui's? The choice was indeed perplexing. Observing Jiang Yi's indecision, Tian Mingling believed that her beauty and unique charm would undoubtedly outshine that sly vixen, Chun Shui. After all, Jiang Yi referred to her as Aunt Shui, yet called her little sweetie. She was merely a means to alleviate loneliness, while she was Jiang Yi's true love, a soulmate of profound connection. What could Chun Shui possibly contest with? She decided to lean in a bit closer. Her thoughts were not unfounded in Jiang Yi's heart. While Chun Shui was undeniably alluring, Tian Mingling held greater significance. Noticing Jiang Yi's gaze finally settle on her, Chun Shui felt a pang of urgency. This simply would not do. Thus, she decided to reveal her trump card. "Jiang Yi, have you thought this through? I have 2 August melons here. Are you certain you wouldn't like to try them?" With this, her gaze subtly flicked towards Ding Meng beside her. "Huh? This seems to offer better value." Jiang Yi instantaneously made his choice. "Ahem. I must admit, I have never tasted August melons harvested in March. I shall go and witness this for myself." Tian Mingling, disheartened, cast a hostile glance at Chun Shui. Meanwhile, Chun Shui wore a victorious smile, thinking, "You think you can compete with me? You're still quite inexperienced." She understood well what men desired and possessed insights that few, including Jiang Yi, could comprehend. As night descended, Jiang Yi finally savored the long-anticipated August melons, which indeed proved to be quite tempting. Fruit after a meal is essential, and the dual delight brought by the 2 melons was a unique pleasure, far beyond mere addition. The following day, Jiang Yi slept throughout the day, feeling utterly exhausted, his body aching and speech difficult, until he revived just in time for dinner. After the meal, Jiang Yi took the initiative to grasp Tian Mingling's hand, sweetly saying, "Little sweetie, don't be upset. How about coming to my room tonight? I will give you a massage and let you experience the luxury of a high-end club." Tian Mingling promptly shook off his hand, retorting sarcastically, "When you didn't need me, you claimed you had never tasted March-harvested August melons, let alone 2 paired melons. Now that you want me, you call me little sweetie. I am not interested in your so-called high-end massage techniques. Enjoy your August melons, you little rascal." Chun Shui, observing this exchange, was delightfully amused, embodying the essence of a cunning yet triumphant character. This is reminiscent of the historical Daji, whose allure captivated King Zhou, yet garnered the ire of many. Jiang Yi whispered a few words into Tian Mingling's ear, prompting her to blush and agree. "The spring night is fleeting, my sweet one. Let us rest early." Tian Mingling obediently responded. Inside the room, Jiang Yi earnestly attempted to convince her, "Oh, do not be angry. How can Chun Shui compare to you? She merely relies on numbers to prevail. If you could join forces with your dear friend Wang Jiasen, who could possibly stand against you both?" He encouraged her to work on Chen's mindset whenever she had the chance, promising a surprise if it succeeded. Tian Mingling softly acquiesced, finding the scenario somewhat absurd, yet inexplicably anticipatory. The following afternoon, After finishing his meal, Jiang Yi prepared to return to the Moonlight Camp to assess recent developments. As he departed, the other 5 women were content, eagerly awaiting his next return. However, Su Ying was displeased. Counting the days, it seemed it was her turn to be next. She had prepared a ripe papaya for Jiang Yi to savor, and the thought of him leaving was unacceptable to her. Within the camp, 5 formidable adversaries loomed, and as a mere girl, she knew she stood no chance against them. Observing how exhausted Jiang Yi had become, she realized that her prospects here were bleak. Thus, she resolved to follow him to the Moonlight Camp. "Brother Jiang Yi, I've had enough of this place. Please take me to the Moonlight Camp for some fun, won't you?" Jiang Yi felt a twinge of guilt for the hardships the girl had endured recently. Yet he had no choice but to return to the Moonlight Camp. Prolonged absence might incite Mr. Yi and his cohorts to act rashly against Chong and the others. He turned to Su Ruashi, knowing her approval was essential. Seeing that Jiang Yi was hesitant, Su Ying approached her aunt, pleading, "Please let me go with you. I can keep an eye on Jiang Yi and ensure he behaves." The other women nodded in agreement, acknowledging her reasoning. Given the number of people at the Moonlight Camp, it was wise to have someone watch over Jiang Yi's supplies. Finally, Su Ruashi consented. "You may accompany us, but you must remain within Jiang Yi's sight at all times. Safety is paramount." "All right, I understand. You're more nagging than my mother," Su Ying replied joyfully, linking her arm with Jiang Yi's as they departed from the Namu Lake Camp. However, they had not walked far before Su Ying began to whine. "Jiang Yi, how much farther? I can't walk anymore. Carry me." Jiang Yi, left with no alternative, obliged and carried her. By afternoon, they finally arrived at the Moonlight Camp, where Su Ying curiously surveyed her surroundings. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted at the camp's entrance, where Li Tian's vigorous voice rang out, "Don't stop me. I must seek vengeance for my father and grandfather, and for our fallen kin of the Li clan." Chapter 94. The Bet After Enduring Severe Injuries. Li Tian had spent over 10 days recuperating and was now mostly healed, able to move without issue. Yet, he could no longer bear to remain idle. He yearned to confront the Qi clan for retribution. Jiang Yi and Su Ying arrived at the entrance of the camp, observing how, despite the fervent entreaties from Hai Sheng and Liu, they were unable to dissuade Li Tian from his reckless decision. Let him go. In his current state, even before his injuries, he was no match for their adversaries. Uttering words of vengeance for the Li clan would only lead to disgrace. Should he rush into battle and meet his demise, the shame would fall upon those valiant warriors who sacrificed their lives for the survival of the Li tribe. The once boisterous crowd fell into a hushed silence. Liu excitedly approached Jiang Yi, exclaiming, "You have finally returned, my brother." Jiang Yi offered her a reassuring glance. Li Tian, upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Who was he? The esteemed grandson of the Li clan leader in his early 20s. Unmatched among his peers, he had allied with Hai Sheng, leading dozens of tribesmen to the Qi tribe's stronghold to rescue the captured women of their clan. In a moment of dire peril, he had even been willing to sacrifice himself to preserve the flame of his people's lineage. And now, Jiang Yi had reduced him to nothingness, igniting an inferno of rage within him. Clenching his fists, he advanced step by step toward Jiang Yi, halting only when they were mere half a meter apart. He glared fiercely at Jiang Yi, declaring, "Do not think that because you saved my life, I will heed your every command. I shall do as I please, and you have no say in it. Moreover, our Li clan, over 700 souls, has been brutally slaughtered by the Qi tribe, with no mercy shown even to the old and the young. Yet we are compelled to cower here, merely surviving. Unable to avenge our kin, it torments my soul. If you were in my position, could you suppress such indignation? Answer me." Jiang Yi remained silent, aware that the fury of a mere mortal, unchecked, would lead only to bloodshed without purpose, merely satisfying a naive desire for heroism. "Tell me," he asked, "can you single-handedly vanquish the entire Qi tribe?" Li Tian, agitated, retorted, "That is still better than hiding here. Let me tell you, you have no right to judge me. My affairs are none of your concern. Step aside." Jiang Yi stood firm, recognizing that such brashness, akin to that of a stubborn mule, bore no true capability. With a cold laugh, he said, "You mistakenly believe that fervent passion alone can conquer all. In reality, you are but a dreamer with lofty ambitions and little talent. Do you dare to wager with me?" You cannot even manage the simplest of tasks, let alone defeat a powerful tribe like the Qi. I believe that with your current abilities, you will never achieve vengeance. Unwilling to concede, Li Tian replied defiantly, I fear neither death nor a wager. What do you propose? Speak. Calmly, Jiang Yi retrieved a small pouch from his pack and presented it before Li Tian. Here lies 10 kilograms of gold. All you need to do is take this gold to the moonlit market, exchange it for provisions, and return safely. Should you succeed, I will assist you in annihilating the Qi tribe without fail. Should you fail, you will obey my commands henceforth, doing as I say without dissent. So, what do you say? Will you accept this wager? Li Tian, considering the simplicity of the task, believed that even a random warrior from the Li clan could accomplish it effortlessly. Jiang Yi evidently underestimated himself. However, let him witness my capabilities. With a swift motion, he seized the pouch of coins from Jiang Yi's grasp and turned to the people of the Li tribe behind him, inquiring if anyone would accompany him on a venture to showcase the prowess of our tribe, lest we become the subject of ridicule. I am willing to accompany the young leader. Count me in. Due to his recent valor, Li Tian had garnered significant recognition among his kin. The moment he spoke, several impassioned young men from the Li tribe echoed their agreement. Observing the support he received, Li Tian's confidence soared. After all, once he triumphed in the wager, he would relish in witnessing Jiang Yi's downfall of the Qi tribe. Jiang Yi nodded, affirming that once he spoke, his words were unchangeable. Prepare yourselves. We shall depart early tomorrow morning. After this declaration, he led Su Ying into the camp, heading toward his quarters. During dinner, Jiang Yi invited Changzi, Zhang Feng, and his sister to join the meal. Liu effortlessly assumed the role of hostess, graciously attending to their guests. After dining, Liu gathered the dishes to wash in the kitchen, while Su Ying, eager to impress Jiang Yi with her industriousness, offered to assist her. Changzi, perplexed, questioned the leader. Li Tian's martial prowess should not be underestimated. If he truly succeeds, do you intend to aid him in avenging himself? Jiang Yi responded with a mysterious smile. If I do not act, how will I ensure Li Tian remains here? Rest assured, he will never fulfill his promise. Recognizing that Jiang Yi was likely setting a trap for Li Tian, Changzi and Zhang Feng bid their farewells. That evening, Su Ying, clad in gossamer silk garments, lingered on Jiang Yi's bed, reluctant to return to her room. Her youthful form, partially veiled by the sheer fabric, evoked a myriad of thoughts. Brother Jiang, may I sleep with you tonight? Jiang Yi declined, saying, behave now, return to your room. I have important matters to attend to tomorrow and cannot afford to indulge in distractions tonight. Su Ying, visibly upset, was on the verge of tears. Tell me the truth. Do you find me unappealing? Is that why you feign ignorance? You have accepted other sisters, even my aunt, that old woman, yet you ignore me, a blossoming maiden. If you truly despise me, please tell me now, and I shall return to the Namo Lake camp, never to trouble you again. Jiang Yi was taken aback by her words. How could she dare to call Su Ruashi an old woman? Was she truly willing to forfeit her future? Oh no, it's not like that. Let me ask you this. If there are two types of food on the table, one you adore and the other you find merely acceptable, which would you consume first, knowing you must finish both? Without hesitation, Su Ying replied, of course, I would eat the less appealing one first, saving the best for last. Jiang Yi inquired, and why is that? Su Ying tilted her head and explained, if I eat the delightful one first, the joy of that experience would be overshadowed by the subsequent mediocrity. Conversely, if I begin with the ordinary, knowing that my favorite dish awaits, my spirits will remain elevated. Ultimately, when I savor that cherished delicacy, my happiness will be magnified. A delightful experience, enjoyed last, brings enduring joy. Jiang Yi clapped his hands and exclaimed, exactly. Naturally, my favorite food should be saved for last, allowing me to cherish those delightful memories. Among all the women, you are the youngest and most exceptional, so you must be saved for the end. Su Ying, overwhelmed with joy, felt her grievances dissipate. Brother Jiang Yi, is what you said truly sincere? Jiang Yi affirmed. Of course it is. Now, hurry back to your room and get some rest. He gently pulled Su Ying up, momentarily captivated by the striking view before him, feeling reluctant to let her depart. Were it not for the consideration that Su Ying had just turned 18 and might not withstand the emotional turmoil, he would never have let her go. Oh well, let her mature a bit more. After taking a few steps, Su Ying turned back and said, if you love me this much, Will you take me to the market tomorrow, please? Chapter 95. Where's my gold? Upon hearing Su Ying's request, Jiang Yi couldn't help but doubt whether her earlier behavior was merely a ruse to gain access to the market. No, if I go to the market, it would undermine Li Tian's test. We shall wait until he returns with the supplies, and then I will take you. Su Ying's expression fell, and she pleaded, but I can't bear another day of this dull life. No means no, he insisted. Why must it be like this? Suddenly, Su Ying's eyes sparkled mischievously as she tucked her hair behind her ear, squatting down to tug at Jiang Yi's flowery shorts. Alarmed, Jiang Yi quickly grasped his waistband. What are you doing? Su Ying looked up, her bright eyes blinking innocently. I noticed that when Annie seeks your help, she often does it this way. Jiang Yi was taken aback. When did you see that? Don't make things up. Su Ying pouted. I'm not making it up. It was just the other night when you returned. Jiang Yi abruptly pulled her up. Enough. I must tell you, many people at the market have been eyeing my gold these past few days. It's dangerous for you to go out. Someone might seize you and coerce me into revealing where I unearthed it. Perfect. I could be the bait to lure them out. And then we can catch them all at once. Su Ying declared confidently, her small hand grasping the air. Absolutely not. I cannot allow you to take such risks. Jiang Yi replied firmly. Seeing how much he cared for her safety warmed Su Ying's heart. Yet her desire to visit the market was overwhelming. It had been months since she indulged in shopping. How could she possibly endure? Thus, she resolved to play her trump card. I heard from Brother Chong that one night you caught a girl from an island and disciplined her right here in this courtyard. Also, you encountered a stunning Western beauty at the market. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yi covered her mouth. That scoundrel Chong. Why does he spill everything? This is my fault. You must never tell your aunt about this. Do you understand? Su Ying tentatively inquired. What about my trip to the market? Go. We shall go tomorrow. With her plan successful, Su Ying planted a kiss on Jiang Yi's cheek and skipped out of the room. Just as Jiang Yi settled onto the bed, fuming in silence, Liu entered, casually shutting the door behind her. Before long, Liu placed her hands on the table and turned to the man behind her, hesitantly stating, Jiang Yi, I wish to accompany my brother to the market. Is that permissible? Jiang Yi, initially inclined to refuse her unreasonable request, reconsidered when he realized it would be an opportunity to ensure Su Ying's safety. Thus, he maintained a stern expression and replied, This is against the rules. It puts me in a difficult position. Liu's face contorted in distress, her brows furrowing as she insisted, As long as you agree, I will do anything. Jiang Yi flashed a charming smile. Well, that depends on your performance. It was not until late at night that Liu successfully persuaded Jiang Yi to allow her to assist her brother in exchanging supplies. Early the next morning, at the camp entrance, Liu, accompanied by 20 elite warriors from her tribe, pushed several wooden carts, armed and ready for departure. Jiang Yi, observing Li Tian, pointed to Su Ying and instructed him to bring her along, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring her safety. Any misfortune that befell her would count as a failure on his part. Li Tian wore an expression of knowing. He believed Jiang Yi could not possibly assign him such a simple task without complications. He snorted, Rest assured, unless I perish, I will ensure no harm comes to her. Liu stepped forward, declaring to Jiang Yi, You need not worry. I will protect Su Ying. Jiang Yi nodded, watching as the team vanished into the distance. Chong Zi approached curiously. Boss, are you truly comfortable allowing Su Ying to accompany them? Jiang Yi glared at him, irritated. Who gave you the right to share everything with that girl? How dare you even ask? Chong Zi awkwardly replied, That little lady is too clever, particularly skilled at finding people's weaknesses. Observing his demeanor, Jiang Yi understood that unless Su Ying had something incriminating against him, Chong Zi would not betray his own interests. All right, how is the training of our personnel progressing? Transitioning to serious matters, Chong Zi's expression became earnest. Currently, there are over 100 able-bodied young men in the camp, all of whom have undergone basic training. Although they cannot be deemed elite soldiers, they can follow orders without issue. However, the time is too short to develop true combat effectiveness. Jiang Yi nodded. Very well, gather 100 men. We depart in 3 hours. Chong Zi acknowledged and set off to assemble the troops. Several hours later, Jiang Yi, leading the 100-man team, arrived at a fork in the road. Qiangzi, where do these two paths lead? Chong Zi responded, The upper path should lead to the islanders' camp, while the lower path leads to the camp of that blonde, blue-eyed woman. Boss, why do you ask? Aren't we supposed to go to the market and covertly protect Su Ying? Jiang Yi narrowed his eyes, Patience is key in fishing. Otherwise, we risk startling the catch. He mused, "It's been a while since I last saw that island girl, Munai. After Suing mentioned her last night, I find myself missing her. Perhaps I shall visit her today." Meanwhile, Li Tian and his entourage hurriedly arrived at the Moonlight Courtyard Market, eager to exchange for food and return swiftly to fulfill their agreement. They wasted no time at the market and headed directly to the Far Yang Trading Company store. With a swift gesture, he commanded 20 members of the Li tribe to disperse around him, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. Noticing no immediate threat, Li Tian retrieved the pouch of coins given to him by Jiang Yi and placed it emphatically on the counter. "Shopkeeper, I possess 10 kilograms of gold. Convert it all into grain, and do so swiftly." Upon hearing the mention of 10 kilograms of gold, the attendant's demeanor transformed, replaced by a warm smile. Having learned from previous encounters, he understood that some reckless individuals treated gold as mere trifles, carelessly discarding it. Thus, without a trace of doubt, he promptly emptied the pouch onto the counter. As the first piece was revealed, it radiated a brilliant golden hue, confirming its authenticity. Excitement flickered in his eyes. He could scarcely amass such a quantity of gold in a single day. However, in the next instant, his expression morphed and his heart raced. "Brother, this is not 10 kilograms of gold. It's all stones." Li Tian had merely glanced back to ascertain his safety when he heard the attendant claim his gold was counterfeit. He turned sharply, and indeed, the counter was strewn with green stones, save for one solitary piece of gold. His large eyes widened, and he barked, "Where's my gold? What have you done with my 10 kilograms of gold?" The attendant, taken aback by his accusation, felt a wave of dread wash over him. "I swear, I did not touch your gold. When I poured it out, there was only one piece of gold. The rest are merely stones. We pride ourselves on our integrity." Li Tian paused for a moment, contemplating the situation. He deemed it improbable that Jiang Yi would employ such a crude ruse to deceive him. It served no purpose. He recalled the Far Yang Trading Company, having heard from Haisheng that they had pilfered the sacred relic of their Li tribe. Were it not for them, the relic would not have been severed from the Li people, nor would there have been the subsequent tragedy of their annihilation. In that moment, a swell of both new and old grievances